Chapter 2902, Systematic Inheritance versus Individual Development. A weight lifted off Ketty's after she tacitly admitted her unusual ability to utilize the Annihilator's sword style without actually mastering it. She increasingly felt guilty about misleading Fred and everyone else about her dedication to another sword style. She felt like a fraud. Luckily, the worst hasn't come to pass. Fred had lived over 90 years and invested at least half of it into mastering the sword style and propping up the associated sword school. He had turned from a powerful right-hand man to an expert pilot and swordmaster to a destitute old scammer who went deep into debt in order to keep the remnants of the school alive. A swordsman who had spent years while enduring the lowest point of his life no longer clung to any illusionary values like pride, honesty and order. He just wanted to make sure that his life's work was not in vain. Therefore, Fred turned out to be surprisingly understanding of her unique conditions. No matter what unusual methods Ketty's utilized to exceed Fred's ability to exhibit the Annihilator's sword style, it was all fine to him as long as she used her unconventional power for the good of the sword school. Both of them had come to an understanding after the match against Horvath Tryon. Ever since then, they began to work together to explore Ketty's unique advantages. At this point, she had only scratched the surface of what her upgraded mind could do. Her mind, will, design philosophy and most importantly Sharpie had all undergone drastic changes that caused her to become a lot less familiar with what she could do in her current state. "We will need to remedy that," Fred stated as they entered a practice yard in the evening. "The essence of swordsmanship is to leverage your strengths in the most efficient and effective fashion in order to achieve your goals in combat. The precondition to this is that you must thoroughly understand your own capabilities. What are your advantages? What are your limitations? You must understand them both in order to develop your battle methods, or otherwise you will always be several steps behind from the likes of true sword initiates such as Ivan Reed." The seeded competitors in the tournaments had undergone a lot more focused training than any of the sword maidens, Ketty's included. The systematic structure of a sword school was simply too good at transforming average sword students into elite swordsmen with exquisite skill. That wasn't all. The schools were not only good at imparting technical proficiency, but also excelled at molding the mentalities of its disciples. Strong pressure and constant training rapidly polished the wills of these aspiring swordmasters. To those who were tough and motivated enough to complete the harshest training, their willpower had long exceeded that of an average soldier. Even if these swordsmen and mech pilots lacked the talent to transcend their mortal limits, they still represented the cream of the crop in their respective professions. Just like how the Life Research Association's biotech industry ranked at the top in the star cluster, the Heavensward Association objectively trained the best swordsman mech pilots across an even larger region. The state was so famed in this aspect that many foreigners who aspired to enjoy the best possible swordsman mech pilot training even went on long exchanges. This was also one of the main export products of the state. Wealthy foreign scions regularly paid the equivalent of billions of hex credits in order to receive some casual tips from an astute and insightful swordmaster. Although Fred Wilinski was nowhere near a swordmaster, he had at least 8 decades worth of expertise under his belt. His talent may be lacking, but his persistent hard work allowed him to develop a mastery of the basics that was impossible for youngsters to exceed. All of this soon became clear as Fred earnestly began to tutor and help Ketty's explore her new combat abilities. Ketty's looked emptily at the practice yard. "All of this is great, but I can't make use of the facilities here. I'm still aching everywhere and my previous bout against Horvath has already expended most of the energy in my body." Her will might be abundant, but it was very hard to rely on it to prop up her depleted body. It acted more like an amplifier. It was hard for it to act on a shambling wreck. "It's fine. We don't have to burden your body any further. You are already a trained swordswoman, so there is not that much benefit to exercise your moves. My plan for today is to go over the fundamentals of the Annihilator's sword style." "How?" "By starting with here." Fred smiled while tapping the side of his head. Like any serious fighting discipline, swordsmanship is both a mental and physical journey. This is even more important for true sword styles because the mind and will are essential to make them work. Don't forget where they came from. Every swordsman who trained in one of those styles is essentially tracing some of the footsteps of the original sources. While many founding expert pilots and swordmasters partially developed their extraordinary abilities on an instinctual basis after they broke through, by organizing their insights and mental evolution in a systematic format, it was possible for them to pass on their abilities to others. In practice, this was not a common practice in the mech piloting community. Part of it was that the will and obsession of every expert pilot was deeply personal and unique. The MTA conducted many studies on this approach, and eventually came to a consensus that it led to the emergence of less expert pilots. Even if training programs tried their best to deconstruct a mech pilot's original personality and reconstruct it in the image of an existing expert pilot, the process was always incomplete. Every human still retained enough unique aspects that they still had to develop their own way to transcend their limitations, something which they were not very good at due to lacking practice in individual expression. However, there were still advantages to the model adopted by the Heavensward Association. The Cloudstrider Sword School clearly illustrated the advantage of having multiple expert pilots or swordmasters inherit an existing style and continue to build on it over the generations. Some of the most renowned sword schools in the Heavensward Association actually maintained an uninterrupted inheritance that went back millennia. The continued development of human civilization had always been rooted on passing on knowledge and allowing subsequent generations to learn from their predecessors. Yet when this approach was applied to mech piloting and swordsmanship, the issue of compatibility began to become increasingly more problematic. It was already bad enough that it was harder for individuals who inherited a legacy to become expert pilots or swordmasters. The biggest conclusion the MTA had made was that it was very hard for even the most talented ace pilots to complete the final step and advance to God Pilot. Of all of the known God pilots in human space, the overwhelming majority were singularly unique. Hardly any of them trained in a systematic inheritance. This conclusion alone was enough for most people to abandon this approach. Even if the benefits of training in a systematic inheritance produced some of the most powerful expert pilots and ace pilots in the galaxy, few mech pilots wanted to lose their path to God Pilot. As Fred explained all of this to Kedis, she thought that the Heavensward Association's insistence on passing on its sword styles must be one of the main reasons why its citizens were exiled to the galactic rim. To sum it all up, the power of a swordsman is rooted in the mind rather than body. He said, "We Heavenswarders aren't ignorant of the importance of fostering individual development. The newer sword schools like the Cloudstrider Sword School have been able to rise up because they allow for much greater individual development than the old and traditional sword schools. We have to adapt to the times as best as possible in order to avoid falling behind." In fact, this was a major contradiction in the Heavensward Association, but this had little relation to Kedis right now. It was enough for her to know that a sword style did not have to be rigid. Fred then uttered a very vase-like statement. "Sword styles are alive, Kedis. While they prescribe a single recipe, who says that you have to follow it to the letter? If you like your food to be a little spicier, then you can throw in a few chilies. If you are in an environment where you don't have access to wine, then use vinegar instead. Do what is best for you. Even if you have inherited my brother's work, don't assume you have to turn yourself into his clone. Instead, take what you have learned and use it to develop your own style." This was essentially the same advice that Venerable Dice had given to her. True swordsmen and swordswomen were supposed to go beyond what they learned. That sounds a bit too far to me. With the time that we have, I think I can deepen my proficiency in the Annihilator sword style, but I don't think I can make much progress in forming my own style. In a way, Kedis was also a product of an inheritance, if only a shallow one. She lived and breathed the Sword Maiden sword style. Even if she had already developed a few moves that she felt comfortable with, it was not enough of a difference. "I see, you aren't wrong. Let me pass you my own insights on the Annihilator sword style in order to get you up to speed on how it is supposed to be practiced. In order to break the rules, you have to learn them first." This was a rather risky prospect, but Fred believed that Kedis was wise enough to stick to her own guns. He unsheathed his own weapon and held it out. After a lot of effort, he managed to evoke the power of annihilation to slightly cover the blade. The heart of this sword style is the unquenching will to destroy any obstacle in your path. This does not just describe the method in which it works in a fight, but also the mindset that is necessary to drive it forward. Kedis nodded in understanding. Sharpie already took care of that when he entered annihilation mode and infected her mind with its altered presence. Now that she thought about it, this was actually a form of cheating. Since her pet already took care of the hard work, Kedis previously thought it was unnecessary to make this switch herself. She realized that she was wrong. Rather than rely on an improper solution, she should be altering her mentality by herself. If she was able to adopt a destruction mindset by her own merits, then Sharpie's transformation into annihilation mode might achieve even greater results. After all, instead of fighting against her original state, it would complement her current form. Perhaps she might even be able to achieve another form of resonance in this fashion. Her eyes lit up as she felt this was a viable way for her to quickly improve her battle prowess. She had worked with resonance long enough to know it was a fantastic way to achieve greater results with limited resources. She earnestly listened to Fred as the old man elaborated on his personal approach and philosophy towards the Annihilator's sword style. The insights that had allowed a talentless swordsman like him to become a pseudo-sword initiate were worth their weight in exotics. Since a part of Fred's teachings were not exclusive to any single sword style, Kedis gained more than she expected. Some of the lessons she learned could easily be applied to the Sword Maiden sword style as well. As long as she digested what she learned, her combat performance would inevitably take a substantial leap forward. Chapter 2903. Overcautious. As much as Kedis wanted to immerse herself in learning, she only had a limited amount of time available. She still had to go back to her healing pod in order to resume her recovery. She also had to mitigate the effects from her previous exertions. It didn't matter if she managed to end her match against Horvath Tryon quickly. Her body was in such a fragile state that just wearing the protective suit considerably worsened her condition. Still, she didn't need to absorb too much theoretical knowledge and insights to improve her performance. When she next stepped onto the arena with Shiva in hand, she faced a confident swordsman from another sword school. Unlike her opponent from yesterday, her current adversary did not intend to rely on a passive strategy to win the match. Gelik Rodomer held a typical fencing sword that was very popular in the Heavensward Association. The sword type may be a bit too thin and fragile when employed in mech combat, but it was a lot more practical in personal combat as long as the adversary wasn't wearing too much protection. Also different from yesterday, Gelik did not talk too much. He merely bowed to Kedis before entering a fencing stance. Obviously, he learned deeply from the clown from yesterday and was determined to do better. Well, damn, she softly cursed. Gelik clearly learned that exchanging words was pointless. It was better to secure a victory first before starting to boast. Anyone who reversed this order risked turning into a laughingstock like Horvath Tryon. She would have preferred to face another idiot who tried to rely on defense to outlast the opposition. With her annihilation sword style, armor was basically invalid in front of her blade. A wry smile appeared on her face as she held Shiva with a bit of difficulty. I'll have to work harder for my win. When the match commenced, Gelik patiently crept forward while maintaining his odd-looking stance. He looked ready to dash forward or step to the side at any moment if Kedis did anything unusual. His light sword along with his explosive stance were highly conducive towards short, high-speed spurts of motion. Kedis could already tell that Gelik wanted to rely on his excellent dodging and evasion abilities to avoid her powerful annihilation attacks. While the Annihilator's sword style was able to exert a fantastic effect upon contact, it did not incorporate any good solutions against fast and agile opponents. Not only did it lack a ranged technique or a means to extend her reach, it also did not include any moves that expressly countered these kinds of opponents. Its practitioners essentially had to rely on their own skills and attributes to outfight those who excelled at avoiding powerful attacks. Strangely enough, Kedis still looked fairly relaxed. While she recognized the difficulty of overcoming her current opponent, apparently she did not look that concerned. "Will you come closer or not?" she impatiently asked. Gelik abruptly darted and leaned forward to perform a stab. Clang! Kedis easily managed to deflect the opportunistic lunging attack, but she had to employ more strength than she was comfortable with. In other words, she had to pay a heavier price than Gelik. Still, the other swordsman did not repeat his earlier attempt. Kedis could channel her annihilation power at any moment in order to cut his fencing sword. In order to preserve his weapon and avoid getting eliminated by a single hit, Gelik had already concluded that he should employ a hit-and-run approach. His earlier attempt already confirmed that Kedis's ability to react against his attack was not strong. He was not unaware that Ivan Reed adopted a similar approach, only to fail at the last moment. However, the Kedis back then was very different from the wounded and recovering woman before him. He also did not intend to give up any advantages in order to play with his food. "I will win this match cleanly." He proceeded to enact his plan. He rapidly circled around and lunged forward in order to launch another attack. Kedis changed the orientation of her body with some difficulty and managed to deflect the stab, but Gelik was already moving after he pulled his body back. He circled around again and repeated his earlier attacks. While Kedis was barely able to deflect the simple stabs, her diminished stamina rapidly drained as she did so. Gelik actually expended a lot more energy, but his previous matches hadn't injured him so much, so his endurance was monstrous in comparison. Every time she attempted to launch a counterattack, Gelik had already pulled out of range long ago. Since she was unable to perform a lunge herself, there was no way for her to get close enough to her nimble target. What was even worse was that when Kedis and Sharpie entered annihilation mode and started to cover Shiva's blade with a dark corona, Gelik rapidly dashed back in order to open up a healthy distance. There was no way for Kedis to make good use of the technique she performed when her target was this far away. Gelik patiently stood still and waited as Kedis continually condensed her will in order to maintain her current state. That bastard was deliberately forcing her to consume her willpower. She sighed and let go. Shiva's blade lost its dark sheen as the power of annihilation had receded. As soon as Gelik saw that she retracted her energy, he immediately closed the distance and resumed his circling attacks. Kedis had enough of this. She originally wanted to exercise restraint and avoid revealing anything more, but her adversary was too clever for his own good. Enough. She commanded Sharpie to return to its original form. When the urge to destroy receded from her mind, she began to focus on her first sword style. Her unyielding will surged and her spirit became sharper. She soon began to resonate with Sharpie, which was actively helping her condense her will in a form that was much more familiar to her. The changes caused her to exude a substantially different vibe. Gelik grew cautious and immediately backed off by at least 20 paces. He was spooked. Are you a swordsman or a coward? Fight me. Kedis barked like a sword maiden as she slowly began to step forward. Gelik did not allow her to reduce the distance between them. He cautiously maintained his stance even as he inched back. What a cautious swordsman. Even the audience began to boo and jeer at Gelik. This time, the Heavenswarders had no qualms in taking her side. You scaredy cat, why aren't you attacking her head on? The Sword Devil is standing right there. You're less of a Heavenswarder than the Sword Devil. A true warrior always welcomes the chance to fight against a sword initiate. Despite the many ill remarks, Gelik did not let himself get pressured by public opinion. Winning was more important than winning a popularity contest, and the best way to accomplish this was to stick to his own plan. His behavior did not break her expectations. While she faintly hoped that he would come closer and make things a little easier for her, she had to make do with the current situation. Her eyes exuded a sharp glint as she began to accumulate power. Her will continued to surge and the resonance between Sharpie and her grew more intense. What was truly new was that Kedis even extended her will into Shiva. Even though the weapon did not welcome any influence that was different from that of the founder of the Annihilator Sword School, Kedis did not let this hinder her attempt. Sharpie. Her living sword intent somehow connected with Shiva and managed to smooth over the difference. It helped that Kedis had already bonded to it numerous times. Shiva began to resonate with her. A sharp, white corona began to form on its edge. The manifestation steadily grew brighter and brighter as Kedis continued to gather more power. Several dozen paces away, Gelik began to grow concerned at what was happening. The sword of Lydia that Kedis displayed before was incredibly scary. Yet even if Kedis was able to extend the reach of her saber by 3 times, so what? He stood far enough away that she had no chance of getting close enough to land a hit. Even so, Gelik's intuition began to sound increasingly more alarms. There was something deeply dangerous about what she was doing at the moment. Perhaps he made a mistake by backing off and giving her the time to prepare her next maneuver. When all else fails, just step back. The arena was quite wide, so Gelik had plenty of room to back off. Out of an abundance of caution, he continually pushed himself back. Even if Kedis was able to unleash an energy manifestation that was 10 times longer than her saber, Gelik would be at least 100 paces away. Kedis was well aware of what her opponent was doing, but she did not alter her actions. She didn't even bother to step forward. It's no use. She grinned as the glint in her eyes had grown sharp enough to kill. Taste the attack that has cut straight through a mech formation. Executioner. The glow around Shiva rapidly grew brighter until she performed a horizontal stab. The energy manifestation leapt from her saber and surged forward like a projectile. The audience gasped while Gelik immediately sensed the danger. Even though the energy manifestation did not travel as fast as a gun projectile, at this distance he had very little time to react. Seeing that the height of the broad and narrow energy attack was set to cut off his legs, he decided to leap into the air in order to jump over the deadly wave. Kedis smirked. Did you think I failed to account for this possibility? You're too naive. While Kedis was not capable of influencing her energy attack after she had released it, Sharpie was different. As the personification of her sword intent, it maintained an active connection to the energy wave. It only took a brief spurt of effort for Sharpie to adjust the trajectory of the energy attack and angle upwards. Stuck in midair, Gelik did not have any leverage to alter his orientation in the air. Although he was already trying to pull up his legs, there was too little time for him to complete this last-ditch effort. Chart. The sharp energy wave brutally cut off both of Gelik's vulnerable legs just above the knees. Unlike the instances where Kedis utilized the power of annihilation, this time the energy blade made a very loud cutting noise as it passed through several different barriers. Neither the energy shield nor the protective suit was able to negate the power of this transcendent attack. At best, the energy wave had weakened a lot, but Kedis made sure to pump enough power in it to complete its mission. As the energy attack harmlessly dissipated after Sharpie issued another command, several meaty thumps echoed across the arena as Gelik's body parts dropped onto the surface. A copious amount of blood leaked from the cut sections before the protective suit automatically adjusted its shape to stem the bleeding. I need a medic. Kedis calmly sheathed Shiva and turned her back to her injured opponent. She was already moving to the exit even before the announcer declared her victory. Her body was already aching a lot from all of the weight she was bearing. To the spectators who witnessed her incredible actions, she looked incredibly cool at the moment. Wuxia, she can unleash sword energy. She's much farther ahead than I thought. The Sword Devil is much more impressive than Ivan Reed. If her previous performance against Ivan Reed could be dismissed as a fluke, then the domineering way she dispatched Gelik Rodomer definitely cemented her as championship material. Reaching the top 100 was practically guaranteed as long as her body condition didn't worsen. Chapter 2904. Realizing Potential. Among swordsmen, the release of sword energy is one of the most important steps to becoming a sword god. Fred explained as Kedis returned from her match against the overcautious Gelik. Some swordmasters are incapable of unleashing it. You can imagine how rare and difficult it is for sword initiates to accomplish something similar at their stage. If the higher-ups of our state hasn't paid much attention to you before, then it is definitely different from now. Each sword initiate who can manifest an attack to this degree is a treasure. The old scammer was all smiles right now. He had plenty of reasons to be jubilant. The amazing prowess that Kedis had just displayed practically tripled the interest in his sword school. There were countless people in the Heavensward Association who dreamt of unleashing energy attacks just by swinging their swords. It not only looked awesome, but also solved one of the greatest weaknesses of swordsmen and swordsman mech pilots: lack of range. Kedis didn't look too happy, though. While she managed to minimize her physical exertion, the sword energy release set back her mental recovery. Sharpie felt a little more deflated than before, and it became harder for her to focus her mind. Everything had a price. Even mystical sword energy attacks had to come from somewhere. The strange part about this was that she possessed a lot more energy than she expected. She also recharged fairly quickly. She chalked this up to yet another quirk of her unusual state. That said, when Venerable Dice derived the Executioner technique from a Sword Maiden battle formation, her results were considerably worse. Unlike the Sword of Lydia, the Executioner was a much more elaborate and advanced technique. It involved several difficult principles that Venerable Dice wouldn't have been able to grasp if she didn't have the luxury of referencing her battle formations. The technique that Dice passed on to Kedis was very rudimentary and still a work in progress. One of its major flaws was its low efficiency. It took too much energy to unleash the Executioner. Fred grinned. I don't think your future opponents will allow you to pull off this technique again. You can count the number of sword initiates who can propagate sword energy on one hand, maybe two if a couple of them have done a good job at hiding their strength. This means that they will essentially turn themselves into target dummies if they stupidly maintain their distance while you are charging up your attack. They have to get close and keep you occupied. That also plays in my hands. Kedis confidently responded. The entire reason why I pulled off the Executioner to begin with was because my previous opponent insisted on staying out of my reach. As long as my opponents get close, I can utilize both of my sword styles to cut them apart. Learning the Executioner attack neatly solved her greatest weakness in her current state. She had already formed a complete system. With the extraordinary characteristics of her two sword styles, she was an incredibly formidable threat at point-blank range. Now that she had a ranged solution in her arsenal, not even the fast and mobile types like Ivan Reed posed an insurmountable threat to her anymore. The matches continued. Each time she stepped onto the arena, she stood proudly and exuded an indomitable vibe. It was as if her silent posture already signaled that she was bound to win the match. The opponents she faced in the next couple of days became increasingly stronger, but no outliers had appeared for the moment. This meant that each of them had to face a very difficult dilemma. They could choose to employ a cautious strategy and attempt to leverage their mobility to evade Katiza's attacks. They could also choose to attack her head-on and attempt to take advantage of her temporary weakness to avoid getting hit by her blade. They all failed. Ketiz was slowly recovering with each day that passed. Fred constantly taught her the ins and outs of how to cultivate her swordsmanship according to the methods of the Heavensward Association. It became easier and easier for her to empower her attacks. Her mentality also shifted. She frequently switched between the Sword Maiden sword style and the Annihilator sword style. Both of them possessed their own charm, and channeling them over and over slowly allowed her to develop her own insights in swordsmanship. The advantage of possessing two separate sword styles was the same as having access to two different design philosophies. Ketiz was able to compare the two. This not only highlighted their common strengths, but also revealed their shortcomings. The contrast was so clear that she could easily recognize what needed to be changed in order to plug the weaknesses of either sword style. Maybe, this is how I'll be able to develop my own sword style. She was already generating some ideas about this endeavor. Due to her personal inclinations, she still planned to retain much of the Sword Maiden sword style. This would always be her starting point and anchor. Every other sword style should be subordinate to her original style. Ketiz did not intend to adopt the Annihilator sword style wholesale. Instead, she was content with plucking the most comfortable and desirable fruits from this tree. She had to be very careful about this. Fred already warned her that combining sword styles mostly failed because of lack of compatibility. This was also why there was no habit of directly exchanging techniques between sword schools. At most, the scriptures of their rivals could be used as reference material. She continued to study, listen and read. She not only learned a wealth of knowledge from Fred, but also worked together with Venerable Dice to refine her two empowered moves. Both the Sword of Lydia and the Executioner techniques became more controllable. While her performance in the arena did not shift that much, secretly her combat prowess had soared. She did not magically gain a lot of additional strength. Instead, she was making better use of her existing potential. Her previous breakthrough substantially increased her capacity, but it took a lot of time and effort to get accustomed to the new possibilities. I'm not sure I can still call myself a fake sword initiate anymore. At some point, Ketiz was able to replicate some of the charm of her two sword styles without leveraging Sharpie's help. This was something that swordsmen invested a lot of years to accomplish. Fred became shocked when he saw Ketiz cutting through a practice pillar with Shiva. Even though the saber did not completely pass through the thick pillar, the progress she made was record-breaking. If this is what you can truly accomplish without relying on any tricks, then you have definitely reached the standard of a pseudo-sword initiate. He said, it's only a matter of time before you become a genuine sword initiate. Ketiz shrugged. I was only able to progress this quickly because I am constantly able to reference the end point of my journey. It's like having all of the answers of a school exam. I don't think it's that simple, Ketiz. If you aren't a pure and genuine swordswoman, you wouldn't have been able to comprehend any of the essence of the Annihilator sword style to begin with. I can't count the number of spoiled brats I've met who tried and failed to master a sword style because they were too dependent on the help and tutelage of swordmasters. Those types exist in our state as well. She felt a bit prouder after he said that. Her determination to prove that she was not a fraud pushed her into making a serious effort into comprehending the Annihilator sword style. Being able to reference the strength of a late-stage sword initiate by making use of Sharpie allowed her to avoid many detours and dead ends. This was actually one of the primary reasons why swordsmen progressed so slowly or not at all. It was very difficult for other swordsmen to pass on this kind of understanding because everyone's situation was unique. Yet Ketiz was essentially able to compare herself to a future version of herself. Whether it was cheating or not, she no longer quibbled over this issue. Plenty of powerful swordsmen took advantage of their own unique peculiarities. Some were born with insane natural reflexes. A handful of tournament participants possessed superhuman endurance. Others merely took advantage of their family relations in order to receive privileged instruction. Therefore, absolute fairness was not a realistic notion in the Heavensward Association. Her rapid improvement in swordsmanship caused her to cherish this moment. Even if she dropped out of the solo tournament right away, her visit to the Heavensward Association was already one of the best periods of her life. She still missed the Larkinson clan though. One of the aspects she missed about her life was designing mechs. The tight tournament schedule did not grant her any opportunity to resume her primary profession. Kedis looked forward to returning to the expeditionary fleet with all of her gains. Even if it was difficult for her to directly translate her progress in swordsmanship to her mech design career, there should be at least a bit of overlap. She even began to speculate whether it was possible to incorporate her masteries into her mech designs. However, she was not ready to go back to her old routine. Even as the Greater Omandari Festival and its associated tournaments entered its later stages, Kedis felt it was her duty as a swordswoman to reach the limit of her capabilities. She had become fully caught up in the competitive spirit of the occasion. Eventually, the match that would allow her to enter the top 100 loomed close. She had already reached the top 1000 some time ago. Whether it was a coincidence or not, she did not encounter any top seeds. Secretly, she wondered whether the tournament organizers deliberately shuffled the matchups to prevent her from smashing the proud sons and daughters too early. She didn't complain. The lack of strong opponents granted her ample time to recover her physical and mental states without exacerbating her existing conditions. The few opponents who were able to defeat the old Kedis from before entering the tournament no longer posed a challenge to her. The difference in strength between a regular swordsman and a sword initiate was as great as the gap between a regular mech pilot and an expert candidate. In a one-on-one fight, a sword initiate was virtually invincible against opponents who failed to grasp the essence of a sword style. Unfortunately, just before she was about to enter the top 100, she finally bumped into a proper challenge. It was inevitable for you to reach this point. Fred spoke after he entered her practice yard. Millions of swordsmen took part in this tournament. Many of them are average and only sought to get as far as their luck and skill could bring them. By now, they have all been eliminated by their betters. The swordsmen who remain up to this point are either sword initiates, pseudo-sword initiates or freaks who enjoy abnormal advantages. Kedis pretty much belong to the latter category. Just cut to the chase. Who is my next opponent? Fred looked serious. It's a woman this time. Shapia Pepperin is a sword initiate who is a few years older than you. She is a seeded competitor and most betting agencies rank her between 5th and 15th. While she isn't the favorite to win the tournament, she is definitely able to contend against the top seeds. Whether she was stronger or weaker than Ivan Reed, she would never look down on Kedis after what had happened to her rival. Shapia would definitely approach the fight seriously from the very start and not let up until she definitely secured victory. Kedis did not feel afraid. Instead, excitement and anticipation welled up inside her. Different from before, she had already returned to her peak condition. She would be able to fight Shapia on a level playing field. Chapter 2905, Unrelenting Raider. The final matches took place in a different venue. In order to accommodate the huge amount of Heavenswarders and tourists who wanted to witness the exciting battles with their own eyes, the solo tournament moved to the grand and spacious First Sword Arena. Despite its simple-sounding name, the First Sword Arena was the very first competitive venue of its kind on Omandari 3. It used to be a modest-sized structure that only accommodated a couple of thousand spectators at first. Over the years and centuries, successive administrations renovated it in order to keep up with the growth of the planet. At this point, the First Sword Arena was one of the biggest of its kind in the Heavensward Association. With a capacity of 5 million visitors, it was able to concentrate an immense amount of humans in a limited arena. In order to fit so many people in a single venue and still allow them to obtain a decent view of the dueling swordsmen, its design incorporated a lot of verticality. From the outside, the main building was shaped like a thick and massive sword that had been thrust halfway into the ground. Inside this hollow sword, there were over 100 floors where personal combat duels could be held. This time, the First Sword Arena retracted all of those floors. Instead, only a single semi-transparent arena floor existed in the middle. Those sitting in the stands at the bottom end of the public area would be able to look through the transparent floor and view the action from an unconventional perspective. It went without saying that these seats were not very desirable. Their price was cheaper and the amount of space and comfort they provided was lower. Nevertheless, lots of average citizens flocked to them. Too many Heavenswarders never had the opportunity to see the best sword initiates in action. Opening up the lower seats was a good way to allow millions of people a chance of admiring the splendor of elite swordsmen. Still, The best way to experience the thrilling sword duels was to occupy a seat on the upper half of the arena stands. Ticket prices for these seats cost so many sword coins they were firmly out of reach to the average household. This was where the tournaments made a killing. The prices were high, but the demand was even greater. Aside from wealthy fans, many professional swordsmen and swordsman mech pilots were willing to pay years' worth of salary to attend a single good match. Viewing a match in person was much different from viewing it from a projection. The clash of wills, the outbursts of energy and the emotions of the crowd all contributed to an unforgettable experience that enriched any swordsman who understood the nuances of sword duels. Every Heavenswarder dreamed of getting inspired by what they managed to observe and feel from the matches. The direct and indirect benefits of witnessing great swordsmen in action had already been proven in numerous academic studies. There were good reasons why the Heavensward Association organized so many tournaments. Kedis readied herself up. She donned a familiar protective suit that projected the emblem of the Annihilator Sword School. When she had to choose her weapon loadout, she briefly hesitated before deciding to bring both of her weapons to the arena for the first time since her match against Ivan Reed. She had become slightly fond with the convenience of wielding Shiva. While she still favored her CFA greatsword, she did not oppose using other weapons, unlike some purists. She was quite practical in that regard. "Does your sword have a name?" Fred asked. "Huh, your greatsword, you're quite fond of it. I can tell." She frowned. I never really named it. We don't have a tradition of doing so in the Sword Maidens. You should consider adopting it, then. When you invest so much care and attention to a weapon, it becomes more than a tool. It becomes your partner. The least you can do is to give it a name in order to make it yours. Though Fred Walensky did not see life in objects like vase, the Heavenswarders developed their own romantic notions with swords. There were many locals who believed that swords would grow stronger or help them reach a higher level in swordsmanship if they earnestly took care of their weapons. In any case, it was always good practice to maintain your weapon. Even if all of this attention didn't yield any extra benefits, the Heavenswarders did not have a reason to stop this custom. Kedis seriously looked at her greatsword. With the help of Sharpie, she sensed the life buried deep within. Although it was faint, she knew that she was responsible for fostering this living entity. This caused her to feel a little mixed. She always adopted the perspective of a bystander whenever Vase expounded on his theories on how objects could obtain life. Yet now that she had personally brought her most cherished weapon to life, it had become personal. "This is my baby," she whispered. She felt like a mother who became bewildered at the appearance of a new child. Even though she frequently handled her CFA greatsword for several years, she never thought about this outcome. Now that she did, there was no justification to leave her close companion without a name. It deserved better. She ran her hand across the smooth unending alloy that covered the large and heavy blade. The dark metal seemed to welcome her touch. She felt as if she was petting a much more docile version of Lucky. Still, try as she might, she failed to come up with a name that fit her greatsword. Naming a sword is a sacred custom. You don't have to rush it if you don't feel like it. Fred reassured her after he noticed her changing mood. Wielding it in battle is a good way for you to discover a name that suits the character of your weapon. I'll try that, then. Up until now, she hadn't fully unveiled the remarkable properties of her unending greatsword. Her match against Ivan Reed mostly put her on the defensive. At the end, she relied on the manifested sword of Lydia rather than the physical properties of her weapon to cut her opponent's limb. She hoped that would change this match. Against average opponents, empowered techniques were virtually irresistible, but sword initiates definitely had plenty of means to resist such attacks. Since channeling so much willpower and evoking so much energy was exhausting, sword initiates did not repeat their most powerful moves all the time. They had to ration their resources carefully. Therefore, plain swordsmanship still played a huge role in battles between top swordsmen. After a lot of preparation, Kedis finally stepped into the sole battle floor of the first sword arena. On the left side, we have interim director Kedis Larkinson of the Annihilator Sword School. The Sword Devil needs no introduction. After dispatching the famed head disciple of the Cloudstrider Sword School, this foreign-born sword initiate has cemented her status as the greatest dark horse of this festival. The audience in the upper half of the stands roared so much that Kedis couldn't even discern any words. The sheer enthusiasm of millions of fans washed over her like a tide. She had never drawn so much public admiration in her life. While she had already been accustomed to attracting cheers in her previous matches, the scale was different this time. The millions of people that were stacked on top of each other showing their appreciation for her cemented her transformation into a public figure. She was no longer Kedis the obscure sword maiden mech designer. Now, she had not only become the head of a sword school, but also a renowned sword initiate. In the Larkinson clan, these labels were enough to propel her into the middle upper ranks of the hierarchy. No longer would people treat her like, just, another apprentice mech designer. No longer would her student-mentor relationship with Vase be the most eye-catching part about her identity. It was only when she acknowledged the adoration of so many sword enthusiasts that she fully accepted her new status. A faint induction allowed her to sense that there were even more people cheering her on from below. The ground looked solid to her when she looked down, but she knew that it acted as a one-way window. Even though they needed the help of massive projections to gain a good view of the upcoming match, the people over there were even more rowdy due to their more modest backgrounds. As she held her place, her opponent soon entered from the other side. Please welcome head disciple Xianxia Pepperin of the Brevis Sword School. Known as the Unrelenting Raider, Miss Pepperin is one of the most skilled dual-wielding sword initiates in the tournament. Her twin blades have posed a nightmare to many challengers who wish to overcome her defenses. Many notable swordsmen and swordswomen acquired nicknames or titles over the course of their career. As long as they performed well enough or generated enough of fame, the press would automatically figure something out to embellish their image. Of course, the recipients of these names usually didn't have a choice in how the public called them. This was one of the established rules regarding unofficial titles. The reason why Xianxia Pepperin became known as the Unrelenting Raider was because of her active fighting style. "Hello, Sword Devil," she greeted Kedis after reaching her assigned spot. "Hello, Unrelenting Raider. You don't have to call me that. It's an ungainly name. Just call me Xianxia. Then you can call me Kedis." Unlike her previous opponents, Xianxia was the first person who stood on the same level as Kedis. Neither of them looked down on each other. Since they respected each other's abilities, there was no harm in making friendly contact. If Kedis was a genuine Heavenswarder, then she would probably get in touch with Xianxia lots of times. It was very hard for sword initiates to find worthy sparring partners. A typical sword school either had one or no sword initiates at all, so people like Xianxia frequently had to look elsewhere to spar against a partner that was neither overwhelmingly strong or painfully weak. Unfortunately, Kedis had no intentions of sticking around. She unsheathed Shiva and entered a battle-ready stance. "I'd love to chat and all, but there are better ways of getting to know each other. Let's fight." I suppose you're right," Xianxia grinned while she pulled out her identical short swords. As one of the stronger seated competitors, her twin weapons were quite remarkable. While the public didn't know the full details about them, Xianxia's swords were notable in their lightness and resilience. The Unrelenting Raider's choice of weapons fully complemented her active fighting style. Facing Xianxia with a single weapon would be tough. While Kedis possessed enough strength to wield her CFA greatsword in one hand while holding Shiva with her other hand, she would be a fool to do so. She would lose far too much control and probably even risk losing her grip on one of her weapons. As the countdown approached 0, Kedis held her saber in both hands. "Commence the match." She pushed herself forward and boldly attempted to meet Xianxia in battle right away. "Ha ha ha, I knew you were similar to me. This will be a fun duel." The other woman laughed as she stormed forward as well. Clang! Neither of the women empowered their techniques. Instead, they collided against each other before exchanging a flurry of attacks. Though Kedis attempted to utilize force to break Xianxia's guard, the inheritor of the Brevis Sword School crossed her swords and skillfully blocked and deflected every incoming strike. It was as if Shiva kept getting entangled into a net. When Kedis slowed down, Xianxia seamlessly transitioned to an offensive posture. This time, the Sword Maiden was struggling to fend off multiple attacks coming from different directions. She continually had to step back in order to evade the attacks that she wasn't able to block. Even though there wasn't as much force behind her attacks, Xianxia's attacks were very hard for Kedis to defend against. Chapter 2906. Shackled swordswoman Kedis was glad that Xianxia Pepperin treated her as a serious opponent. Unlike the farce that took place in her match against the Cloudstriders, Kedis truly felt she was fighting a proper sword duel this time. Yet her appreciation quickly made way for frustration as the reality of fighting against a strong and challenging opponent settled in. Unlike the lower-ranked swordsman that folded after getting hit by a single empowered attack, Xianxia was anything but a pushover. "Hey, you're not bad," Xianxia complimented even as she executed a vicious stab just as her other sword locked Shiva in place. Same, Kedis responded as she pushed herself back against Xiapia's blade in order to evade the stab. Why do you lug around a greatsword? It's my first weapon. Then why not fight it in the first place? I don't want to defeat you too quickly. Then I will make sure to force you to draw out your real weapon. Xiapia Pepperin was an excellent swordswoman. From the first few exchanges, she already recognized that Kedis was not entirely fluent in wielding a one-handed saber. Even though the sword maiden mastered all of the basic moves, her battle consciousness with the weapon fell a bit behind. The difference was quite noticeable, and Xiapia was a little disappointed with fighting against someone with less skill than she expected. Although Kedis knew that she wasn't fighting at her best when wielding Shiva, she was still confident in her own skill. It didn't matter if she was having a hard time right now. As long as she held on, her proficiency in wielding a saber visibly grew better. As a mech designer, Kedis did not wish to dedicate herself to designing swordsman mechs that excelled in wielding great swords. While this would definitely become one of her primary interests, she wanted to explore the possibilities of different swords and configurations. With the rise of the Annihilator Sword School and the entry of thousands of new sword maiden mech pilots, Kedis wanted to meet the needs of all of them no matter what kind of weapon they excelled at. Wielding one-handed weapons like Shiva was just the first step in her journey to master every type of sword. Although Kedis hadn't fully formulated her own sword style as of yet, she had already made a decision to move beyond the monolithic sword maiden sword style. This mainly had to do with her unique advantages. Sharpie's existence allowed her to quickly pick up new sword styles. Even if she had to put in the hard effort to master the sword styles that Sharpie was somehow able to replicate, she possessed an undeniable edge on this front. If she was just a pure swordswoman, then she would have probably chosen to dedicate herself to a single style, whether it was the sword maiden sword style or an adaptation of it. Yet because she needed to balance her needs as a swordswoman and a mech designer, she felt it was more beneficial for her if she broadened her scope and tried to attain enlightenment in swordsmanship by learning every style. Her ultimate goal was to become the best swordsman mech designer in the cosmos. Perhaps some extremely dedicated mech designers might be able to surpass her in designing a single specific model, but Kedis wanted to be able to design excellent swordsman mechs that conformed to every sword style she mastered. Of course, a part of that long and unending journey was to gain proficiency in dual-wielding styles like the brevis sword style. Even as Kedis continually struggled to block and evade Xiapia's attacks, her eyes constantly shone with interest as she observed her opponent's actions. From what she recalled of the brevis sword school, it was a 2-century-old institution that had built up a modest inheritance. Its situation was much better than that of the Annihilator Sword School. As a newer and less conservative school, the brevis swordmasters were not sticklers for traditions. Each of them had successively altered and expanded the brevis sword style with offensive, defensive and movement-oriented techniques. Right now, Xiapia only made use of ordinary swordsmanship moves, but Kedis sensed that her opponent was gathering momentum. The unrelenting raiders had already launched more than 100 attacks, but there was no sign that Xiapia was flagging anytime soon. Swordsmen at this level were heavily augmented without exception. Even if they looked like normal humans on the surface, underneath their skin their muscles were derived from powerful artificial genes. Here and there, foreign modules in the form of biological or mechanical implants specifically improved someone's endurance, force exertion, running speed, reaction time and more attributes. Prominent sword initiates like Xiapia Pepperin always received the most luxurious treatment when it came to augmenting their physical capabilities. Therefore, Kedis soon found out that she barely won over when comparing physiques. This was not outside her expectations. Ivan Reed similarly closed the gap to her on some points. What was frightening was that the Cloudstrider disciple vastly exceeded her in other areas such as speed. Fortunately, Xiapia apparently did not possess a similar advantage. Even though the brevis sword style was very active and mobile, it did not emphasize speed and evasion as much as the Cloudstrider sword style. Clang, 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 clang. Kedis continued to circle backwards as she hastily blocked a flurry of slashes. She had become more proficient at dealing with attacks coming from different directions. She began to incorporate more lateral movement in her steps. This allowed her to counterattack if the opportunity presented itself. Still, it was not that easy for Kedis to land a hit on her opponent. Ha, I can read you from a star system away. The downside to holding one weapon at a time is that I don't have to split my attention too much. The character of the brevis sword style became more clear to Kedis. It was not the fastest or most explosive of styles she encountered, but it was very hard to deal with. The brevis sword style seemed as if it was designed to fight against tough opponents. Kedis respected that. The Sword Maiden's sword style was also geared towards defeating stronger and more powerful enemies. Still, now that she was on the receiving end of this treatment, she did not feel good at all. No matter whether she slashed, chopped or lunged, either one of two short sword would come and spoil her attempt without fail. Xianxia didn't even lose any sweat in the process. A normal approach wasn't working. Shiva lacked the heft and reach of her CFA greatsword. If she wielded the latter, then she might have been able to apply more force to break Xianxia's guard. There was another way to break the pattern. Kedis briefly hesitated, but eventually decided to make the first move. Sharpie. Her living sword intent quickly embraced the Annihilator's sword style. At the same time, Kedis actively changed her thought patterns so that her mind conformed to her newest sword style. A slight resonance formed between Shiva, her mind, Sharpie. Destroyer's blade. A dark corona surrounded Shiva's blade. It was as if some kind of black ink had stained its shiny metallic surface. The desire to destroy Scipio's guard and ruin her annoying short words quickly welled up in her mind. Though Kedis respected her opponent, at this moment she wanted to do nothing more than to break the obstacles in her way. Clang. The crossed short words that blocked her empowered saber were also shining at this time. I was expecting that. It took you long enough to resort to this trick. Clang, clang, clang. Even though Kedis had gone on the offensive, Xianxia skillfully blocked and deflected the incoming attack without enduring any apparent strain. Her unrelenting will sustained the empowerment of her twin blades and granted them enough strength to resist the power of annihilation. Kedis grimaced and decided to pull back and open up some distance. She needed to get her bearings and rethink her approach. You don't have much experience with fighting against sword initiates, do you? Xianxia taunted as she relaxed her posture a bit. She did not mind the small reprieve considering she had been intensively for several long minutes. What was it like to live outside the heavensward association? Well, we didn't have all this. Kedis gestured to the enormous audience who were all thrilled with what they had seen so far. Swordsmen and swordswomen are seen as weirdos rather than honorable warriors. People just think there's no point in wielding swords when using rifles is much more effective most of the time. They aren't wrong. It may not look like it, but we do field mechs and soldiers armed with the same kind of rifles and cannons that are used outside our state. We just don't exhibit them all that much. As powerful as we are, there simply aren't enough sword initiates and swordmasters to cover every need. Even the Heavensward Association had to bend to reality. If all of its mechs and soldiers only brought swords into the battlefield, then the state would have been overrun a long time ago by its neighbors. You're the first Heavenswarder I've spoken to who openly acknowledges that. You guys aren't fans of ranged weapons. Xianxia smiled. Not everyone has a sword up his backside like Ivan Reed. While I haven't traveled outside the Heavensward Association yet, I have entertained plenty of foreign guests. If you want, you can pay a visit to our Larkinson clan. We welcome lots of outsiders. We would love to entertain a skilled sword initiate. I'll have to pass. I have too many responsibilities at my sword school to stay away for too long. I envy you a bit. You enjoy much more freedom than the rest of us disciples. This was the life of someone who dedicated herself to a single sword style. They were investments that were supposed to deliver value to their sword schools. It took an incredible amount of money and resources to raise someone like Xianxia to this point. If the unrelenting raider failed to advance to swordmaster, then much of the value put into her would go to waste. For a moment, Kedis pitied Xianxia. The latter clearly felt more constricted by the invisible bonds that kept her locked in place. This did not mean that Kedis would go soft. She still had a match to win, and she could not allow her sympathy to muddle her purpose. Xianxia grew serious. Her short words glowed brighter. Get ready, I'm about to show you the real brevis sword style. She sprinted forward and began to wield her glowing blades in a distinctly different fashion. Clang, 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 clang. Their blades continually met as Xianxia turned into a whirling storm. She somehow swung her blades faster than before, and the way she spun around in order to leverage her angular momentum made her attacks a lot more difficult for Kedis to block. Stepping back no longer worked because Xianxia had suddenly turned sticky. The two women clung together so much that it was as if they were bound together by a chain. Kedis had to exert her blocking skills to a much greater degree as a result. Sometimes, a short sword just managed to bypass Shiva. The Sword Maiden had to employ all of her strength in order to sidestep the threat at the last instance. The Annihilator's sword style became increasingly more cumbersome to Kedis. As in rudimentary first-generation sword style that hadn't been worked on for many years, it lacked powerful defensive techniques. Kedis had to rely on her own swordsmanship in order to hold her ground. She knew she had to change the variables. If this went on, then her guard would slip sooner or later. Even if Xianxia was exerting herself to a much greater degree, her abundant stamina allowed her to sustain her offensive with ease. Her will grew more condensed. Even as Kedis found it increasingly more difficult to fend off the flurry of attacks, her unyielding spirit grew more indignant. A sword maiden should never be passive. Chapter 2907. Rudimentary Innovations. When Venerable Trey Walensky advanced to expert pilot, he did not live long enough to complete the Annihilator sword style. Oh sure, the basics were all there. Its repertoire even incorporated a couple of empowered techniques. Yet after Kedis fought against numerous disciples of other sword schools, she recognized that the Annihilator sword style possessed too many gaps. If Venerable Trey didn't die when he was at the prime of his life, he would have been able to flesh out his sword style. As it was, he died before he could work out the defensive and movement techniques of his sword style. This caused the Annihilator sword style to possess a purely offensive character. As long as Kedis was on the attack, then she could take full advantage of the power of annihilation to demolish the opposition. Yet in situations where she was put on the defensive and the power of annihilation wasn't enough to break the deadlock, the sword style became a lot less impressive. It was no wonder why the Annihilator sword school failed to gain any inheritors after the death of its founder. The sword style it taught was too incomplete, causing it to become far too one-dimensional in practice. This shortcoming had become especially obvious after Xianxia launched her latest offensive. Ha ha ha, no one is able to last forever against my whirling dervish. Either my attacks will break you, or you will break mine. Kedis quickly figured out what made Xianxia's whirling dervish technique so powerful. The unrelenting raider was able to spin and build up her angular momentum with significantly greater ease than she should considering her physical prowess. It was as if Xianxia turned herself into a spinning top. The worst part about this was that Xianxia didn't slow down over time. She spun a little faster after completing a couple of revolutions. This not only increased the frequency of her attacks, but also put a lot more force behind the blows. Kedis did not dare to block the short sword's head on anymore. She had to leverage all of her skill and strength to deflect the incoming attacks and redirect all of the incoming force into the air. Yet even as she fended the dervish, Kedis patiently accumulated energy. Her willingness to destroy grew stronger as she actively fed this desire. As Shiva's blade continued to grow darker, she finally judged that she had done enough to execute her first self-invented move. Clang, clang, clang. Kedis deflected and diverted a couple more attacks before she keenly grasped the small window of opportunity where Xianxia was still preoccupied with spinning around for another round of attacks. While this window of opportunity was too short to allow Kedis to launch a conventional counterattack, the move she was about to pull off was much swifter. Release. Shiva rapidly slashed forward. As it swung in Xianxia's direction, the dark energy that covered it loosened up and propelled forward as if Kedis had just whipped it off the blade. A cloud of annihilation energy expanded as it continued to surge forward. If any of it landed onto an unprotected body, then the consequences would be dire, but Kedis was confident the protective measures in place could stop her move from going too far. Before the energy shield had time to activate, Xianxia had already formed her own countermeasure. Even as she spun, she rapidly darted backwards. This bought her enough time to complete her spin while rapidly swinging her short swords in a defensive posture. Her quick actions generated a defensive barrier formed out of sword energy. The glowing sword energy barrier only lasted for a brief amount of time, but it was more than sufficient to block the annihilation energy from going forward. Kedis clicked her tongue at the sight. What a useful defensive technique. Damn, you almost killed me. Xianxia joked. Despite her words, she did not sound as if she just avoided a brush with death. I've long known you were able to project your sword energy, so I never let down my guard. It was worth a try. The move she pulled off was quite simple. She simply borrowed some of the principles of the executioner technique and applied them to the Annihilator sword style. While the results were extremely rough, it still represented a change in the Annihilator sword style. She had already begun to innovate. Unfortunately, that was all she had. She lacked the time to create more sophisticated moves with the Annihilator sword style. After taking a deep breath, she let go of her destroyer mindset and put Shiva back into her sheath. She solemnly drew her CFA greatsword from her back. A different kind of intensity began to well up from her mind. Her unyielding will grew sharp and strong. Xianxia clearly sensed the distance and grew a little more serious. You're finally pulling out the big one. I've been waiting for this. Ketis pinned Xianxia with her sharp eyes. The real fight starts now. She charged forward and chopped her greatsword in a way that forced her opponent to defend. Clong. Even if Xianxia managed to cross her swords and meet the incoming attack, the force and momentum behind the blow was on another level. This time, it was the unrelenting raider's turn to take a step back. Ketis did not let up. She pulled back her greatsword and attacked as quickly as possible. Clong. It didn't matter to her that Xianxia managed to block her obvious moves. Ketis merely repeated her actions and hacked down her sword at a slow but disturbing pace. Though Xianxia looked a bit aggrieved, she was unable to launch any counterattacks. Her swords were too short and she needed to spend a bit of time to get within reach. This brief time interval was more to launch another counterattack. As their wills increasingly pressed against each other, Xianxia knew that she could not let the current situation go on like his further. Without announcing her move in advance, the unrelenting raider blocked yet another heavy swing before she rapidly turned and swung her crossed blades forward. This motion caused her to relieve the momentous glows that had previously covered her short swords. Ketis immediately recognized the threat and blocked the incoming sword energy waves with the flat of her CFA greatsword. Oof! Though she successfully blocked the energy attacks, she failed to account for their momentum. Somehow, the illogical and poorly understood sword energy conveyed a lot of momentum that completely pushed Ketis back. You're mine now. The unrelenting raider grinned as she was already darting forward. Ketis was in a very dangerous position right now. She had a lot of trouble with restoring her balance after feeling as if someone attempted to push her over. Xianxia approached faster than before. Her twin swords glowed brightly as was about to launch another flurry of attacks. I'm not falling for this trap. From what had happened before, Ketis knew that she would just get pushed back again and lose her balance if she dared to resist Xianxia's empowered blades. At this time, Ketis didn't have the time to pull off any big moves. That didn't stop her from channeling the power of sharpness over her entire blade. In the past, this action would have exhausted her. Now, she could maintain state for quite a while due to all of the growth she had experienced in her mind. Although Xianxia suddenly became a lot more wary about clashing head-on against Ketis's sharpness-empowered sword, the unrelenting raider did not recede. The heir of the Brevis sword school was also a sword initiate. She had tangled against lots of sword styles. At her current state, she could easily resist the effects of different kinds of sword energy as long as she did not tangle against swordmasters. Yet as the empowered CFA greatsword swung close, Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling about this. She quickly crossed her blade and switched to a defensive posture. Swing. The collision sounds were different this time. To Xianxia's horror, the greatsword's glowing edge cut through the protective sword energy field and partially managed to leave some shallow cuts onto the short swords. What the? My swords. You hurt my swords. Ketis grinned as she saw that she succeeded in pulling off one of the moves she theorized. This was another small innovation. As someone who was able to utilize multiple sword styles, she had gained a lot. More insights about the nature of sword energy. While different kinds of sword energy were able to resist each other for the most part, Ketis wondered whether she could break this pattern. Her sharpness superpower was mainly derived from her mech designer occupation, not her swordsmanship occupation. This caused her to break the conventional rules concerning sword energy. The conceptual cut she invented was basically an attempt to generate an edge that could cut conceptual and non-physical targets. By leveraging her expertise as a mech designer, she utilized that to augment her original superpower to the point where it could theoretically cut through other forms of sword energy. Although the results weren't as good as she hoped, her first attempt succeeded in catching Xianxia off guard. The unrelenting raider grew a lot more grave once she saw the shallow cuts that Ketis had managed to inflict on the twin weapons. My swords, you'll pay for this. Xianxia turned into a raging hellcat as her damaged short swords glowed a lot brighter. Once she came close enough, she split her blades apart and threw them forward. The sudden move took Ketis by surprise. She managed to deflect one of the projectiles, but the other short sword slightly managed to bounce off her shoulder. Ketis had been hit. Although the move wasn't considered fatal, she had obviously lost a serious amount of points. Xianxia had leaned backwards again. She held out her hands and received the flying short swords as if they had a mind of their own. I'm not done yet. The disciple of the Brevis sword school brought her blades together and somehow caused them to fuse. The thick composite sword began to vibrate as the sword energy on it began to expand. After a few seconds, a bright and nearly solid energy blade had extended from the fused short swords. From the way that Xianxia held the weapon, it was as if she was wielding a greatsword of her own. Taste my one blade. As Xianxia swung the greatsword that was partially made out of sword energy towards Ketis, a great amount of momentum propelled her attack. Even if Ketis managed to block the incoming attack, she was certain that she would violently launch backwards. Even though she had already exhibited the capacity to cut through sword energy, the one blade exhibited by Xianxia was too thick and powerful. The unrelenting raider had truly invested a lot of power in this finishing move. Fortunately, Ketis had a finishing move of her own. Your sword is an imitation. Mine is much more real than yours will ever be, she declared as she rapidly channeled the sword of Lydia. Although she lacked the time to accumulate a lot of power, Sharpie and her were already working at their peak. The resonance they formed with Ketis's greatsword was also spiking. As her CFA greatsword became more alive, Ketis roared as a large and formidable sword energy blade extended out of its tip. Bang! A bright explosion of light erupted as the two energy blades collided against each other. Sword energy clashed head-on against sword energy. An unyielding will pushed right against an unrelenting will. Although this contest sounded even at first, one side quickly managed to gain the upper hand. A single greatsword flung out of a swordswoman's grip and landed on the ground. That greatsword had long lost its energy extension. As it clattered to the floor, it split apart into two damaged short swords. Meanwhile, the CFA greatsword that had completely overpowered Xianxia's weapon had lost its sword energy edge as well. Ketis pulled it back the moment she managed to disarm her opponent. As it was, the tip of her greatsword was too far away to cut off one of Xianxia's limbs. The match is over, she spoke with absolute certainty. The woman known as the Unrelenting Raider began to deflate. Her forceful momentum had been interrupted and her intensity had begun to fade. She looked regretfully at her fallen sword before turning back to Ketis. Yes, it's over. You've won. Although the audience was still confused at what had happened at the final moment, that did not change the fact that Ketis was feeling immensely satisfied right now. Unlike her previous victories, this was the first time that she had won a proper sword duel against a proper opponent. Not only did she achieve a clean victory, she also proved that she was good enough to vie for the championship. The top 100 is not enough. Chapter 2908. Difficult match. Ketis had reached the top 100 of the single personal combat tournament of the Greater Omandary Festival. Out of a body of millions of swordsmen, Ketis had fought her way through both the strong and weak. She not only mowed her way through dozens of small fry, but also vanquished strong disciples of famed and renowned sword schools. Her clean and convincing victory against the Xianxia Pepperin of the Brevis Sword School earned her a huge amount of glory. Naturally, the Sword Maidens organized a private celebration to mark this stellar accomplishment. Cheers for Ketis. Cheers for defeating the Unrelenting Raider. Cheers for reaching the top 100. The old Sword Maiden veterans all raised their frothy mugs and clinked them together, not caring if half of the drinks inside got spilled. The women rarely let themselves go, but they were ultimately human, not emotionless bots. It felt good that one of their own had reached the finals of one of the tournaments. Commander Sendra smiled in satisfaction as she observed the happy faces among her close comrades. Ever since the Sword Maidens lost hundreds of Mech pilots and many other sisters, a cloud of loss and lack of confidence had settled over them all. Joining the Larkinson clan didn't help, as they were unlike the other Mech forces who could instantly expand their ranks by accepting general recruits. It was different now. The decent performance of the Sword Maidens along with the continuous wins secured by Ketis had secured the revival of their sisterhood. If not for the fact that Sendra wanted to make sure that Ketis wouldn't be too distracted, she could have easily led in several hundred qualified recruits to the villa. Each of them were formidable swordsmen, Mech pilots or swordswomen who learned about the Sword Maidens after observing Ketis in the arena. The Larkinsons will become quite surprised once we return to the fleet. She grinned. Although it wouldn't be easy to integrate total strangers into the Sword Maidens, she was confident that her sisters could deal with the changes. They all wanted their sisterhood to rise again, and with the help of stars like Venerable Dice and Ketis, none of the newcomers would be stupid enough to throw their weight around. Ketis, do you think you can earn the trophy? The woman at the center of the celebration responded with a modest smile. I have a chance, I think. I dare not say anything more. Ha, the championship is already yours. No sword initiate can show off so much power as you. The sword of Lydia alone is enough to cut through every fancy trick. The sword maiden mech designer continued to smile, but inwardly she shook her head. Her swordsmanship wasn't comprehensive like that of the top seeds. She possessed obvious strengths and glaring weaknesses. She dare not say she could defeat every possible opponent. She calmly drank a glass of nutrient drink. While she wanted to partake in alcohol like the rest of her sisters, it was irresponsible for her to do so when she had to make another appearance soon. In fact, her enhanced physique could easily break down alcohol before it severely affected her judgment, but she did not wish to leave anything to chance. A warrior who vied to be the best must always be disciplined. This was both a mental and physical requirement. As she thought of the challenges she overcame and how much she had grown, Kedis could hardly recognize herself now. Sharpie's presence had grown a lot more vigorous than before and her will equaled that of an expert candidate for some reason. It was a pity that she wouldn't be staying around forever. The Heavensward Association would always remain as just one destination among many in her life. As a prominent member of the Larkinson clan, her future lay in the greater sea of stars. A single second-rate state in the galactic rim could never possibly allow her to design the best swordsman mechs. There should be more states like the Heavensward Association in this galaxy and the next. I will have numerous opportunities to learn from different societies as long as I am taking part in the grand expedition. She had already learned that the Heavensward Association was not the only state or group that managed to preserve a portion of humanity's swordsmanship tradition. Perhaps the other organizations weren't as large and well organized as a state that was free to do what it wanted on the edge of human space, but there were others who also managed to keep their inheritances alive. Kedis yearned to explore them. Even if she wouldn't be able to learn these inheritances, she at least wanted to get in touch with them so she could find some inspiration. At this point in her swordsmanship progression, she had already begun to step outside the confines of her two sword styles and forge her own unique style. As Kedis mused about her current repertoire of moves, Angelique Harcourt approached her side and bumped her arm. I never imagined that a mech designer like you would go this far. Top 100, do you know how much my friends envy you for achieving this dream? It would have been even better if you were a part of the local industry. The fact that Kedis was also a mech designer did not attract much attention from the public. Only other mech designers were aware of how difficult it was for them to reach this height. Of course, many mech designers also speculated that Kedis would eventually forsake her mech design career in order to become a swordmaster. Her attainments in both the Sword Maiden sword style and the Annihilator sword style were far more impressive than the shabby swordsman mechs she had designed up until this point. Billions of Heavenswarders admired and respected her swordsmanship, but hardly anyone thought she was a good mech designer. This mainly had to do with lack of fame. Kedis hadn't published any solid mech designs or achieved commercial success in a mech market yet. She was far removed from Vase in this aspect. Still, she did not intend to remain obscure forever. The gains she made during this visit had increased her confidence and swelled her ambition. She was not resigned to staying in the background any longer. You know, I originally agreed to host you Sword Maidens because I wanted an opportunity to collaborate with the famed Mr. Larkinson, but now I am wondering if I should cooperate with a more suitable devil. Kedis jerked at that. I'm still an apprentice. Angelique's eyes shimmered. The journeyman beheld the Sword Maiden mech designer as if she was appraising a treasure. You're a much more interesting person to me. Mr. Larkinson isn't famed for designing swordsman mech. You on the other hand possess a much greater insight into swordsmanship than pretty much any other mech designers. Even the masters in our state have never come close to becoming a sword initiate. You are truly unique and well worth befriending. She did not bother to hide her motivations. She may be a mech designer, but she was also a swordswoman, if not a particularly excellent one. When facing someone who made a lot more attainments in swordsmanship, Angelique truly did not feel she could rely on her mech designer rank to get her way. This was how the Heavensward Association worked. Swordsmen and swordmasters always held more sway in the state. Mech designers solely existed to serve the warrior class. As someone who straddled this line, Kedis didn't know how she should feel about this. If she possessed the genetic aptitude to pilot a mech, then her situation would become even more astounding. Will you not consider joining the Larkinson clan? She offered again. We always have room for journeymen like you. Our design department is so swamped with design projects that we need more lead designers to share the burden. Angelique softly laughed. My answer stays the same. While the prospect of going on an adventure sounds alluring, I can't abandon my home and foundation. As the two women continued to chat, Commander Sendra's comm beeped. Her face changed as she read through the priority message. Keddies, she called. The boisterous atmosphere quickly muted as Commander Sendra marched to the central table. I've just received word of your next opponent. He's a familiar face. Who are you talking about? Ivan Reed of the Cloudstrider Sword School. What? Didn't he lose a limb? Wait, I remember that he chose to graft a temporary arm to his shoulder. I never thought he would be able to get into the top 100 with hardly any physical therapy and adjustment. Commander Sendra projected Ivan Reed's most recent match. The man looked a lot more serious and intense than before. As soon as the battle commenced, he went into action straight away and overwhelmed his opponent with a flurry of unending attacks. Although the Sword Maidens were keen enough to notice that Ivan Reed's fighting style had changed in several ways, the amount of strength he was able to show was quite impressive for a crippled swordsman. This guy, his physical strength hasn't changed, but he's a lot more focused now. While Ivan Reed wasn't able to return to his peak condition after losing his sword arm, he compensated for this drop by adopting a much more serious mindset. Keddies could already feel a portion of his intensity through observing the recordings of his fights. The Cloudstrider head disciple had become a new man. He no longer talked and he no longer played to the crowd. Instead, it seemed he had been taking lessons from Keddies and fought to end a match as quickly as possible. He's really my next opponent? She dubiously asked. Sendra nodded. Yes. In fact, from what the media says about him, the entire reason why he chose to delay the regrowth of his arm and opt to graft a battle-ready bionic arm to his body was because he wanted to continue to climb in the solo tournament. His goal is to have a rematch. Ivan was targeting Keddies. She felt even weirder than before. What was going on? Why did Ivan obsess over her so much? Did he want to wash away his shame of getting beaten by his own arrogance? Whatever the case, Keddies felt that her next fight might be the most arduous in the tournament. Unlike any other sword initiate she might meet in the arena, Ivan Reed was clearly gunning for her. The intense expression on his face during his matches already made that clear. His will and determination caused him to squeeze his entire potential in order to get into the top 100. Perhaps the championship didn't matter to him anymore. At this moment, all he wanted to accomplish was to fight a proper duel against Keddies. Every Sword Maiden looked concerned. They were well aware of how strong feelings could transform someone's battle. Performance. Ivan Reed looked like a man possessed. He would never rest until he defeated Keddies and proved that his swordsmanship was stronger. Keddies snarled. Well, I'm not a girl he can repeatedly bully around. If he wants another fight, then let him. I've grown a lot since then. There is no way I will fold against someone who fights with a bionic arm. Although she did not seek another confrontation against Ivan Reed, she did not stay meek when someone issued a challenge against her. She was a Sword Maiden. Backing down was not an option. The media already began to hype the rematch. Both Keddies and Ivan were strong sword initiates who had undergone a lot of changes over the course of the festival. They should definitely be able to push each other to their limits. Many pundits already predicted that they would show their full strength in order to overcome their greatest rival. Keddies grimaced as she estimated her chances against the current incarnation of Ivan Reed. Even with the help of Sharpie, she still foresaw a very difficult battle. Chapter 2909, Fated Match. The rematch between Keddies Larkinson and Ivan Reed had become one of the hottest topics in the Omendary system. Everyone sensed that a spectacle was about to occur. The battle where Keddies almost lost against Ivan was already so legendary that those who missed it felt endless regret. If not for the fact that the tickets to the rematch between the two sword initiates were already sold out months ago, a lot of people would have been willing to exchange a seat with enough money to buy a new mech. Several different narratives formed in the media. Some pundits predicted that if Keddies had already defeated Ivan once, she could do it again. Others thought differently. Just look at Ivan Reed's eyes. Those are the eyes of a driven warrior. After suffering a preventable loss, he could have wallowed in self-pity or let himself be consumed by his resentment. Instead, he quickly picked himself up and completely reformed his behavior. He's no longer as spoiled as before and has truly shown the potential of a future swordmaster. The setbacks that Ivan suffered seemed to have served as a wake-up call to him. As a scion of the powerful Cloudstrider Sword School, he was anything but a useless bum. Talent alone was not enough to reach his level of strength. It took a lot of hard work and determination to grasp the essence of a true sword style. It was just that his long string of successes had caused him to become too full of himself. Swordsmen were human as well, and it was easy for any person to get complacent after enjoying a smooth ride. Kedis was the first obstacle that Ivan bumped against in a very long time. Although he suffered a disgraceful fall, his accident also happened to wake him up and correct his path. As she prepared for the next match, Kedis constantly felt troubled by this situation. She felt as if she had become the villain in a budget drama. After beating up the protagonist, the hero of the story reflected on himself and managed to revive his sword heart. Now, the main character had risen up again and sought to vanquish the evil witch. She shook her head as she made her preparations in the backstage area of the first sword arena. This is not a contrived story. This is the real deal. It didn't matter who she fought against. Anyone who stood opposite to her had to be defeated, even if her adversity happened to possess a familiar face. Venerable Dice, Commander Sendra, Angelique Harcourt and Fred Wilinski had all helped her study her opponent and formulate a strategy. Despite all of the gains Kedis had made, she was still a power-oriented fighter. A mobility-oriented swordsman like Ivan Reed still enjoyed a significant advantage as long as he stayed on the move. Ivan's bionic arm may have forced Ivan to relearn his sword moves, but there was nothing wrong with his legs. He was just as fast as before. In fact, Ivan had become even more elusive due to his determination not to get hit. Fred approached her just as she was deciding which weapon to take into battle. "Go serious," he spoke. "You don't have to take Shiva with you if it will only pose a hindrance." Kedis turned and raised an eyebrow. "You're okay with that? A swordsmith specifically forged Shiva for my brother. It fits best in his hand, not yours. Although I am grateful for allowing a piece of my brother to taste battle again, you should not overdo it. Let Shiva take a break this time and start off on your best foot." She briefly considered his argument. Although wielding a shorter and lighter blade was more advantageous against someone as fast as Ivan, she didn't specialize in it. She was much more comfortable with wielding her greatsword. Although the weapon definitely had its shortcomings, Kedis possessed enough strength and skill to mitigate most of them. With her rapid growth in combat prowess, she did not believe she would end up as sorry as before. "You're right, I should bring the only weapon I need." Carrying multiple weapons didn't matter before. The opponents she fought against were still in a tolerable range. If the fight became more difficult, then she could always toss aside Shiva and fight with her first weapon. However, carrying multiple swords was a sign that Kedis lacked focus. By choosing to bring her main weapon and nothing else, she essentially declared that she wished to rely on her original sword style to win the upcoming match. Time continued to pass. As the match preceding her own one ended in a dramatic fashion, Kedis and Ivan finally entered the stage. Both of them ignored the noise in the crowd. They paid no attention to the hype generated by the announcers. People could say whatever they want about swordsmen, but at their level, their wills were too firm to get affected by external opinion. As Kedis stared at the dour-faced swordsman who had previously given her a very hard time, her eyes inevitably drew towards the artificial limb. The bionic arm was mostly covered by the standard protective suit issued to every tournament participant, but Kedis could still observe plenty of details due to her technical background. It was not forbidden for participants to do what Ivan had done. It was just unusual. Most swordsmen who incurred heavy injuries would usually acknowledge the reality of the situation and drop out of any remaining tournaments. Yet in order to get a chance to fight against Kedis a second time, Ivan made the difficult and costly decision to fight with a bionic arm. There were many issues with fighting with an artificial limb. While there were plenty of arm models that were much stronger and tougher than human arms, the tournament did not allow competitors to replace their limbs with stronger versions. No matter if their arms and legs were biological or mechanical, their strength and other physical properties could not be weaker than their natural state. Otherwise, everyone who yearned to be a champion would voluntarily amputate all of their limbs and turn themselves into cyborgs in order to compete. After half a minute of staring, Ivan finally spoke up. "It's been weeks since you taught me a lesson." His voice was much calmer and more measured than before. Kedis could sense the will in his tone. The Cloudstrider disciple had always remained highly focused on his own goal. "Are you dissatisfied?" Kedis asked as she straightforwardly drew her greatsword. Surprisingly, Ivan shook his head. "Not at all. I deserve to get vanquished for how lightly I took the group match. I examined my behavior many times after my defeat. I didn't know how to process what had happened until the swordmasters of my school counseled me. Every victory is precious, but every defeat is even more valuable. It is only when we fail that we have the opportunity to recognize our weaknesses. You have painfully torn off my mask and exposed everything that is ugly behind it. I decided I didn't like what I saw in the mirror, so I changed myself so that I can be proud of myself again. She grasped the key point of his voluntary explanation. The swordmasters of the Cloudstrider school played a key role in getting his head back together. The Cloudstriders invested a lot of attention and resources in him. How could they stand by and watch their costly investment get ruined? It was more than worth it for the aloof swordsmasters to devote their personal attention to fixing Ivan. Well, I'm glad you managed to pick yourself up, but why insist on pushing yourself to this point? Do you know that grafting a bionic arm to your body will delay and complicate your real recovery? I'm aware of that, Miss Kedys, but I have already decided to live with my mistake. I won't be getting rid of this bionic arm. What? Not just Kedys, but the entire audience that listened in on their conversation reacted with shock as well. Swordsmen always preferred to fight with their own limbs. Even if they augmented it in various ways, they always believed it was best to maintain enough purity to prevent alienation and lack of compatibility. Yet Ivan resolutely decided to stick with his current arrangement. I seemed as if he wanted to carry a reminder of the consequences of giving in to his arrogance. Yet as Kedys clearly sensed a spike in his will, she knew that this was not a handicap to him. It was a source of strength. Every swordsman clung to certain rules or principles in order to hone their will. This was another instance of that. Kedys grew more serious as she discovered the extent of Ivan's rebirth. Compared to a confident sword initiate like Shapia Pepperin, the man in front of her was much more determined. She lowered her stance and reconsidered her approach to this duel. Ivan held his new fencing sword and looked as if he was ready to sprint. Their eyes met each other and sparked. Their wills flowed from their bodies and ran through their weapons. Neither of them wanted to lose this battle. For Ivan Reed, it was a matter of correcting his mistake and redeeming himself. For Kedys, it was a matter of pride and ambition. Commence the match. No one moved. Even as the people in the vertical stands expected an explosion of action to occur, the two sword initiates didn't appear to be in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they kept staring at each other as if they were waging a mental battle. Eventually, Kedys grew impatient. You worked so hard to get a chance to confront me in battle. Are you just going to waste this opportunity? What do you fight for? Ivan suddenly asked. This question again. Several swordsmen had asked her this question. For some reason, they all wanted to pry into her personal motivations. She didn't know why. I fight for my sisters. I fight to improve my comprehension of sharpness. I fight in order to design better mechs. Ivan raised his eyebrow when he heard the latter. Ah, yes, you're also a mech designer. It's difficult for me to equate that to your current appearance. Look anything but bookish. I am a genuine mech designer. I will not allow you to belittle my accomplishments in this field. She grew angry at Ivan. His patronizing tone made it sound as if she was merely dabbling at designing mechs. The truth was anything but. She would not allow anyone to question her competence in her primary profession. Let's fight already, she said and began to step forward while holding her greatsword at the ready. Right now, she just wanted to chop apart Ivan's new limb and teach him not to mess with her dreams. Hey, that's the spirit. That is the vanquisher that I was hoping to fight. Ivan became more excited as he started to move forward. Though his pace was still slow, every step he took caused his momentum to become more imposing. Once they came close enough, they sprinted forward and collided their weapons against each other. Clang! Ivan's body immediately bounced backwards after losing out on their first confrontation. Sure enough, your strength is quite formidable. They had just been testing each other just then. Ivan confirmed that he would not be able to overpower his opponent by force. Kedys on the other hand saw that the man had regained all of his mobility. After Ivan recovered his stance, his body began to shake in a peculiar fashion. At some point, sweat began to form on his skin that somehow evaporated into mist. The nature of this mist looked very odd to Kedys. Baseline humans shouldn't have been capable of generating so much fog from their own bodies. As Ivan's will wrapped around the cloud made out of his own sweat, his body grew more red as if it had entered an overloaded state. Cloud cascade. Ivan launched himself forward while dragging his self-generation mist forward. With all of the condensation in the way, Kedys was unable to observe her opponent's weapon. Chapter 2910. New moves. A rush of white fog surged forward as if it wanted to engulf Kedys. Though the woman wondered how she was supposed to block an incoming attack when she was unable to maintain vision on her opponent's sword, an even greater priority occupied her mind. Ew, I am not about to let you submerge me in your own sweat. Disgust and indignation welled in her. Although she was not a woman who cared too much about girly stuff, there were some lines that shouldn't be crossed. Get away, you disgusting creep. Her greatsword resonated with Sharpie and her will. A sharp energy formed around it, which Kedis quickly launched forward with a simple slash. This was the beheader, a simplified version of the executioner technique. The sharp and thin energy wave she unleashed did not possess the grandness of the original technique. In exchange for giving up a lot of power, the beheader condensed a lot faster, demanded much less energy and did not require as much concentration. However, as her sword energy attack entered into the foggy cloud, nothing happened. It was as if the attack she unleashed had disappeared. The cloud cascade had already rushed up to her. Kedis had no choice but to set her bewilderment aside and enter a blocking stance while she hastily stepped back. Clang, clang, clang. Ivan's fencing sword spontaneously emerged out of the fog and slashed at Kedis from different directions. There were two reasons why Kedis managed to block the incoming blows despite the lack of time to react. First, her large and wide greatsword could cover a lot of angles without needing to move too much. Second, Kedis relied on her intuition and other senses to determine where Ivan would launch his next attack. While this sounded easy, Ivan put Kedis under a lot of pressure with this move. It was several times harder to fight against an opponent who was able to keep his body hidden. The properties of the cloud surrounding Ivan were too strange. She knew the fog didn't consist of ordinary sweat. I need to blow it away somehow. Yet when she thought about which technique she could utilize to remove the annoying cloud screen, she came up empty. None of her attacks was able to affect such a large area. As Kedis continued to remain on the defense, Ivan slowly gained momentum. Since this trick was effective against his opponent, he had no reason to drop it at this point. Seeing that Ivan was more than willing to stick to a single winning strategy, she grew more grim. She jumped back and executed another beheader. Even though she swore that Ivan was hiding in the fog right in front of her, when her quick energy attack sank into the cloud without generating any sound, she became dismayed. There had to be a way to deal with this odd technique. She unleashed a couple of more beheaders. However, it seemed that each of her attacks missed Ivan again and again. Not only that, but as time went by, the cloud continued to expand. It first encompassed a width that was just thrice Ivan's body. After a minute had passed, it was as wide as 6 humans standing side by side. Damn. Did your entire body transform into sweat or something? Of course, Ivan was not stupid enough to respond and give his position away. After Kedis unleashed her 5th attack, she suddenly frowned. What was she doing? Why was she wasting her energy on ineffective sword energy attacks? As her rationality reasserted itself, she realized that she had fallen into a trap. She allowed herself to get swept up in her heated emotions. While that was usually not a problem, this time she had unknowingly entered into a losing exchange. So far, aside from generating and maintaining his so-called cloud cascade, Ivan had done nothing but approach and launch some simple attacks behind his unique form of concealment. From her understanding of energy, she recognized that Ivan was actively channeling his will over an area around him in order to maintain his unnatural cloud. Therefore, under the premise that she could not eliminate him in her current condition, her best choice was to stall and adopt a more conservative approach. Though she felt tempted to switch to annihilation mode and release a glob of annihilation energy, the move was quite wasteful. It wasn't worth it to expend so much effort to get rid of some trivial sweat. Kedis decisively drew back. This forced Ivan to move forward, dragging his misty fog with him if he wanted to remain under concealment. She grinned. So that's how it works. The sight encouraged her to keep stepping back and avoiding a confrontation. She made conscious use of one of the conventional dueling rules. Since her loadout was heavier, she was under no obligation to approach her opponent. It was different for Ivan. If he did not actively engage Kedis in combat for a certain duration of time, then he would forfeit the match by default. Normally, this shouldn't be a big deal for a swordsman who possessed superior speed, but the problem right now was that he had to expend a lot of effort to bring his cloud forward. Eventually, Ivan recognized Kedis's solution and the futility to fight against it. He retracted his will and let his sweat dissipate. Ivan huffed and breathed heavily. His skin was still red from discharging so much sweat at once. Even though this action should have cooled his body down, Kedis could sense his body was still in an overheated state. You should lie down and take a rest, Kedis kindly suggested. This is nothing but a warm-up to me. I didn't think you would be so clever. Every other swordsman I confronted with this move in the past tried to do their best to break it by force. Well, now you know what it is like to fight against a mech designer. Dispense with the tricks. Ivan smiled as his battle intent grew stronger despite his failed gambit. As you wish. He darted forward in a familiar oblique fashion. Kedis had to move quickly in order to block the incoming attack. Clang. However, she barely had time to turn around before Ivan swept past again. Clang. Numerous exchanges like this happened every second or so. It seemed that his previous injuries hadn't affected his stamina at all. He continued to run as if he had turned himself into a breeze and performed quick and difficult to intercept attacks that quickly put Kedis on the back foot again. This time, Kedis wasn't content to remain in a passive position. When Ivan was about to make his next attack pass, Kedis lurched her body to the side and boldly attempted to tackle her opponent. Ivan reacted quickly though and turned and danced around Kedis, not forgetting to make a quick swipe, only to get blocked by her greatsword. Damn, that was dangerous. The Cloudstrider disciple stopped performing his breeze steps after a while. Even if Kedis was too slow to intercept him after he behaved more cautiously, all of his attacks were blocked without fail. Kedis was too good to fall for this approach. He decided to enter into a direct confrontation, which was outside of Kedis's expectation. His fencing sword glowed as he directly lunged at Kedis. Though Kedis managed to deflect the stab with ease, Ivan was not done yet. A familiar disturbance swept her body and mind as she blocked the next incoming attack. Though she really wanted to counterattack, Ivan did not let up on the pressure. He continually lunged and stabbed at her at different points. Each time he did so, a bit of wind picked up. At the same time, Kedis felt some sort of pressure acting on her mind. Ivan was summoning the hurricane again. Yet different from last time, Kedis did not experience any disorientation. Her mental fortitude had grown by leaps and bounds. Her will might not be as solid as that of an expert pilot, but she was considerably stronger than before. Even so, Ivan did not give up on his plan. As his flurry of stabs continued, the raging breeze slowly turned into the beginnings of a storm. As Kedis grew more and more annoyed at the accumulating winds, she decided enough was enough. Her greatsword glowed as she performed a counterattack, heedless of her fencing sword heading in her direction. In any case, her weapon had greater reach, so Ivan would definitely be the first to suffer. Though the Cloudstrider skillfully evaded the swinging greatsword, Kedis did not miss her attack. Attacking Ivan was just an opportunistic attempt. Her real goal was to break something else. Conceptual cut. Although her glowing greatsword only cut through empty air, the supernatural storm that Ivan had accumulated with persistent effort suddenly died down. Only a gentle breeze remained as much of the power that Ivan previously invested in the storm had forcefully dissipated. This time, Ivan had truly become surprised. I didn't know you could do that. There is nothing that I can't cut. Even energy fields don't stand a chance against my blade. Spotting an opening, Kedis rushed forward and began to hack at her opponent. Her greatsword still glowed with sharpness, but Ivan still managed to negate her strikes without incurring any significant damage. A part of that had to do with his odd defensive technique. In the few times that Kedis managed to pull off a feint, Ivan's body spontaneously pulled back as if he was grasped by a giant hand. Most of the time, Ivan merely evaded her attacks. His dodging capabilities were so good that he even found chances to counterattack. As the clash increasingly favored Ivan, he began to accumulate power in a different fashion. Instead of expanding his will to the immediate environment in order to generate extra wind, he kept his power within his body. Slowly but surely, Kedis felt as if Ivan was growing stronger and faster by the second. Even though Ivan's body shook a few times, the strength and speed he exhibited became increasingly unnatural. Face my strongest state, Ivan roared as he lunged forward and struck out with his fencing blade 3 times faster than before. Kedis felt a lot of threat from this sudden attack. She wasn't able to move her greatsword fast enough to block the accelerated strike. Her will spiked as Sharpie suddenly released a large amount of power at once. A strange field formed around Kedis just as Ivan's empowered sword was about to stab through her shoulder. The field partially blocked Ivan's sinister's move. What? Not only did the energy field slow down Ivan's sword to the point where Kedis gained enough time to move her body aside, it also attacked and damaged the weapon in question. When Ivan pulled back his sword, he noticed that a portion of the tip looked worn. That was dangerous. Though Kedis was happy at the result, she winced at how much energy she expended. It took a lot from Sharpie to generate this strange new field. The fight wasn't over, though. Kedis took back the initiative and pressured Ivan with repeated attacks. Though Kedis did not try very hard at trying to outmaneuver a nimbler opponent, the force she put behind her blows caused Ivan to feel a lot of distress. However, when he attempted to pull back and open up some distance, Kedis smirked and began to accumulate power. She did not unleash a cheap beheader this time. Instead, she intended to go all the way and unleash a full executioner. Ivan recognized the threat. How powerful! In order to prevent his opponent from completing her power move, Ivan dashed forward while also circling towards the side. This forced Kedis to unleash her attack prematurely. Even though the executioner she released was a bit weaker, it was still powerful enough to knock Ivan out of the tournament if he got struck. "Oh no you don't," Ivan roared. To her surprise, the Cloud Strider's will spiked as he forcefully jumped and stepped onto the air. Even though he was only able to step on the air twice, he managed to gain enough height to completely jump over the lethal sword energy attack despite its last-second course correction. As Ivan's will continued to flare, some sort of wind propelled his body forward. He dived down onto Kedis with his sword ready to overcome her defenses by force. Chapter 2911. Without direction, the first sword arena had become a wellspring of excitement and exhilaration. As Kedis of the Sword Maidens and Ivan of the Cloud Striders began to clash against each other with increasing intensity, the millions of spectators who had managed to secure an expensive seat in the vertically stacked stands became engrossed by the spectacle taking place. Both of them were evenly matched. When two strong sword initiates clashed against each other without either side taking the upper hand, the match turned into a thrilling drawn-out engagement that was rare to see in the arena. The crowd loved it. They paid a lot of money to witness the glory of higher-level swordsmanship. Since swordmasters rarely showcased their powers in public, the only way for the general public to get in touch with battles like these was to attend fights like the one unfolding before their eyes. Many swordsmen and swordswomen eagerly tried to capture anything that might help them advance their own sword fighting ability. Almost no one succeeded as the battles at this level were too high for them to comprehend. For example, the sword maidens that had gathered at the backstage to cheer Kedis on all recognized the moves she made, but in her hands they seemed to reach an unfathomable level. "I never knew you could do that. Kedis is so brilliant, she can cut everything." People like these were only able to observe the surface of a sword duel. There was only so much they could gain from perceiving the obvious. Only the true swordmasters who had already found their direction were able to appreciate the struggle that happened beneath the surface. To Venerable Dice, the entire first sword arena turned into a furnace of wills. The heated emotions from the crowd mingled together in a giant cloud of human energy. Normally, this odd energy was very strange and undetectable, but expert pilots like Venerable Dice barely managed to sense it when it had concentrated and accumulated to this level. This energy did not sit still. Instead, as the two sword initiates clashed against each other in the center of the arena ground, their competing wills seemed to suck in the emotions of the collective. This indescribable reaction seemed to drive the two sword initiates forward. Even swordsmen weren't immune to the power of human desire. Venerable Dice looked thoughtful as she looked around the arena. The vertical architecture and the huge capacity of the venue did not seem so random anymore. "Interesting." "What's interesting?" Commander Sendra asked as she stood at Dice's side. "Nothing important. Who do you think will win, Dice?" "I can't say," the expert pilot honestly replied. "That brat Ivan hasn't entirely gotten used to his altered body yet, but he is still able to execute his sophisticated sword techniques to an extremely high degree. Kedis is the opposite. She is very comfortable in her own skin, but the execution of her techniques leaves much to be desired sometimes." Sendra stared at Kedis in the distance with a playful expression. "She's innovating. The reason why little Kedis looks sloppy at some points is because she's trying out new ideas." A proud expression appeared on Venerable Dice's face. "She has already grown up. While I don't particularly like Mr. Reed, I am grateful that he is managing to bring out the best of our sister. Kedis needed to experience a duel like this. She has butchered a lot of weaker opponents, but that will never get her ahead. We're lucky that the Heavensward Association is able to offer her a true challenge." Both of the senior sword maidens exchanged knowing glances. They clearly recognized the value of holding tournaments. This was just one of many local customs they intended to bring back to the Larkinson clan once they returned to the expeditionary fleet. Clang! In the center of the arena, Ivan did not resist when a glowing greatsword collided against his luminant fencing sword. The wind seemed to assist him in pulling back and bleeding away the force acting on his body. He did not relax, though. His instincts warned him of an acute threat. He spontaneously pushed his body to the side, borrowing the power of the surrounding wind in order to give him an extra boost. Swing! A sharp energy blade narrowly missed his body as it cut through the remaining wind before tearing into the solid floor. Made of a special blend of exotics and materials that allowed those below a clear view of the battle above their heads, the floor was very resilient against attacks. Not even mechs were easily able to crush the material. Yet the narrow sword energy blade that extended from Ketiz's greatsword managed to leave a clear groove behind. If Ketiz hadn't cut off the energy blade after she realized that she had missed, the cut in the floor would have been much deeper. She gritted her teeth. Even though she managed to adapt the original form of the Sword of Lydia into a slender and less consuming version, she could not waste her energy willy-nilly. Both of them had long realized that it was difficult for them to finish each other off with powerful finishing moves. Ketiz possessed the remarkable ability to cut in substantial energy. This meant that she was always able to interrupt Ivan whenever he attempted to stoke up the surrounding winds. On the other hand, Ivan still possessed an undeniable advantage in mobility. If Ketiz invested in any big moves, then her adversary would simply become incredibly elusive, thereby preventing her from landing her potent attacks. Due to these realities, the duel turned into a stalemate where both sides entered into a battle of attrition. While Ketiz and Ivan attempted to preserve their resources and minimize their expenditures, the struggle between the two rivals did not abate too much. Ketiz, who had become more in tune with her own swordsmanship, disdained passive defense. She did not wish to repeat her performance in her first duel against Ivan. She was not cut out for defense. She excelled at making the edge of her blade sharper. Why should she use the flat of her greatsword to block Ivan's swift attacks? Therefore, she decided to go on the attack and always move closer to Ivan regardless of the fact he was always able to outmaneuver her. In any case, she was considerably more difficult to pin down if she was in constant motion. Even though she looked like a fool for constantly trying to catch up to someone who was able to outpace her, she didn't care. Her unyielding will kept propelling her forward even as she built up her momentum. With each exchange of blows, her lethality increased a little. Ketiz constantly tried something new whenever she saw a possibility of landing a hit against Ivan. The thin and narrow beam of sword energy that extended from the tip of her greatsword frequently altered in shape. She was steadily optimizing its properties so that it granted her the most optimal balance between sharpness, reach and power consumption. Perhaps an average sword initiate would never be able to alter a sword technique to this degree, but Ketiz was different. Sharpie's assistance along with her considerable body of knowledge related to mech design granted her both the power and the knowledge to experiment freely with her power expression. Whereas other sword initiates from the Heavensward Association rigidly tried to imitate the wonders of their swordmasters, Ketiz had boldly moved beyond the initial teachings of Venerable Dice and Venerable Trey Walensky. As a scientist and engineer, she was trained to absorb knowledge and apply them in creative ways. Mech design was all about combining and configuring a limited quantity of building blocks in order to yield an outcome that was greater than the sum of its parts. This mentality allowed her to experiment boldly and without fear. It didn't matter too much if anything went wrong. While her own control over her sword energy was actually quite rough due to lack of practice, Sharpie constantly babysat her. Anytime her experiments threatened to go out of control, her living sword intent actively intervened to suppress any dangerous outbursts. I'm getting closer to understanding how I should wield my power. Just a normal scientist, Ketiz approached her current activity as an experimental study. With her enhanced intelligence, she was easily able to track everything that went right or wrong. She analyzed the results and drew conclusions from them which she tested in her subsequent experiments. Slowly but surely, Ketiz grew more adept at wielding her prodigious powers. Whoosh! The wind blew onto her body even as Ivan's fencing sword lunged in her direction. Ketiz had just launched an attack that failed to hit the mark, so she was not able to bring her greatsword up in time to fend off the poisonous strike. Ketiz roared as a small barrier of sword energy appeared in the path of the fencing sword. Ivan already expected this response. He quickly diverted his fencing sword before its tip collided against the barrier. If he persisted in his attack, he risked damaging his blade further. Even though his fencing sword was forged out of high-quality exotics, Ketiz had already succeeded in scratching it despite its toughness. Without this trick, Ivan would have been able to take out or at least score points against Ketiz right now. Still, he did not lose patience or grew annoyed that he had to abort his attack yet again. How long can you keep that up, Miss Ketiz? That's none of your business. she snarled. While she was able to apply some of the principles of shield generators to form a barrier made out of her own sword energy, it took a lot to maintain it, especially when it got struck. Defense was not her forte. She did not want to fend off an attack like that again. She sped up her pace and began to slash repeatedly in Ivan's direction. The blade extension technique she used to extend the reach of her greatsword underwent some changes under her deliberate manipulation. Even as her attacks missed against the elusive Cloudstrider disciple, her will flared just before the extended blade of sword energy broke off and curved in Ivan's direction like a homing missile. Ha! Ivan hastily deflected the sharp sword energy with his empowered fencing sword, frowning as he did so. In order to prevent his blade from getting cut, he had to leverage a lot more will and energy than he liked. He decided to go on the offensive again. He swung his blade quickly in front of him. Even though he did not come close to hitting Kedis, his attacks whipped up the wind around him. Once the air around him had become sufficiently agitated, he rushed forward with light and airy steps. Instead of attacking immediately, he kept circling around Kedis at a rather sedate pace. The pressure he exerted onto the Sword Maiden was considerable despite his lack of action. Why do you fight? This question again. Why do you keep asking it? Are you so stupid that you failed to remember what I said a few minutes ago? Ivan's eyes became more intense as he gazed at his opponent. Your will is abundant and exuberant. Of all of the sword initiates I have fought, you are the most inexhaustible that I have met. What does that have to do with your damned question? Not everything about you is great, though. The more I fight against you, the more I become puzzled. Your will is massive, but you lack direction. Are you telling me that I'm confused? Answer my question and you will know. Why do you fight? Why did she fight? Didn't I tell you that already? I fight for my sisters. I fight to increase my understanding of sharpness. I fight so that I can design better swordsman mechs in the future. Ivan slowed down his steps a bit as his lips curled in a smirk. While I am sure that those are your goals, I don't feel you have truly answered my question. You don't know the actual reason why you fight. This is your greatest weakness as a swordswoman. What? Although Kedis did not want to fall for Ivan's ploy, for some reason she could not dismiss his remark. Ivan saw that Kedis had become slightly distracted. This was his chance. He turned inwards and surged towards her at great speed. Chapter 2912, Catharsis Clang. Though Ivan cleverly managed to disturb Katiza's thoughts, her battle instincts were not for show. She woke up just in time to fend off her opponent's charge. The winds that assisted Ivan allowed him to evade her follow-up attack. Kedis tried to come close enough in order to dispel his winds with a conceptual cut, but her opponent had learned from his previous attempts and kept his will contained. She could not cut something that was out of her reach. As Ivan cautiously circled around her in order to spot another opening, Kedis couldn't help but go think back on what he said. Was she truly without direction? From her understanding, sword initiates were equivalent to expert candidates. Both were excellent fighters who had gone above and beyond to unlock their hidden potential. She was different from the rest. She was originally supposed to be a mech designer, but somehow managed to step onto the path of higher swordsmanship with the help of Sharpie. Although she wielded her will like a blade, she was very well aware that she was remarkably different from more conventional sword initiates. Her fights against Ivan Reed and Shapia Pepperin took place on both a physical and mental level. While she was able to resist Ivan's will with her own, that mainly had to do with the quantity of her mental energy. She sensed that she was able to expend considerably more energy than Ivan. Yet her opponent did not lose out. Constant training and dedication in a single sword style honed his will to an exceptional degree. Even if Ivan was lacking in quantity, he had plenty of quality to make up for his shortcomings. In other words, Kedis was like a lumbering giant who was barely able to control her great power. Her moves were wasteful and inefficient. Ivan was like a precision instrument. His high control allowed him to achieve results with considerably less effort. Even though he was constantly dashing and moving around, he had always rationed his will throughout the duel. He did not care too much about his physical exertion because of his body augmentations. It was easy to upgrade a swordsman's body. What truly mattered was whether a swordsman was able to develop their willpower. This was not an easy process and everyone had a different method to hone and condense their wills. What is your reason to fight, Miss Kedis? Ivan asked as he fended off another strike from her. What do you truly care about? I care for my sword maidens. I care for my fellow sisters. She snarled as she unleashed a quick beheader energy attack. That's not good enough. While I'm sure you love your comrades, that's not a distinct enough goal for you. That's a sign that your vision stretches beyond your own circle. You have a greater ambition. She did. I want to become the best swordsman mech designer in the galaxy. She insisted. This is the best way to help the people I care about. My fellow sword maidens will pilot the strongest swordsman mechs that I can design. This is my ambition. Is it truly the case? Ivan smirked. Look at yourself. Feel your heart. Do you truly believe this is the most important goal of your life? She hastily raised her greatsword to block Ivan's unpredictable assault. The man had gained a lot of courage all of a sudden and continually lunged in order to poke a hole through her defense. It took some time for Kedis to push him back. She breathed deeply, and so did her opponent. While they were far from reaching the point of exhaustion due to their augmented bodies, their consumption was not light. A sense of urgency drove her forward. She intuitively sensed that dragging out this match would not go well for her. She needed to find a way to pin down her opponent and exploit one of his weaknesses. Yet that was easier said than done. She was becoming slightly more adept at dealing with swifter adversaries, but Ivan was no common opponent. His skill, physical capabilities and battle consciousness were all excellent now that he was fighting seriously. He even had the time to torment Kedis by picking at her greatest mental weakness. What are you fighting for? Ivan asked as he unleashed another flurry of blows before darting back in order to dodge Kedis's furious counterattack. Why are you wasting your time on practicing swordsmanship? Do you really have to work so hard to get good at something you aren't serious about? Kedis grew furious. Ivan was constantly attacking her confidence and image as a swordswoman. He was essentially stating that properly trained Heavenswarders like him were much more superior than someone who learned swordsmanship in a much less systematic fashion. Not only that, Ivan also accused her of lying to herself. This wouldn't have bothered her so much, but a part of her simply couldn't shrug off this possibility. No matter how much she tried to ignore this issue, it continued to hang over her like a cloud, which slightly affected her judgment and rhythm. Even so, her unyielding will grew firmer. Each time she suffered a setback, she became more unwilling to let her opponent have his way. I won't let you question my dedication. Something snapped inside her. Her will grew more furious around her as she imposed a greater influence on her immediate surroundings. As Ivan dashed forward in order to launch another opportunistic strike, he yelped a bit as he felt as if his entire body bumped into a bed of needles. Even though he rapidly dashed back, he found to his surprise that Kedis managed to attain a burst of speed. While it was not enough to match his pace, she was still able to get close enough to pose a serious threat. I have lost many sisters due to my lack of ability. Her CFA greatsword whooshed as it barely missed Ivan. The glowing blade was so sharp that it seemed it could even cut air molecules in half. Having been on the receiving side of Kedis's unnatural cutting power, Ivan felt an awful itch from his shoulder area. His bionic arm quivered a bit in fright. I have felt lost and powerless in the face of overwhelming strength too many times to count. Kedis generated an unstoppable momentum as she constantly closed in on Ivan despite his best attempts at getting out of her reach. Was she speeding up or was he slowing down? Neither explanation made sense, but Ivan somehow felt as if he had inadvertently stepped into a nightmare. A large blade of sword energy extended straight from Kedis's greatsword. The length of the extended blade was considerably longer than she had exhibited earlier. Wielding it caused Kedis to look as if she was carrying an oversized toy in her hands. The difference was that her radiant weapon was much more lethal than an ordinary toy sword. The air around Ivan grew less restless as his opponent's lengthy weapon cut through a huge area in front of her. The wind forcefully calmed down in its wake as the sword energy blade cut through his influence. I have long grown upset at my inability to catch up to my mentor and sisters. As her unwillingness increased, so did her unyielding will. Sharpie activately changed as Kedis underwent a remarkable shift in mentality. Her sword grew sharper and her energy became more unbound. She had repressed her desires and ambitions for so long that unleashing them felt as if she was liberating herself. I feel so powerless for my inability to save my first teacher and mentor. Her emotional catharsis drove her to fight harder despite her prior consideration of conserving her energy. Right now, fighting all out was the only way for her to vent all of her unwillingness and frustration. A strong field of sharpness appeared around her. It resembled that of a resonance shield but was undeniably shaped by her attributes. This was odd. Every swordmaster in the VIP areas looked on with surprise as they witnessed the birth of an unprecedented phenomena. Even Venerable Dice was surprised at what was happening. I feel so disappointed at myself when I compare my mech designs to that of my mentor and his wife. They're so much better. As her thoughts strayed to her frustrations as a mech designer, her nascent design philosophy joined the party as well. It resonated with her words and drew strength from her desire to become better. The field of sharpness that surrounded Kedis turned her into a lethal hedgehog that Ivan did not wish to tangle with. His steps grew lighter, yet Kedis somehow managed to keep up with his pace. It was as if Kedis was cutting the air resistance that should have constrained her pace. "I am not willing," she roared as she raised her abnormally long greatsword and chopped it down like she was an incarnation of a butcher. Boom! A long and narrow trench had formed in front of Kedis as her energy blade managed to cut deeply into the resilient floor material. "I am tired of lacking options." A painful cutting sound echoed in the arena as Kedis unleashed a wide horizontal slash that briefly seemed to cut apart space itself. "I will not rest until I have become stronger." The energy she released began to overflow. Her mind and spirit expanded beyond reason. Two humongous changes occurred at the same time. First, Sharpie grew enormously. Some kind of limit had been breached that caused her sentient sword intent to swell in size and strength. Normally, such an explosive change would have broken the living spiritual construct, but somehow the quantitative change also came paired with a qualitative change as Kedis became more and more aware of why she struggled. Second, Kedis finally experienced a long-awaited transformation of her design philosophy. Having been stimulated by all of the resonance in her strong emotions, the spirituality that was dedicated to her mech design specialization was finally beginning to grow and concentrate into a new seed. These simultaneous changes caused Kedis to become unprecedentedly focused and aware at the same time. Perhaps they should have conflicted under normal circumstances, but her mind and spirit did not show any signs of breaking. Sharpie bore the brunt of her advancement to Swordmaster. Even though it was an extension of her own spirit, it still counted as a separate entity in some fashion. Meanwhile, the main part of her spirituality evolved in response to her desire to design better swordsman mechs. A large sample of the thoughts in her mind, including a bit of her unyielding will, got caught in the vortex that was currently in the process of condensing her design seed. Even though Kedis began to imagine many fantastical swordsman mechs, she did not become distracted at all. In fact, she became more joyous as she realized that these possible mech designs were all strong enough to elevate the sword maidens. This was what she wanted. This was what she was chasing after. "I will no longer be powerless. I shall become the first sword god and star designer at the same time." Impossible. No one had ever imagined that someone would make such an impossible goal. No one had become a sword god in modern history. As for becoming a star designer, the odds of achieving this exalted rank was much lower than winning the lottery. Kedis did not acknowledge the impossibility of her immense ambitions. Instead, she drew strength from her unflinching desire to become stronger than anyone else. As if in response, the energy blade that extended from her greatsword became even longer. She swung her weapon up and hacked it down in an unavoidable trajectory. "I surrender," Ivan yelled in panic. "Don't cut me down." Hidden shield generators came to life and projected multiple layers of shields that were strong enough to resist the force of mechs. Crack, 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 crack. Multiple energy shields broke in quick succession as they were unable to resist the sheer might and extraordinary cutting power of Kutiz's fatal chop. It was only at the final moment that Kedis gained a tiny bit of awareness. She minutely shifted the angle of her grip, causing the end of her enormous energy blade to slice right through the floor beside Ivan. A trench that covered a third of the length of the arena surface had formed. I'm alive. As the sharpness field around Kedis seemed to reach a crescendo, she did not feel as if she had completed her unique and unprecedented transformation. She looked at her trusty CFA greatsword. It sang to her as she resonated with it to an unprecedented degree. It had become more alive than ever as it actively fed from the force of will she exuded. It was at this time that she finally understood. She slowly lowered her stance and tilted her enormous blade back. She looked up above her head and focused on the narrow roof that was high above. Her lips briefly moved as she uttered a whisper. "From now on, your name is Bloodsinger." As she finally named her greatsword, she cut into the sky, unleashing an enormous and destructive sword energy wave that broke through a couple of energy shields, passed between all of the vertical stands and broke right through the transparent roof material that enclosed the top of the narrow arena. From the outside, the huge burst of sword energy continued to travel straight into the sky until it reached the heavens. Chapter 2913. Sovereign. A small gathering of sword maidens and other people gathered outside the guarded entrance of a recovery room. Commander Dice, Angelique Harcourt and Fred Wilinski all looked concerned as they stood in the wide and sparse corridor. Venerable Dice stood a bit away. Unlike the other three, she remained calm. You do not need to be concerned. She calmly spoke. Kedis is a strong woman. Even though I can't entirely explain what has happened, I sensed who she could potentially become during that unforgettable moment. What was she like? Angelique cautiously asked. The Sword Maiden expert pilot did not immediately respond. Kedis became grander than I could ever imagine. Even though she can't become an expert pilot or ace pilot, at that time I knew she could cut through mechs if she wanted. What? Are you serious? You just need to look at all of the energy shields she managed to break. Venerable Dice replied with a wry smile. Even I felt powerless at her irresistibly sharp and powerful blade. It was as if she had become an absolute authority of swords. In other words, a sword goddess. The mention of that term almost caused Angelique and Fred to pop out their eyes. While the Sword Maidens didn't have any strong associations with this phrase, it took on a much greater meaning to the Heavenswarders. The ultimate purpose of their state was to develop their swordsmanship tradition to an unprecedented height. The best way to achieve this was to enable the emergence of a genuine sword god. The two Heavenswarders quickly regained their composure. Though Kedis had shown power beyond anything else they had witnessed, much of that ought to be a temporary outburst. Just like expert pilots that had just completed their apotheosis, newly advanced swordmasters also carried an excess of energy. Once they unleashed all of their exaggerated reserves, swordmasters became a lot more reasonable. Their human nature and lack of strong and huge amplifiers such as expert pilots prevented them from posing a serious threat against mechs. They were merely deadly against infantry and light vehicles, and only within a range of around 100 meters. Although the Heavenswarders didn't like to admit it, any sniper could end the life of a precious swordmaster. Sure, the sharpshooter had to overcome the shield generator that every person of this stature wore, but as long as their attacks went through, a legendary figure might easily die unjustly. Unlike expert pilots, swordmasters weren't a protected class. The MTA did not care whether someone unscrupulously assassinated these archaic sword wielders. Angelique gently coughed as she faced the Sword Maidens. Won't you reconsider my proposal? Our answer remains the same. Kedis will not be staying here. The Heavensward Association is not her home. She can make our state her home. With the power that she has shown, no one will deny that she is a swordmaster. We can offer an immense amount of assistance to her. With the Heavensward Saint presiding over our state, she will always have the opportunity to receive the best possible advice on her swordsmanship that she can obtain in her life. Perhaps, she might even take office as the next Heavensward Saint if she stays. Miss Harcourt is not exaggerating. Fred Wilinski added, if Kedis stays, she will have a bright future ahead of her. Although she still needs to work hard in order to make greater attainments in her swordsmanship, she has as much chance as any swordmaster to ascend to the top in our society. Think of what she can do with the power of an entire state that is dedicated to the sword. Commander Sendra crossed her arms. I don't see what that has to do with Kedis and her wishes. We know her best. She never expressed any interest in staying in this state, let alone trying to attain a position of power. She only reluctantly accepted responsibility over the Annihilator's sword school because she felt obligated to. She can't handle anything more, so stop trying to turn her into something she doesn't want to become. The Heavensward Saint is worth fart in our eyes. Ahem. Someone softly coughed behind her back. The gathering of four all turned and faced a uniformed official. The garments of the man was both richly decorated and refined in a way that made him completely stand out from the representatives of other organizations. While the Sword Maidens did not recognize the new arrival, it was different for Angelique and Fred. Heavensward Commissioner. The two locals straightened their backs and saluted the well-groomed middle-aged man. For his part, the man nodded back. I am Commissioner Berthan Trumbull. I have been informed that Swordmaster Kedis Larkinson is still undergoing treatment at the moment. Who is her guardian? Seeing that the Sword Maidens didn't entirely comprehend who they were facing, Angelique couldn't help but supply a brief explanation. Commissioner Trumbull is part of an organization that directly answers to the Heavensward Saint. If he is here in an official capacity, then that means the Heavensward Saint himself has taken notice of Kedis. Think carefully on what you say to him. He will convey all of your words back to the head of our state. The Sword Maidens did not have a habit of bending down to others. They became vigilant at the arrival of someone as important as Trumbull. What did the Heavensward Saint want? Would he insist on keeping Kedis confined in this state? If so, then the Sword Maidens would have a very big problem with the commissioner. I am her superior. Commander Sendra stepped forward. I can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on her behalf. The official only took a brief glance at Sendra before turning his gaze to Venerable Dice. To the Heavensward Association, expert pilots and swordmasters had a much greater say than ordinary swordswomen. Dice sighed and stepped forward as well. What is it you want? Despite her rude tone, the commissioner did not appear offended at all. Instead, his face turned respectful as he grabbed a small suitcase from a nearby hovering bot. He slowly opened it up and presented its contents to the expert pilot. Venerable Dice Larkinson, please accept the will of the Heavensward Saint. My sovereign wishes to convey his sincere congratulations to Swordmaster Kedis Larkinson's impressive breakthrough. As one sword lover to another, my sovereign looks forward to seeing how far she can go. The sword goddess may not have been born here, but she shall forever be welcome in our ranks should she choose to reside in our ranks. The Sword Maidens relaxed a bit. According to Trumbull, it appeared that the Heavensward Saint was well aware of where Kedis truly belonged. As a sword saint beyond compare, this legendary warrior was not the sort of person who would force a swordmaster to stay in her state against her will. Thank you, Commissioner. It is my pleasure, Venerable. While it is a pity that Swordmaster Kedis will not be keeping us company for much longer, we wish to offer her good luck in her future journeys. The Heavensward Association will always be proud to call her one of its citizens. Please take a look at the gifts that she has earned. The man gestured at the open briefcase. 3 different items rested inside. First was a stack of documents along with an accompanying data chip that contained the texts in an electronic format. Dice quickly went through the pages. She realized that they mainly consisted of certifications and other paperwork that officially declared that Kedis was a swordmaster of the Heavensward Association. This acknowledgement was also valid in other states that recognized swordmasters across human space. After confirming that the documents did not include any restrictive contracts or other traps, the expert pilot put them down before shifting her gaze to a sword-shaped badge. There was something very unusual and exceptional about the exquisitely crafted ornament. What is this? That, Venerable, is your protégé's Heavensward badge. Consider it her badge of office. It not only symbolizes her identity as a swordmaster in our state, but also marks her as one of our own in foreign states. Pardon, she need not fear about representing us in foreign territories. As a swordmaster who has the right to leave her name in the Hall of Swords, she is always allowed to act as an unofficial diplomat and representative of our state. She can do that. Why not? Swordmaster Kedis is not only an honorable swordswoman who has found her own way, but she is also the head of one of our sword schools. These are 2 very distinguishing identities in our circle. She is comparable to a noble in a feudal state. The Sword Maidens did not believe in this crap. No one was perfect, not even swordmasters. It was much more likely that the Heavensward Association wanted to turn everyone who wore this badge into free mascots and spokespersons. As long as Kedis did a fine job at putting the Heavensward Association in a good light, the state would have no qualms of backing her up. If she did the opposite, then the state would definitely disavow her or ignore her existence. Ultimately, Dice concluded that the badge was worthless to a swordmaster outside the Heavensward Association. She soon turned to the final item in the briefcase. The third item was a small transparent case that contained a very compact implant. Is this a cranial implant? Correct, Venerable. The commissioner smiled. The Heavensward Saint learned that Swordmaster Kedis has yet to install an implant in her head. He has personally procured one from the MTA. Based on the intelligence that we have gathered, my sovereign carefully selected this implant model out of all of the options within his consideration. It may not be able to provide the most optimal boost to her swordsmanship and mech design pursuits, but it can assist her in both without distorting her future progress. This will become clear once you read the accompanying document. Thanks. We do not insist that Swordmaster Kedis should install this implant in her brain. If she has a different choice in mind, then she may sell or gift the implant to someone else. Compared to her admirable swordsmanship, the fate of this material product is immaterial. There was only one chance for humans to put a cranial implant in their heads. This was an extremely personal choice as there was no going back. The implant not only had to be suitable to the recipient, but also had to be free of any bugs, malware, backdoors and other vulnerabilities. Even if the gifted implant came directly from the MTA, Venerable Dice did not assume it was sound. If Kedis wanted to make use of it, then the Sword Maidens would insist on combing over every single detail. I am sure that Kedis will appreciate this generous gift. Venerable Dice said as she accepted the briefcase. Is there anything else? Commissioner Trumbull nodded. We understand that your organization is currently engaging in recruitment. That is correct. We would like to offer some assistance to that purpose. While Swordmaster Kutiz's dramatic breakthrough has undoubtedly directed a lot of attention to your sword maidens, we can help you achieve or even exceed your goals. You don't mind if we take away your strong swordsmen? We are not short of skilled swordsmen and swordsman mech pilots. Commissioner Trumbull confidently smiled. Granted, out of several considerations, you cannot take away an entire mech army from us. We do not mind if you wish to lead a more reasonable number of Heavenswarders to the Red Ocean. Since Swordmaster Kedis is one of us, we shall entrust them to her. Please encourage her to do her best to spread our brand of swordsmanship to the stars. I shall do that. Please keep in mind that she is also a sword maiden and a member of the Larkinson clan. Those identities matter more to her. In comparison, we have only been guests here for a short amount of time. That is fine. We believe that all of the benefits we have given to Swordmaster Kedis will make her feel indebted to our state. We do not ask for much in return. As long as she can return a few favors to us when she has reached the Red Ocean, my sovereign will not complain. Venerable Dice grimaced a bit. While everything he said sounded reasonable, why did she feel as if there was something fishy about this arrangement? Chapter 2914. Change of mentality. Kedis Larkinson underwent a complete metamorphosis after her incredibly stellar breakthrough at the first sword arena. Most people thought that she had become a very talented swordmaster, but no one knew that she had also experienced a breakthrough as a mech designer. It was difficult for other people to recognize a high-ranking mech designer due to their lack of spiritual sensitivity. Even Kedis was only a little better off in this regard due to her unique quirks. When Kedis woke up a few days after releasing her excess energy, she immediately knew she had become a different human being. The best way to describe it was that she had become greater than the average human. Whenever she was in the company of other people like her fellow sword maidens, a sense of superiority and alienation welled up inside her heart. Deep within her bones, she recognized the truth that she had risen above them. Not even Commander Sendra, who she used to look up to as the third-generation leader of the Sword Maiden, held as much sway to her anymore. In fact, as Kedis quickly recovered and became accustomed to her vastly expanded capabilities, her behavior and thought patterns had undergone a drastic shift. As a proud swordmaster and ambitious journeyman, it was impossible for her to act like a follower again. Her incredible strength introduced a sense of superiority in her. She became addicted to making other sword maidens look up to her as if she was an idol. Her will and intellect had grown so much that every action and word from her possessed a distinct charm that clearly marked her out as a demigod. I can accept the allegiance of other fallen sword schools, but their heritage must be of value to the sword maidens. The recruitment of mech designers is not our purview. The Larkinson Patriarch is in charge of the LMC's design department. Its staffing is under his arrangement. We won't accept any alliances. We'll be leaving soon, so the friendship of fellow swordmasters and established sword schools is irrelevant. We can take care of our own. We can use our own money to procure the extra mechs and starships we need to accommodate our new recruits. Don't accept any favors or discounts. Just buy what we need at market price. With my identity, the sellers won't dare to delay the transactions. As Kedis began to exercise her authority, Venerable Dice carefully observed the new swordmaster for a few days. Eventually, the expert pilot couldn't remain passive anymore. She invited Kedis to a small room and held a private discussion. Kedis. Yes, Dice. Although Kedis still respected the first expert pilot of the Sword Maidens, her demeanor had changed. She was finally able to face Dice as an equal. The strong force of will that radiated from her body did not lose out that much against Dice's more restrained presence. Kutiz's only shortcoming was that she had broken through later and was further behind the curve. Have you looked at yourself? I have. What about it? Kedis furrowed her brows. Dice sighed. I know it feels great for you to become the woman you have always wanted to be, but do you really need to throw away everything that defines the old you? Your past self wouldn't be able to recognize your current self. Is there something wrong with that? Kedis defensively replied while crossing her arms. I have shed my weakness. I can finally stand on an equal basis in front of you and Vase. Isn't that great? I'm not the kid I used to be. I've grown up now. With my new capabilities, I can contribute much more to our fellow sisters. Although she was right, Dice still felt uncomfortable about the sudden swing. I'm not suggesting that it is bad for you to change, but your shift is too extreme. I have observed you long enough to ascertain that you have lost something in the process of your evolution. If you continue to act this way, then I'm afraid that this quality will be forever out of your reach. Kedis may have changed a lot, but she was also a clever woman. She did not think that Venerable Dice was messing with her. What is the quality that you are talking about? Compassion. Venerable Dice placed her palm on her heart. Look, when I broke through, I experienced a rush quite like yours. However, I also had a lot of help who made sure I became more grounded. Look at yourself now. Are you treating your fellow sword maidens as sisters and comrades, or are you treating them like pawns and underlings? Katiza's force of will grew a bit unstable as she reflected on herself. Despite her stubbornness, she did recognize that her change in attitude was a bit drastic. As she reflected on how she acted since she recovered, she realized that she was unconsciously modeling her behavior after Vase. To her, the mech designer she admired for several years had always served as a successful example. Now that she finally managed to close the gap, she automatically assumed she was qualified to take charge in the same way. Though she did not see any problem with this at first, now that Venerable Dice brought this matter to her attention, Kedis could not remain ignorant. Maybe I have changed a bit too much. Diagnosing the problem wasn't difficult, but fixing it was another thing. Kedis had fully awakened her unyielding spirit now. The inferiority complex that she had developed after being in the shadow of so many great figures had haunted her for a long time. She felt now that she was able to extinguish it from existence. How could she ever go back? She talked frankly with Venerable Dice about this issue. The latter had already tempered her mentality to a large extent, but there was only so much advice she could give. From my experience, every expert pilot is different. Venerable Dice said, I am in frequent contact with the other expert pilots of the Larkinson clan, and they all have their different quirks. Right now, I feel you are resembling Venerable Janzi a little too much. Just like you, her personality swing was also on the extreme end. While I consider her a friend and battle comrade, she has become a bit too dedicated to her goal. Is that a bad thing? Kedis sat down and asked. Dedication is great, it keeps us on the right track. You're not wrong, but I don't want you to go too far to the point of forgetting about what you used to care about. There is more to life than designing mechs and improving your swordsmanship. During the past few days, how much time did you spend on thinking about your relationship with Venerable Joshua? Quote. Dice sighed. Thought so. Just because you have become more than human doesn't mean you have to discard everything that isn't directly related to your pursuits. You need something to ground yourself and remind you what you are truly fighting for. The swordmasters that I've spoken to all agree on this. The Heavensward Association doesn't want to raise sword maniacs who have shed aside all of their morality, humanity and compassion in order to attain pure power. The result of this will only lead to uncontrollable weapons that can easily go astray. Control was of paramount importance to the sword maidens. It was very easy to lose control of a long and heavy weapon like a greatsword. This was why each of them had to drill over and over again in order to minimize the occurrence of dangerous accidents. Kedis felt as if she had become a young teenager again who finally received the chance to pick up a greatsword for the first time. Back then, the weapon was so heavy that she barely managed to swing it a few times before having to put it down. Was she having similar problems with her new strength as a swordmaster? Her will had become a lot more powerful, so much so that it clouded all of her thinking. While she undoubtedly felt that she could continue to advance her swordsmanship by leaps and bounds if she channeled her highly motivating will, it was not necessary for her to think like this all of the time. When Venerable Dice left in order to give the newly advanced swordmaster some space, Kedis frowned. The source of her permanent new state came from Sharpie. Somehow, her living sword intent changed from a tiny companion into a formidable dragon in her mind. It not only intertwined with her mind and will to a greater degree, but also produced so much power that Kedis felt that she could easily defeat every sword initiate regardless of their tricks. Yet did she need all of this power at this time? There was no opponent for her to beat. There was no threat for her to overcome. Was there a way for her to repress or reduce her source of strength? Sharpie. Swish swish, can you tone it down a bit? I love that you have grown up so much, but you're affecting me a bit too much. Swish. It turned out that Sharpie couldn't repress itself. Any swordmaster's will was indomitable. They weren't meant to be hidden. This was especially the case with Kedis, who had broken through after recognizing her desire to stand out and become the best in her professions. Several minutes passed as Kedis tried out several different solutions. Nothing worked. It wasn't until her eyes fell onto Bloodsinger that she started to have some ideas. Bloodsinger was the definitive name for the CFA greatsword that had accompanied her throughout her adventures in recent times. Kedis wasn't sure why she settled on this name in particular, but just thinking about it increased her resonance with her blade. The sword sang to her when she resonated with it, and the blade had already spilled a copious amount of blood. Therefore, the name Bloodsinger truly fit her trusty weapon. At the moment, Bloodsinger rested in its floating sheath and followed her around like an obedient puppy. Maybe you can become something more. Sharpie, can you move out of my mind and stay inside Bloodsinger for a while? Swish swish, Sharpie had already left her mind in order to inhabit other swords in the past. This was not a new activity. This time was different, though. As soon as Sharpie left her mind with difficulty, his strong and radiant presence became very palpable to Kedis. A large void emerged in her mind as she immediately felt as if she had lost a lot of intensity. As she tried to get accustomed to her weaker and less determined state, Sharpie effortlessly darted inside Bloodsinger and began to merge with the weapon. Vase modeled Sharpie after the CFA greatsword to begin with, so the compatibility between the two was pretty much perfect. Though Kedis did not observe any visual changes from her blade, her mind sensed as if her sword had come alive in a way that she had never experienced before. A connection still existed between Kedis and Sharpie, but their separation had caused the feedback to become a lot weaker. She already felt more clear-minded and subdued. She carefully reached out and unsheathed her greatsword. Familiar strength flowed back into her. The will that she had previously parted with flowed back into her body. There were no barriers in the way. The only difference was that the increased distance caused Kedis to become less affected by this influence. This can work. As she continued to hold her greatsword, she intuitively sensed that it had become a lot greater. She did not dare to swing her weapon in her office. After she returned her weapon to her sheath, she made up her mind to stuff Sharpie inside Bloodsinger most of the time. I'm much more personable now, she guessed. I feel more free when I think about mech designs as well. Maybe it's not a good idea to be too narrow-minded. Chapter 2915. Departing Sword Maidens. After a week of recovery, recruitment, procurement and preparation, the Sword Maidens were ready to depart the Heavensward Association. Though the Sword Maidens desired to stay longer in the state, they could not remain separated from the Larkinson clan too long. Fortunately, Kedis and the Sword Maidens gained enough goodwill from the Heavensward Association to receive their full cooperation. Bureaucratic and legal procedures that should have taken days or weeks to complete under normal circumstances no longer became an issue after a few minutes. Kedis or her representatives only needed to make a few personal calls with some high-level contacts to solve their problems. Swordmasters were at the top of the hierarchy in the Heavensward Association. Though Kedis had already heard about this when she initially arrived in the state, she never imagined that her new privileges were so massive. A lot of Heavenswarders went out of their way to please her. Whether she wanted to procure a batch of quality combat carriers or complete the immigration paperwork of every new member recruited from the Heavensward Association, no one stopped her from getting what she wanted. The Sword Maidens didn't even get hindered by other swordmasters and sword schools. Kedis had defeated a lot of strong disciples in her tournament run. The Cloudstrider Sword School should have had a grudge against her, and the Brevis Sword School shouldn't be very happy with her either. Yet as the preparations continued to go smoothly, the hindrances that she expected never arrived. Victory and defeat is normal in tournaments. Angelique Harcourt respectfully answered her doubts. A single elimination tournament will always cause a lot of promising seeds to drop off early. There is little point in sulking over a loss. It is much better to sharpen your skills and make sure you're able to achieve a better result in the next tournament. The Heavensward Association hosted lots of tournaments. The Greater Omendery Festival was just one of many annual events. There were plenty of chances for young and promising swordsmen to secure their own moment of glory as long as they possessed sufficient strength. I see. I hope you're right. After discussing some other matters related to the upcoming departure of the Sword Maidens, the conversation turned into a more personal direction. How do you do it? How can you become a swordmaster and journeyman at the same time? Can you give me a hint? You are the only person I know who has managed to achieve this impossible feat. Angelique's attitude towards Kedis changed drastically after the latter's breakthrough. Previously, the local journeyman treated her guest as an equal. While Kedis was just an apprentice back then, her excellent attainments in swordsmanship made her worthy of respect. Yet now that Kedis had broken through as both in both of her professions, she completely surpassed every other journeyman. There was no way that Angelique could treat Kedis as an equal colleague anymore, especially since she had been taught to revere swordmasters above all else. Kedis felt a bit sad about the unavoidable changes in their relationship. Though she wanted to earn everyone's respect and stand out from the rest, she never fully thought about the downsides of becoming a greater figure until now. It was impossible for her to be as casual and intimate with most anymore. If she hadn't pushed Sharpie into Bloodsinger, then she wouldn't have even realized how much she missed her past interactions with people. As I've explained before, my situation is unique. I can't divulge the details because I will have to betray the trust of my benefactor. I'm sure you don't want me to break one of my promises. The only way you can potentially follow in my footsteps is if you leave the Heavensward Association and join the Larkinson clan. Though Kedis had made this offer several times, this time Angelique looked awfully tempted. She struggled between her competing desires. I can't. I'm sorry. I truly wish I could go with you and meet this amazing mentor of yours in person, but the Heavensward Association is where my heart is. Leaving it forever is like cutting it out. Perhaps I'm not making the best choice for my career, but some matters are more important. Hey, I understand. I don't think you have made the wrong choice at all, Kedis said as she softly patted Angelique's shoulder. You can't give up everything you care about in order to pursue greater power. Even if you have all of my abilities, it isn't worth it if you have to leave all of your friends and family behind. She repeated the same advice that Dice had given to her. Now that she had sobered a little, she fully understood the favor she received. A few days later, the Sword Maidens in the Annihilator Sword School had completed their preparations. Both organizations had taken in thousands of eager new members. While sorting them out was bound to be a time-consuming process, for now they remained well-behaved as none of them wished to shame themselves in front of a swordmaster. Kedis and the remaining cadre on the surface of Omandery 3 were about to depart from the surface. Hundreds of shuttles and passenger transports rose into the skies. The Sword Maidens had reserved an entire section of a spaceport in order to organize the transit of so many new people. Kedis, Dice, Sendra, Fred and a couple of other leaders watched on as all of the vehicles flew up into orbit in an orderly fashion. Since this was a formal occasion, Kedis dressed at her best. No longer did she wear the ordinary uniform of a Sword Maiden or a mech designer of the LMC. Instead, she wore a resplendent martial dress uniform in white. Its sky blue embroidery along with the badges and medals representing her identity as a swordmaster, director of the Annihilator Sword School and so on caused her to look like a leader. The white cape with the emblem of the Annihilator Sword School was a very nice touch to the ensemble. Kedis understood now why Vase liked to wear them during his speeches. It could make anyone who wore them appear larger than life. As the final Sword Maidens were about to enter an armored shuttle that was surrounded by an honor guard of hundreds of military mechs, a surprising guest arrived to bid her farewell. Swordmaster Kedis, can I have a moment of your time? The familiar voice caused the woman in question to freeze. Do you want us to send him away? Commander Sendra already started to crackle her fists. Kedis shook her head. None of that, please. You go on ahead, I'll be with you later. She fearlessly turned around and separated from her companions. She walked back the way she came until she arrived before a familiar sword initiate. Mr. Ivan Reed, you shouldn't be here. The man gave her a nervous smile as he felt her strong but tightly controlled will. I'm not your enemy, Swordmaster. I never was. Whether in our first bout or second bout, I only treated you as a competitor. There shouldn't be any animosity between us. We are simply swordsmen who happen to be matched against each other in the tournaments. Now that the last competition is over, our swords are back in our sheaths. Kedis relaxed a bit after she sensed that Ivan was being sincere. You have a point. That said, we don't have any ties to each other anymore. Why are you here? I just want you to know that I am happy for your breakthrough. Ivan gained some confidence. It doesn't matter to me whether you are a foreigner who is destined to leave our state. Humanity has gained one more swordmaster, and that is always a cause for celebration. The Heavenswarders were pretty broad-minded people from what Kedis had experienced so far. Their swordsmen were particularly noble and honorable in character. Her impression of Ivan improved. She knew that not every defeated opponent would be able to accept his loss as well as the Cloudstrider disciple. A question popped up in her mind. During our rematch, did you question my purpose because you wanted to disturb my mental rhythm, or were you trying to do me a favor by pointing out the shortcoming that has kept me from breaking through? I suppose it's both. Ivan replied, I never wanted to ruin you or take revenge for my previous loss. I just wanted to win and prove that I'm still a strong swordsman. I just saw an opportunity during our battle. Based on the research collected about you and the lack of direction I've sensed in your will, I tried to mess with your concentration by making you question yourself. And you did that knowing that you might achieve the opposite result instead. Hey, it worked out for you, didn't it? I don't see why you should give me a hard time over that. Even if you fell for my scheme, you would have learned something about yourself from your defeat. This is what serious fights between swordsmen often yield. Either you overcome the challenge, or fall short. Either way, you can't enjoy a smooth ride all the time. Kedis agreed with the sentiment, though she did not entirely like who was telling her this. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to find my own way. For that, you have my thanks, Mr. Reed. Now if you will excuse me, I have a shuttle to catch up to. Our new fleet is on a tight schedule and any delays will mess up our timetable. Wait, before you go, I have a gift I wish to pass on to your hands. Ivan turned around to accept a bouquet of flowers. He carefully presented it to Kedis. For you. Kedis slowly reached out and accepted the bouquet. The aromas from the specially cultivated flowers soothed her mind and softened her attitude. Women always liked flowers, and she was no exception. What is this for? She asked. Ivan looked hopeful after she accepted his flowers. I'm infatuated with you. I admire your strength and appreciate your personality. You are quite different and exotic compared to the swordswomen of our state. Would you allow me to accompany you and enter into a relationship with you? I am willing to follow you into the Red Ocean if that is what it takes. Kedis abruptly froze. She looked intently at the lovely bouquet of flowers. If you think my strength is not sufficient yet, then please give me more time. The man hastily added, you have already fought against me twice, so you should know how close I am to becoming your equal. In fact, I have already caught a glimpse of how I should proceed after our last match. The help you have given me is another reason why I appreciate you. I think we can continue to stimulate each other's growth if we are together. Think of all of the benefits we can gain from sparring against each other. The hand that gripped the bouquet shook. Kedis grew more and more intense until a dark energy escaped from her palm and ran through the delicate flowers. Right in front of Ivan's face, the beautiful and aromatic flowers that he had spent a fortune to procure from a special boutique darkened and crumbled from existence in a matter of seconds. Kedis raised her head and pinned Ivan with a stare that could kill a human. I already have a boyfriend. He is 10 times more worthy than you. Besides, you're too old. Get lost. She didn't bother to hear his response. She forcefully turned around and strode away, her cape whooshing as she moved. As her strong form grew smaller in Ivan's eyes, the sword initiate lowered his head and felt utterly defeated. What a pity, he softly whispered to himself. He had a feeling that he had failed the most difficult challenge of his life. If he succeeded, he would have been able to accompany someone who had the potential for greatness for the rest of his life. His will was firm enough to accept this outcome. He soon regained his composure. He gazed at the shuttle rising upwards in the company of a large formation of mechs and saluted its departure. Chapter 2916. Total blockade. A fist slammed against a tabletop. These obstinate lifers, why are they so stubborn? Professor Benedict Cortez had lost his temper yet again. A dark rage swept over him as his thoughts turned into a more bloody direction. Yet soon, his rationality reasserted itself. When he thought about how many military biomechs and bioships were blocking any vessels from entering the inner half of the prosperous hill system, he felt helpless. Patriarch Reginald Cross looked upset as well, but he was very clear that he didn't have the power to change the situation. The local military garrison already made their stance clear. As much as we want to rescue our stranded people, we cannot overcome over 100,000 spaceborne biomechs. The Life Research Association may have become engulfed in a civil war, but the professional military had remained steadfastly neutral. It was one thing for the military to decide that they didn't want anything to do with the power struggle taking place in the upper echelons. It was another thing for them to actively block the advance of civilian ships that attempted to get close to Prosperous Hill V to evacuate those who were trapped on the war-torn planet. Over the span of an entire week, Professor Cortez managed to persuade the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance to adopt his plan on uniting every foreign and visiting fleet. There were at least tens of thousands of formidable starships lingering in the outer system. If all of them ignored the instructions of the lifers and advanced forward, there was no way that the military patrols would shoot them all down. The diplomatic outrage that would ensue should have been enough to turn the LRA into a regional pariah. Yet just as the Golden Skull Alliance had just convinced a tenth of the visiting fleets to form a united front against the Lifers, a substantial collection of trading fleets had already made the first move. 8 different trading convoys that encompassed hundreds of ships of different classes boldly crossed the border and ignored every warning from the nearby military biomachines to stop and turn around. Not even warning shots deterred the traders from going forward in order to rescue their people and, more importantly, trade goods. The Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers were just about to follow suit, but they quickly changed their minds when they saw what happened next. The projection in front of Professor Cortez displayed the aftermath of a slaughter. An innumerable amount of chunks of debris drifted in space served as the only physical proof that a large collection of ships had attempted to test the patience of the local armed forces. Everyone on a ship that was orbiting the border between the inner and outer system had become absolutely terrified at what had happened. The strong military patrols hadn't ignored the grave intrusion. Instead, they called in reinforcement and immediately opened fire when they had gathered enough mechs. The tragedy that unfolded did not need to be described. Although trading fleets customarily traveled with strong escorts in order to deter pirates from raiding their valuable goods, how could these forces withstand the might of a large, organized military force? Not every private fleet was as formidable as that of the Golden Skull Alliance. In fact, even if the convoy guard mechs were on par with that of the Cross Clan, they still would have lost. The prosperous Hill system was a major commercial port system. The enormous concentration of trade, industry and other activities turned it into a vital strategic location. It was easy for the military garrison to gather thrice as many mechs as the opposition. Though the amount of mechs escorting the various visiting fleets were not trivial, their strength was mixed. Not only that, but every foreign force possessed their own thoughts. They weren't united at all and would never be able to match the cohesion of soldiers in the service of an entire state. Ever since the Lifer military had ruthlessly slaughtered the offending trade fleets, the tentative allies that Professor Cortez secured had all backed off the plan. No one wanted to test the resolve of the military. "Are we supposed to sit around and do nothing out here?" Professor Cortez growled. "It seems so. We are not in our home territory here. The most we can do is stay prepared and be ready to move out if anything changes." While Patriarch Reginald was not the most conservative clan leader in existence, there were many instances where even a high-tier expert pilot like him was rendered helpless. This was no fault of his own. He was not a god. In fact, even an ace pilot wouldn't be able to single-handedly bull through so many enemies. Still, it felt very bad for Reginald Cross to surrender to the current reality. "Why do you think these soldiers wiped out the intruding trade fleets without remorse?" he asked the guest designer of the Cross clan. If the Lifers merely wanted to halt an intrusion, then they could have made an example of just a couple of the offending ships. There was no need to go all the way and wipe the trespassers out to the last man. They were already turning back and fleeing from the military biomechs before the first ship succumbed. This was indeed an uncharacteristically forceful response. The military garrison was so powerful that it could have made its point without inflicting heavy losses to the powerful trade companies that operated the fleets. The news of this massacre had already spread throughout the galactic net. Many people in the Star Sector gained a very bad impression of the Life Research Association. A lot of established business partners were also considering if they needed to pare down their trading activities with the state. Professor Cortez hummed as he considered the current situation. If the officers in charge haven't gone mad, then the military must be following a specific purpose. There has to be a logical reason why the brass would rather offend numerous trading partners and depress foreign trade for years to come. The leaders in charge of the military garrison aren't fools. Patriarch Benedict noted. You can see that from their crisp maneuvers, smooth logistics and excellent discipline. Not a single military unit in space has gone rogue as far as I can tell. There is no way that the massacre that took place earlier is spontaneous. If this was the case, then there must be an incredibly strong incentive to keep foreigners away from the heart of the prosperous Hill system. Professor Cortez glowered. There has to be an enormous secret in the inner system. Among the settled planets, Prosperous Hill V is the most dangerous one. Perhaps they are competing for something extremely vital to them and don't want any foreigners spoiling their party. What could be so valuable that the factions are going all out to conquer the planet? I have no clue. The Crossers weren't the only ones to come to this conclusion. Calabast and Gloriana were also wondering what the local factions were truly fighting for. The collateral damage was already considerable, but the militant lifers showed no signs of easing their conflict. Meow. Clixie jumped down from Gloriana's lap and approached the odd eight-legged mammal. Arnold stopped sniffing and rubbing his side against Calabast's long and tight boots. Squeak. Meow meow. Squeak. Meow. Clixie hissed and darted forward in order to press her paw on top of Arnold's head. Squeak. As Clixie showed the mutated Arganid Clysenta who were in charge aboard the Spirit of Bentime, the two hexers both looked troubled as they regarded their chances of rescuing Vase. Though neither of them were particularly close despite their common origins, this time they were on the same side. Have you managed to communicate with Vase and the other stranded Larkinsons? Gloriana asked. Calabast shook her head. There has been no change in the situation. While we know that some sporadic quantum communication nodes are still in working condition, their owners have already cut external access to them. The public is completely cut off from outside contact. We can't even broadcast long-range signals to the planet the old-fashioned way. The military garrison has put up a wall of interference over the entire planet. This is a very serious act. This was yet another sign that something fishy was going on. Prosperous Hill V was not only the starting location of the Supreme Revolution, but remained hotly contested despite the large number of biomechs that had already perished from the seemingly pointless fighting. Vase. Gloriana squirmed in her seat and rubbed the wedding band on her ring finger. I can sense he's alive, but I don't know how he's doing. He could be stuck in a cell and getting tortured right now. We have to get him out of this rotten planet. I want the same thing, Gloriana, but we truly don't have any options. Don't you have a stealth shuttle or something? Calabast shook her head. The chance of getting caught and subsequently losing this valuable asset is too large. I won't mention the difficulty of circumventing all of the mech patrols and security platforms in orbit. Re-entry from orbit to surface always generates a lot of heat. If a shuttle dives down quickly, then it will light up like a meteoroid regardless of its active stealth systems. If it dives down slowly, then it has to expend a lot of energy to control its descent, which means that the shuttle's engines and other systems will be outputting too much heat. You don't need to tell me that. I'm a mech designer. I know my science, Gloriana grumbled. Then you shouldn't have asked this question in the first place. I just want you to do something. It didn't matter how many times Gloriana yelled at Calabast or other Larkinsons. The clan wasn't strong enough to challenge the might of an entire state. Complaining was all the journeyman could do. Without Vase, she felt as if she was missing an entire half of her life. She had entangled herself way too much to her current husband to be able to go without him. She loved him so much that she was even willing to smuggle herself onto the surface if it was possible. As Gloriana imagined all kinds of suffering that Vase must be going through, the man in question was currently having the time of his life. Boom, 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 ha ha ha. Vase laughed as he observed the outcome of his latest test. I'm making progress. Only 3 out of 12 test subjects failed to endure the pressure. This is better than yesterday. Over the past couple of days, he continued to experiment with the aspect of transcendence. The exploded heads and bodies of hundreds of captive and sentenced criminals already confirmed its potency. What Vase sought to do was to retain its useful effect but mitigate the lethal side effects as much as possible. He constantly tweaked the spiritual foundations of the aspect of transcendence and the aspect of tranquility. Though he was far from eliminating the risk of death at the moment, he believed the chances of survival were much greater if he subjected this experimental procedure to a strong-willed Larkinson. Scum ultimately aren't representative of proper clansmen, Vase muttered. He continued to perform some follow-up experiments on the surviving test subjects and only stopped when they all expired. As soon as Vase emerged from his secret lab, someone was already waiting for him in his office. Patriarch Vase. Commander Rivington saluted. We have just come across a highly controversial piece of intelligence. It's mostly a rumor, I think, but there are enough signs for us to think it is plausible. Vase raised his eyebrow. What is it, Commander? If you remember, you ordered us to look into whether there is a pinnacle lab nearby. We did so and began to question a lot of locals for unusual signs. We not only succeeded in gathering some clues on the possible location of the Supreme Sage's lab, but also got word that it contains something explosive. What is it you're talking about? The lifer-turned Larkinson took a deep breath before spitting out the answer. There is a possibility that the Pinnacle Lab contains a dose of high-grade life-prolonging treatment, sir. In fact, there is a possibility that it may hold multiple doses. Vase completely froze. Chapter 2917. Gathering clues. What was a high-grade life-prolonging serum? That was the magical cure for one of the most difficult to cure diseases for every form of life, aging. Humans, like almost every other form of life, were natural products that came with an expiration date. The cost of growing them was substantial, but the cost of maintaining their operation rose exponentially as they continued to exceed their original expiration date. It was not that difficult for a typical baseline human to live beyond 130 years old by receiving special treatment. While the price was not affordable to ordinary humans, the wealthy could probably secure a modest extension after paying a very significant price. The real challenge came beyond this initial period. Trying to extend the life of a person who was already operating beyond his original parameters became at least 10 times as hard. Fortunately, a second round of life-prolonging treatment was not out of reach for the wealthiest citizens of a typical second-rate state. What about after that, though? Though Vase did not comprehend the specifics, Rania once told him that a third round of treatment was at least 10 times more difficult than the preceding one. This pattern continued until not even the Big Two had the technology or resources to extend the life of an ancient geezer who should have died centuries ago. Though Vase only possessed a very shallow understanding of life-prolonging treatment serum, he had his own unique insights on them after owning a vial once. At his age, he had plenty of time to spare before he needed to worry about extending his life. The true value of the serum rested in its incredibly potent universal life-attributed spiritual energy. This mysterious quality, which Vase suspected to be the key to the efficacy of the serum, was one of the best spiritual ingredients that he had ever come across. His own life attribute excelled at creating life where there was none. This was what he was working towards, so of course it had to excel in this aspect. His mother apparently couldn't replicate this capability, but she was much better at draining and converting heterogeneous spiritual energy. Both of them utilized life energy in different applications. They worked better for some purposes and didn't work at all for other purposes. What was remarkable about the life energy derived from life-prolonging treatment serum was that it was incredibly potent and universal. It had a gentle, neutral quality that could basically merge with anything without generating any rejection. This turned it into a powerful amplifier that could provide an enormous qualitative and quantitative boost to his spiritual products. So far, Vase utilized the energy derived from the serum to create some of his best spiritual products. The Superior Mother, Lufa and Sharpie all gained boundless potential due to the all-around improvement granted by the high-quality energy. Unfortunately, Vase lost the potency of the serum in his possession to his mother before he could do more with what was left. If he knew that his voracious mother would suck his energy without any regard for propriety, he would have used up his universal life energy a long time ago. He could have created a lot more wonders if his vial still retained much of its potency. This was one of his lifelong regrets. He often thought back on the Battle of the Abyss and how much he sacrificed in order to secure victory. He always wanted to travel back in time so that he could beat his younger self on the head for being stupid enough to venture so deep into the Nixian Gap. Vase thought this would stay as a dream for a very long time. The cheapest form of life-prolonging treatment serum was no longer inaccessible to him, but the MTA and CFA imposed multiple arduous requirements to those who wished to obtain the high-grade variants. He gave up on obtaining them through regular channels after he learned how many barriers were in the way. Yet this time was different. The news provided by Commander Rivington sent a shudder through his body. He did not fully appreciate the full value of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum until he had finally lost it all to his mother. He experienced many frustrating instances in the future where he felt he could have accomplished more if his serum was still intact. Now that he had the chance to make up for it, Vase did not want to let go of this promising opportunity. Still, his sense of prudence quickly reasserted itself. Though it normally didn't play a major role in his life, common sense dictated that something as supremely valuable as high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum should never be easy to obtain. This was especially so if it was stored inside one of the Supreme Sage's mysterious pinnacle labs. These top-end research facilities were incredibly desirable by pretty much every faction in the LRA. Vase doubted that he and his mob could just barge past their biomechs, pass through all of the security measures and pull out a vial or two like he was shopping for groceries. Though his greed for the serum threatened to overwhelm all of his good sense, Vase was still able to calm his raging emotions. He did not forget about his current circumstances. Though he managed to gather an expanded mob of lifers who he managed to convert to the Larkinson clan, the hundreds of biomechs at his disposal could easily be crushed by any major organized force. Vase needed to gather more details in order to make a more thorough consideration on whether he should go for it. A single vial of serum was not worth his life. He turned his attention back to Commander Rivington. Tell me what gives you the confidence to bring this up with me. If this is just a rumor, you wouldn't have bothered to waste my time. The former competitive team leader had done a decent job at organizing all of the newly induced clansmen. Even with the help of the Larkinson network, it was not easy to get every single lifer in line, especially when many of them were previously members of gangs, eccentric organizations and fringe groups. Well, it's like this, Mr. Larkinson. Do you remember Spiritus Sancti? Vase glowered. Yes, I do. It's the cult that treats biotechnology as a faith rather than a science. Samindra Avikan used to be a part of this organization as well. Though he had his apprehensions for the weirdos with the purple mechs, Samindra and her cultists had remained well behaved so far. Aside from their insistence on maintaining their religious beliefs, they got along decently well with other Larkinsons. The only caveat was that the vast majority of Larkinsons in his air fleet consisted of other former citizens of the Life Research Association. It remained to be seen whether the cultists would be able to adjust to life in his main fleet where the majority of clansmen did not have much affection for biomechs. Well, sir, the primary source for this intelligence comes from the former members of Spiritus Sancti. What, are you sure? Perhaps it is best to hear from her yourself. I have already taken the liberty of summoning her. She'll be arriving soon enough. In the meantime, Rivington explained the other clues they gathered about a possible pinnacle lab in the vicinity that may have relations with life-prolonging treatment. After an investigation, we have pinned down 2 possible locations for a pinnacle lab, he said as he projected a map of the greater metropolitan area. Ruzin Arena may be one of the most probable possibilities. The extreme defenses, the oversized underground complex and the constant fighting that still goes on in the area are all indicators that there is something of extreme value there. There is no other reason for the opposing factions to fight so hard over a simple arena. Vase firmly nodded. He agreed with this logic. He didn't need to listen to any rumors to know that there was something fishy going on in that place. Perhaps the instance where its audience platforms turned into killer tree tentacles was not a random terrorist act. Although the air fleet was currently far away from the arena, they could still perceive the intensive fighting going on to this day through their long-ranged sensors. The Larkinsons also came in touch with witnesses who had fled the city center after falling victim to the copious amount of collateral damage that the fighting forces were producing every day. Practically every tree structure in the surrounding districts had already been trashed from all of the ordnance flying around. While I think you are definitely onto something, Ruzin Arena is not a place where we should return. We almost lost our lives to the chaos in our efforts to get away from that war zone. Even if there are 100 vials of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum in storage over there, there is no way I'll return. The risks were too high. Not even Vase could stomach the extremely high likelihood of getting targeted by powerful hostile forces. These mech forces and their backers would never allow a random outsider to compete for the treasures of a pinnacle lab. Commander Rivington looked a little more relieved. I agree with you. The second possible location should not be as dangerous. You mentioned something about an unreasonably large warehouse depot. I've read through Venerable Tussa's reports on his scouting runs and tasked some of my men to dig up more information. Did your investigations yield anything? We didn't manage to get access to solid records and other data, but we did find a few former workers of the warehouse complex. Despite the unusual location of the depot, the containers that pass through this place are always properly accounted for. They are sourced from normal biotech companies and they are shipped to various destinations on the planet, not just nearby biotech facilities. It seems as if the warehouse is merely situated in this poor region in order to take advantage of the low regional taxes and other preferential policies. That shouldn't be all if this is everything you've managed to gather. Vase replied while steepling his fingers. Correct, sir. One of my investigators thought to look up something different. He tracked the news of visits of prominent old guests to the planet. It is quite rare for centuries-old dignitaries to visit Prosperous Hill V, so each time they come, the news inevitably mentions their names. What did you find? For one, they rarely visit Prosperous Hill IV, which is considered to be a much more elite and high-class environment to entertain important dignitaries. Instead, most of them chose to stay in Prosperous Hill V for weeks and months at a time. The news makes few to no mentions of their appearances during their stay, but they have to be somewhere. Doesn't this sound as if they are being treated? Vase furrowed his brows. This is not a proven correlation. These important dignitaries could be engaged in many other activities during their stay. They don't need to publicize their entire itineraries. But we have another clue that makes their visits more notable. Those companies that are shipping containers to the warehouse depot, several of them are owned in part or in full by those ancient dignitaries. It's rare, but there are enough instances for us to conclude that there is definitely something secret taking place. Now this was more suspicious. The amount of companies that operated in the LRA and the rest of the star sector was immense. Even the slice of companies that produced resources relevant to the biotech industry numbered into the millions or billions. Vase became more and more convinced that Rivington was onto something. This is compelling circumstantial proof, but it's not enough to conclude that the warehouse is tied to a pinnacle lab. Alternate explanations still exist. We are aware of that. That is why the testimony from the former members of Spiritus Sancti is important. On their own, their words are not convincing enough, but combined with the intelligence we've gathered, the picture grows stronger. While Vase normally wasn't inclined to believe the words of a cultist, this time was different. If there was enough supporting evidence, then it might be worthwhile to take this person seriously. Chapter 2918, Superseding Oaths. Miss Avacon, please enter. A woman garbed in remarkable purple robes entered the room. She nodded at Commander Rivington. As prominent leaders among the lifer contingent of Larkinsons, they frequently worked alongside each other. Vase was a bit taken aback by her appearance though. While he interacted with her every now and then, lately he had become too preoccupied with his experiments. Besides, his air fleet already developed a working hierarchy now. He did not have to waste as much time with solving various management issues. It had actually been at least 6 days ago when he last met Samandra. Back then, the priestess possessed a familiar demeanor. Now, she looked much more focused and intense. When her eyes rested on Vase, he felt as if she was trying her best to restrain herself. She bowed deeply. Patriarch Vase, it is good to see you again. You look different. I have been praying a lot lately, and so have my fellow compatriots. That sounds okay. I have been praying in front of the aspect of healing. For a long time, I did not realize that I was bearing a burden. Reflecting on myself while in the presence of the divine angel has made me realize that, of the 4 aspects of Lufa, Vase reserved 2 of them for his experiments. The aspect of rationality was very dangerous, but also very useful in certain circumstances, so its use was heavily restricted. This left the aspect of healing as the remaining statue open to the public. Every Larkinson who wanted to clear their minds and find some joy in their lives were allowed to have a session with the statue. A short session. As Vase and some of the leadership became more concerned about the potential long-term effects of constant exposure, they increasingly limited the amount of minutes someone was allowed to spend in the statue's presence. Vase did not want to raise a bunch of spiritual drug addicts. The statue was solely there to help the traumatized and displaced citizens move on from their depression. It was not meant to turn Larkinsons into the next versions of Axelar Strian. He thought that cutting down the session time to 10 minutes was already good enough. Yet seeing how Samandra had become a lot more fanatical than before made him feel he needed to pare down that time interval even further. He coughed. Madam Samandra, I hope you have kept in mind that the cure can sometimes be worse than the disease. I am aware that the grace of the aspect of healing should not be abused. However, it has helped me discover what is truly important. Now that I have pledged my loyalty to the Larkinson clan, I should not let my old bonds hinder me from doing what is best. I think the reason why I am here is related to my enlightenment. If not for that, I would have been much more hesitant to divulge the information that I hold. Vase narrowed his eyes. Please explain. Priestess Samandra, please tell Vase about your ties to the Supreme Sage. Vase straightened his back as he stared at the woman in shock. You know the Supreme Sage? The priestess quickly shook her head. Not directly, no, I am a small figure to this great researcher. Though I do admit that my organization and I worshipped him as the greatest apostle that can realize the holy grandeur of biotechnology. What are your ties to him, then? My prior organization, Spiritus Sancti, is an arm of his direct organization. We were essentially one of his agents, not that most of us were aware of this. I am one of the few who know the truth due to my rank. Vase was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Life Research Association maintained a strong secular tradition. Its people strongly valued science over baseless superstition and did not take cults like Spiritus Sancti seriously. The lifers were much like Briters in that regard. The only difference was that the former adopted their stance based on science while the latter made the same decision based on ideology. As someone who sat at the very top of a technocratic state, the supreme sage should be one of the most repellent towards religion. There was no way that Vase could ever tie such a renowned and successful biotech research to a cult that plied illogical and unfalsifiable assumptions. Commander Rivington saw his confusion and chuckled. That's my reaction as well when Priestess Samandra first told me about this. I have to say that it makes good sense, though. Who would ever suspect that Spiritus Sancti actually served as the Supreme Sage's eyes and ears? No lifer, especially the stuck-up biomech designers, would ever guess the truth. Vase became enlightened. If he disregarded his instinctual disgust towards cults, then he had to admit that the Supreme Sage erected a brilliant scheme. Spiritus Sancti were treated as outcasts in the LRA. This made it difficult for them to get in touch with people and organizations that were aligned to the Supreme Sage, but that also meant they had an easier time befriending those who were opposed to the current order. As the implications and possibilities of this arrangement became more clear to Vase, he was furiously taking notes. While he didn't think it was necessary to spread informants in his clan, he might need to implement this kind of plan when he became involved in other organizations in the future. So what was your purpose? The leaders of Spiritus Sancti answered to an emissary of the Supreme Sage. Samandra clarified, I do not know the name of the organization to which the emissary belongs, but we believe that it answers directly to the Great Leader. Personally, I have the impression that we were working on behalf of an intelligence agency that is directly under the control of the head of our state. Vase thought about something interesting. Wait a second, according to the rebels, the Supreme Sage who we all thought was alive until recently had actually turned braindead more than a year ago. Did Spiritus Sancti continue to receive instructions from this mysterious emissary in recent times? The priestess sighed. We did, sir. We received more and more instructions to get in contact with other shunned organizations and understand their situation. Once we have supplied the intelligence we have gathered, we are no longer part of the process. I have kept an eye on these groups, though. I have noticed that some of them have started to undergo some changes. Do you believe the emissary and the group he is part of has gone rogue? I cannot say, Patriarch. It may be that the conservatives or the opposition has taken control of them instead. Whatever the case, I feel rather betrayed that we have been following the whims of lessers in the last 1.5 years. I pledged an oath to serve the Supreme Sage and his chosen agents who are loyal to his cause. You told us earlier that the aspect of healing caused you to rethink this oath. I did not break my sacred oaths, Samandra stated in a fiery tone. However, there are instances where oaths are no longer valid. For example, now that the Supreme Sage has perished and the agents we have answered to no longer execute his will, I believe that I am no longer bound by my previous promises. Besides, even if he was still alive, he is no longer the apostle who can make everyone acknowledge the greatness of holy biotechnology. As your living statues have already shown, you are a much better envoy of biotechnology. Regardless of your reasons, you're a Larkinson now. Rivington added, your new loyalties supersede your old ones. If there is a conflict between the two, then you must always prioritize your current responsibilities. Well said, Commander. Vase smiled and clapped. Anything that served the interests of his clan above the interests of other organizations would always have his approval. Let's get back to the more immediate topic. Samandra, did Spiritual Sancti deal with life-prolonging treatment in any way? She shook her head. I will have to disappoint you, sir. As far as I am aware, we have never gotten in touch with such a high-end matter. What I can disclose to you is that we may know where one of the Pinnacle labs is located. Oh, how come? These labs are also high-end. I believe that Spiritus Sancti has assisted in some of the Supreme Sage's experiments. In what way, I can't tell. She slowly said, there were several instances where some of us traveled to the warehouse depot that we are investigating at the moment. While I cannot directly tie these incidents to the instructions given by the emissary, I believe there is definitely a connection. Spiritus Sancti ordinarily doesn't operate that much in this area. If this was the case, then the depot was definitely remarkable. Vase made up his mind. I've decided, as soon as our air fleet is ready to move from this biomech production facility, we're heading straight to this place. Won't that be too obvious, sir? If a Pinnacle lab is truly buried in the vicinity, we might alarm those who are also aware. I don't think it's a big issue if it is not as contested as Ruzin Arena. While the odds of finding something good at that warehouse is low, we don't know until we examine the place. Just consider this a gamble. If our suspicions are wrong, then no harm is done. The only price we paid was the opportunity cost of venturing to a more productive location. He didn't care too much about this. Enough time had passed for the Larkinsons to perform rudimentary repairs and maintenance on many of its biomechs. While not all of them were in good condition, they were still adequate as long as they could fight. Vase faintly felt that time was running out. The anarchy on the planet could not last forever. Once the conservatives or whoever else managed to push out the opposition, it was only a matter of time before the effective rulers clamped down on all of the chaos. While a part of Vase would feel relieved that common sense took hold again, another part of him would feel sad that the good times were over. He had gained so much from the current situation. Now that he had made up his mind, his subordinates received orders to prepare for another migration. They had lingered in this location long enough. Their strike companies had already ventured out and cleaned up all of the murderers and anarchists in the surrounding city district. Though Vase did not completely assume that there was a hidden pinnacle lab at their next destination, he chose to divulge the possibility to a select few people. "You're doing something stupid again, Vase." Venerable Janzi crossed her arms. "When will you learn that you need to stop going after everything that looks shiny? We should just stay put and wait for the fighting to die down. Our primary goal has always been to return to our fleet. We should not jeopardize our survival by getting involved in this murky business." "I hate to say it, but she's right this time." Venerable Tusa concurred. Vase remained stubborn, though. "This is different. The risks of exploring an abandoned warehouse isn't as great as heading right back to Ruzin Arena. I just want to try and see if I can pick up some invaluable salvage on the cheap. If it doesn't work out, I'll back off. I promise." "Do you know what you are saying, Vase? You're thinking about barging into the most strategically important facilities in the LRA in order to steal something that doesn't belong to you. This is not honorable conduct." "Well, the way the lifers have treated us isn't honorable either. I never asked to get caught up in their civil war, but they didn't give me any choice. I'm just heading out in order to collect some interest. I need compensation for all of the trauma the state has inflicted." Chapter 2919. Paramilitaries. Though Venerable Janzi stubbornly opposed his decision to explore the suspicious warehouse complex, her disapproval didn't matter. Vase was in charge, not Janzi. They were not crossers who universally treated high-ranking mech pilots as their rightful leaders. While a bit of hero worship was fine, Vase hated it when people ascribed competency to expert pilots that they did not possess. Expert pilots were grunts with superpowers as far as Vase were concerned. They excelled on the battlefield but couldn't even solve a single differential equation. This was why he deliberately structured his clan in a way to separate expert pilots from actual authority. The Cross clan may have chosen to perpetuate the backward customs of the Garland Empire, but the Larkinson clan ought to be more enlightened. The air fleet continued to prepare for departure regardless of the opinions of his expert pilots. He merely informed them of his intentions as a courtesy and to fill them in beforehand in case he needed their assistance inside the Pinnacle Lab. Soon enough, the air fleet moved out in force. Over 500 biomechs rose into the air, followed by hundreds of organic transports and shuttles. Everyone that looked up from the ground would definitely become awed by the sheer amount of heavy vehicles flying over their heads. This aerial armada did not dare to fly too high in the air. Though it was too large to hide its presence, the Larkinsons didn't want to make it easy for hooligans to take potshots at their fleet assets. Biomechs along with a small number of metallic mechs frequently went on ranging patrols. It was not enough to defend against any threats that took action. The Larkinsons favored a more proactive approach where they preemptively squelched any potential danger along their route. Few of these patrols actually bumped into dangerous elements. The notoriety of the Larkinson air fleet had already spread among the locals. Many gangs had already chosen to relocate. The few troublemakers that stayed either did not receive word or didn't believe in the rumors. Venerable Tusa enthusiastically scouted the way forward with his Piranha Prime. He and a number of other scout mechs shouldered the important mission of gathering real-time data. On the warehouse complex, the last time that Tusa eyed the place, he spotted a large group of unknown gray mechs helping themselves to the abandoned containers at the site. Vase stood in the improvised command center of one of the larger biotransports. Though he still felt uncomfortable about traveling inside the belly of a large vehicle that was entirely made out of flesh and bone, he brushed aside his feelings as best as possible. He was waiting for Venerable Tusa to broadcast a live view of the site in question. While average people did not have much use for the containers filled with feedstock and other industrial goods, the abandoned cargo was very valuable to large and organized mech forces. What will you do if a strong group already occupies the site? Commander Casella Ingvar asked as she stood on the opposite side of the operations table. It depends. If the other party consists of less than 100 mechs, then it shouldn't be an issue to push them away. What if there are more mechs? What if there are 300 biomechs present like last time Venerable Tusa scouted the site? If we approach them like this, we will undoubtedly make them feel threatened. It is one thing if they are criminals or hostiles. However, they may also be similar to us. What if they are just trying to survive? Then we'll still insist on taking over the place. Vase answered, it's just a warehouse. Most of the containers there are filled with feeder stock that is only useful when it is put into feeder pools. There aren't any production facilities in the immediate vicinity, so there shouldn't be a reason for them to insist on staying put. Commander Casella did not look particularly convinced at his arguments. She felt that this was folly. The air fleet wasn't short on feeder stock after they had raided the inventory of the biomech production complex that they had just departed. In fact, their transports were already filled with supplies and loot the Larkinsons managed to salvage from their surroundings. There was hardly any room for more cargo. Where's Lucky? Casella changed the topic. I haven't seen him around recently. Is there something wrong? Ah, he's fine. My cat just needs a break. He'll be back in action in no time. Lucky looked like he had drained his soul after ejecting his latest gem from his metallic body. Vase had no idea why this was the case. He chalked it up to his cat's recent hoarding behavior. He briefly patted his chest pocket where he was still hiding his pouch of gems. The large Supreme Comprehension gem was still active most of the time, but it had nowhere to go. As much as he disliked the vague gem, he did not discount its potency. Vase was determined to find a use for it. He guessed that it should have a very powerful reaction if he paired it up with a biomech. A few minutes passed. Soon enough, the air fleet picked up the transmission that Vase had been waiting for. A new projection appeared over the map that displayed a live view of the warehouse in question. Vase immediately felt his heart sink. These bastards again, he cursed. Why are they here? The Piranha Prime had moved close enough to the suspicious warehouse complex to transmit a detailed view. Venerable Tusa did not dare to resort to any active sensors for fear of alarming the other party. Vase, the expert pilot whispered over the comm despite the futility of lowering his voice when he was inside a cockpit. There are a lot of gray biomechs out there. Compared to last time, my mech counts at least 100 more organic machines. They've also brought a lot of vehicles as well. It doesn't look like they're planning to depart anytime soon. The clearest sign of this was the defenses erected by the other party. Work parties were installing numerous turrets, sensor arrays and more around the complex. The air fleet slowly halted. Vase needed time to make a decision on how to handle these strangers. He was not in a rush to barge into their territory and provoke a destructive fight. Vase sighed. Please rein in our scout squads. I don't want them to alarm these unknowns, though I suppose we can't hide our massive fleet forever. Very well, sir. What do you wish to do next? The Sentinel commander asked. We need to learn more about this organization before I am ready to decide. I don't want to fight against this force, but I don't intend to rule out this option. Can anyone tell me about the organization behind these gray biomechs? The Larkinsons asked around, but no one in the air fleet recognized their color scheme and markings. Not even Samindra Avakon and all of the other former members of Spiritus Sancti recognized these strangers. While the intelligence specialists in the air fleet attempted to take a closer look at the occupied warehouse complex, other Larkinsons were trying to glean clues through observations. Commander Casella quickly made note of some relevant points. The unknown organization runs a tight ship. Their mechs are moving with precision and purpose while their people on their fleet are always preoccupied with work. Look at how orderly they organize their new base. Nothing looks sloppy. Are they military? Vase guessed with worry. I haven't spotted any military-grade mechs, but if their mech pilots are as tough as nails, I don't want to tangle against them. Our own forces are too heterogeneous to fight in a uniform fashion. My guess is different, sir. In my experience of training and leading the living sentinels, I estimate that these unknowns are equal or maybe a little bit better than my men. In my opinion, we're not looking at a military unit, but I think there are definitely numerous veterans in their ranks. My best guess is that we're looking at a paramilitary force. Paramilitaries. Vase puzzlingly frowned. That sounded quite troublesome to Vase. Paramilitary organizations were quite formidable in some cases. Their mech pilots were not as selfish and cowardly as mercenaries, but they weren't as disciplined and coordinated as active service members either. Paramilitaries sat somewhere in between. In fact, the Larkinson clan also fit in this category in a sense. If Vase had 500 Larkinson mechs at his disposal, then he would have no doubt that his side could crush the unknown party. The problem was that his air fleet was protected by dozens of smaller forces that had only recently joined hands. Vase had observed the quality of his newly acquired biomechs and their accompanying pilots and came away disappointed. While the quality of biomechs did not diverge that much, the mech pilots were a different story. Despite being able to attend a second-class mech academy, the mech pilots he recruited during this campaign were mostly used to the lower standards of the private sector. Hardly any of them were ready to fight a pitched battle where they needed to put their lives on the line. The only mech pilots he could trust were Venerable Janzi, Venerable Tusa and a small band of Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers. He only had less than 30 of them, which was far from enough to carry an entire battle. However, even if he had confidence that his side could win the battle without suffering crippling losses, Vase still lacked a reason to enter hostilities with the unknown force. For several weeks, the Larkinsons on the ground purposefully cultivated an honorable and righteous image. They did not harm civilians and only attacked vicious criminals. Vase could already tell that the unknowns were not like the rest of the people that the Larkinsons had dealt with. Their solid discipline along with their lack of independent movement suggested that he wasn't dealing with thugs. If this was the case, how could he possibly convince his fellow Larkinsons to attack the people that were preventing him from investigating the warehouse complex? Although the possibility of encountering a high life-prolonging treatment serum at this site was low, Vase did not wish to miss this opportunity to obtain an absolute treasure. In any case, most of the lifers his air fleet spontaneously recruited were completely expendable in his eyes. Vase didn't not care for the lifers at all. Though they had officially joined the Larkinson clan, the current circumstances meant that Goldie and the Larkinson network were not very effective at changing their behavior. He recruited them because he had no other choice, not because he wanted them. There were many mech pilots in the air fleet that were completely unworthy to fight alongside real Larkinsons. He was not opposed to getting rid of them early. It was too bad that many other Larkinsons wouldn't agree. Damn, how will I be able to solve this problem? After an hour of careful observation, the analysts barely learned anything new. The paramilitaries did a good job of controlling their emissions. Every communication signal was under heavy encryption and their off-duty personnel never chatted with each other outdoors. Vase grew suspicious at these precautions. This was yet another sign that there might be something of great interest at the warehouse complex. Still, looking at them from afar only yielded so much information. Vase urgently needed more. For this reason, Vase temporarily left the command center. He moved through the corridors and entered the compartment where he slept. "Lucky, I have a job for you," he shouted. "Meow wow." Lucky lied flat on his bed while trying his best to return to his slumber. He looked kind of cute in the way his pale bronze body slumped his limbs. Vase grew impatient. He stormed over and picked up his cat. "Hello, is anyone home? I have a mission for you. I don't care if you are sick. You've already used up all of your sick days for the year." "Meow, meow, peef. You can't sue me for exploiting your labor and endangering you. Stop joking and get to work. You still have a lot of debt to repay after eating for so many months only to produce a weird gem." Chapter 2920. Unknown Power. The warehouse complex became more and more intriguing to Vase. Aside from all of the unusual points that he had already ascertained, the fact that a force of roughly 400 mechs not just visited the site, but beefed up its defenses was very suspicious. The warehouse complex was a poor defensive site. It was overly large and expansive. It did not hold any terrain advantage. It was vulnerable to long-range bombardment. It did not offer any substantial logistical support aside from offering lots of supplies. Yet these raw materials needed to be brought to an industrial facility in order to be of use. It was much harder to make use of feeder stock in field conditions. The unknown paramilitary organization is not entrenching the warehouse complex because they wish to use it as their new base. Commander Casella Ingvar noted as she studied the projection in the command center. Their overall approach suggests that they are merely setting up a temporary forward operating base. Commander Rivington looked thoughtful. He may be decent at managing different personalities, but his civilian background limited his vision when it came to military deployments. One of the reasons why Vase valued Casella so much was that she had attended formal officer and command courses. That made her very suitable to lead a large mech force like the Living Sentinels. Tell me why you think so, Vase requested. The female commander pointed at the areas where the paramilitaries stored their ammunition, energy cells and other relevant supplies. The amount of supplies these unknowns have brought is too little to sustain a mech force of this size on a long-term basis. I estimate that the paramilitaries can probably live off these supplies for half a year under calm circumstances but weeks if they are engaged in active combat. Vase hadn't noticed this, but now that she pointed it out, that did sound suspicious. A mech force as large as this must have a permanent base. If they are migrating from their old location because it is too close to the center of the city or something, then they should have brought a lot more goods. Even if they are lacking in transports, they can just procure more from their surroundings. Casella nodded. That leads me to believe that this is not their entire force. It is possible that they still have hundreds or even thousands of mechs back in their base. That caused Vase to frown. That was bad news. If he ordered his Larkinsons to attack the paramilitaries occupying the warehouse in a hurry, then even if he managed to secure a victory, they might be subject to an intense counterattack. He felt a bit relieved that he chose to pause the airfleet's advance. Right now, his troops had diverted to another light industrial district in order to give the impression that they were merely taking care of their own business. Under normal circumstances, there should be no reason for his air fleet to attack the occupied warehouse complex. As long as the paramilitaries remained unaware that Vase might have hostile intentions towards them, then he should still hold the initiative. This was important as Vase could initiate all kinds of operations that could stack the deck in his favor. However, if it turned out the occupation force was just one battalion among several, then that changed the equation. Vase did not want to piss off a secretive organization that could potentially field 2,000 mechs at once. Casella continued to point out some details that caught her attention. The turrets they have deployed around the base are made up of modular organic parts. While I'm not familiar with organic technology, the principle should be the same. These turrets shouldn't be ordinary goods that you can buy from the market. Private sector outfits vastly prefer to rely on mechs and maybe other mobile assets such as self-propelled anti-air platforms. Installing static defenses means that they will just lose a lot of money if a fight gets too dicey. Mercenaries never fought to the death. They always secured an escape route for themselves. So you're suggesting that the paramilitaries are well-funded and not profit-seeking in nature? Correct. The biomechs they use might not be top-of-the-shelf goods, but none of them are cheap. Together with the tight discipline exhibited by their people, I have the feeling we are dealing with former veterans turned mercenaries. In other words, we may be looking at a private military force that works for a powerful insider in the Life Research Association. It could be anyone, then. Commander Rivington shrugged. I bet that any master in the LRA can set up a paramilitary force like this. They have the wealth to afford all of the hardware, the status to attract former military mech pilots and the connections to somehow get away with organizing so many biomechs on a planet known for its stringent restrictions on mechs. The more clues they gathered, the more Vase felt intimidated by these unknowns. Attacking them rashly with a poorly organized force that was made out of lots of random mechs would surely end in folly. Even if Vase was able to rely on strong heroes like Venerable Janzi and Venerable Tusa, they could only do so much without genuine expert mechs. A frightening possibility came to mind. Do you think they have an expert pilot on retainer? Neither Rivington nor Casella knew the answer. They both frowned. I'm not sure, sir. Commander Casella replied. It's unlikely for a typical paramilitary organization to have an expert pilot on retainer. You probably know what expert pilots are like. They are extraordinary soldiers who are willing to dedicate themselves to a cause that is greater than themselves. It is hard for mech pilots in the private sector to adopt this mentality. Any expert pilot who broke through while in military service will often remain in service for the remainder of his career. Vase tentatively nodded. While it was not impossible for expert pilots to resign from the military for various reasons, it was a low probability occurrence. The chance that the paramilitaries had an expert pilot in service should be very minimal, though he was still careful enough to take it into consideration. Expert pilot or not, it's clear we can't mess with these guys. Not with our current force composition. He felt rather weak and helpless at the moment. For the umpteenth time, he wished he had access to all of his mech forces. Even at their depleted numbers, the avatars of myth, living sentinels, battle criers, flagrant vandals and so on could definitely crush these paramilitaries. Yet right now, they were situated several light hours away from prosperous Hill V. They were so deep in space that they might as well be stationed in a different star system. Commander Rivington approached Vase and softly patted his back. "Sir, I implore you to reconsider your options. Even if there is something valuable buried underneath the warehouse complex, it's not worth sacrificing hundreds of mechs for it. Our air fleet has become a safe haven for all of us because of how many combat assets we have managed to put under our banner. If we lose much of them in pursuit of treasure, we lose the ability to defend ourselves against major threats. Do you think you can keep hold of whatever riches you have plundered in that case?" He was right. The Larkinsons and converted refugees had fought hard to build up their strength and remove the threat of annihilation due to weakness. Vase had no doubt that numerous hidden enemies would begin to eye their vulnerable air fleet if he lost over 2/3 of his mechs. Vase lowered his head for a moment. Numerous considerations flowed through his mind. Eventually, he slumped. "Fine, let's abort our war planning. As long as these paramilitaries occupy this warehouse complex, we won't take initiative to displace them. For now, we should remain put and maintain a healthy distance from these unknowns. Keep scouting, but don't make any aggressive moves." "Very well, sir. You made the right decision." Commander Casella smiled in relief. She wasn't the only one who reacted positively to the decision. Many other Larkinsons who were in the loop expressed relief as well. Their patriarch wasn't pushing them into fighting a ruinous battle this time. In fact, when other Larkinsons heard about the news, they became confused for a moment. "What?" Vase called off the attack. Tusa sounded as if he had difficulty accepting the truth. "Has someone replaced him with a clone or something? That's not like him at all. He's always looking to grasp opportunities." Venerable Janzi lightly punched the other expert pilot's arm. "Shut up. This is a good development. Vase is actually listening to me this time. There's at least some good sense in him left. I don't think that you had anything to do with it at all. From what it sounds like, the other guys are too strong." Fortunately, the rank and file remained ignorant of the considerations at the top. They just thought that the air fleet was still accumulating strength as usual. After Vase made the difficult decision to give up on an assault, he left the command center and returned to his temporary bunk. One of the primary reasons why he lacked confidence in defeating the current occupants of the suspicious warehouse complex was because one of his strongest combat assets was out of action. "How are you, Lucky?" Mew www. Lucky still looked as listless as ever as he rested on a pillow. When Vase came close and petted his cat, he noticed that the situation hadn't improved. For some reason, the production of the Supreme Comprehension Gem caused Lucky to enter into a period of long-term exhaustion. It was as if Lucky expended a significant amount of spiritual energy to synthesize the mysterious living gem. Vase was quite familiar with this particular condition. Under normal circumstances, it took weeks or even months for a typical spiritually active individual to recover to full. Though he sensed that his cat hadn't drained himself completely, it was clear that Commando Lucky wouldn't be making an appearance anytime soon. "If I knew this would happen, I would have insisted you to hold it in. You've avoided going to the toilet for months. Couldn't you have waited a few weeks more?" Mew. He didn't hound his gem cat too much. It was unreasonable for him to rely so much on Lucky. Though his feline companion had been an invaluable aid in many circumstances, he should have been relying on his subordinates instead. The fact that Vase was not at this point yet meant that there was still much to go before his clan became strong enough to solve all of his problems on his behalf. "When do you think we'll be able to return to space?" Mew. Meooww. Weeks have passed. Civil war or not, it's unreasonable for the lifers to maintain a blockade for so long. What is going on, exactly? Day after the day, the planet remained in hot contention. In the distance, the sounds and vibrations of active fighting continued without interruption. No matter whether it was day or night, the forces fighting on behalf of the political factions continued to throw themselves at each other without any regard for their losses. Was it worth it for their masters to expend so many assets to secure a pinnacle lab? Perhaps this frenzy might make sense if there was a chance of retrieving high-grade life-prolonging serum, but Vase didn't entirely believe this was the case. There had to be something else of great value on this planet. Something that might be worth more than the opportunity to extend an old geezer's life. Vase lacked too much information to make a guess. It could be anything as the Supreme Sage worked on many different high-level projects. He only revealed a fraction of his work to the public. Many of his accomplishments never saw the light of day. Chapter 2921. Lull. The air fleet under the command of Vase entered into a slightly awkward state. In a matter of weeks, it had ballooned in size and strength. However, it became increasingly harder to sustain this pattern. People weren't stupid. Even after a lot of criminals and anarchists took advantage of the situation and inflicted a lot of death and destruction, it was impossible for them to engage in wanton destruction for so long. These crazed murderers either killed each other off, got cleaned up by a stronger force like Ves's air fleet, or simply sobered up and went into hiding. The outskirts had calmed down. While many ordinary citizens were in dire need of aid, they were no longer under great threat. One notable development was that millions of refugees who resided in the downtown areas had fled to the periphery. Many of them didn't dare to take the risk of traveling in bio-vehicles because any random mech might shoot them down for random reasons. This has led to an enormous migration of people on foot. They fled from the center of Vieline like a tide of slow-moving ants. Many of them suffered from various indignities along the way, but their situation became a bit better once they started to group up and organize themselves. The Larkinsons paid careful attention to the refugees passing by the air fleet. Compared to the citizens who lived in the outskirts, the downtown folk were much more desirable. There was a greater proportion of well-educated professionals among their population. Lawyers, managers and even low-ranking biomech designers could be found among their ranks. It was easy for the air fleet to persuade these valued human resources to join the Larkinson clan. After getting caught up in the devastation of the Civil War before fleeing through a long stretch of dangerous and lawless streets, their sense of security had sunk to the bottom. They welcomed any chance of joining a strong and well-armed organization. Though the Larkinsons had to put the aspect of healing to much greater use in order to treat traumatized city folk, Vase was happy with this development. The supply of highly skilled professionals was so great that his Larkinson clan wouldn't be short of excellent medical doctors, geneticists, implant surgeons, beast designers and other biotech experts as long as he could bring them all back to his expeditionary fleet. Normally, it would have been much harder to poach these elite personnel. They were largely lifelong employees of established biotech companies. There was no reason for them to quit their promising careers and abandon a state that was entirely geared towards fostering their development. However, wars had a way of changing people's minds. When shells started flying over their heads, the Life Research Association didn't seem like a good place to them anymore. No amount of support for the biotech sector was worth the risk of death. "How are we doing in terms of recruitment?" Vase asked as he sat behind his desk. "We're doing extremely well compared to before, sir," Commander Rivington answered. "Our numbers have just broken through 20,000 members. The stress of absorbing so many lifers into our clan is enormous, but upon your orders, we have tried our best to pick up every desirable professional that we can find. In fact, many of the refugees have already heard about us and wish to join. We have to slow down and impose a lot of restrictions in order to cope with the current situation. We are nearing our limits, so we have to be a lot more selective than before." Recruiting more than 20,000 people in a short amount of time was not as great as it sounded at first. This was because only a third of them were actually desirable. The rest consisted of spouses, children and maybe other extended family. The Larkinsons had no choice but to accept these excess people, and Vase wasn't too upset about the situation. His clan prized family, so he couldn't be hypocritical about it. Besides, the needs of the extra refugees weren't great. They just needed a small amount of space in a vehicle in order to keep them happy. "Have you managed to pick up any senior professionals?" Vase asked. Rivington shook his head. "Journeyman mech designers and other people at this level have better ways of escaping the current chaos. They are either working for an established organization or they have relied on their guard forces to flee from the city center. They don't need to take shelter with us in order to secure their lives." A pity. Vase already expected as much. It didn't matter. The kind of personnel he had already managed to recruit already plugged the lack of doctors, researchers and other necessary personnel in the Larkinson clan. In this regard, Vase fully met his original goal for visiting the Life Research Association. If he was able to leave the planet right away, then he would not feel as if he had wasted his opportunity. It was just that Vase still felt he was missing out by giving up the opportunity to obtain a vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. He constantly reconsidered his difficult decision throughout his day. He felt so bad about backing off that he always had to remind himself that courting death was not a good way to get ahead in life. He vigorously shook his head. Maybe I need to spend some time with the aspect of rationality. His mood lightened after he thought about his latest innovation. The organic statues had all demonstrated their value in different ways. The aspect of transcendence was a particularly epic, transforming existence. Though Vase had reached a bottleneck in his research where he wasn't able to prevent his test subjects from dying or failing to arouse their spiritual potential, at least he was heading in the right direction. For something as promising as being able to induce spiritual potential in people who originally possessed none, Vase was not in a hurry to achieve quick success. He knew that something as fantastic as this could not be done with a rudimentary amount of knowledge and experimental results. Vase had to keep performing experiments, keep trying something new and keep gathering more data in order to progress this long and difficult project. Perhaps he might not even be able to achieve a truly successful result unless he achieved another breakthrough in his understanding of spirituality and spiritual engineering. Considering the current circumstances, Vase suspended his experiments. There were way too many people in the air fleet now, and who knew if one of them were perceptive enough to notice some clues. Besides, the supply of convicted criminals had dried up. The air fleet had become so notorious in the region that every malcontent had long moved away. In essence, the forces under the command of Vase essentially replaced the planetary guard as peacekeepers. Their excellent reputation and good deeds had spread far and wide. No one cared that the Larkinsons were a bunch of foreigners who didn't fully embrace biotechnology. During these troubling times, safety was more valuable than national pride. Now that he suspended his experiments, Vase suddenly had a lot more time on his hands. Though he could still spend his time on analyzing data, managing his ballooning air fleet and more, a part of him missed the opportunity to engage in his primary passion. I'm a mech designer. Why am I not designing mechs? Technically, he could do so at any time, but it was pointless. He needed to coordinate with his fellow journeyman and his design teams in order to start a serious project. Even if he came up with a fantastic new idea, it wasn't his turn to lead the next round of design projects this time. Gloriana had waited a long time to take the helm in designing the first expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. She was in charge of coming up with the initial mech concepts and determining all of the important design choices. If he dared to come up with a competing idea, Gloriana would probably scream in his face. Perhaps I might not be able to design any mechs soon, but that doesn't mean I have to sit still. The upcoming expert mech design projects would probably be his best products for a very long time. Vase wanted to design an individual mech that exceeded the quality and potential of his Devil Tiger for a very long time. He saw a lot of hope in his upcoming projects. He had at least 6 chances to succeed in his aim. I have to make sure that Venerable Joshua's expert mech is the best out of the batch. He had an opportunity to implement some of his recent ideas. For example, he could apply the principles of prime mechs to them. He could also integrate some organic components in them in order to amplify his design philosophy. All of this required a lot of thought and preparation. Even if Master Willix promised to provide her assistance to the projects, she was only responsible for solving the problems that were beyond the capacity of journeymen to deal with. She was not supposed to dictate the direction of the mech design projects. Still, that was already enough. Vase had to make the best possible use out of this unique opportunity. Master mech designers were very busy and they rarely volunteered their services to little journeymen. What was even more important was that the upcoming expert mech designs would play a pivotal role in defining the high-end mech power of the Larkinson clan for years to come. The stronger his expert mechs, the longer they remained relevant. Vase did not want to design a mediocre expert mech and be forced to replace them a few years later because their power level couldn't catch up to the competition in the Red Ocean. Maybe I should find a way to incorporate a battle network in them as well. Venerable Dice and the Sword Maidens already showed they didn't need to rely on a design spirit to unleash a lot of power. As Vase mused about creating new battle networks centered around his other expert pilots, his comm beeped an alert. What's going on, Casella? The occupied warehouse complex is under attack. A third party has just started to bombard the site. What? I'll head to the command center straight away. Vase dropped his prior ideas and immediately started to think about who would want to attack the paramilitaries. Obviously, this third party must have learned there was something valuable at the complex. This strengthened his suspicion that the life-prolonging serum that he was drooling over may actually be buried underneath the site. When Vase reached the command center, he immediately observed the projections. They currently showed several live feeds of hidden scouting drones that his forces had planted in the vicinity of the warehouse complex. All of them showed a lot of activity. The recently installed organic turrets along with a number of biomechs armed with ranged weapons were firing their weapons into the sky. Numerous explosions erupted in midair as all kinds of ordnance attempted to bombard the warehouse complex. Only a handful of explosive shells managed to reach their destinations, but that was not the extent of the bombardment. Thump, 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 powerful kinetic impacts roiled the entire site. Mechs suffered heavy damage and the ground started to get cratered as a lot of purely kinetic rounds slammed onto their targets with unstoppable force. Due to their extremely high kinetic energy, it wasn't easy to intercept them. They not only traveled incredibly fast, but also couldn't be stopped through regular means. The paramilitary force was forced to erect energy shields to protect their most strategically important positions. However, as dozens of kinetic projectiles slammed into these barriers, the shield generators keeping them up were quickly reaching their limits. Who the hell are attacking them? Vase questioned. We've dispatched our scouts. We'll get an answer for you soon enough. Chapter 2922. Inexplicable attacks. The paramilitary force was taking an awful beating. Yet they were not without the power to hit back. The projections showed that the besieged side was already starting to fire projectiles at the origin point of the long-ranged artillery fire. The counter-battery fire might not be as accurate due to the lack of preparation, but it should at least exert a bit of pressure on the attacking side. Vase carefully observed the artillery duel as both sides continued to sling projectiles at each other. Due to the nature of this kind of exchange, neither side resorted to energy weapons. It seemed the paramilitaries were prepared for this situation. A lot of biomechs armed with laser weapons and positron weapons decisively dropped their main weapons and took out spare projectile weapons. Even if their models weren't optimized for physical weapons, they could still add to the weight of fire. Their accuracy might be worse, but it was already worth it if at least 1 in 10 shots hit the mark. Vase continued to observe the artillery duel for a while before Commander Casella realized something important. We need to distance our air fleet from the battle site, sir. Right now, we are close enough to make it seem as if we can take part in the battle. If we continue to stay in our current position, both sides can easily misconstrue our intentions and gang up on us in order to remove an unstable factor. Although this possibility sounded unreasonable, Vase did not dismiss Casella's words. It would be very odd for the air fleet to stay in the vicinity of a random battle that didn't have any relations with the Larkinsons. A typical uninvolved party would panic and move away as quickly as possible. All right, start up the emergency evacuation plan. Get us out of here as quickly as possible. Fly as far away as possible from both the paramilitaries and the unidentified attackers. I don't want to generate any misunderstandings. Very well, sir. The Larkinsons did not forget that they were still stuck on a dangerous planet. It was essential to prepare a way to leave their current location as soon as possible. Still, it took a lot of time for everyone to get back to their vehicles. It took even more time to transport all of the supplies and equipment back to their transport vessels. In the end, the Larkinsons were forced to leave a significant amount of assets behind in order to speed up their evacuation. Roughly 20 minutes after ordering the evacuation, the entire air fleet briskly rose into the air. Every bio-vehicle and biomech moved away from the direction of all of the explosions and impacts. Every clansman felt relieved as they were distancing themselves from the active battlefield. None of them were eager to put themselves in harm's way after surviving the outbreak of violence in prosperous Hill V. Vase didn't feel too bad about this. The mobility of his fleet was high enough that it wouldn't take much time to turn around and reach the battlefield. He doubted that the situation would change in a short amount of time. As the artillery duel continued, it had become clear that this was not the prelude of a decisive engagement. The scout drones dispatched by the Larkinsons failed to detect any large troop movements. This meant that the third party initiated a bombardment for other reasons. When a scout mech finally managed to reach the location of the attacking force, the colors and markings of the biomechs immediately elicited a reaction from Vase. It's these guys again. Do you recognize them, sir? It's the Ultralifers. Both Vase and Commander Rivington did not have a good impression of these radical nationalists. They dispatched numerous soldiers and mechs on a mission to slaughter the foreigner who humiliated their state. Although the Ultralifers hadn't showed up again after Vase and his followers reached Gentle Lotus Base, the animosity hadn't gone away. Vase found it strange that these Ultralifers chose to attack the paramilitaries occupying the warehouse complex. Why weren't they trying to finish what they started? After all, it was not exactly a secret that Vase and his Larkinsons had amassed a formidable air fleet in this area. If the ultralifers had enough courage to attack the gray mechs, then they should have enough strength to attack his air fleet. Vase could only conclude that the ultralifers prioritized the warehouse complex and the secrets it may hold over pursuing a trivial vendetta. Interesting. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Well, I'm no friends with either side, so there's no harm in letting them beat each other up. I hope they destroy each other in the process. However, this was a vain hope. Neither side appeared to be eager to escalate the fights. After 2 hours of constant bombardment, the ultralifers ceased their efforts and pulled back their artillery biomechs and accompanying escort force. For their part, the paramilitaries simply let the attackers go. The base personnel were already in the process of repairing the battle damage and clearing all of the rubble. Vase and his advisors could only guess at the reasons why this engagement ended in such a tepid manner. This doesn't really make sense. Vase frowned. If the ultralifers wanted to take over this complex, then they should have waited until they could launch an all-out attack. They should have dispatched an assault force after softening up the defenders with artillery barrages. Since the ultralifers chose to pull back, they're giving the paramilitaries plenty of time to fix the damage and restore their defenses. Commander Rivington also looked puzzled. The ultralifers lost the advantage of surprise. The moment they started to shell the warehouse, they exposed their hostile intentions. The paramilitary organization will definitely be on guard against another attack. This will make it harder for the ultralifers to achieve good results next time. There are other reasons why the ultralifers chose to attack the site in this fashion. Casella stated. For example, the two sides might be engaged in negotiations. If the ultralifers are displeased with the direction of the talks, they may have decided to exert pressure on the other party by resorting to bombardment. Even though their efforts resulted in a considerable amount of material and psychological damage, the paramilitaries didn't actually lose that much combat effectiveness. This means that the two sides have not completely turned into irreconcilable enemies. That explanation made quite a bit of sense, but no one knew for sure. There could be a dozen other possible explanations. Vase grunted. We'll just have to wait and see. From what I know about the ultralifers, they're not exactly the most restrained bunch of people in this state. I bet they will definitely launch another attack tomorrow. His prediction turned out to be correct. Different from last time, the ultralifers didn't engage in another bombardment. Instead, a couple of their mech companies sneaked close and launched a brief and momentary close assault. A dozen turrets got wrecked and a lot more biomechs incurred varying degrees of damage. After just 10 minutes of fighting, the ultralifer mech companies immediately retreated. Again, the paramilitaries didn't pursue. They remained stubbornly in place and guarded themselves against other attacks. Even though the Larkinson air fleet had pulled back by 50 kilometers, they were still able to observe what happened by relying on scout mechs and observation devices. There was definitely something fishy taking place. Vase had the impression that he was a spectator to another game. It felt strange for him to be uninvolved in a fight. Usually, he would find himself right in the middle of a crisis. Do you think the ultralifers will launch an all-out attack? It's a possibility. Casella answered. The ultralifers have acted with caution up until now. If they stick to their pattern, then they will launch another harassing attack tomorrow. However, this could be part of a greater ploy to lower the vigilance of the paramilitaries. Vase and the Larkinsons waited for tomorrow in order to see how the situation evolved. As expected, the ultralifers launched another tentative attack. They decided to put their artillery mechs in action again. The warehouse complex came under bombardment yet again, but this time the paramilitaries erected significantly more countermeasures against persistent shelling. Vase expected the base defenders to fire back at the artillery mechs. However, a couple of mech companies that belonged to the paramilitaries suddenly showed up at the flanks of the bombardment units and collided against the ultralifer artillery units. A furious skirmish ensued. Vase watched with rapt attention as he observed a battle between two groups of biomechs. He keenly took note of the strengths and weaknesses of the different biomech models. The short but furious engagement caused both sides to lose dozens of biomechs. After a harsh struggle, the ultralifer units received orders to retreat. They left the field while leaving their downed biomechs behind. The paramilitaries quickly picked up the valuable wrecks and disappeared from view. Vase became more and more confused. If the ultralifers weren't confident enough to win against the paramilitaries, why did they engage in hostilities in the first place? At least we have managed to confirm one of our guesses. The paramilitary organization has more biomechs at its disposal. Their assault force did not come from the warehouse complex. The biomechs on guard over there are all accounted for. Commander Casella said. This was hard proof that there were much more biomechs out there than what was visible to the Larkinsons. Vase felt more and more at ease with his decision to lay low and retreat. Sure enough, these paramilitaries did not unveil their full strength. However, this caused him to feel more and more powerless. There was no way he could defeat the current occupants of the warehouse complex. Who knew what the paramilitaries were doing over there? Perhaps they had already succeeded in breaking into the Pinnacle lab. Goddamn Lucky. Why are you still sleeping like a baby? If Lucky had recovered, Vase could have dispatched his commando cat in order to find out whether there was actually a Pinnacle lab. Right now, he was only guessing at the truth, and that uncertainty was gnawing at him. He constantly dreamed about getting his hands on additional vials of serum. He could create and boost a lot of design spirits. He could permanently bolster his upcoming expert mechs. He could use all of the abundant amount of life energy to create powerful new spiritual constructs. There were so many uses for life-prolonging treatment serum that Vase was starting to feel more and more tortured by his decision to stay away. It was as if he was undergoing withdrawal symptoms. Every bone in his body wanted to get closer to the warehouse complex. Goddammit, I need to resist this impulse. Vase thought about subjecting himself to the aspect of tranquility or the aspect of rationality. However, he was too wary of altering his mind state to do so. Besides, his mental strength was formidable enough that he was able to resist their effects. He knew that the best way to deal with this situation was to rely on his own willpower to suppress his urges. Self-control was essential to his continued survival. For a long time, Vase neglected this quality, but perhaps this was a good opportunity for him to exercise this neglected side of him. No matter how much he wanted to obtain the valuable serum, he could not afford to lose the gains he made so far. His air fleet was too weak to take part in the fighting. However, his plans couldn't keep up with reality. On the fourth day, the Ultralifers did not choose to launch an attack on the paramilitary force. Instead, their artillery mechs opened fire on the air fleet. Explosions rippled through the slow-moving biomechs and bio-vehicles as distant attackers launched an unprovoked attack on the Larkinsons. We're under attack. Red alert. Intercept those attacks. Chaos immediately spread among the clansmen as they were completely caught off guard. Chapter 2923. Lack of rigor. The majestic air fleet of the Larkinson clan resembled a giant animal armada. Almost every vehicle and mech was organic in nature. Their exterior either consisted of resilient flesh, skin or bone. Combined with the deliberate bestial aesthetic that the local designers adored, the air fleet might as well consist of hundreds of primal creatures. Though the vehicles looked incredibly disturbing to humans who weren't citizens of the Life Research Association, the local citizens were accustomed to seeing them. The sight of the massive air fleet awed and reassured many people, especially as the Larkinsons started their peacekeeping operations. Over the weeks, the newly inducted clansmen increased the cohesion of the fleet in various ways. Aside from unifying command and control, seasoned Larkinsons such as Commander Casella Ingvar paid close attention to the uniforms and color schemes of the recent additions. Issuing the same uniforms to every new recruit was a great way to increase everyone's belonging and identity to their new clan. The Larkinsons also changed the color scheme of every biomech and vehicle in order to match the standard red color scheme of the Larkinson clan. This caused the air fleet to look like a tide of red. The extra touches of white, black and golden motifs broke the monotony and made the bio-vehicles look more impressive. In truth, the air fleet was just a giant caravan of random biomechs and refugee vehicles. The only reason why it gained a reputation of strength was because it had never clashed against a strong adversary. This became very evident when chaos started to spread after the air fleet got shelled. The bio-vehicles under fire quickly began to perform evasive maneuvers regardless of the fact that they were in the middle of a formation. Some of the fleet elements left the protective envelope and flew away from the crowd. Other vehicles paid so little attention to where they were moving that they almost collided against other vehicles. If not for the automated safety and anti-collision features of these advanced organic vessels, a lot of passengers would have lost their lives due to the mistakes of fellow clansmen. Vase witnessed all of this happening by looking at the projections in the command center. The proud and famed air fleet he managed to build up over the course of his forced stay on the surface of prosperous Hill V was already starting to fall apart at the seams. The newly recruited Larkinsons showed their lack of rigor at this time. Unlike the Larkinsons in the expeditionary fleet who had been baptized in war, these former lifers did not undergo any training and experiences where they could toughen up their mentalities. The original Larkinsons that Vase brought to the surface tried their best to reassert control. Commander Casella urgently issued new instructions on the command net. Spread out but don't move on your own initiative. Follow your new track and await further orders. As shells continued to rain down the air fleet from afar, a couple vehicles that got hit multiple times already started to crack, bleed or even fall apart. Numerous smaller shuttles which were more fragile than other vessels even began to crash to the ground. Some clansmen managed to evacuate their vessels in time, but the initial volleys already harvested the lives of hundreds of Larkinsons. Night mechs shield the most vulnerable vessels. Venerable Janzi roared as her bright warrior flew in front of a damaged biotransport that carried dozens of families. Under the rallying cry of an expert pilot, many mech pilots regained their composure and performed their duties. The biomechs with shields covered the beleaguered air vessels as they spread out and slowly lowered their altitude. The mechs with ranged weapons either fired back at the calculated origin point of the enemy shelling or tried to intercept the incoming ordnance. Vase was not satisfied with the slow and sluggish reactions. The quality of the clansmen at his disposal was worse than he thought. The irregular recruiting effort along with the lack of veteran Larkinsons in the ranks caused him to have an overinflated impression of their competence. Their first true setback as a member of the Larkinson clan cruelly exposed their actual readiness. While bombardments were scary, the air fleet was not without the means to resist. Vase and his leaders based their current strategy around the assumption that they would be able to deal with this kind of situation. Unfortunately, the mostly civilian mech pilots they employed in recent weeks rarely encountered this kind of situation. Getting shelled by heavy mechs only happened in wars, not small-scale skirmishes between private outfits. The shock and surprise factor caused many of them to believe that they were being attacked by an entire mech army. Though the Larkinsons in the air fleet slowly began to sort themselves out, the speed at which they did so left much to be desired. They were acting like headless chickens who only formed up because others were forcing them to move to the right spot. Vase became rightfully pissed, but this was not the time for him to blow up at his own subordinates. Right now, they needed to resolve the immediate crisis. Tusa, he directly called his cousin. Your orders, sir. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson replied as he jumped inside the cockpit of his mech. Get out there and lead a bunch of fast-moving mechs to annihilate the attackers. Will do, sir, but let me warn you that our other mechs won't be able to keep up with my machine. It doesn't matter, just go ahead first. If my guess is correct, the ultralifers have deployed modest-sized detachments of artillery mechs and escort mechs. You don't have to touch the latter, but you must absolutely neutralize the former. The faster the shelling stops, the more lives you save. Speed is of the essence. Venerable Tusa welled with fury. You've gone to the right person for that. I'll take care of it pronto. When the Piranha Prime emerged from a mech transport, it zipped forth at full speed, not even bothering to wait for backup to gather. Even though he still didn't have access to a genuine expert mech, Tusa had gained an abundant amount of confidence in his ability to defeat regular mech units. The crimes and depravities he witnessed during his stay on this planet passed through his mind. Recalling each of these incidents caused him to accumulate more and more indignation. He had an especially strong dislike towards the ultralifers. What did Vase and the Larkinsons do to them? Why did they insist on launching unprovoked attacks over and over? These ultralifers need to be cleaned up. He growled. If these radicals think that the Larkinsons are willing to continue taking hits, then they have another thing coming. It took a lot to make Tusa truly angry. The more he stayed on Prosperous Hill V, the more he questioned his ideals. The reality of the situation brutally crushed his overly optimistic views on freedom and put him in a cycle of confusion and self-doubt. Yet at this moment, the expert pilot pushed all of those difficult questions aside. His clansmen were under attack. Though the refugees who recently joined the clan barely qualified as Larkinsons in his eyes, he still had an obligation to treat and defend them like any other clansman. Seeing the newest batch of Larkinsons suffering and dying in front of his eyes sent him over the edge. As he urgently piloted his light mech to cut through the air and fly over hundreds of different tree structures, he gradually realized that his earlier dilemmas were distracting him from what truly mattered. His doubts faded from his mind. While he still hadn't resolved the questions in his mind, he recognized that some freedoms mattered more than other freedoms. The freedom to live was one of the most essential rights of humans. Tusa strongly believed in his principle. Yet his attempts to police this planet had taught him that there was only so much a single expert pilot could do. In addition, a lot of scum didn't deserve the freedoms they enjoyed. He was not an ally of justice or a beacon of righteousness. It was futile to try and make everything right in human space. He recognized that he should focus on activities that were within his capacity to fulfill. I can't fight for every innocent human in the galaxy, but I can definitely fight on behalf of my family and comrades. As a true-blood member of the Larkinson clan, it was his right and duty to stand up for the Larkinsons. He saw nothing wrong with showing favoritism. The freedoms he enjoyed, such as the right to pilot the unique Piranha Prime, came from the clan to begin with. There was no future for him if he did not ensure the freedom of his fellow clansmen. Righteousness burned from his force of will as it flowed into his prime mech. Its receptive unending alloy began to resonate with his burning fury. The ultralifers must be punished. Although the Piranha Prime did not excel in aerial combat, the mech that Tusa piloted was an upgraded variant. It contained a lot of high-end parts that forcibly elevated the performance of the Prime mech. It took less than 5 minutes for the Piranha Prime to reach the hostile artillery unit. Venerable Tusa rapidly took in the numbers, mech composition and positions of the enemy force. Just as predicted, the ultralifers fielded around 3 biomech companies. Only 15 consisted of heavy artillery mechs, though they barely fit this description. The 6-legged biomechs looked similar to the Swarm Monarch that Dr. Navarro deployed in the design duel. The only difference was that the artillery mechs in the hands of the ultralifers were smaller, slimmer and apparently more mobile. The artillery cannons mounted on their backs were smaller in caliber but dangerous nonetheless. Each of them were loosely surrounded by a plethora of light and medium humanoid and bestial biomechs. The escort force consisted of many different mech models, but Tusa did not spot any signs of disorganization despite the sporadic counter-fire they received from the airfleet's counterattack. He knew that would change very soon. Catch me if you can. His prime mech dove towards one of the artillery biomechs, dodging numerous shells, positron beams and kinetic rounds along the way. Though some of the attacks hit the mark, the unending alloy layer ensured that none of them dealt a lot of damage. Death. The Piranha Prime came close enough for its heavy, disorienting glow to affect every nearby mech pilot in the vicinity. Tusa noticed that the ultralifer mech pilots didn't expect to get exposed to suppressive glows. He grinned wider as he saw that numerous mechs momentarily froze or lost control. The daggers of his prime mech sunk into the artillery biomech. Without effort, the force of the Piranha Prime's dive practically forced the poor insectal machine to its knees. The attacking mech kept stabbing the wounded mech at various points until it collapsed while bleeding a copious amount of blood. Next, the Piranha Prime jumped into the air and soared onto the next artillery mech, completely ignoring the futile counterattacks by the escorts. Every melee mech that attempted to come close quickly collapsed as their mech pilots were unable to handle the dual pressure of a heavy and suppressive glow. Every ranged mech that attempted to fire their weapons at the rampaging light mech either missed their shots, held their fire for fear of hitting friendly mechs, or simply achieved no observable damage due to their target's unreasonable defensive properties. It took less than 2 minutes for the Piranha Prime to silence all of the heavy artillery units. Their limited mobility ensured that none of them were able to retreat before Tusa exacted his retribution. By the time the first wave of Larkinson reinforcements arrived, the nightmarish Piranha Prime was already in the process of slaughtering the escort mechs. Now that the ultralifers were finally aware that the single high-quality light mech was not something they could deal with, their commander decisively ordered the surviving biomechs to scatter. The attackers who ambushed the Larkinson air fleet were running like dogs. Chapter 2924 Indignation Chapter 2924 Indignation The Red Air Fleet carefully hovered over the ruined site where over 100 biomech wrecks were sprawled across an area spanning several kilometers. Most of the remains of the green-coated biomechs were concentrated on an open road. The most conspicuous among them were the 15 ruined heavy artillery mechs. Each of them bore a copious amount of stab wounds on the surface that had all been dyed with insectal blood. Almost everyone riding aboard the vehicles or piloting one of the mechs on protection duty observed the aftermath of the slaughter. Only a handful of the fallen mechs consisted of red-coated Larkinson biomechs. They succumbed after trying to hold back a superior number of hostile biomechs that tried their best to run away from the Piranha Prime. Though powerful and fast, it was beyond the ability of the Piranha Prime to hunt down lots of fleeing biomechs if all of them scattered in many different directions. In order to ensure that the ultralifers suffered much greater losses than the Larkinson clan, the reinforcements that followed after the Piranha Prime had done their best to contain as many fleeing enemies as possible. Though there was a decent amount of risk of flying over a wreckage field while knowing that the ultralifers could return at any time, Vase chose to do so because he felt it was necessary. Do you see what has become of our enemies? He addressed his clansmen in a confident but also solemn tone. Witness the fate of those who dare to attack our brothers and sisters. Just one of our expert pilots is enough to crush this formation. The enemy mech pilots barely lasted a couple of minutes before they lost their demeanor as warriors. The command center broadcasted hastily edited footage of the short battle that ensued. The Larkinsons all became fascinated by how domineering the Piranha Prime dismantled the enemy artillery mechs while weaving through many other hostile mechs. Don't fear our enemies. Even if they are strong, we are stronger. Just look at their reaction. After learning firsthand that attacking Larkinsons comes with a price, their courage fell short. After giving in to their selfishness, they abandoned their mission and only sought to save their lives. The craven mech pilots even ejected prematurely from their biomechs in order to get out of our reach. Now tell me, do we have anything to fear from these bullies? No, the Larkinsons in the air fleet roared. I wish I could strangle them myself. Our expert pilots are invincible. Vase carefully observed the reactions of the Larkinsons stationed in the command center. They not only felt satisfied at the fact that their force managed to crush the enemy artillery unit, but also tried to hide their shame at their initial reactions. Many of the Larkinsons who recently joined the clan had never lived through an event like this. Their primary reasons for joining the growing air fleet was to seek safety in numbers. The Larkinsons implicitly promised to protect the lives of everyone who sought refuge here. This unspoken contract came under significant strain now that the air fleet lost numerous bio-vehicles. Out of the thousands of people in the air fleet, hundreds of them had perished from the unprovoked bombardment. This was a trivial loss in relative terms but a heavy loss in absolute terms. The confidence of the newly recruited Larkinsons had grown shaky in the span of a single hour. Vase immediately recognized the threat to the continued existence of his powerful air fleet. This was why he immediately set aside every other matter in order to hold a speech that would hopefully restore everyone's morale. He knew that he had to project an image of strength at this time. He and his fellow Larkinsons should not be seen as helpless and incapable of defending their fellow clansmen. Fortunately, the audience was receptive to his ploy. They became more and more engrossed by his narrative as he continued speaking. We have crawled up from adversity and shed blood in order to earn our success. We have lost many lives in mechs, but we have gained much more in return. Our clan is not a pacifist organization. In this dangerous cosmos, we can only rely on ourselves to maintain our existence. This grievous attack sought to break us. It did the opposite. Do not let the ultralifers have their way. This attack won't go unanswered. This I promise. I will not rest until we have punished the people responsible for killing our fellow clansmen. Kill the ultralifers. We need to track them down and destroy their base. Are we making the right decision? A lot of clansmen were eager to take revenge, but there were numerous Larkinsons who possessed a more sober mind. It was not wise to attack the ultralifers. Vase was well aware of the shortcomings of his current force. Their air fleet was constantly vulnerable and needed continuous protection. Their biomechs were too heterogeneous. Their mech pilots were lacking in training and coordination. However, the most important shortcoming that Vase had recognized in his band was the lack of fighting spirit. The esprit de corps that Vase had long grown accustomed to in his expeditionary fleet was entirely absent here. The small number of veteran Larkinsons that Vase had initially brought were the only ones who maintained the sense of pride and confidence that Vase had painstakingly fostered over the years. If the new recruits were surrounded by his regular Larkinsons, then the former would quickly take after the latter through passive osmosis. However, because the former lifers didn't know anything better, their development in this aspect was too rudimentary. This was a problem, especially when they were still stuck on a planet filled with hostile forces. Vase decided to take matters into his own hands. If his new recruits all lacked a fighting spirit, then he would ram it down their throats. He snarled. The ultralifers are completely ignorant to the fact that they have provoked a dragon. No matter how many times they outnumber us, we will not back off from making them bleed 10 times as much as we did. Our scout mechs are already backtracking the route of the artillery unit we have defeated. We'll be able to uncover their hideout sooner or later. Once we have collected enough intelligence on our adversaries, we will storm their gates and overrun their biomechs with the strength of our righteous fury. For the clan, Commander Casella Inger cried. For the clan. Vase ended the broadcast at this high note. He sensed that he had sufficiently aroused the fighting intent of his clansmen. For now, they were not thinking about acting selfishly or splitting off from the air fleet. While Goldie was strong enough to make these people reconsider such decisions, he did not wish to rely on this unnatural safeguard, especially when it already exhibited some flaws. He exited the command center and entered a small meeting room with his fellow commanders. Now that they were out of view, Commander Casella and Commander Rivington dropped their enthusiastic facade. As the people in charge of leading the Larkinsons in the air fleet, they were much more aware of their actual condition. They were also cognizant of how this aggressive approach could go wrong. Casella was most upset about Vess's response to the attack. "Did you really have to push us into this confrontation, sir? I won't argue with you that the ultralifers pose a threat to us. However, do you realize that we are on their home ground? From what my sources have told me, the ultralifers may be a fringe group, but they still enjoyed a lot of support over the years. They have a long foundation in prosperous Hill V and will certainly be able to field a lot of biomechs. If they are as strong as I think, then defeating them is either impossible or extremely costly. We've already lost a painful number of Larkinsons. Please don't exacerbate our losses by seeking conflict against a stronger opponent." She made some good points. Though she was just as pissed with the ultralifers as Vase, she did not feel it was worth the risk of attacking the ultralifers. He did not respond to her points. "What do you think, Commander Rivington? By another unprovoked attack, weren't you targeting the paramilitaries? They're still occupying the warehouse complex that you have been eyeing all of this time. Why are you turning your attention to one of their enemies? If we attack the ultralifers, we not only incur a lot of losses, but also fail to attain any strategic goals. In contrast, the paramilitaries can just sit back and watch as we do their dirty work. In the end, we'll weaken ourselves while ridding the warehouse occupants of a significant threat." That was a more important counterpoint to Vase. "You're not wrong, Commander. Attacking the ultralifers will indeed reduce our chances of taking over the warehouse complex. I still believe my course is correct. Right now, I'm not thinking about accessing a hidden pinnacle lab or obtaining any high-grade life-prolonging treatment serums. I'm thinking about keeping our men together. Remaining passive and running away from this awful attack will have a devastating effect on the confidence and morale of our fellow Larkinsons. What do you think will happen if we are confronted by another unprovoked attack?" Both Casella and Rivington looked dour. They might not fully understand his considerations, but they were still experienced enough in leadership to know that Vase was rightfully worried about this problem. "I don't think the consequences will be as awful as you say, sir." Casella softly said, "I agree with you that stepping back from a provocation will depress the confidence of our men, but I am sure that we can still keep our clansmen together. Going on the attack can easily lead to much greater losses. Death is permanent. It's not worth the risks of attacking an unknown enemy force, not when we are lacking in too many capabilities. Our lackluster intelligence capabilities mean that it is very difficult to figure out anything critical about the ultralifers. We'll be going in blind if you insist on launching a reckless assault." Vase slightly winced. Without Calabast and many of her black cats, the Larkinsons had precious little spies and informers on the ground. While they had plenty of former lifers in their ranks who were related or acquainted with those who possessed useful information, there was a limit to how much they could learn, especially when communication has deteriorated on this planet. Still, he had a number of other ideas in store to compensate for this lacking capabilities. He also wasn't resigned to letting Lucky claim more sick days. "I haven't lost my reasoning, commanders. I won't attack unless I am reasonably certain that the deck is stacked in our favor. We can work on the issues you've mentioned. What we can't do is sit still or turn back. We have to keep moving forward. We have to signal to every Larkinson that we are warriors, not cowards." Try as he might, the two Mech commanders still harbored a lot of misgivings about the direction that Vase had chosen. In fact, he felt rather helpless about his current predicament. He needed to show bold leadership, and turning his ire towards the paramilitaries made no sense. The only legitimate group that he could justifiably attack was the ultralifers. Even if attacking them was fraught with peril and did not advance any greater strategic purpose, his concerns about the airfleet's morale along with his personal hatred against the ultralifers was enough for him to settle on this choice. The damned radicals had punched his face over and over again. Did they think the Larkinson clan consisted of herbivores? No, the clan of the Golden Cat might not have chosen the most impressive animal as its mascot, but every kitty had claws. "I have already made my decision, fellows," he told his commanders. "Don't try to persuade me any further. Instead, work with me to ensure that this operation will go as painlessly as possible. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. If the ultralifers are too strong, we'll take our revenge in other ways. Chapter 2925 Mobility Conundrum. Did Vase make a stupid decision? Commander Casella and Commander Rivington certainly leaned in this direction. Many other senior Larkinsons also doubted their new objective. While it was awful that they had suffered an attack, most of them had managed to survive. Wasn't that good enough? Why must they go on the offensive when their main goal had always been to wait until they were able to leave this dangerous planet? You're making the wrong decision, Vase. Janzi confronted Vase as she picked up a listless-looking Lucky and started to pet his tired form. Look, I am just as upset with the ultralifers as you, but some forces are too strong for us to challenge. Let's assume that the ultralifers on this planet are not too numerous. Have you ever considered that they might have allies? There are many different factions and other groups on this planet, and from what I have learned, many of them maintain at least some ties to each other. The agenda of the ultralifers may be repugnant, but it probably resonates with at least a couple of other organizations. Vase hadn't thought of that. Meow. Lucky cutely turned his body in her P.C. Even Lucky agrees. He's just being lazy. He doesn't want to go out on another infiltration mission. Vase dismissively waved his hand. Look, even if you are right, many groups are too busy trying to fend for themselves to take care of an ally. Mechs are worth their weight in exotics during dangerous times. I seriously doubt that anyone is willing to risk the loss of many mechs and mech pilots to help a beleaguered friend. You'll regret it if you test this assumption, Vase. No, I won't. We'll just have to perform more research and collect more intelligence. He firmly stated, I'm willing to slow down the timetable in order to ensure our success. I'm not asking for too much as well. I'd like to destroy the ultralifer presence on this planet if possible, but I'm okay with giving them a bloody nose. My primary motivation for going on the attack is to shape our clansmen and condense their fighting will. If they can't even gain the courage to fight before we are able to return to space, then what is the point of retaining them? We don't seek trouble, but every Larkinson should be capable of fighting adversity when danger comes. Danger that you often attract on your own accord. Not this time. Venerable Janzi sighed. They held this kind of discussion many times. Though she was an expert pilot known for her steadfastness, there were some realities that even she couldn't change. She had spent enough time with Vase to realize that changing his mind on certain matters was a Herculean task. She relaxed in her seat while continuing to massage Lucky's belly. She frowned as she observed his condition. What's wrong with your pet? Lucky usually isn't like this. Does he need an oil change or something? Vase shrugged. I don't know. He's been this way for a while. He just needs time to recover. He'll be back up in no time. Meow. Though Janzi felt there was something odd about Lucky's condition, she did not pursue this matter further. She did not have any technical acumen, so she was completely in the dark on how to fix the mechanical cat. If you insist on confronting the ultralifers, can you modify my bright warrior? She requested. I miss my shield of Samar. I can do a lot more if I have my main mech, but I can still cope with piloting a bright warrior if there isn't any other choice. I can do more with it if you improve it. Can you turn it into a prime mech? You're asking too much, he sputtered in response. I need a lot of unending alloy to do so. It's easier to procure an expert mech for you. Look, our clan doesn't have any unending alloy left to spare. This is also why your shield of Samar is only partially clad with this material. In addition, even if we have some extra tons of this material on hand, it's impossible for me to retrieve it from the spirit of Bentime. You'll just have to make do with a more normal mech. She looked quite upset at that answer. Tusa gets to pilot his own prime mech. That's because his mech looks small and innocent enough to get approval from the inspectors after a cursory examination. Your shield of Samar is way too big and intimidating for that. Speaking of that, do you have any ideas about what weight class you wish to retain for your expert mech? My expert mech. His shameless attempt to change the topic of the conversation succeeded as Venerable Janzi immediately changed tracks. She couldn't help it as the shield of Samar was not only her primary mech, but also her lifelong partner. She had waited a very long time to witness its conversion into a true expert mech that was strong enough to keep up with her capabilities. Your wife approached me a few times on this issue. She answered, I haven't made up my mind yet. A super medium space knight is the most familiar choice for me, but it doesn't make much sense now that the limitations in the past don't exist anymore. Vase was not surprised to hear that Gloriana already started to quiz his expert pilots in private. Her design philosophy and approach compelled her to learn as much as possible from her clients. She needed these details in order to achieve the best possible fit. Are you thinking about stepping up the weight class to a heavy mech? Xianxia fell silent for a moment. She softly scratched Lucky's cheeks, which caused him to utter a pleasant mewl. I'm thinking about it. In the past, it was unthinkable for us to field heavy mechs. Now, we have hundreds of transcendent punishers in our fleet. A heavy expert mech better complements my piloting style. You're aware that will mean that your new mech will remain slow, right? In some of our previous battles, we were never able to put you to good use. Your mech is too slow to keep up with offensive actions and it is too slow to chase after attacking melee mechs. The only real use for your mech is to block enemy firepower, but this is largely redundant as of late now that we have converted to beefier second-class starships. What are you trying to say, Vase? Xianxia frowned. She even paused in petting Lucky, which prompted the spoiled cat to lodge a complaint. Mayoo, oh, I'm sorry. Do you want another belly rub? Meow meow. Lucky exaggeratingly wiggled his body until Xianxia brushed his plated belly. His eyes squinted as he enjoyed his luxurious treatment. Getting pampered by an expert pilot was one of the most pleasant experiences in his life. Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion at his gem cat. Was Lucky really as infirm as he sounded and acted? Vase coughed a bit. The utility of a heavy defensive mech is extremely limited in space combat. Distances are magnified because the void is simply too big and empty. The rapid speeds of other spaceborne mechs means that a heavy space knight can't effectively intercept them without resorting to unusual options such as grappling chains. Our expeditionary fleet spans at least 20 kilometers on average. An attacking mech force can easily fly in a wide circle around your shield of Samar and attack our starships without worrying too much that you'll catch up to its mechs. Mobility was king in space combat. The ability to move was so vital in space that good maneuvering could literally decide the outcome of a battle. Look, heavy knight mechs make more sense when deployed on land. He elaborated. Their relative speeds are higher because it is a little easier to speed them up when they walk on legs. Distances are far shorter on solid ground and there are numerous terrain features that further make it easier to funnel enemies in a narrow area. Vertical movement is also more limited on land. Unless we are facing a lot of aerial mechs, you can easily force an enemy to confront your shield of Samar head-on in the right circumstances. Indeed, land-bound heavy knight mechs were more abundant on certain land-based battlegrounds. Some military regiments often like to field them in order to defend against a siege or to push an SU against a fortified position. While all of this sounded nice, Venerable Xianxia was aware that moments that the Larkinsons deployed on land would not happen too often. Moments like these where they were forced to fight on land were more of an exception than the rule, and even then she was unable to pilot the mech she wanted. Vase could see that his words were having an effect. Don't forget your core purpose. You have to defend as many Larkinsons as possible. The expeditionary fleet is our home base and houses most of our clansmen. It should go without saying that you should be equipped to defend it as best as possible, but under the current circumstances, any spaceborne mech with decent mobility can simply outpace you and prevent you from hindering their actions. Expert mechs are top-of-the-line machines. Xianxia retorted. They are always faster than standard mechs. As long as you upgrade their flight systems, I won't necessarily be outpaced by light mechs. That is true, Vase admitted, but he did not leave it at that. It is doable to speed up your heavy expert mech to the point it can win a race against the ferocious piranha, but its design will have to incorporate a lot of trade-offs that might not be cost-effective. What is more concerning to me is that you won't have any chance of catching up against a mobility-oriented expert mech. Any light expert mech and most medium expert mechs will easily be able to run rings around you. It just so happens that these hostile elements happen to be the ones that you have to stop the most. He made a very good point. Though Xianxia was already aware of this issue at some level, she always dismissed it out of helplessness. I don't need to fulfill every role, Vase. I can just try to be the best at what I do. We have other expert pilots who can do a better job at chasing after other expert mechs. I don't necessarily need to shoulder this responsibility. You have too few responsibilities in battle as it is. He painfully pointed out, if we can slim your shield of Samar down during its expert mech conversion, then you can finally catch up to most combat actions in space. You won't be a useless rock in space anymore. I am more than just a useless rock. Don't belittle my contributions. Look, I don't want to change the weight class of your mech either. but if you want to do a better job at defending our fellow clansmen, then you need to adapt to our needs. Your current approach is not a good fit to what we need to defend our fleet against fast and agile melee mechs. You need to stop being so selfish and do what is best for our clan." "I am not being selfish," she defended herself, but her words rang a little hollow as she couldn't refute its logic. She stopped petting Lucky as she fell into a difficult situation. She was comfortable with piloting tough, immobile mechs. Moving around too much wasn't her style. She is on the other side of the spectrum from Venerable Tusa in this regard. Yet as she recalled the many times that Venerable Tusa took action and achieved fantastic results due to the amazing mobility of his prime mech, Janzi couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Was it really right for her to insist on piloting a sluggish mech? Chapter 2926 Stubborn Determination. Chapter 2926 Stubborn Determination. As an expert pilot who dedicated herself to piloting a single defensive mech, Venerable Janzi Larkinson did not make her life easy. Vase already discovered that every expert pilot was abnormal. They were defined by their deviating qualities. Still, there were differences between different expert pilots. Some of them exhibited more eccentricities and abnormal behavior than others. Venerable Janzi and Venerable Joshua both existed at the opposite ends of the spectrum in this regard. He had long tried to guess the reason behind these differences. If possible, he wanted to steer the development of future expert pilots so that they didn't all end up following Venerable Janzi's footsteps. Right now, the doubt and stubbornness shown by Janzi with regards to the future configuration of her expert mech gave Vase a powerful clue. Becoming more narrow-minded and developing a strong adherence to specific values and self-imposed principles all helped to hone one's will. At the same time, a strong will also caused expert pilots to become more focused and eccentric. It was a positive feedback loop. As expert pilots continued to develop their unique strengths, they became more obsessed with their personal causes. From what little Vase knew about ace pilots, it appeared that it was not only essential for expert pilots to remain true to their convictions, but to go a step further. The more a high-ranking mech pilot progressed, the more he or she became removed from their prior humanity. Was this a good or bad development? Vase didn't know. He hypothesized that expert pilots that leaned towards Janzi's approach would be able to progress faster and reach greater heights. As for less focused and more human, expert pilots like Joshua, they had to navigate a lot more hindrances in order to keep up with others. Yet Vase did not believe this was the full story. The phenomenon of high-ranking mech pilots was much more complicated than he currently knew. The MTA poured centuries worth of studies on them and still couldn't explain anything. How could Vase possibly do any better? Sure, his unique background allowed him to make observations and delve into theories that many other researchers were clueless about, but he seriously doubted that star designers and the top researchers of humanity made no achievements. Therefore, he did not fully commit to the assumption that expert pilots like Venerable Janzi had a brighter future ahead of them. Of course, he also had a bias for more human expert pilots, and he wasn't afraid to admit it. The fact that Joshua happened to be his biggest fan and helper also played a significant role. Vase would rather have a single copy of Joshua than 5 copies of Janzi. Venerable Joshua was an obedient, open-minded expert pilot who could easily be manipulated. Not only that, he was open to piloting all kinds of mechs, allowing Vase to choose his role according to the needs of the Larkinson clan. Any mech designer would love to work with a pliable expert pilot. Therefore, even if Joshua followed a more difficult path to the top, Vase was more than willing to invest in him and help him overcome his barriers. He might also learn a lot about how expert pilots progressed, thereby allowing him to apply the lessons he learned to other powerful individuals. As for Janzi, she had chosen her own direction. Vase doubted that she needed or wanted his input. Besides, xianxia was already her patron. The big lizard's understanding of spirituality was very comprehensive, if not entirely applicable to humans. Regardless, the former exo-beast entered into a symbiotic relationship with Janzi, so it was in her best interest to help her human partner thrive. As Vase thought about the peculiarities of expert pilots, Venerable Janzi remained in thought while petting Lucky. The tired and exhausted cat continued to luxuriate on her lap. It was as if Lucky was Janzi's baby. Though she hadn't made her thoughts known yet, Vase could feel how her thoughts swung by reading the changes in her force of will. The strong protective vibe she exuded rippled in different ways according to her thoughts. The direction of these fluctuations started to make Vase more and more concerned. He did not like where this was going. Her eyes sharpened as she looked up from the mechanical cat she was pampering. Vase, she spoke, her tone making it clear that she had already made up her mind. You have brought up some good points. It is untenable for me to fight the way I have done so far. I cannot deny that I have failed to do my duty by stopping the Trost piloted by Venerable Kelvin Preetor during the Battle of Reckoning. I have been reflecting on that moment many times myself. If I piloted a faster mech, I could have cornered the Trost by coordinating my movements with the Amphies piloted by Venerable Linda Cross. In the end, the Amphies managed to entangle the Trost with its chainsword, but that was only after Vincent Rickelin and Town Melon bailed the Larkinsons out by breaking through to expert candidate. His forces had to learn how to secure victory without relying on low-probability events like sudden breakthroughs. Vase couldn't keep depending on winning a lottery to get himself out of a difficult situation. It was much more reassuring to win battles in the most direct fashion rather than resorting to creative solutions. The latter was a consequence for being too weak. Therefore, Vase never stopped in trying to find more ways to strengthen and improve his mech forces. The constant recruiting efforts increased the quantity of his soldiers, but he also couldn't neglect his high-level combat power. This was why it was in his best interest to persuade Xianxia to agree to a change that would make it easier for her to play a role in the coming battles. Yet instead of succeeding, Xianxia appeared to dig in her heels even harder. I understand the needs of our clan as well as you do. I regularly check up with other Larkinsons and keep myself informed of the development within our clan. She stated, I am not blind to the fault you have pointed out, but I am still committed to piloting a mech that pursues the maximum possible defensive power. All of the other expert mechs that you'll be adding to our ranks are offensive in nature. They can't do what my Shield of Samar will be able to do. Whether it is shielding a critical weak point of one of our starships or providing excellent cover to one of our ranged expert mechs, I doubt that Venerable Joshua or Venerable Dice will be able to fulfill these roles. Those are overly passive roles that easily be covered by other assets. Vase pointed out, for example, a ship that has suffered a severe breach and is vulnerable to further internal damage can just drop out of formation and hide behind the bulk of another starship. Our ranged expert mechs can probably take care of themselves, but if they have need of cover, they can just use the Spirit of Bentime, the graveyard or one of our other capital ships as their fortress. What you have just suggested are dispensable roles. What can your Shield of Samar bring to the table that only expert mechs can fulfill? His counterpunches landed hard. What was the point of piloting the Shield of Samar when other fleet assets could substitute its role with much less effort? No matter how much area an expert mech was able to cover, its size and dimensions were incomparable to that of an armored vessel. The many combat carriers of the Larkinson fleet did not carry all of that armor for nothing. What was even better for Vase was that the recent addition of the graveyard to his fleet roster gave him access to a very powerful defensive bulwark. Perhaps the hull armor of the graveyard was not as impervious to damage as the unending alloy cladding the frontal surface of the Shield of Samar, but quantity had a quality all on its own. It took an immense amount of firepower to chew through millions of tons of solid metal. Venerable Xianxia glowered. A part of her was glad that the Larkinson fleet gained such a powerful defensive asset. She celebrated any development that would make her fellow Larkinsons safer. Yet she could not deny that the recent addition of a defensive capital ship put her current role in doubt. You're being stubborn for stubbornness' sake, Xianxia. While heavy space knights may have a role in certain military mech regiments, our mech forces aren't set up in a way that allows a single. She only entertained her doubts for a moment before ruthlessly crushing it with her stubborn will. I haven't changed my mind, Vase. To me, the Shield of Samar is a mech that should always be a rock. To change it into a feather is a betrayal of its identity and a futile endeavor. While I welcome an increase in speed, I do not want it to come at the expense of making it less solid. Vase wanted to palm his face. Why couldn't get it through her skull that she was making herself more irrelevant in battle? You're being stubborn for stubbornness' sake, Xianxia. While heavy space knights may have a role in certain military mech regiments, our mech forces aren't set up in a way that allows a single defensive mech to play an outsized role in combat. Our fleet is too big for that. What happened during the Battle of Reckoning will happen again and again as long as you don't have a way to restrain or damage fast and distant enemies. Are you willing to sit on the sidelines during every battle? Have some faith in me, VES. Venerable Xianxia blew up. Her force of will flared as her emotions grew more heated. Just because you designed the Shield of Samar doesn't mean you understand its character better than myself. What you are trying to push will change it beyond recognition. Meow. Lucky became so alarmed by the outburst that he tried to roll away from Janzi's lap. Unfortunately, the woman kept a firm grip on his metallic body. Her temper reined in a bit, but that was just because she converted it into another form. Her determination grew stronger. I don't believe that your choice is the only one available to me. I have studied other defensive expert mechs in my spare time and I have seen several different solutions to the problem that you have mentioned. If my mech isn't able to catch up to the enemy, then I will make sure the enemy will be forced to confront me one way or another. The Amphis has a chainsword, but there are much more exotic technologies out there that can allow an expert mech to catch a distant opponent. Vase shook his head. You're dreaming. These solutions all have limitations and their addition to your Shield of Samar will inevitably weaken its other properties. Not only that, but most of them are not that effective against other expert mechs. The Amphis itself was too slow of a space knight to catch up with the Trost, remember. Your Shield of Samar will be even slower if you insist on this course, so you will be even more useless than Venerable Linda Cross. I will force my enemies to pass through me, Venerable Janzi declared as she stood up. Do you know how difficult that sounds? I won't give up as long as there is a solution. If you don't want to work on this problem, then fine. I'm sure that your wife will be more than happy to take on this challenge. She is much more aware of what expert mechs are capable of than you. I know I can count on her support. In the meantime, I'll focus on trying to develop my own solution as well. She stormed out of his office while her force of will boiled with determination. It seemed as if she was not going to rest until she managed to bend reality to her whims. Vase sighed as he summarized the outcome of this little discussion. He didn't know whether he should applaud or admonish Janzi's stubborn decision. Joshua is much easier to work with. Why can't there be more expert pilots like him? He wondered. Chapter 2927 Lacking Strength. Chapter 2927 Lacking Strength. His little spat with Venerable Janzi was a minor distraction from his day. The next round of mech design projects wouldn't be starting anytime soon as long as he was stuck on the surface of Prosperous Hill V. He was starting to get crazy the longer he stayed on this chaotic plane. He disliked the lifers. The citizens of the state not only developed all kinds of weird beliefs about biotechnology, but also suffered from a deadly degree of complacency. Their lack of readiness and their fragile mentalities left them very underprepared for the current situation. Vase missed the times when he lived in the Bright Republic. His fellow Brighters frequently had to fight against the Visions every generation. The constant cycle of war and preparing for war toughened everyone up and left them much more prepared to deal with dangerous and unexpected crises. Evidently, the Life Research Association doesn't ascribe to the societal revival theory. He found that to be a rather interesting detail. So far, many states he visited in the past showed at least some signs of generating a certain degree of conflict in order to keep their people lively. The Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony sharpened their weapons in order to prevent their archenemies from overtaking them. Even before the Komodo War broke out, the mech militaries of the two states did not dare to slack off. If they showed any weakness, they had no doubt that their enemies would pounce. The Sentinel Kingdom did not play such a high-stakes game. Instead, their royals and nobles cleverly made use of the friction between their state and the Nixian Gap to maintain a level of tension and keep their mech pilots on their toes. Vase didn't know what it was about the majestic Teal Star sector that caused them to fight much less battles, but he did not favor the approach by the locals. The fact that the Life Research Association suffered so much damage after the outbreak of hostilities was a clear sign that maintaining long-term peace only caused them to atrophy from within. I can't wait to get out, he muttered. I have to make sure I get my dues, though. His contempt for the LRA also came paired with a sense of resentment towards its people. The conservative faction, the radical faction, the combinants, the ultralifers, the unknown paramilitaries and all the other scum on this planet had screwed him over in different ways. He was done getting beat up all the time. His decision to go on the offensive was not just necessary to preserve the morale of his newly recruited Larkinsons, but also served as a means to vent his frustrations. Being proactive was better than being reactive. Rather than leave open the possibility of the ultralifers attacking him for a fourth time, he was much more inclined to preempt their aggression and take the initiative. After several days of searching and backtracking the artillery unit that had launched an unprovoked attack against the air fleet, the Larkinsons finally discovered the home base of the ultralifers. Their hideout was a little closer to downtown Violine than Vase liked. It turned out that the ultralifers occupied a massive underground fortress that had remained fairly unnoticed up until now. While not much was visible above the ground aside from some normal-looking tree structures, their underground fortifications turned out to be quite sturdy and expansive. The ultralifers invested many decades in building up their fortifications. Captain Raina Ember reported to Vase after she helped to gather some of the intelligence. According to one of the contractors I've managed to track down, the underground base goes at least several hundred meters deep. Further scanning and investigation has revealed that the underground fortress possesses enough of a volume to fit at least 1,000 biomechs. Vase observed the projection that showed a map of the site in question. He clearly noted that we don't entirely know, sir. If we take their previous battle losses into account, our estimates of their numbers range from 500 biomechs to 1,200 biomechs. Scans were rather fuzzy. There was too much uncertainty to know for sure whether the display conformed to reality. In order to keep their intentions a secret, the Larkinsons did not dare to act too overtly. The scouts they dispatched up until now did their best to keep their presence hidden. This inevitably limited the amount of intelligence they could gather. Once again, Vase wished that Calabast was here. She would be able to gather a lot more reliable intelligence in the same amount of time. It seemed that after Vase finished bolstering and elevating the biotech side of his clan, he should take a look at its intelligence-gathering capabilities. The Larkinsons could do much better in this aspect as well. How strong are the defenses of this underground fortification? I'm sure you can interpret the technical data better than us, sir. The outer walls are thick and there are certainly shield generators on site that can help with fending off breaching attempts. What's more, the organic nature of the base structure allows it to recover quickly when fed with high-grade nutrients. We need to punch through the defenses straight away in order to succeed. As Captain Ember continued to outline the defensive measures of the underground base, Vase became less and less hopeful about cracking it open. What about the mechs stationed in the base? Do we have any solid idea how many of them reside inside? We don't entirely know, sir. If we take their previous battle losses into account, our estimates of their numbers range from 500 biomechs to 1,200 biomechs. In other words, the Ultralifers probably had way too much for the Larkinson air fleet to defeat in an even battle. What was worse was that attacking the base would hand the Ultralifers a powerful defensive advantage. If their underground fortification was strong enough, then the inexperienced and inconsistent mech pilots at his disposal would certainly break before they could succeed in their assault. He groaned. It's clear we can't attack the base directly, then. What about their movements? How often do the Ultralifers dispatch mech companies and larger units from their base? We have been studying their past patterns for a while now after sourcing several pieces of data. The Ultralifers are apparently quite active. Every day, around 5 to 8 mech companies exit the main entrance of the base and go out to fulfill specific tasks. They usually return within the same day, though there have been instances where they have remained in the field for several weeks. This is the exception rather than the rule, though. We've also noticed that the Ultralifers have cut back on dispatching mech units after we defeated their artillery unit. Have they closed their gates entirely? Captain Ember shook her head. They are still dispatching scout mechs and other smaller elements. In fact, they have grown so vigilant that our own scouts have to back up even further in order to avoid exposing their presence. These Ultralifers might be insane, but they weren't stupid. After suffering a severe and unexpected loss, the radical nationalists withdrew their units and gathered them all in their base to guard against possible retaliation. Their unusually clever decision gave Vase a headache. How was he supposed to take revenge if the bastards kept hiding within their turtle shells? Certainly, their fortification was static and stationary. Unlike his air fleet, it could not move in any direction, so it was vulnerable to sustained bombardment. Yet the amount of power and effort required to go past all of that soil and break through the other defensive layers was unreasonably large. It would take a long time to breach the underground base from the top by shelling the ground on top of it. During this time, the Ultralifers could employ many methods to counter the siege. For example, they could secretly dispatch their mechs to the surface by making use of secret tunnels. Once these hidden mechs attacked the air fleet from multiple sides, his inexperienced mech pilots would likely panic from the sudden developments. Another way the Ultralifers could relieve their difficult situation was to call upon allies. Though the Larkinsons failed to figure out whether the Ultralifers had any friends they could call upon, it was best to assume that this possibility existed unless proven otherwise. All of this added to the difficulty of punishing the Ultralifers. Vase did not hope for anything as extravagant as uprooting their entire base and killing everyone inside. He just wanted to inflict enough punishment on them in order to finish what he started. If his air fleet didn't do anything soon, then the morale he had just restored would quickly start to backslide. Right now, the fighting spirit of his newly recruited clansmen was still vigorous, but he doubted it would last if he didn't take any action within the next few days. Being patient was not a virtue this time. If we can't rely on our own strength to hurt the ultralifers, what about working together with their other enemies? Vase wondered. For example, the paramilitaries occupying the warehouse complex have a considerable degree of animosity towards these bastards. Why not contact them and ask whether they are willing to pool our strengths? The Larkinsons did so. They dispatched a single envoy in order to establish relations and sound out the possibility of ganging up on the ultralifers. Unfortunately, the paramilitary force did not entertain this proposal. Their spokesperson didn't reveal anything to the Larkinson envoy. Instead, they sent the messenger away. Vase cursed at these developments. These cheapskates, they just want to sit in their conquered site and reap the benefits of our counterattack against the ultralifers. The paramilitaires benefited from this situation most of all. Regardless of what the Larkinsons and the ultralifers did, everyone else would have less to fear from the two organizations after they damaged each other. Vase hated the thought of being taken advantage of. Why should he be forced to take the lead and do all of the difficult work of teaching the ultralifers a lesson? There ought to be plenty of other organizations who developed a lot of animosity towards these aggressive radicals. Aren't there any other ways of attacking the underground base? He asked. Why not pump toxic gas into the ventilation systems or something? Commander Casella Ingvar did not look amused at that suggestion. That is very illegal, Patriarch. Even if we do as you say, a fully equipped defensive installation is like an armored starship that is buried underneath the ground. It is a fully contained, self-sufficient fortification that can generate its own air and remain completely sealed from the outside world. Even if we manage to break a hole in its exterior and pump toxins inside, the defenders will simply close off the breached section. There were probably a lot of other safeguards in place that negated many different forms of attack. From flooding the ground with a torrent of water to trying to induce an earthquake, a modern second-class underground fortification already had answers to many of these calamities. The only way to seriously put a dent in this base is if we can drop an artificial asteroid from orbit, sir. Casella said in an exasperating tone. However, the devastation in the surrounding civilian city districts will be immense. The Big Two will not sit still if we drop a rock that is way too big in the middle of a population center. Vase did not put much stock in this suggestion. We don't have any assets in orbit to do something like that, so we should just forget about it. Let's collect more information. There has to be an opening that we can exploit. The ultralifers are decently organized, but they are not elites. He and his fellow Larkinsons basically had no good ideas on how to attack the ultralifers at this moment. The Larkinsons may have amassed a decent air fleet, but they were not equipped to conduct a siege. Since his current combat assets weren't strong enough to attack the ultralifer base in a conventional way, Vase had no choice but to look for creative solutions. One day, Vase developed an interesting proposal. Chapter 2928, Exploiting Crazies. When Vase convened a meeting with Commander Rivington, Commander Casella, Venerable Janzi and Venerable Tusa, the latter four grew quite curious at what he had to say. What's this all about, Vase? Tusa asked as he casually sat next to his fellow expert pilot. Did Lucky finally recover from his condition? My lazy cat is still dozing off as usual. Vase responded with a brief grimace. No, I have something else in mind today. I think I may have figured out a solution to our current conundrum. They became attentive. They had all grown frustrated at the lack of action in the past few days. After all, Vase had made a high-sounding speech about how Larkinsons were warriors. If they stopped at this junction without achieving anything substantial, wouldn't that put his credibility into doubt? Don't tease us any longer, Vase. Just spit it out. You must have come up with another scheme. Venerable Tusa said. Vase grinned. Perhaps. Let me start from the beginning. First of all, in order to defeat the ultralifers, we have to understand them first. What do you recall about their group? The Larkinsons in the meeting room exchanged glances. The ultralifers are extremists, sir. Commander Rivington eventually said. As a former lifer, he understood them best. They're very proud about the Life Research Association and its highly developed biotech industry. The problem is that they go too far. They're not normal fans. They're obsessive fanatics who can't tolerate a single word of criticism. During normal times, they mostly fought back using words, protests, intimidation and so on, so they were never branded as terrorists or anything like that. Everyone else just learned to ignore their antics. Vase snorted. Well, they're a lot less harmless than you all thought. How could the authorities overlook this massive underground fortification? How could the planetary guard be okay with allowing these bunch of radicals to accumulate hundreds of dangerous biomechs when they don't allow private individuals to own more than a couple of machines for protection? This was a glaring inconsistency and one that made him feel quite resentful about the LRA's government. The obvious answer was that there was definitely something shady about this development. The local administration was rotten to the core. Rivington shrugged. I can't tell you anything about that. Then tell me more about their ideology. What do they want? What are they working towards? Well, there is nothing more to them than what is already available in public. The ultralifers have never hid their agenda. They want to make the LRA and the local biotech industry more prosperous. The difference from other citizens is that they want to go through great extremes. They think that biomechs, designer beasts and other applications of biotechnology are vastly superior than the alternatives and that the LRA has a great responsibility to spread its model to the surrounding states. They're not shy about advocating war in order to force the spread of biotechnology. In other words, they're super fanboys. Venerable Tusa remarked on the other side of the meeting table. These kinds of people exist everywhere. They're so fanatical about something that their judgment simply disappears whenever their interests come up. They can not only tolerate any faults, but they take any attack on their interests personally. Vase smiled when Tusa mentioned one of the keys to his proposals. You have stated something very critical about the ultralifers. They're biased. Their judgment is clouded. They can't think straight when it comes to the objects of their admiration. This is one of their strengths, but it can also be their greatest weakness. Everyone else looked confused at that. The extreme ideology of the ultralifers was a powerful motivator to them. This differentiated them from mercenaries who didn't fight for any cause and constantly weighed the possible gains and losses for every action they took. Fanaticism conveyed strength. This was a lesson many Larkinsons had learned. How? Vase did not keep them guessing any longer. His smile grew wider as he activated a projection. It showed a live feed of the clansmen who were enjoying their brief 5-minute session in the presence of the aspect of tranquility and the aspect of healing. He pointed his finger straight at the projected statues. How do you think the ultralifers will react if they encounter a copy of my living statues? Quote. The others looked flabbergasted for a moment. They did not expect that the stratagem that Vase hinted at turned out to be related to the angel statues of all possibilities. Venerable Janzi grew annoyed. Vase. Yes, cousin, are you being serious? I am. No wait, hear me out. Vase raised his palm in order to forestall her angry reply. First, look at the clansmen who are eagerly queuing up to experience the glows of my new statues. Look at how much admiration they have in their eyes as they look at the statues in the distance. I have queried many of them shortly after I created the statues. Each of them felt attracted by my new creations. Compared to other organic statues, mine exude a special charm that not only makes them more alive, but also causes them to give the impression that they are much more perfect and impressive. This mainly had to do with the incredibly high compatibility between his design philosophy and organic matter. A normal sanctuary mech projected a fairly regular version of Lufa's glow. While it had the same effect as the glow projected by one of the aspects of Lufa, the metallic mech itself only looked slightly more charming. The 4 aspects of Lufa were different. As the source of the glows, the statues that resembled real, lifelike angels seemed to maintain a very convincing illusion that they were truly alive and divine. This was a level of craftsmanship and flesh shaping that was beyond anything the lifers had seen. Commander Casella narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to exploit the fact that the ultralifers are insanely obsessed with great applications of biotechnology in order to win them over or something? You managed to do so with the former members of Spiritus Sancti, who also happened to share some similarities with the ultralifers. This was a radical plan, but sadly Vase did not believe the ultralifers would be so easily fooled. He shook his head. The ultralifers still hate me. I'm not confident that they will drop all of their animosity towards me just because of this. I think it's better to take a step back and predict how they will react to the appearance of the statues without associating them with a troubling identity such as mine. What do you think they will do if we place a few copies of my living statues just outside their underground fortress? A few seconds passed before Rivington made a guess. I think they'll instantly fall in love with the gifts. They'll bring it back to their base and worship the statues as if they are gods or something. Everyone could easily imagine this result. After all, most applications of biotechnology couldn't come close to the beauty and charm of the aspects of loofah. Still, not everyone believed this would go as smoothly as they hoped. All of this sounds great, but the ultralifers couldn't possibly be that stupid. Venerable Janzi stated, "We can't expect all of them to drop everything aside and spend their entire days under the influence of their glows. There are bound to be leaders among them who know that they can't afford to allow every mech pilot to blank their emotions at the same time. It's probably that they will set up the same restrictive rotations as we did and limit exposure to the statues for a limited amount of time. They will also make sure to thoroughly scan the statues in order to confirm that they aren't hiding any bombs, listening devices or other improper devices." Vase nodded in agreement. "Those are my thoughts as well. The ultralifers are well organized and have access to decent equipment. They will have protocols in place that will likely cause any attempt of sabotage to fail. This is why I have developed another plan. Please tell us, O genius. First, I'll make a bunch of copies of the aspect of tranquility," he said as he began to mark out a few spots on the projected map. "Then, I want them to be placed outside the main entrance of their base. After that, we just wait until the ultralifers crawl out of their defensive fortification and come to experience the glows in person." The others didn't look convinced. There were way too many holes in this simple-sounding plan. Why the aspect of tranquility? Don't you have other statues that might have a stronger effect than blanking out conscious thoughts and emotions? Why not create something more dangerous? Vase shook his head. "I don't want the statues to appear too suspicious. The aspect of tranquility has the simplest and most neutral effect. I don't dare to tamper with its glow or make any dangerous changes to it. The ultralifers must be willing to approach the copies I make without worrying about their lives. Don't underestimate the intuition of certain people. If any of the ultralifers have a bad feeling about my statues, then they will definitely show a lot more vigilance. Then, what stops them from picking up your statues and bringing them to their base? We can't attack the people basking in the glows if they are hiding inside their fortification. I thought drawing them out is your main purpose. There is a simple solution to this problem. We just have to make the statues worthless as long as they are moved or tampered with in any way. By blowing them up." "No," Vase shook his head. "As we've discussed earlier, if there are any signs of harmful devices inside the statues, the ultralifers won't be eager to worship them anymore. What I have in mind is much simpler and much more straightforward. I'll just turn off the glows of the statues once something happens to them that I don't like. Moving the statues, building new walls around them, trying to dissect them and so on are all triggers that will prompt me to take action. You can do that from a distance." Most Larkinsons didn't know that Vase could deactivate the glows of his own mechs by remote. Just learning about this had massive implications to the mech pilots. Vase didn't feel the need to be circumspect about this capability. "Yes, I can do that. I won't explain the mechanics, but just be reassured that I can easily make the statues lose the qualities that make them special. When the ultralifers first encounter my statues, they will definitely try to do the stuff I've mentioned. What I have to do is to deactivate the glows whenever something happens that I don't approve of. After a few attempts, the ultralifers will slowly learn that leaving them in place is the best way for them to preserve their value." "Will that actually work?" "It sounds stupid. That's because you aren't fanatics like them. I think there is a significant chance that they can't resist the temptation of my statues. Just look at our own clansmen. In fact, I can even go a step further and raise or lower the intensity of the glows depending on what they do. For example, the more ultralifers experiencing the glows at the same time, the stronger and more fulfilling the effect." Venerable Janzi widened her eyes as she comprehended the diabolical nature of this scheme. "You intend to train the ultralifers as if they are animals," she accused Vase. "You intend to combine both positive and negative reinforcement in order to incentivize your victims to act in a way that falls in line with your goals. This is brainwashing." Vase awkwardly coughed. "I wouldn't say that. I am merely giving the ultralifers what they want. Don't they like excellent bioproducts? I just happen to be able to fulfill their needs. They just need to pay a price to enjoy my creations." Chapter 2929. Vase the Charlatan. The plan that Vase came up sounded very dumb, especially to the Larkinsons born in the Bright Republic. Their strong secularist upbringing caused them to develop an instinctive revulsion for anything related to religion and superstition. Idolatry was an extension of that. Even if it did not come in an overt religious coat, the extreme worship and veneration of objects and people was a kind of behavior that Briters had learned to be wary of at all times. It was one thing to be a fan of people like expert pilots. These hero-like figures fought hard and overcame unimaginable hurdles in order to become larger than life. Yet to turn your brains off and accept anything dubious or harmful just because it came from the object you admired was another thing. Excessive worship of high-ranking mech pilots led to warped societies such as Vicious Mountain's Garland Empire. Strong as it may be, the tragedy of the Cross clan taught Vase and many Larkinsons that letting expert pilots be in charge was as primitive as allowing the strongest caveman to be in charge of an ancient tribe. It may have made some sense back in the primordial era of humanity, but modern states were much larger, more complex and more intertwined with technology and other systems. Writers like Vase always learned that the ideal human should discard as much superstition, bias and prejudice as possible and instead engage in critical thinking. A bit of skepticism was always reasonable, but being contrarian to the point of becoming a conspiracy theorist who only adhered to unfalsifiable theories was yet another form of bias. It was not that easy for anyone to remain enlightened in a society where many different interest groups sought to persuade people to their viewpoints. Family, friends, the media, the local sports club, schools, the government and even the big two all sought to convert people to their particular pet causes, and they weren't above playing dirty to gain support. The Life Research Association was actually supposed to be an enlightened state. Ruled by a cabal of highly intelligent scientists who rose through the ranks by proving their worth through achieving actual research results, the state was the closest thing to a technocracy that Vase had ever encountered. Yet for all their smarts, the biotech researchers themselves were prone to the same faults that enlightened states were supposed to suppress. Their partiality towards biotechnology was so strong that a lot of lifers simply couldn't comprehend why the rest of the galaxy didn't follow suit. The ultralifers happened to be the most extreme among them. Though not overtly religious in nature, their overly passionate defense of anything related to biotechnology and the LRA pretty much meant they were indistinguishable from cultists like the ones from the true Ilvain dynasty and Spiritus Sancti. That gave Vase a rather bright idea. Why not give the fanatics what they wanted? Though the scheme cooked up by Vase sounded so stupid that anyone with a decent brain would have been able to see through it right away, he felt there was actually a decent chance of success this time. Everything he had observed about the ultralifers suggested that they were the kind of extremists who were true believers rather than hypocritical opportunists. In other words, they walked the walk and were actually sincere about their extreme devotion towards biotechnology. It didn't matter if there were a handful of enlightened skeptics among their ranks. As long as they were in the minority, the peer pressure from the rest of the crowd would ensure that the naysayers followed along. If not, then the deviants would inevitably get pushed out of the group instead of having their warnings respected. This was one of the most poisonous aspects of cults. The lack of internal dissent and the high pressure towards conformity even if the prevailing consensus was wrong resulted in a strong bubble where 2 + 2 = 5 and green was red. This gave him an even greater confidence in his ploy. If these guys are as stubborn about the greatness of biotechnology as Gloriana is about the superiority of hexers, then I can definitely hoodwink these stupid ultralifers. His abundant personal experience with Gloriana's strong biases gave him ample knowledge how to approach the ultralifers. The most important factor that Vase had to take into account was to set up the right narrative. Vase had to manipulate the circumstances in a way that played to all of his target audience's biases without inserting any discordant elements. For example, Ves's identity absolutely couldn't be associated with the statues that Vase intended to use. This was not too difficult as only the Larkinsons who recently joined the clan were aware of the aspects of Lufa. Vase had made sure to keep their existence a secret and ordered every Larkinson to stay quiet about them. While this was not a completely foolproof way of keeping his latest invention unknown, he doubted that the ultralifers were up to date. Let's just try. Even if they know, they might get too dazzled by my work to question any further. The main reason why Vase was able to persuade everyone to try out his plan was because no one could come up with any better. In any case, it only took a day or two to put together some new statues and see whether the ultralifers were truly gullible as he predicted. If his guess was wrong, then the Larkinsons would just try out something else. Just as Vase was about to convene a work crew by calling Dr. Robert Swindell along with a number of other biomech technicians, he suddenly gained a bit of inspiration. Why settle for an inanimate statue when I can do more with a moving sculpture? If he was able to create a simple bot covered with organic matter, he could use that to manipulate the ultralifers to an even greater degree. As a mech designer, designing and creating bots was a simple matter for him. The complexity was at least an order of magnitude simpler, especially when Vase did not need to incorporate many of the features that normal bots possessed. His demands were not great. I need to get access to a workshop. Fortunately, his air fleet included an imported transport vehicle that happened to incorporate a mobile workshop that centered around conventional technology. This happened to be one of his most useful spoils during his raiding runs. It took Vase less than 2 hours to come up with a very basic design for the bot that was meant to serve as the inner half of his statues. The humanoid design had to be able to move, maintain its balance, carry its own weight, respond to his commands, ignore everyone else's commands, and that was it, essentially. It didn't need to sustain any damage. It didn't need to carry any weapons. It didn't need to draw a lot of power. It didn't need to incorporate a cockpit so that it could be piloted by a human. It only had to look pretty and move like a doll. Vase didn't even bother to add any speakers to the rudimentary design. If his statues started speaking, then there was a significant chance that his target audience would see through his ruse. It's better to be vague and rely on body language to convey my meaning. Vase hummed as he tweaked his projected design. If I keep the statues open to interpretations, then the ultralifers will rely on their imagination to fill up the gaps. This is a much better way to ensure I won't break my narrative. Fabricating the mechanical internal frame took a lot more time, but that was mainly because of the lack of powerful production equipment. The overwhelming majority of production sites and production equipment in this area were geared towards biotechnology. At least that made the next step easier. When Vase started working with Dr. Swindell to cover his metallic skeletons with flesh, they made use of higher quality synthesized tissue that was a bit more durable and pretty than the low quality tissue that covered his original 4 statues. Just like before, Vase decided to make a batch of 4 moving statues. In fact, one of them should already be able to do the job, but he decided to make duplicates to ensure there were spares if the ultralifers initially mistook them for threats and blasted them apart. At the end of the production run, Vase and his crew of biomech technicians looked admiringly at their handiwork. In the final moments, the crew had to maintain a healthy distance from the end products and perform the final work by remote and with the help of bots. This was because the 4 simple bots all exuded the same glow as the aspect of tranquility. You know, sir, when I first learned of your plan, I thought it had no chance of working. Dr. Swindell said, do you still think that way? Seeing those 4 organic bots together makes my spine shiver. If I didn't participate in their making, I would have become tempted to see them as gifts from a god. Vase smirked. That's exactly the point. I hope the ultralifers don't think too hard on where they came from. They don't have to think. They only need to obey. After a bit of preparation, the Larkinsons sneakily transported the organic bots close to the entrance of the ultralifer underground fortification. They flew it over most of the way, but put the animated statues on the ground and have them walk over for the final stretch. Vase was already aware that the ultralifers planted numerous sensors and listening devices in the vicinity, so the ultralifers must have picked up on the activity happening above their heads. Fortunately, the base defenders didn't immediately muster out to shoot his new creations down. It helped that he had made a deliberate effort to make them seem as harmless as possible. Not only did they possess very low energy signatures, but they also lacked the organic and metallic materials that were usually associated with combat mechs. Without the size, power and weapons of a mech, Vase hoped that his animated statues looked both harmless and attractive enough to lure a mouse. Come on, do something, Vase whispered as he observed the live feed. It took half an hour before a side entrance opened up. A squad of very familiar-looking armored infantry soldiers stepped out and cautiously marched towards the 4 statues. Vase had made sure to spread them out a bit. The squad remained cautious though and decided to circle around in order to approach the statue on the left while maintaining their distance from the rest. As they approached the edge of the effective range of the angelic bot's glow, they halted. They must have felt something remarkable about the statue. After reporting back to their superiors inside their base, one of them experimentally took a few steps forward. That soldier gradually lost all of his thoughts and emotions. He automatically relaxed and holstered his weapon as he walked close enough to make his conscious mind completely tranquil. This was the critical moment. Vase became highly alert and already gripped his controls. If the ultralifers regarded his creations to be a threat, then there was a large chance his plan would go bust. Yet as the affected soldier's combat armor transmitted all of its telemetry back to his sergeant as well as the leaders monitoring the situation from afar, the ultralifers recognized that their comrade wasn't in immediate danger. In fact, the soldier should have calmed and entered into a very relaxed state. It was similar to meditation, but not precisely, since the man completely blanked out, which was essentially impossible to achieve under normal circumstances. As time continued to pass, nothing much happened, but Vase became more and more hopeful. Once the entrance opened up again in order to let out a team of field scientists, he knew his new creations managed to hook the ultralifers. Yes, Vase grinned and punched his fist into the air. Come closer, my children. Don't be shy, I have candy. Chapter 2930. Cautious Ultralifers. The ultralifer fascination towards the four animated statues of Lufa escalated gradually. They were cautious at first. No matter how compelling the new angelic bots looked to the people who studied it up close, the leaders in the rear were still cognizant of the fact that they were being targeted by the Larkinson clan. This vigilance caused the ultralifers to move very slow. Their team of field engineers and scientists cautiously set up some equipment in the vicinity and began to study the strange objects. Their scanning results shouldn't have yielded any useful data. In fact, when Vase noticed that the scientists activated an especially deep and invasive scanning method, he remotely dialed the glows of the four statues down. The ultralifers immediately noticed this obvious reaction. Not only did the people at the edge of the effective range of the glow feel an uncomfortable void, but the statues themselves seemed to have lost a large portion of their mysterious charm. The latter change was very obvious to the humans up close, but they could not record the shift with their sensors and scanners. This was because the charm was spiritual in nature, and only affected the perception of humans. All of the recording equipment simply failed to register this invisible change. This made it more difficult for the ultralifers on the field to convey their full experiences to the commanders in the rear. Vase grew a bit consternated. Even though the soldiers and staff on the surface had already become fascinated by his angelic bots, the individuals who were truly in charge remained unconvinced. Damn it, why are they so cautious? Can't they lower their vigilance a little bit and appreciate my Lufa statues? He did not give up, though. He continued to monitor the situation while changing the intensity of the glows in response to any behavior he deemed right or wrong. Slowly but surely, the field scientists figured out some rules. First, the more they scanned the statues, the lower the intensity of their glows. It took a bit of time for the statues to restore their splendor. Second, the more people they dispatched within the range of their glows, the stronger the effect became. Third, any attempt to move them by manipulating them with gravity or moving them with beetles immediately caused the statues to lose their glows. They only turned back to their old selves after they returned to their original positions. Fourth, the statues did not respond to any form of communication like speech or text. The scientists gathered enough data to know the statues were not static, but they remained frozen regardless of what the ultralifers tried to convey. Half a day went by as Vase grew increasingly more bored with keeping track of the interactions. He was the only person who could change the intensities of the glows of his own products, so he could not leave this task to someone else. Even if he could, he still would have insisted on taking care of this issue himself because he did not want others to learn too much. Vase yawned as he casually petted Lucky's back. His tired cat sprawled on the tabletop like a toy. His tail lazily swung back and forth like an old pendulum. Meow. Hey, have some faith in my ability. These ultralifers may be too cautious for my liking, but if my predictions are correct, their higher-ups won't be able to resist the temptation to take a closer look. As the heads of a large group of extremists, how can they possibly not be fascinated by a unique creation of biotechnology? One of the common traits about cults and similar organizations was that the more fanatic members tended to get promoted up the ranks. After all, when devotion to a supported belief was one of the most important criteria of someone's worth in an organization, those who played by the rules better would often gain more appreciation from their superiors. After all, they had to serve as role models to their underlings. This pattern continued almost all the way to the top. While the highest leaders may have a bit more sense than others, if the rest of the hierarchy supported a particular belief, then the leadership had to play along as well or risk losing control over their own underlings. Finally, some interesting movements took place. The larger entrance opened this time. Numerous mechs and soldiers on foot preceded the arrival of someone wearing a rich green uniform. The decorative medals and symbols of authority immediately marked him out as a high-ranking member of the ultralifers. Vase knew that the critical moment had come. This was the final hurdle to obtaining the complete acceptance of his enemies. As long as he could hoodwink this big guy, he would be able to capture the rest of the extremist organization. Come on, get closer. There's nothing suspicious about my latest work. They're angels, you see. They are messengers of gods, not heralds to your doom. He was practically praying for the Ultralifer commander to experience the glow of one of his animated statues. It was agonizing for him to see how the respected leader figure advanced slowly and remained outside the edge of the effective range. A number of scientists and soldiers reported to him in person. Vase wasn't able to track the conversation because he didn't dare to plant anything more than a very simple optical recording device in the vicinity. Half an hour passed by as the commander kept looking at the statues from a healthy distance. Even though he was close enough to observe their attractive and mysterious charm, it appeared this fellow was not simple. He was able to resist the temptation to take a step closer and experience the wonders of a tranquil glow. Vase grew increasingly more concerned. Did they know it's mine? This was not an implausible guess. Through his prior design duel, a lot of lifers became exposed to the effects of his glows. Though his competition mechs hadn't exhibited anything like Lufa's aura, it shouldn't be too difficult to tie them together. Yet if the Ultralifers truly managed to connect the dots and recognize the insidious ploy, they should have been a lot more vigilant towards the statues. He didn't know what they were thinking right now, but the excessive caution displayed by the Ultralifer commander gave him a bad feeling. Why are you stalling so much? Just take a couple steps forward. The self-control exhibited by this fellow caused Vase to conclude that this was not a typical impulsive fanatic who immediately judged the situation at face value. Vase feared that this guy would make the sensible and rational decision of not accepting candy from strangers. He scowled. If that's the case, then I'll ram my candy down your throat. Vase took hold of the controls and deliberately caused the statue closest to the Ultralifer to take a few steps forward. Clearly, the scientists, soldiers and mech pilots were all caught off guard by the unexpected motion. The statues hadn't moved since they initially approached. Don't shoot, Vase quietly pleaded. He was afraid that some of the trigger-happy soldiers would instinctively open fire on his fragile statue. Fortunately, the Ultralifers spent enough time around the statues to consider them valuable. They couldn't bear to open fire and ruin the lifelike angels. Though the organic statue wasn't as tall as a mech, the first step it took already displaced the glow forward so that the unprepared Ultralifer commander experienced its tranquil effect. The man didn't immediately react. Instead, his shoulders loosened and his expression slackened a bit. It was clear that his mental fortitude was higher than his men, but even he couldn't resist the temptation of calming the waves of his mind. It's working. The soldiers didn't receive orders to destroy the moving statue. They never ordered a bot to take the Ultralifer commander out. Instead, they patiently waited for around 20 minutes before someone finally pulled the affected leader away. Vase wasn't able to figure out the discussion that ensued afterwards. The fact that the Ultralifers didn't immediately destroy his works was a good sign. An entire day passed as Vase patiently paid attention to the situation. He didn't move for the entire duration. He let his unending regalia take care of his bathroom needs and he straightforwardly filled his belly with nutrient packs and water. He did not want to miss a single moment. Through continuous observation, Vase began to develop a greater understanding of the thought processes of the Ultralifers. While they did not immediately embrace the organic bots, they were gradually warming up to their presence. The Ultralifers allowed more and more of their men to approach the four statues. As the extremists all experienced the benefits of spending time next to the great works, they began to rave about their experiences to their comrades. This caused even more Ultralifers to appear from the underground. The crowd of people looking to experience the wonders of the organic statues soon ballooned to hundreds. It seems this is the limit. Vase could already tell that the Ultralifers set up a rotation. The majority of their people still had to man the defenses and take care of vital base operations. It was impossible for the Ultralifers to lose all of their senses and send out all of their men at once. Well, this is already good enough. He paid careful attention to the ranks and roles of the people who showed up on the surface. Many of the markings on their suits and uniforms didn't make sense to Vase, but there were plenty of symbols whose meaning was universal. He was faintly able to identify mech pilots, mech designers, engineers, staff officers, line officers and possibly even the highest-ranking base commander. When the old and distinguished-looking man showed up under heavy escort and willingly approached one of the statues, Vase almost felt tempted to pull the trigger. As long as he issued a single command to his own men, the ranged mechs and biomechs on standby would immediately open fire, causing the site around the 4 statues to become engulfed in flame and explosions. Yet as he saw the subtle changes in the expression of this presumed base commander, Vase started to develop some other ideas. He aborted his attempt to activate his comm and issue an order to begin the bombardment. Killing a couple of hundred ultralifers along with their base commander won't change the situation that much. He shook his head. They have plenty of mech pilots and other personnel left inside. Even the base commander isn't that important. Other senior officers can take over if their highest-ranking leader dies. Some cults and organizations concentrated an extreme amount of power at the top. Vase didn't perceive that this was the case. The ultralifers worshipped a cause, not a specific individual. It did not develop a cult of personality, so assassinating the gray-haired base commander would not have the effect he wished. He decided to be patient and wait for a better opportunity. He still wanted the ultralifers to become more attached to the statues. The fact that they kept sending in beetles to move the statues, only for the latter to lose their glows, meant that the ultralifers had definitely become fans of his work. It wasn't until the end of the second day since their appearance that Vase gained a bold new idea. Can this work? His latest plot seemed too obvious to Vase. He didn't know whether the ultralifers had lost enough vigilance to allow his new idea to take effect. Yet the potential benefits were too great for Vase to ignore. He figured that enough time had passed for the ultralifers to develop an unreasonable degree of affection and ownership to his statues. It was obvious in the way they looked at his works when they weren't under the effect of their glows. They looked similar to the customers who piloted his mechs and became lifelong fans of his products. Well, how will they react if the products in question walk away? He grinned as he started to control one of the statues to raise its arm and point in a certain direction. The ultralifers immediately became bewildered by the rare motion. They urgently discussed what had prompted the change. Soon enough, the other 3 statues pointed their fingers in the same direction. While the ultralifers were trying to puzzle out the meaning, Vase began to order the statues to move in the direction they just pointed. This time, the extremists became truly alarmed. The direction the impressive statues were walking towards caused them to move away from the underground fortification. Instead, the angelic statues were marching in the direction of the warehouse complex occupied by the paramilitaries. Ha 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 ha, come, follow if you want to keep admiring my organic statues. Hopefully, the ultralifers would get the hint and follow suit. Vase didn't intend to give them any choice. Either they would follow, or risk losing the blessed organic statues forever. Chapter 2931. Erupting Madness. I can't believe your stupid idea is actually working, sir. Vase comfortably leaned back on his chair as he observed the projection over his desk. Lucky, who laid close by, curiously looked up in order to see how many rats the Pied Piper had caught. The counter displayed a figure of over 700 biomechs. It appeared that the ultralifers had deployed all of their functional biomechs, including the ones that bore obvious signs of damage. For over 2 hours, the 4 organic bots made by Vase marched forward at a steady pace. Their angelic wings flapped in the wind but did not help with speeding up their movements. Vase wasn't in a hurry. He didn't want to startle the ultralifers or cause them to entertain doubts. The best way to do that was to avoid making too many abnormal changes. He was essentially boiling them like frogs. In order to reduce their vigilance even further, Vase controlled the 4 statues to take a circuitous route to their intended destination. The statues took random turns and even circled back the way they came before correcting their path and heading into the distance. The ultralifers didn't want the statues of Lufa to go. They attempted to block or pull them back several times. Each time they did so, Vase cut off the glow of the statue in question. He only returned them to their old condition when the object in question was able to move forward without obstruction. Through these simple, wordless reactions, Vase trained the ultralifers to let the statues move where they wished. Of course, they couldn't possibly let these impressive treasures walk out of their reach. If they couldn't stop the statues from leaving, then the next best decision they could make was to accompany it and see where it led. Slowly but surely, the 4 statues moved towards a location that was very familiar to the ultralifers. Plenty of them began to figure out where the fascinating organic statues were taking them, and that caused them to become increasingly concerned. While Vase wasn't able to monitor their communications, he could see that the ultralifers had finally decided to pull the trigger and forcibly take one of his statues back to their underground base. He immediately cut off the glow to all 4 statues in response. This was out of the expectation of the ultralifers. If the statues exhibited the same pattern as before, then only the organic statue that was being affected by their actions should have cut off its effect. The leaders among them evidently concluded that this was an acceptable price to pay. If they had need of it again, they could always bring it out and let it restore its special function. Yet Vase didn't intend to let them exploit him like that. He shut down the entire game and only resumed when the Ultralifers recognized their fault. As a consequence, Vase effectively managed to subvert this dangerous and powerful extremist organization. While he couldn't show up in the flesh and issue orders to his supposed enemies, he could continually make use of the control he had over his work to manipulate the Ultralifers in doing his bidding. It was quite amazing to see how much they submitted to a couple of random organic statues that showed outside their doorstep out of the blue. Even if they possessed a mechanical core, even if they possessed glows that were similar to that of Ves's mechs, even if the statues were leading them straight towards one of their enemies, the Ultralifers did not show any sign of quitting. When Vase invited his mech commanders over, they both needed a lot of time to accept the fact that the Ultralifers were this gullible. To be fair, they are not as stupid as they look right now. Vase defended the behavior of the Ultralifers. It's just that I have employed a very manipulative strategy to lower their vigilance and increase their propensity to obey. I trained them for several days before I even thought about luring them away from their underground base. Even so, the fact that none of them are trying to stop what is happening is a feat in itself. Commander Casella exclaimed, I feel like you can lead them right into a black hole without making any of them suspect that you are deliberately driving them to their deaths. What can I say? Vase smirked. This is what the Bright Republic has warned us all the time. Superstition and fanaticism directly reduces someone's judgment to the point where they become susceptible to orders that go against their own interests. They develop this fatal character flaw of theirs in order to increase their control over the beliefs and actions of their own people. They shouldn't blame me for taking advantage of an exploit they already created themselves. It was like taking advantage of a backdoor that the developer of a product secretly inserted in their own work. While they may have implemented a backdoor with good intentions in mind, as long as one of their enemies gained access to it, the damage could potentially be massive. I feel ashamed of my birth state. Commander Rivington palmed his face. Many lifers aren't like this. They are decent, normal people who just happen to grow up with biotechnology. I don't know any friends or acquaintances that feel so strongly about our state that they are so gullible to being led around. Vase smiled back. You don't have to feel bad about this situation. The Ultralifers aren't representative of the rest of the citizens of the LRA. They are just outliers. I'm sure that the rest of the locals are smarter and possess better judgment. Okay, he lied at the end, but that wasn't important. He just felt that the lifers were deeply flawed as a people. This was why he hated them and why he felt eager to leave this planet. Yet before he left, he wanted to make sure he could gain the most out of this situation. You're bringing the organic statues to the warehouse complex of the paramilitaries, right? Commander Casella asked. Vase nodded. Yup, that isn't entirely proper. She cautiously said, we have real grievances against the Ultralifers. They attacked us again and again and tried to kill you. What did these paramilitaries do to you? Their only crime is to stand in the way of your attempt to access a suspected pinnacle lab. It's wrong to launch an attack on them. We are Larkinsons. We must abide by our honor. We're not attacking them, Casella. They are. Vase adopted an innocent expression while emphatically pointing at the projected army of biomechs that were obediently following the statues towards one of their old enemies. All I am doing is moving some of my properties around. It's not my fault these stupid Ultralifers are following them from point A to point B. I don't intend to do anything once my statues have reached their destination. If a fight inadvertently breaks out between the Ultralifers and the paramilitaries, then that is their business, not ours. Neither of the commanders were fools. Even if Vase was technically right, the diabolical way he manipulated the circumstances clearly made him responsible for whatever was about to ensue. Venerable Janzi won't be happy, Patriarch. I am resolving one of our enemies while putting the interests of our Larkinson clan ahead. This was a poor attempt at spinning the situation. The fact of the matter was that his actions might actually lead to the deaths of a lot of people who didn't deserve to be used. Yet to Vase, there was nothing with this situation. The paramilitaries already committed an unforgivable crime in his eyes for occupying a site that he was already eyeing. Who knew how much progress they made in breaching through the defenses of a nearby pinnacle lab? If they had already succeeded in taking out the treasures of one of the Supreme Sage's pinnacle labs, then they absolutely deserved to get smashed. Time continued to pass by as Vase slowly drew the ultralifers towards the occupied warehouse complex. He had already ordered his mech pilots to go on standby in case he wanted them to intervene, but for now he was not in a hurry to put them into the field. Clearly, a force of 700 biomechs moving in unison was very hard to hide. The sheer amount of mechs marching on the ground and flying in the air looked incredibly intimidating. The people who lived in the vicinity all fled or hid in their tree houses. Every smaller organization with mechs quickly brought their mechs away. When they came closer and closer to the warehouse complex, their old enemies could not possibly miss the threat. In fact, it was highly likely that the paramilitaries thought that the ultralifers were on their way to launch an all-out invasion. Even if it was rather strange for the ultralifer biomechs to adopt such a glacial pace, there was no way for outsiders to construe their movements as anything but a battle march. Instead of letting the ultralifers walk up to the warehouse complex in peace, the base occupants decided to take matters into their own hands. They fired their guns first. As a consequence, the ultralifer mech formations came under immediate fire. After suffering some prior attacks, the paramilitaries had beefed up their counter-battery fire capabilities. A lot more shells and kinetic projectiles slammed into the biomechs and inflicted heavy damage onto their flesh or bone surface. Coincidentally, one explosive shell landed right in between two of the organic statues. Once the shell detonated, the two statues that had been built with low-quality materials and organic tissue became ruined. The ultralifer biomechs simultaneously froze for a moment. It was as if their mech pilots couldn't process that someone actually dared to destroy their treasures. The extremists went mad. A large portion of their defensive mechs instantly enveloped the surviving two organic statues. Their preciousness had grown even greater now that their rarity had doubled. The rest of the ultralifers immediately went on the attack. Over 600 mechs surged forward and stormed over towards the distant warehouse complex with nothing vengeance and retribution in mind. At this time, none of the ultralifers were interested in slowing down. The incredible blasphemy committed by the paramilitaries was so unforgivable that they deserved to be killed. The frenzied ultralifer mech pilots were so maddened with grief and failure that they directed all of their heated emotions towards the enemy. They didn't even bother to maintain formation or obey any instructions. They just wanted to kill the blasphemers who dared to destroy the precious angel statues. Soon enough, the two sides opened fire on each other. Due to the lower range and closing distance, both sides quickly incurred serious damage. The ultralifer melee mechs continued to advance forward and gain momentum. The ground shook and the skies turned stormy as the furious ultralifers wanted to sink their blades in the biomechs of their vile adversaries. As Vase witnessed the ultralifers initiating a highly destructive battle without exhibit any restraint, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He laughed. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, meow. Lucky shivered a bit as he witnessed Vase becoming unhinged again. The cat had to admit that out of all of his schemes, Vase had truly outdone himself now. To be able to manipulate two of his obstacles into fighting each other without giving himself away was a masterstroke. Compared to ordering the Larkinson Air Fleet to assault the ultralifer base, this was a much more elegant way of getting rid of a problem. In fact, Vase was able to hit two birds with a single stone, which made this successful ploy even more insane. At this point, the existence of the remaining two statues weren't as important anymore. Even if Vase abandoned them, the ultralifers had become committed to the battle to retreat at this point. These ultralifers are ultramorons. Messing with me is the worst mistake that they could have ever made. Vase felt more and more vindictive as he observed the death and destruction he unleashed. More. Kill some more. Don't show any mercy. Chapter 2932. Feeble. The conflict between the ultralifers and the unknown paramilitary group broke out completely. The latter had already raised their guard when a large amount of green-coated biomechs steadily advanced towards the warehouse complex. The only odd aspect about the huge movement was that it followed a slow, winding path towards the site. A true invasion force would have advanced faster in order to give their targets as little time as possible to rain down fire on the vulnerable mechs. Perhaps this was another negotiation ploy. Perhaps the ultralifers sought to intimidate the paramilitaries in order to gain more concessions out of their next round of talks. Yet as the distance continued to shrink, the chance that this was a bluff grew smaller while the possibility that this was an actual attempt to launch an all-out assault increased. In truth, the ultralifer mech pilots who followed the four animated statues of Lufa did not have any attack intentions in mind. They might have deployed all of their available biomechs, and they also equipped them with a standard loadout of weapons, but they were not prepared to launch a risky offensive against a base. When the paramilitaries finally couldn't ignore the risk of an actual assault any longer, they opened fire with their beefed-up artillery assets. The shells and rounds raining down on the massive ultralifer formation inflicted considerable damage, but most of the victims were tough, resilient organic war machines. Even if they were uncovered, they were more than capable of withstanding some attacks. The volume of incoming firepower was considerable, but their precision and consistency was fairly low. Shells exploded from every direction and no kinetic round struck the same biomech twice. At this point, the ultralifers were merely alarmed, but far from worried about their safety. Their own kinetic ranged mechs already returned fire in response to the sudden attack. It was a pity that the ultralifers lost the bulk of their heavy artillery mechs. If not for this, they could have hurt the base occupants a lot more. Yet from the moment a random shell detonated in the midst of two of the vulnerable statues of Lufa, the ultralifers snapped. The loss of these two heaven-sent objects was more than a loss of two material objects. It was a direct attack on their new faith. The rage that welled up was indescribable. A level of fury that went beyond reason had swept through their minds. Kill, slaughter them all. The maddened ultralifers descended upon the base with only destruction in mind. They did not hesitate to throw themselves into the fray and overwhelm the base occupants with their righteous fury alone. The paramilitaries were caught off guard. They never expected that their bombardment would incite the ultralifers rather than suppressing them. The unexpectedly violent offensive pushed them back so hard and fast that most of their defensive advantages failed to play a significant role. The battle at the warehouse complex quickly turned into a frenzied melee where melee biomechs threw themselves against each other and ranged mechs fired at any moving object with the wrong colors. We need backup. What has gotten to these ultralifers? Johnny. They killed Johnny. Though the paramilitaries were badly hit at first, the large amount of casualties they suffered in the initial round of fighting caused their emotions to be inflamed as well. When your comrades and buddies started getting butchered left and right, it was hard for the remainder to sit still. They had to fight back and take revenge for the losses they suffered. The paramilitary organization pushed back just as hard and was determined to slay the ultralifers and end their threat once and for all. Only by slaughtering their main mech force would the base occupants be rid of this dangerous and unstable enemy. Don't let them advance any further. The base commander of the warehouse complex also issued strong orders to prevent the ultralifers from reaching the interior of the base. Neither side backed off. The ultralifers had seemingly lost all reason after the loss, and the paramilitaires dug in deeper instead of retreating. With both sides having their own reasons to commit themselves to a pitched battle, every opportunity to avoid their mutual destruction was lost. Even if a handful of their members magically regained a bit of common sense, it was far too late to stop the hostilities at this point. Dozens of biomechs fell every couple of seconds. Scorched, broken and ruined flesh and bone littered the warehouse complex. The stench emanated by all of the damaged and spilled biomatter was indescribable. In fact, due to the abundance of harmful exotics leaking from the damaged biomechs, the air had literally turned toxic to humans. As this tragedy continued to unfold, the mastermind behind this destructive turn of events was grinning like a shark. Ha 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 ha, gullible idiots, you fell for it so easily. Vase almost fell over from his chair. The effortless way he managed to manipulate fanatics only increased his contempt towards their kind. Blind belief and lack of critical thinking were the greatest threat to human advancement in his eyes. If every human in the galaxy was as stupid as the ultralifers, the alien civilizations in the galaxy would have long squashed the human race. When Vase saw that the ultralifers had fully thrown themselves onto the occupied warehouse complex, he felt that the time was finally right for the Larkinson to take action themselves. He immediately issued an order to his mech commander. The time to remain on standby is over. Deploy our mechs and prepare to launch a full assault. Commander Rivington and Commander Casella both looked concerned. Do we really have to enter the fray so soon, sir? Rivington cautiously asked. It takes a lot to take down second-class biomechs. If we show up too soon, the two groups might figure out the truth and decide to turn their weapons against us. It's best to wait until they have fired the last rounds in their magazines. Vase smirked and shook his head. The whole point of our current operation is to rile up our own men and convert them to the Larkinson mindset. How can we do that if we don't act proactively? Besides, I'm not thinking about attacking the warehouse complex right now. Our men might think we are trying to ally with the paramilitaries in order to squash a common enemy in the form of the ultralifers. This can't be further from the truth. Commander Kusela Ingvar widened her eyes. You aren't thinking about. Your guess is correct. I want to invade the underground base fortress that the main ultralifer mech forces have just vacated. There is a high chance that the hoodwinked extremists have deployed every biomech at their disposal, so the only hindrances we have to face are static base defenses, heavily damaged organic machines and irrelevant infantry soldiers. In other words, the ultralifer base was completely incapable of repelling mechs. His commanders immediately understood the opportunity. This was the chance that they had always been waiting for. While it was a pity that they couldn't destroy all of the ultralifer biomechs in person, destroying their vulnerable home base without incurring as much risk as before also sounded good. What about potential self-destruct measures? Kusela cautiously asked. While we can't be sure that the ultralifers rigged the base up to blow, we can't discount his possibility. Vase nonchalantly shrugged. Then send in our more disposable biomechs and mech pilots first. They can be our vanguard. Make sure to hold back our expert pilots and our original Larkinsons. We can't afford to lose them. They are the core of our mech force and the pillar that draws everyone closer to our values. The air fleet, which had stayed dormant over the past few days, finally started to surge forth again. The Larkinsons split up into two. Several Larkinson biomechs remained behind with their biotransports and bioshuttles while the rest flew on ahead. Soon enough, several hundred deadly biomechs reached the site where the underground base rested below. Several squads had already been equipped with specialized breaching and tunnel equipment. They planted several organic pillars onto the ground and turned them online. Within the span of a few minutes, the industrial equipment displaced a large amount of soil. Large tunnels appeared on the surface that led straight into solid bone-like walls. Crack them. Be careful of any counterattacks. We don't have too many of these machines at hand. The Larkinsons salvaged the mining equipment from an abandoned company site. Despite their relative fragility, they were unreasonably effective at drilling through hard matter. It didn't matter if they weren't designed to drill through fortified walls. They were so effective at their jobs that using them was a much better choice than relying on massed firepower to breach into the ultralifer base. The people who remained in the base after the departure of their main mech force weren't ignorant of the attack. A number of turrets and other defensive measures came online, but they didn't even have a chance to go in effect before the alert Larkinson biomechs shot them apart. Too feeble. This base is practically empty if this is the extent of their response. We're already halfway through drilling a hole through the wall. The invasion proceeded very smoothly so far. In fact, the remaining resistance was so light that Vase suspected that the ultralifers may have decided to evacuate the base. Watch out for escapees. If I was in their shoes, I would have fled through a secret escape tunnel that leads to a distant location. I want mechs in every direction around the base. If some unidentified vehicles or biomechs emerge out of nowhere, then do your best to intercept them. I don't want to let any ultralifers slip from my grasp. The remaining individuals inside the base were not useless in his eyes. Not only did they possess a wealth of intelligence, including knowledge about what lay hidden underneath the warehouse complex, but they could also serve as potential test subjects. Besides, letting all of these valuable human resources slip away might come to haunt the Larkinsons in the future. They could flee to other ultralifer strongholds and convince the people over there to retaliate. They could also flee to allied groups and convince them to target the Larkinsons. When Vase issued his latest orders, some of the escorts of the air fleet broke off in order to scout the surroundings. Most notably, Venerable Tusa opted to circle around a wide perimeter in order to respond quickly to any escape attempts. As for Venerable Janzi, she remained steadfast in defending the vulnerable air fleet. The departure of most of its escorts had made it more vulnerable against unexpected attacks. Though there was little she could do while piloting a single bright warrior IB, that did not deter her from doing her duty. Time passed by. Despite all of the excitement going around, the command center remained calm. None of the excitement happening at the increasingly more ruinous warehouse complex affected the Larkinsons. As for the ultralifer base, aside from a few hiccups, its internal defenses were woefully unable to hinder the Larkinsons from going deeper. Though all of the solid walls and energy barriers in the way slowed down their advance, these passive defenses didn't play any significant role when the base lost its entire mech garrison. In the end, the Larkinsons quickly managed to secure the majority of the largely empty base. As soon as a specialized group of soldiers forcibly took over the primary command center, the critical data archives and the energetic power generators, virtually every relevant system of the base surrendered remarkably quickly to the invaders. Sir, while we have yet to clear away any lingering threats or sweep the base for hidden explosives, the base is ours. Commander Casella told Vase with an unbelieving expression. It was too easy. In an age where most defensive facilities always relied on mechs to do the heavy lifting, the lack of this important piece had already sealed the fate of the underground base. Vase smirked wider. Aside from worrying about a potential self-destruct setting, the situation was largely under control. Excellent. Haul out any prisoners and interrogate them. I want to know everything of value. At the same time, survey all of the valuables inside the base. Make sure to reward our mech pilots and soldiers with a portion of the plunder if possible. They need to be rewarded for their efforts. Will do, sir. Training his own Larkinsons was no different from training the Ultralifers. If Vase wanted to keep relying on them to fight his battles, then he needed to make them willing and eager to face combat. This was a good first step in doing so. Sooner or later, this newest batch of clansmen would become just as fearless in combat as the veteran Larkinsons. Chapter 2933. Under the influence. After the conquering Larkinsons surveyed the Ultralifer base, they quickly identified numerous goods, equipment and resources. There were enough amenities to service at least 1,000 mechs. While the air fleet was already helping itself to all of these valuable assets, Vase didn't care too much about the improvement in logistics. This was all boring stuff that did not significantly change his strategic considerations. What Vase really sought was relevant information. He prioritized the acquisition of intelligence and made sure that his men did not neglect this vital process. Biohackers and organic computer specialists descended on the hive-like data center. They immediately secured the numerous organic computers and databases before attempting to defeat their security measures in order to access the large amounts of data stored within. Interrogations began as well. While the mech pilots had already left the base, the support and command personnel had all remained behind. Even if a substantial number of them died when they futilely tried to resist the overpowering invasion, there were plenty of prisoners for the Larkinsons to question. A lot of Ultralifer prisoners had become shocked at how quickly and how easily their base had fallen. They had become so disturbed by the strength exhibited by the Larkinsons that they folded relatively easily. They spilled out secret after secret and did not hesitate to explain how to disarm the security measures of various systems. It was too bad that only a handful of the prisoners were willing to cooperate. The majority remained committed to their cause. After our initial successes, we haven't made any significant headway in interrogating the remaining prisoners. Captain Raina Ember of the Black Cats reported. As a former pirate officer, she had plenty of experience in trying to open unwilling mouths. If they were mercenaries, we would have made them squeal a long time ago. The Ultralifers are much more difficult to crack for reasons that I am sure you are already aware of. The harder we push, the more they dig their heels. Vase frowned. This was a problem that he already anticipated to an extent, but it was still annoying nonetheless. The obstinacy shown by the captive Ultralifers threatened to delay his follow-up plans and left him blind to future threats and opportunities. After spending many days of knowing very little about the actual situation on the planet, Vase was desperate to gain some insider knowledge. He needed to know what the political factions were plotting and why anarchy still reigned across prosperous Hill V. There was definitely something fishy going on, and Vase wasn't sure that it revolved completely around Pinnacle Labs and high-grade life-prolonging serum. He had a feeling that this was an overly simplistic view of the current reality. Vase decided to pay a visit to the prisoners himself. He followed Captain Ember to one of the vehicles used as a mobile holding facility. As the clansmen who were specialized in intelligence and police work began to take out prisoners before proceeding to pepper them with questions, Vase became distinctly unimpressed by the lack of sophistication behind their methods. Why aren't we using any advanced interrogation methods? Aren't you lifers good at manipulating human bodies? Where are the biotech experts injecting the prisoners with serums that cause them to run their mouths? It's not as easy as you think. Captain Ember shook her head. The methods you speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel can be effective, but they are too cumbersome to be applied to the rank-and-file Ultralifers. As for the officers, they are all augmented with bio-implants that come with anti-interrogation countermeasures by default. If we inject them with any suspicious mind-altering substances, the bio-implants will either block the foreign substances from taking effect or forcibly shut down the brains as an emergency measure. Don't underestimate the effectiveness of these implants. The Life Research Association possesses one of the best homegrown bio-implant industries in the region. The locals here have access to higher quality implants at cheaper rates. In other words, it took a disproportionate amount of effort to squeeze useful information from the cadre of the ultralifers. These high-ranking officers, experts and commanders doubtlessly possessed a wealth of useful information, but Vase felt incredibly frustrated that it wasn't possible for his men to succeed in making them squeal. Would Calabast have done better? Perhaps. Vase couldn't expect too much from the locals he recruited recently. They were doing the best they could under difficult circumstances and with limited facilities at their disposal. As Vase continued to mull over the problem, he suddenly came up with a fresh idea. Wait a minute, have you tried subjecting them to one of my aspects of Lufa? Pardon, sir. Think about it, my statues are all capable of affecting the mind in a remote and non-invasive manner. They can accomplish the same results of mind-altering substances but without adding any chemicals in someone's body that might trip any alarms. That could work, Captain Ember reluctantly conceded. However, your organic statues aren't designed to facilitate interrogation. Will it really work? Which statue will you choose to make use of? I doubt the aspect of tranquility will help all that much. That wasn't necessarily the case, as Vase could tweak the glows of all of his products whenever he liked. He could tone down the effect of the aspect of tranquility so that everyone affected by it still retained a bit of conscious attention. Of course, Vase didn't intend to go through all of that effort. Of all of the aspects he created, one of them seemed very suitable at the moment. Bring out a couple of stubborn fellows and bring them to the transport where I have stashed the aspect of rationality. I'm interested to see whether the effects of my creation is enough to persuade these fellows from making the right choice. Though Captain Ember held a lot of doubts about this plan, they didn't have any better options at the moment. They might as well try this possibility out in the hopes of making some actual gains. It took some time to set up the circumstances. Vase and the others had to prepare a special interrogation room that was both safe and discreet. All right, who are we working with first? Vase asked as he stood behind a workstation. Captain Ember accessed her data pad. We decided to put forward a low-ranking biomech technician who goes by the name of Emery Fallon. We have already succeeded in extracting some information out of him, so we can use this opportunity to confirm if the man will stick with his story when he comes under the influence of the aspect. A pair of security bots dragged out a rather resigned-looking man in his 30s. The prisoner didn't look as tough as the rest of his comrades, but this was good as it was easier to make him talk. Once the bots entered the range of the aspect of rationality, their emotionless and inorganic processors remained completely unaffected by the glow. Emery Fallon reacted completely differently. The naked fear on his face quickly faded as if someone wiped a towel over it. The nervousness in his bones had gone away as well, causing his body language to lose all sense of apprehension. Vase was already familiar with these effects. The aspect of rationality suppressed all emotions but left plenty of room for logic and dispassionate thoughts. As a result, Emery should have turned into a complete person right now. Now that he was able to think without his emotions coloring his judgment, he began to develop very different perspectives on various issues. Vase gave the prisoner and test subject a bit of time to think about his own situation from a different angle before ordering the interrogation to begin. What is your name, prisoner? Captain Ember asked over the speakers. Emery Fallon. The affected individual replied without emotion. Where were you born? Vase did not pay too much attention to the initial question. While it was necessary to ask some simple questions in order to establish a baseline and confirm the aspect of rationality had taken hold in the prisoner's mind, he didn't learn anything useful at the moment. It took 5 minutes before Captain Ember asked an actual question. A few days ago, 4 organic statues resembling the one before you appeared near the base you were stationed in. What did you and your fellow Overlifers think about the new statues? We thought they were the works of a master. We all admired them from the moment we experienced their unique effects. The more time we spent with them, the more we desired to retain them. When they started to walk away, we became alarmed because we did not want them to fall into the hands of another organization. Vase smiled. This was exactly what he attempted to achieve. It felt good to confirm that the Ultralifers truly followed his predictions. What do you know about the paramilitary organization that occupies the warehouse complex that you have launched attacks upon in the past? I do not know much about it. It is not necessary for me to know about them to perform my job. I only know that the organization is called the Teak Order and that it has ties to the military. Vase already guessed as much, but it was good to hear a corroborating opinion from someone else. If someone as unimportant as Emery Fallon thought this way, then this must be common knowledge in the Ultralifer organization. The questioning continued. Captain Ember managed to tease out a lot of information from Mr. Fallon that a normal interrogation would never provide. The man even spilled his embarrassing childhood fears without hesitation. It wasn't as if Emery Fallon abandoned his loyalties when he came under the effect of the aspect of rationality. There were both emotional and rational reasons why he remained loyal to the Ultralifers, but without the former, the latter did not have as much effect. It was easy to abuse logic in a way that encouraged the affected prisoner to open his mouth. For example, the Larkinsons could frankly tell Mr. Fallon that he was going to get killed unless he supplied an answer. While the aspect muted the prisoner's desire to live, there were so many instincts related to staying alive that Fallon could not easily make a decision that led to the opposite result. Therefore, when faced with a choice, Fallon did not hesitate to choose the course of action that prolonged his life. Damn, this is so easy. As they began to interrogate other Ultralifers, Vase became more and more impressed by how the aspect of rationality wiped away everything irrational. They not only stopped caring about their unreasonable beliefs, but also lost much of their motivation to stay quiet and bring their secrets to the grave. Vase and the interrogators began to collect a lot of useful intelligence ranging from passwords, opinions, hidden caches, other Ultralifer bases on the planet and many more secrets. Though the affected prisoners did not supply the correct answers all the time, the results were more than satisfactory. Captain Ember even became more adept with interrogating prisoners that had forcibly turned rational. Soon enough, a high-ranking officer finally supplied Vase with the answer that he was looking for all this time. Our organization received information from a friendly source that the Teak Order may have deciphered the coordinates to one of the Pinnacle labs on this planet. We confirmed the veracity of this claim after opening talks with the Teak Order. How large is the chance that there is a Pinnacle lab buried underneath the warehouse complex? Please give me your estimate. Vase eagerly asked. 50%. That low? Why aren't you more sure? We have conducted extensive scouting but found no abnormalities beneath the surface of the warehouse complex. We cannot confirm whether a Pinnacle lab is actually on site, but it is improbable that the Teak Order invests a large amount of effort in occupying the location in question. Do you think the Teak Order has managed to break into the Pinnacle lab by now? The Ultralifer officer shook his head. That is extremely unlikely. The entrance and security measures of a complete, self-contained Pinnacle lab are almost unbreakable to most citizens of our state. Vase relaxed a bit. If the officer was right, then Vase still had a chance of obtaining powerful spoils if he managed to enter the Pinnacle lab. It's not too late. Chapter 2934. Picking up a bargain. When Vase initially came up with the aspect of rationality, he never envisioned he would use it for interrogation purposes. The aspect of rationality was originally supposed to provide assistance to professionals such as Vase and other specialists. By stripping their chaotic emotions and leaving them to think logically, the organic statue had the potential to facilitate a lot of breakthroughs in difficult projects. The point was that Vase always thought of the statue as a tool to help his own people. Of course, its extreme effects could be harmful if used in the wrong circumstances. That was why he restricted its use and became very selective about who was allowed to experience its unique glow. Vase never thought about using it on his enemies. Why should he give his opponents a favor by allowing them to sober up and think much more clearly about their own problems? Only a fool would provide so much assistance to those who wished him ill. The aspect of rationality was a unique treasure that could provide substantial benefits to the scientists and engineers under his employ. Vase greatly valued its potential to enhance the R&D activities of his clan. Therefore, Vase never conceived that the aspect of rationality could be used against his enemies. He always thought about the positive sides of the organic statue, but never imagined that he could use its darker side to exploit his prisoners. He felt a bit ambivalent about this. It was as if he had veered off from the correct path and entered a dark and suspicious alley. A part of him screamed that he wasn't supposed to make use of his creations in this way. Of course, Vase quickly shoved this useless part of him aside. There was no room for him to take the high road this time. He urgently required intelligence, and if exposing his prisoners to a weird organic statue caused them to spill their secrets in a dispassionate tone, then so be it. He didn't really intend to spare the prisoners anyhow, so what was the harm in subjecting them to an unethical interrogation process? He made sure to keep these interrogations a secret, though. The other Larkinsons did not have to know where all of the pertinent information came from. Aside from a few trusted subordinates like Captain Ember, the rest of his clansmen including Venerable Janzi were left out of the loop. If any of them grew suspicious, Vase would just say that his men managed to hack the databases and harvested a wealth of data. Although Vase would have liked to continue to listen for interesting details, he didn't necessarily need to know all that much. He left Captain Ember to her devices and trusted her to write up a report that summarized all of the most useful details. The reason why Vase left was because the window of opportunity to make his next move was dwindling. Once he returned to the command center, he took stock of the situation at the conquered underground base. Virtually every local threat had been neutralized and his clansmen were already in the process of plundering any useful assets that the air fleet sorely needed. What is the current state of the warehouse complex? Vase asked Commander Rivington, who was monitoring the situation over there. The battle between the Teak Order and the Ultralifers ended an hour ago. Both sides were roughly even. The Teak Order possessed fewer mechs, but their training and cohesion is much stronger. Once they got going, they fought hard and forced the Ultralifers to bleed for every biomech they managed to fell. That still didn't stop the frenzied attackers from overrunning the last line of defense. Eventually, the final 50 or so gray biomechs broke ranks and fled the battlefield. A large number of surviving Ultralifer biomechs left as well to hunt them down. They haven't returned at the moment. Vase raised his eyebrow. This was very good news. If the pursuit forces of the victorious Ultralifers did not return soon, then the defenses of the heavily damaged warehouse complex had reached a low point. No matter whether the site remained in the hands of the Teak Order or fell under the sway of the Ultralifers, it was impossible for the remaining defenders to be as strong as the original garrison. Every surviving biomech did not only incur varying degrees of battle damage, but also depleted a significant amount of resources. Though the Ultralifers left behind at the warehouse complex were currently helping themselves to the supplies they managed to scavenge from the site, this was a very slow process without the help of large crews of support personnel. Perhaps at this time, the Ultralifer base would have dispatched their personnel to take over the conquered location and fix up their mechs. Yet all of that had no chance of coming true now that the Larkinsons took over their base. This is the right time to launch another assault. Let's clean the remnants of the Ultralifers up and take over the location that they worked so hard to conquer. Nothing made him happier than taking advantage of the hard work of others. Usually, he derived this enjoyment by delegating tedious work to his subordinates. Now, he was starting to feel the same kind of rush by ordering his air fleet to pick the fruit that the Ultralifers had bled and died to secure. In the end, there was no suspense. When the air fleet along with the main force of the Larkinson clan advanced towards the warehouse complex, the Ultralifers lacked the strength to resist a fresh force of hundreds of mechs and biomechs. In order to ensure the Ultralifers didn't flee right away, Vase had authorized Venerable Tusa along with a company of light mechs to circle around and block the most obvious flight direction. After sandwiching and surrounding the surviving Ultralifer biomechs that weren't on pursuit duty, the last stand only lasted a few minutes. In fact, the battle could have ended sooner if not for the fact that Vase held back his expert pilots and elite mech pilots. It was rare for inexperienced mech pilots to get the chance of fighting a weak but desperate opponent. Vase did not feel any qualms about letting the rookies and inexperienced mech pilots get a taste of actual war in a reasonably controlled circumstance. Even if a couple of Larkinson mech pilots lost their mechs due to getting outfought by the desperate Ultralifers, it didn't matter as long as the mech pilots were able to eject in time. It's too easy, Commander Casella said at the end of this unusually effortless operation. Though there were still numerous Ultralifers mechs at large, they lacked the numbers to dislodge the Larkinson air fleet from the warehouse complex. Unless a third hostile group that was greedy for the site appeared somewhere, Vase finally succeeded in his goal of securing this promising location. Even though the prior battle had been so intense that pretty much every organic structure had collapsed, Vase didn't care about all of that. Everything above the ground was completely superfluous in his eyes. "Alright, let's begin our search," he commanded. "Search for any underground spaces or entrances that might lead to something that is unusually advanced or impenetrable. Dig around if you have to. In the meantime, please scour the battlefield and find some surviving Teak Order members. Pass them on to Captain Ember. She will know what to do with these paramilitaries." Though a lot of clansmen felt that the coincidences that happened today were very suspicious, Vase had no intention of explaining the full story to them. All they needed to pay attention to was that they successfully took revenge against the Ultralifers for their attack against the air fleet. I wanted to kill them, but not like this. It doesn't feel satisfying to swoop in like carrion birds and prey on the weak. Is there anything honorable about this battle? The Larkinsons didn't obtain the satisfaction that they were hoping for. Vase promised something different, but as long as they earned some measure of victory, they didn't have much to complain about. Vase no longer paid attention to the morale levels of his clansmen. He didn't even devote any time to the ongoing interrogations that proceeded with the help of the aspect of rationality. Now that he had taken possession of the coveted warehouse complex, he became so swept by greed and desire that he had personally joined the search for the presumed entrance to the Pinnacle Lab. Where is it? Where is it? Ag, search harder. The initial searches didn't yield any useful results. In fact, when Captain Ember interrogated the first batch of surviving members of the Teak Order, it turned out that the original occupants of the warehouse complex failed to find the entrance as well. What? Vase looked incredulous at Captain Ember's projected form. Are you telling me that the Teak Order sat on this location for many days without actually pinning down the location of the Pinnacle Lab? Yes, sir. While it may be possible that the higher-ups of the Teak Order secretly found the entrance and kept the news hidden from the rest of their men, they have behaved rather bewildered and frustrated for the entire time, so it is unlikely they managed to achieve any progress. This was both good and bad news. The good news was that the Pinnacle Lab was probably completely pristine. All of its wealth and riches should still be in place. Even if Vase could never physically bring all of the amazing equipment, tools and resources back to his fleet, he would already be content if he could smuggle out some small high-value products such as high-grade life-prolonging serum. The bad news was that the Pinnacle Lab was not only hidden, but also retained its full defenses. As one of the most strategically important facilities of the Life Research Association, Vase feared what kind of defenses he might encounter. As one of the sanctums of the legendary Supreme Sage, the odds were great that the internal defenses were so formidable that they could even crush an expert mech. I'll solve this problem when the time comes, he muttered. First, I need to find the darned entrance. This was not easy, to put it lightly. The Teak Order already tried and failed, so how could the Larkinsons do any better? Vase even put his Odinai to use by hooking it up to a power generator and letting it scan in every direction at its highest setting. Nothing. Though his Odinai managed to discover several hidden caches, none of them led to anything resembling a Pinnacle Lab. He frowned as he finally deactivated the Odinai. He already knew that it wasn't omnipotent. In particular, it couldn't reach deep into the ground. As the Pinnacle Lab buried 100 kilometers below the ground. That was quite troublesome if true. Fortunately, the Teak Order had already probed the depths below the warehouse complex. They hadn't found anything unusual. This left Vase and his clansmen without any useful clues and hints. In fact, they never even confirmed that a Pinnacle Lab was even situated in this area to begin with. It could have all been a hoax that happened to have ensnared the Ultralifers, the Teak Order and the Larkinson clan. Where is the goddamn entrance? As the hours passed by and the skies darkened, Vase grew increasingly more desperate. He even floated around and blasted his spiritual senses in a wide area around him in order to see if he could catch any abnormalities that others couldn't detect. Nothing. It wasn't until he was about to give up his personal search that he felt something unusual in the pocket of his unending regalia. A strange idea entered his mind. Could it be? Vase carefully opened his pocket compartment and retrieved a small pouch. He slowly drew out a large gem that resembled a crystallized organized heart. The gem that Vase had managed to bring to life softly tugged in a specific direction. Previously, he always thought that the gem just tried to flee out of his grasp, but what if there was more to it than that? What if Supreme Comprehension tried to reach a specific destination? I'll give you a chance, he directly told the gem. Though Vase did not let go of the gem, he continued to observe and feel where it wanted to go. He slowly floated over the organic debris and rubble strewn over the ground and gradually moved away from the center of the warehouse complex. It wasn't until he reached a remote corner which used to pile some neglected cargo containers that the gem started to tug downwards. Is the Pinnacle Lab underneath this yard? He softly asked. He had to interpret the living gem some more to understand that he was supposed to approach a specific cargo container that had remained oddly intact despite all of the devastation in the immediate surroundings. When the gem softly collided against the surface of the container, a hidden entrance opened up. Vase cautiously entered and saw that it was largely empty aside from holding an odd stone block. Do you want to touch it? Vase questioned. He cautiously allowed the living gem to touch the stone block. As soon as the two objects made contact, the massive block spontaneously folded within itself as if it was a high-tech puzzle. What the? Vase and his escorts quickly drew back and continued to observe the odd transformation. In just half a minute, the materials of the stone block spontaneously reconfigured into what appeared to be a circular portal. A strange light appeared in the middle of the portal. It quickly expanded in a strange and ethereal light show that looked very familiar to Vase. His eyes widened as he realized what he was facing. It's a teleportation portal. Chapter 2935. Cautious study. The deceptively simple stone block turned out to be a hidden teleportation portal. Previous scans of the object showed that it was nothing special. It contained no detectable exotics or anything of value. It also lacked signs of sophisticated technology. What was even more peculiar was that it did not contain any biological matter at all. That alone was enough to generate considerable suspicion. The citizens of the Life Research Association generally tried to use as little conventional technology as possible. While this was not always feasible, there were plenty of cloistered lifers who never held a conventional piece of mechanical technology in their lives. The disregard for conventional technology was so deeply rooted in the minds of the locals that a simple massive rock would never register as anything valuable in their minds. Vase would have been fooled as well. While it was odd to find a cargo container in the warehouse complex that didn't contain useful goods such as feed or stock, the stone block was hardly the only random item stored in the yards. Due to its location and general usage, at least some portion of cargo that passed through this facility consisted of miscellaneous goods that various businesses and workshops needed to fulfill special jobs. If someone like Vase or another Larkinson encountered the stone block, they would quickly set it aside, figuring it was used to make a sculpture or used as a prop for a monument or something. Vase looked at the living gem pinched between his armored fingers. The heart-shaped gem constantly tugged forward as if it was eager to pass through the teleportation portal. Not yet, buddy. He wasn't stupid enough to pass through a mysterious gate that led to a completely unknown danger. Right now, he had no idea where the portal led to, how many individuals could pass through, whether the portal was one use, how many times it could activate, whether passage was restricted to specific authorized individuals, if there were enemies or hostile base defenses on the other side, whether the other side of the portal was still intact, if those who entered it could return to the warehouse complex by going back the other way, and etc. There was so much uncertainty about this odd situation that it was incredibly irresponsible for Vase to randomly jump into the portal as if he was going on a stroll. I've learned since last time. The previous time he passed through a high-tech portal, he ended up in a weird qualification ritual organized by Rim Guardians. Though the situation didn't seem too dangerous at the time, Vase knew how foolish he had been to trust the odd instructions he received. This time, Vase wasn't taking anything for granted. He did not take a single step forward. Instead, he waited for 1 solid minute until the portal turned off by itself. The circular construction broke apart as the stone material reassembled into a simple stone cube. I see, he hummed. Let's decipher it first. As the Larkinsons settled into the ruined warehouse complex, Vase ordered a select team of trustworthy specialists and engineers to study the disguised teleportation portal. He himself studied it as well. He used both his Vulcani and Odini to try and see if he could glean some useful information about the teleportation portal in either of its forms, but strangely enough he attained no useful results. The portal is too advanced. None of the sensors and scanners in the possession of the Larkinsons yielded any usable data at all. Since the tech disparity was too great for the Larkinsons to glean anything useful about the inner workings of the teleportation portal, Vase decided to redirect their studies to trying to figure out whether it was safe to pass through. They activated the portal a few times and dispatched some pre-programmed bots to test the waters. Fortunately, the portal was two-way, as evidenced by the quick return of the bots. The Larkinsons eagerly pored over the sensor recordings. After patiently studying the teleportation portal for several hours, Vase and the science team managed to tease out a number of rules regarding its operation. Let's sum up the most important points we've learned. Vase spoke as he and his science team gathered in an improvised lab. He pointed his finger at the first item on the list. First, we don't know for certain whether there is a pinnacle lab on the other side of the portal, but if it is, this clearly isn't the main entrance. If anything, this entire setup looks like an escape route. Everyone else nodded. The portal device was practically designed to catch as little attention as possible. Not only was it located in a weird and fairly remote spot, the stone portal also didn't release any energy emissions when active. This was the most obvious indicator that it was designed to be a hidden exit. For something as difficult and energy-intensive as a portal that could instantly bring people elsewhere, the amount of energy it consumed was substantial, but not only did it show any signs of exhaustion, the entire contraption did not release even a single joule of heat energy. Vase was so amazed by this that he felt tempted to claim the stone block as his spoils of war and take it back to his expeditionary fleet. It was too bad the stone block seemed to be stuck in place. No matter how much force the Larkinsons exerted on it, the disguised teleportation portal and the cargo container it was one were seemingly anchored on the spot. His finger pointed at the next item on the projected list. The second rule we've ascertained is that the portal only allows for 10 people or self-contained objects to pass at a time. When too many people or bots have passed through, the device automatically shuts down for 78 minutes. Once this artificial cooldown passes, the portal resets and we can use it as before. One of the odd quirks about this rule was that it registered both entry and exit as a form of passage. This meant that 5 people entering and 5 people exiting in a short amount of time caused the portal to reach its limit. This was a very limiting rule because Vase couldn't instantly bring an army of foot soldiers inside. Even if he did by patiently passing 10 people at a time, the room on the other side of the portal wasn't large. What was worse was the base defenses on the other side. He pointed at the third item on the list. The most dangerous aspect about the other side of the portal is that anything that emerges there can only stay alive in a limited 3-meter zone around the portal. Any bot or individual that steps out of this safe zone will instantly get annihilated by the active base defenses in the room. The Larkinsons sacrificed plenty of disposable bots before they learned this lesson. Vase was most concerned about this rule. It not only proved that the facility on the other side was still active and dangerous, but might also limit the passage of unauthorized troops. Perhaps Vase might be able to move beyond this safe zone with the help of his living gem, but it would be troublesome if he wasn't able to bestow authorization to his escort. He could not afford to underestimate the defenses of the Pinnacle Lab. If he wasn't able to disarm them or make them turn their attention away from him and his troops, he was not willing to venture any deeper. There were a number of other rules and details that gave Vase a better understanding of the situation. For example, the bots on the other side recorded numerous details such as the gravity levels and the amount of cosmic radiation that passed through the space on the other side. After lots of calculations, the science team determined that the destination of the teleportation portal was likely situated somewhere on the planet and not far away in space or anything like that. The indicators suggested that the Pinnacle Lab was situated somewhere between 500 meters and 20 kilometers below the surface. Unfortunately, the Larkinsons failed to pin down the coordinates of the Pinnacle Lab. It could be situated on this side of the planet or the next. They simply couldn't tell due to a lack of data. After gathering all of the data and making these tentative conclusions, Vase wasn't willing to waste any further time. He did not know what kind of state the Pinnacle Lab was in, but from the fact that the teleportation portal he stumbled upon was not the main entrance, there was a significant chance that others may have entered the lab as well. The more time passed by, the greater the chance that other parties succeeded in plundering the spoils of the Pinnacle Lab. Vase had to find an adequate balance between caution and action. This was why he eventually moved on to planning how to enter the portal and explore the other side. What? You're crazy, sir. You can't explore the lab in person. You're too important for that. Commander Casella protested. I agree as well. Commander Rivington concurred. Let your men do their jobs. You have plenty of tough-looking soldiers by your side. If you are worried that they don't have the background to navigate a science lab, then pick out a biomech designer among us and let him make sense of the situation. Vase shook his head. It won't work. I have to be the one to enter. I'm the only person among us who holds the key to the Pinnacle Lab. Without it, the automated base defenses will shred everyone to pieces. The living gem showed a surprising degree of intent. Out of his expectation, it did not activate the teleportation portal by itself or allowed anyone else to use it as a key. Only when Vase held it in his own hands did it do its job and open up the way. This was rather suspicious behavior on its part. It showed that the gem was controlled by an active consciousness rather than an instinctive will. Still, Vase had no intentions of staying away this time. It might be his reckless streak acting up again, but he simply could not resist exploring the Pinnacle Lab in person. It took quite a bit of arguing for Vase to have his way. While his fellow Larkinsons were well-meaning in their attempts to hold him back, the fact of the matter was that only their patriarch was able to secure safe passage into the Pinnacle Lab. I can protect myself. Vase slapped his near-indestructible unending regalia. My mech designer background allows me to understand a lot of things. I just need to bring a biotech expert in order to make sense of the biotechnology that I will certainly encounter in the lab. Don't try to stop me any longer. I will regret missing this opportunity if I turn away under such favorable circumstances. After all, with the supreme comprehension in his hands, Vase essentially possessed an all-access key to the Pinnacle Lab. He could avoid many dangers that beset other intruders. Due to all of the strange restrictions, the exploration team only consisted of 10 members. After a brief discussion, Vase decided to bring a biomech designer, 7 of his elite honor guards along and lucky. When the exhausted gem cat in question heard that his name was included in the exploration party, he immediately raised his head and lodged a complaint. Meow, you've rested long enough, buddy. Vase self-righteously spoke as he picked up his protesting pet and put him on the shoulder of his unending regalia. I don't care if you have yet to return to your peak. You're coming with me as my insurance. If we encounter anything that is beyond my ability to overcome, you better do your best or else we all die. Mew www. Chapter 2936. Dr. Avalon Paris. After Vase discovered that the living gem was leading him to somewhere rather than trying to run off on its own, he had become a lot more wary of its motives. It became clear to Vase that the intelligence driving the gem possessed enough awareness of its situation to perform navigation, recognize specific people and led its current owner into the Pinnacle Lab in order to fulfill an unknown objective. It was the latter part that really sent alarm bells ringing in his head. Perhaps the gem had been observing Vase ever since he obtained it. Perhaps storing the Supreme Comprehension gem on his own person was a mistake. Still, just because something was alive didn't mean it was an enemy. If the gem was driven by some remnant portion of the Supreme Sage's spirituality, which Vase highly suspected was the case, then it should be smart enough to make a deal. Vase simply wanted to gain some valuable loot. As long as he could take away some of the most valuable high-level goods and research data from the Pinnacle Lab, he didn't mind cooperating with a gem that sought to fulfill a specific goal. Of course, the premise of their cooperation was that the precocious gem did not have any hostile intentions towards Vase and his clan. During the preparation phase of their upcoming exploring run, Vase quietly drew out the gem in question in order to issue a stern warning. Listen, I know you can understand me. I'm only giving you this warning once. If you do anything that I regard as hostile or dangerous to me, I will pinch you until you crumble into pieces. You're not indestructible, so if you want to keep your current form and gain my cooperation, you better show some sincerity. Have I made myself clear? The gem vibrated up and down as if it was nodding. That was good enough for Vase. It was pointless for him to issue any further warnings. He believed the gem was smart enough to make the rational decision to cooperate and play along with Vase. As long as their goals didn't clash against each other, they could both get what they wished. Once he had and his team had made their preparations, they all entered the suspicious cargo container while fully kitted out. For a dangerous mission, his honor guard all wore formidable combat armor that had been loaded with extra equipment. Grenades, ammunition boxes, medical kits, workshop tools, hacking devices, flamethrowers and more all hung from their frames. Though Vase did not expect that his honor guard needed to use all of this equipment, there was no harm in bringing it all along as long as the teleportation portal was not too picky. Nida stood out from the rest by being the only person aside from Vase to wear a suit of combat armor plated with unending alloy. This gave her a much greater chance at surviving any threats they might encounter from within. Of the 8 people that were ready to plunge into the portal, one of them clearly stood out. A woman wearing a slimmer suit of light combat armor awkwardly moved her limbs as if she was still trying to get used to wearing something different from a hazard suit. She was the only non-combatant in the team. Since they were about to explore a Pinnacle Lab, how could they not bring a biotech expert along? Out of all of the possible choices, Vase settled for an apprentice mech designer who recently joined the clan. Even though she was part of the later wave of refugees who fled from the city center, she adjusted fairly well to the clan. Vase did not feel that she possessed any complicated motives, unlike some of the older biomech designers that had joined the ranks of the Larkinson clan. Dr. Avalon Paris, are you sure you wish to go through with this mission? The risks and dangers we might face inside this forbidden lab might exceed your imagination. This is a job for soldiers, not civilians. If not for your expertise, I wouldn't have added you to the team in the first place. The woman adjusted her pixie-cut blonde hair before enclosing it with her integrated suit helmet. I will try my best to stay out of the way of your soldiers, sir. I have no intentions of turning away. Do you know that everyone who grew up in this state admired the Supreme Sage? The chance to enter one of his main labs and witness the cutting-edge research he conducted is the opportunity of a lifetime. If I can retrieve just a single data chip's worth of research data from the lab systems, I will be happy for the rest of my life. Even if she recently renounced her identity as a lifer, it was hard to shake off a lifetime of indoctrination and hero worship. The Supreme Sage was a legendary figure in the Life Research Association, and practically anyone who entered the biotech industry wanted to walk in his footsteps. As Nida and her fellow honor guard were checking all of their gear for the final time, Vase briefly chatted with his biotech consultant in order to get to know her a little better. "What did you do before you joined our clan, Drive?" "Paris. I worked as an assistant mech designer for one of the biomech companies based on this planet. I did not design any biomechs by myself, but I assisted in the development of a dozen different designs." "What is your specialty?" "My aim is to specialize in rapid self-regeneration. I have studied this topic extensively in my spare time, and I have already developed some methods that could improve the regeneration of soft organic tissue under field conditions." Though Vase only possessed a limited understanding of biomechs, he could already tell that this was not an easy specialty to pursue. While all biomechs possessed some self-regeneration capabilities, their healing process was very slow without external aid. Just like human bodies, it could take weeks or months to restore moderate wounds. If there weren't any battles on the horizon, then this was completely fine. Allowing biomechs to heal by themselves and without much external aid might not be perfect, but it was a lot cheaper than the alternatives. Trying to accelerate this self-healing process was doubtlessly possible, but all of that time savings had to come from somewhere. The burden of allowing mechs to heal their damaged tissue in a shorter timespan not only consumed more energy and resources, but also required the inclusion of additional modules in order to make it all possible. There were 3 reasons why Vase paid attention to Avalon Paris. First, she was suitable to join his design team. While she mainly specialized in designing biomechs, one of the prerequisites of that was understanding how to design regular mechs. This meant that she would always be useful even if she wasn't assigned to a biomech design project. Second, her specialty might be useful if Vase intended to work on a number of biomech of cyborg mech projects in the future. He had a feeling that her specialty might be especially useful in the design of Venerable Joshua's expert mech. Third, she stood out from her peers within the clan. Dr. Paris was not the only biomech designer that his clan recently picked up, but she was the most promising one. As one of the few individuals who possessed spiritual potential, she might become the first journeyman among the Larkinsons who excelled at designing biomechs. Though Dr. Paris also had her faults, Vase was confident that he could deal with them as long as he nurtured her properly. Originally, Vase wanted to add Drive, Swindell to his team, but the biomech technician was woefully underqualified. Even though he graduated with a degree in biomech design, he didn't study a lot of advanced knowledge after his graduation. What Vase needed right now was a consultant who was well versed in academic research and more advanced applications of biotechnology. Someone who fixed up competitive biomechs for a living might possess a lot more practical knowledge than a lab nerd, but he latter was unquestionably superior when it came to interpreting high-level research. After making sure that everyone's gear was in working condition, the exploration team was finally cleared to go. Vase carefully stepped up and used his gem to activate the teleportation portal once again. "Here goes nothing." The honor guard stepped in first. Once they confirmed that the internal base defenses did not respond to their intrusion, the rest followed suit. Once they all passed through, the portals on both sides automatically shut down. The Larkinsons had to wait at least 78 minutes before Vase could activate them again. The immediate area around the portal on the other side had become very crowded due to the abundance of armored personnel. They carefully stayed within a marked radius of 3 meters for fear of triggering the automated base defenses. Vase lifted the gem in front of his faceplate and shook it a bit. "Okay, we're here. Can you tell the base systems to refrain from treating me and my men as intruders? I don't want to get crushed by 10,000 gravities." Just because he was protected by his unending regalia didn't mean he assumed he was invincible. Gravitic attacks still posed a very lethal threat against him. It didn't matter if unending alloy could resist the pressure. The human physique, even an augmented one like his, would definitely get crushed into paste if subjected to so much force. And this was just one of the potential hazards that intruders of the Pinnacle Lab had to face. Vase did not intend to take any step forward until his gem was able to convince him that the way forward was safe. Open our path. Different from many other facilities in the LRA, the room they were in right now was not made of organic tree matter. Instead, it was made of highly metallic bone that barely looked different from fabricated metal. Vase had no doubt that all of this bone alloy was incredibly difficult to damage. What was worse was that all of the base defenses were covered with this resilient material. It would definitely be a pain to destroy all of the open turrets. It would be even more challenging to destroy anything situated behind the bone alloy walls. Fortunately, his gem did not leave him hanging. It vibrated a bit and tugged in the direction of his wrist. Vase interpreted the gem's actions as best as possible. You want access to a comm interface. Though this was a risky decision, he had already trusted the gem to this extent. He decisively activated an external comm interface, allowing the gem to input specific commands by directing Vase to press specific buttons. Slowly but surely, the gem directed Vase to transmit an open electronic signal to his immediate surroundings. Vase wasted a lot of minutes by manually inputting a 237-character password. Once his comm transmitted this laboriously typed code, the turrets seemed to have lost their vigilance. They retracted their barrels and ignored the presence of the humans who entered this room. An honor guard carefully stepped forward. Unlike the bots that had attempted to move beyond the 3-meter safe zone, the base defenses didn't act. When the rest moved past the teleportation portal, Vase released some of his nervous tension. We can proceed forward. Be careful though. I doubt that transmitting a simple passphrase is enough to allow us free rein to the Pinnacle Lab. Don't touch anything without permission. The exploration team was about to venture through one of the most important research facilities of a second-rate state. Safe passage was never guaranteed, especially since they weren't originally authorized to enter the lab in the first place. Vase was sure that there were multiple layers of access permission. The emergency code that he just transmitted with the help of his sentient gem should have just given him and his team surface-level access. This meant that if any of them entered the wrong space or touched the wrong item, the deadly base defenses might decide to eliminate the exploration team. Everyone was aware of this possibility, so no Oni moved impulsively. Even Lucky was content to rest on Ves's shoulders, his tail flicking with worry. Meow. Chapter 2937. High-level research. The exploration team cautiously exited the emergency escape room. As soon as they approached the heavily fortified exit gate, it automatically unlocked and slid open. A long and spiraling tunnel lay ahead. The Larkinsons steadily ascended as they followed the lengthy tunnel. They walked for over 300 meters before they finally reached another thick gate. This time, Vase had to type in another code in order to open this secure gate. Vase figured that it was not connected to any central systems, but instead operated in isolation. This was a good way to prevent someone's escape route from getting cut off by some nefarious infiltration party. With the help of their awfully helpful gem, the exploration team soon managed to pass through this barrier. They entered a wide open space where the same bone metal material covered the walls and ceiling. Different from the cramped spaces of before, the Larkinsons finally encountered some actual base components. Vase turned his view to the sides to see several identical fleshy growths that looked like tumors. Each of them was covered by thick energy shields, which basically screamed that these organic machines were very important for some reason. He had no idea what he was looking at. All he could tell about the massive, mech-sized growths was that they appeared to be quite critical. What am I looking at, Drive? Paris? He asked. The entire reason why he brought a civilian biomech designer along for the ride was to clarify matters like these. The knowledge that she possessed was far more valuable than an extra soldier in his opinion. The woman in question stared in amazement at the massive organic machines. Hello, is there someone home inside your head? Oh, my apologies, sir. I didn't expect to see such a sight. What you're looking at is some of the most impressive power generators in the LRA. While I do not recognize this model, I estimate that a single one of them already provides enough energy to power an entire capital ship. That much. Vase may not know anything about organic power generators, but he was fairly well versed in the properties of conventional one. It was incredibly difficult for a single power generator to service all of the energy needs of an entire capital ship. This was especially the case when they were smaller in size. Right now, the hall they were in boasted 6 active organic power generators. A facility that needed that much juice was definitely promising. All of that power had to be utilized in a productive manner in order to justify the existence of all of these power generators. It appeared that the escape route that the exploration team had just entered led them straight to one of the hearts of the facility. This shouldn't be the only source of power in this facility. Dr. Paris guessed. As impressive as this looks, the rumors I've heard about the kind of research that takes place in a Pinnacle lab should be considerably more demanding than what these power generators can sustain. At the very least, the lab should offer considerable redundancy in case any of these generators fail. Vase nodded in agreement. Her logic was sound. That still doesn't take away from the fact that this is one of the more important locations in the Pinnacle lab. There ought to be an access point somewhere that we can use to obtain more information or expand our limited access level. The living gem eagerly tugged him to the side. After tapping the cold bone metal wall, a projected interface appeared into view. After inputting another laborious passcode, Vase apparently gained access to a secret control interface. A few minutes passed by as the gem instructed Vase to activate several coded settings. He had no idea what he was triggering, but he had trusted the gem to this extent already. He did not feel it was doing anything malicious. Soon enough, some strange set of passes materialized into existence. Materialization technology. Dr. Paris gasped. As expected of a Pinnacle lab, I've heard that every facility is equipped with a lot of tech supplies by the MTA. This is nothing, Vase dismissively said. There are several different grades of materialization technology. Making a few simple passes is very different from materializing an entire mech. The passes were rather odd, thick and heavy. Vase could already guess that they contained a wealth of advanced circuitry. Still, no matter what kind of underlying tech they contained, their function was rather obvious. I guess these are our access passes. He distributed them to everyone. Even Lucky received a smaller one that magnetically attached to his back. Meow. Hey, don't scratch that off. You might die if you do that. That caused his cat to settle down quickly. Vase felt a lot more secure after receiving the passes. Carrying the physical tokens was much more reassuring than purely relying on software changes. Can you provide us with a map or something? Unfortunately, that was beyond the gem's means for some reason. After it finished directing Vase to activate some hidden settings, the gem pulled him towards the exit. Once the exploration team left the power generation room, they moved through a few pale and eerie corridors while encountering nothing of note. The corridors were completely empty and devoid of any objects and markings. Nothing he had seen so far allowed him to confirm that he entered a Pinnacle lab as opposed to some other top-secret facility. It was only until he entered the next hall that Vase truly felt he entered the right place. The space the gem had led him into was some kind of research lab dedicated to the study of a certain kind of arthropod exo-beast species. The exoskeletons of the giant insects stored in cultivation vats were like crystals. They shone in the light and looked incredibly hard. There must have been something special about this odd exo-beast species if they were being studied in this kind of high-quality lab. He spotted over 50 different lab machines in this hall. Some of them were organic in nature, but the majority looked more familiar to him. They must be the MTA-supplied lab equipment. Dr. Paris, try and access the servers if you can. I want to know what is special about these creatures. While he was mildly curious about the research conducted in this room, he just wanted to see whether her new pass granted her access to sensitive research data. He also wanted to see whether the automated lab defenses would turn against her for attempting to access highly confidential data. The worst did not happen. When Dr. Paris navigated the menus of a projected terminal, she was able to call up all of the research data without restriction. This is amazing, sir. Whatever you did earlier allows me free reign over the local server. It's a pity that this computer system isn't connected to the rest of the facility. Every research lab appears to be an isolated silo in terms of data transfer. Vase wasn't surprised to hear that. That's natural. It would be too easy to steal all of the research data if they can be accessed from a central location. It's not worth the convenience to leave this risk open. Even though he hadn't explored much of the Pinnacle lab as of yet, he already gained a preliminary understanding of the architect of this facility. The Supreme Sage was meticulous and careful. He took the design of the Pinnacle lab seriously and followed all of the expected security precautions without cutting any corners. He was probably underestimating the security measures even now. So what did you learn about these alien bugs? They're not a naturally recurring species, sir. Dr. Paris explained as she rapidly read through various documents. Project Arvalix is an attempt by the Supreme Sage to design a specific species of organisms that is capable of generating a specific venom that is useful for other applications. What kind of applications are you talking about? All I am able to ascertain at the moment is that this venom is exceedingly lethal to ordinary humans but can be quite helpful to certain types of biomechs. I can't tell you any further about the uses of this special venom because the local server doesn't contain any specific references aside from a single mention of special project, U. Well, that's revealing. Vase pretty much lost interest in Project Arvalix. Neither these strange designer beasts nor the venom they produced sounded relevant to his own interests. Is there any of this special venom in storage here? No, sir. The lab operations here have stalled ever since the Supreme Sage died. The designer beasts have all died and the venom put in cold storage has deteriorated despite being freezed. Okay, let's move on then. So far, he was not very impressed by the research taking place inside this facility. That soon changed when they entered the next research lab. The interior layout looked almost identical to the last one. The only difference was that the cultivation vats didn't contain any designer beasts or exo-beasts. Instead, they contained the bodies of humans. Vase immediately felt a bit agitated when he saw their partially covered bodies. There was something about these muscular men and women that sent him on edge and caused his intuition to go on alert. He approached one of the tanks while drive. Paris attempted to access one of the terminals. When his armored feet stopped before a semi-transparent vat, he peered through the odd yellowish liquid and studied the state of the male cadaver floating inside. The man used to be a soldier. Vase had no doubt of this judgment. The athletic body was toned and muscled in a way that reminded him of elite mech pilots. There were two other indicators that clearly denoted that the person inside the vat was a soldier and most likely a mech pilot. The left side of the corpse was heavily marked with burn damage. In addition, the right side of the body bore various tattoos that servicemen typically acquired. One of them even referenced a lifer military mech regiment called the Moliere Steelhawks. Yet as Vase stood in close proximity to the vat that held the corpse, he started to feel more and more unsettled for some reason. There was something about the body of this mech pilot and the ones stored in other vats that made him suspect there was something abnormal about these experimental materials. On a hunch, Vase decided to concentrate his mind and expand his spiritual senses. As he began to perceive the body using his other senses, he immediately felt an abnormality within the brain cavity of the deceased soldier. It's empty. He sensed a spiritual void in what should have been the most important organ of a mech pilot and any human for that matter. Vase circled around and saw to his astonishment that a very neat hole had been drilled in the back of the dead body's skull. A shudder ran through his body. What was the use of extracting the brain of a dead mech pilot? He suddenly heard a feminine gasp. Vase immediately turned to Dr. Paris, who had just taken a few steps backwards from the terminal she accessed. What did you learn, sir? This is, explain. Well, I don't really know how. The Supreme Sage, I never thought he could do something like this. According to the top secret documents I've accessed, the bodies stored in these vats aren't regular humans. They're expert pilots. Say again. Each of the specimens here used to be expert pilots. Some of them are lifers, but at least half of them originate from other states. Expert pilots. Vase finally knew why he felt so strange about these fit and muscular individuals. They were demigods, transcendent human beings who had reached a state of life that was far beyond regular mortals. The bodies of these honorable former heroes should have been buried in magnificent tombs. They deserved highest honors, yet instead the Supreme Sage robbed them of the treatment that they were owed in favor of performing dubious experiments on their brains. What exactly did the Supreme Sage do with the remains of these expert pilots? Where did their brains go and why are they separated from these bodies? It took a few seconds for Dr. Paris to gain the courage to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel again. If I am interpreting these documents correctly, then the Supreme Sage himself sought to harvest and refine the extracted tissue matter into a specific substance. What is the application of this specific substance? It is used as an ingredient for the production of. She trailed off as her emotions roiled. Finish your sentence. I'm sorry, sir. It's just, if I am interpreting this correctly, the specific substance is a key input material for the production of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. Although I cannot determine whether this is one of the standard formulas used by the Big Two or a substitute formula developed by the Supreme Sage, the serum that is ostensibly being developed and produced in this facility is partially made out of the remains of deceased expert pilots. Thunder rang through the minds of Vase and everyone else in the research lab. Even Lucky dropped his maw. This revelation was too shocking. The implications of what she claimed was so great that Vase couldn't even begin to wrap his mind around this controversial discovery. It was one thing if this taboo research project was just an isolated attempt by a single unethical biotech researcher to develop a substitute formula for the insanely rare and expensive serum offered by the Big Two. It was another thing entirely if the formula that the Supreme Sage worked on happened to share a close resemblance to the formulas used by the Big Two's own serum production departments. What is the name of this research project? Project Cain. Chapter 2938. Orphidor Citadel. Pretty much every star sector within human space possessed an MTA and CFA presence. As the most powerful public trans-galactic organization that meddled in human space, the Mech Trade Association always sought to plant their flag in the most central and notable locations in a given star sector. For example, in the Komodo star sector, both the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony coveted the Centerpoint system during the start of the colonization period. Its great location, abundant exotics and energetic suns could all provide enormous boosts to any nascent state looking to supercharge their industrial development. Yet from the moment the MTA dropped in and claimed Centerpoint for its own purposes, the Fredaimon and Hexers obediently avoided the location and fought for the surrounding star systems. This pretty much happened in every star sector. It was one thing if the MTA claimed the desirable and centrally located star systems in recently opened star sectors. It was another thing if the MTA claimed a star system that was already developed by an existing state. This happened to a lot of states during the rise of the powerful association and the onset of the Age of Mechs. At that period, the devastation across human space and the might of the recently established Big Two left the weakened states with little choice but to give up their prized star systems. The Morgana Delta system happened to be one of them. Situated in a highly desirable location in the center of the majestic Teal star sector, the state that preceded the Harmony Association invested a lot of money, resources and manpower to develop its economic, military and cultural might. Yet just as the modest state started to earn a return on its investment, the end of the Age of Conquest and the emergence of a powerful new organization that sought to make its mark on human civilization abruptly changed this trajectory. The predecessor state to the Harmony Association had no choice but to acquiesce. It, voluntarily, gave up its capital system and its greatest jewel in exchange for a large infusion of cash and rare exotics. While this compensation was very sumptuous by the standards of the Galactic Rim, the permanent loss of territorial potential proved too much of a loss. The predecessor state fell and the weaker and more modest Harmony Association rose in its stead. Kedis found this story to be rather intriguing as she and her massively expanded Sword Maiden fleet entered this heavily regulated star system. From the moment her ships emerged in real space, every one of them became buffeted by strong radiation. Despite the immense distance from the center of the star system, the 7 suns that were orbiting complex trajectories all outputted their energy at the same time. Damn, that's bright. When the MTA took over the star system, they added a few extra stars to the mix. As a result, a whopping 7 stars of different sizes, masses and luminosities illuminated the immediate space with an abundance of hot and very lethal radiation. The dense Dyson swarms that enveloped them all helped a lot in blocking too much energy from melting everything in the inner system, but regular starships simply could not survive a single trip to the interior. In order to reach her destination, Kedis had to transfer to a space station situated at the edge of the star system and wait for a specially designed MTA passenger vessel to bring her to one of the massive artificial starbases located close to all of the suns. Kedis, who decided to make the trip by wearing her modest dark green Living Mech Corporation uniform instead of her ostentatious Swordmaster dress uniform, looked wondrously at the projection in the center of the luxurious passenger ship. Why would the MTA allow the local stars to keep blasting the inner system with heat? It's a natural defensive measure against invasions. A distinguished-looking man replied as he curiously eyed the floating sheathed greatsword hovering behind Katiz's back. They say that all of the suns generate so much gravity, electromagnetic radiation and other forms of energy that it's virtually impossible for starships to use any form of FTL to drop inside the inner system. Those that do make the attempt will likely get shredded. Won't that block the MTA's own starships from using their portals to get to their destination quickly? The older man gently shrugged. I don't think they mind the inconvenience as long as it provides them with a bit of peace of mind. Who are they guarding against, though? The nearby alien civilizations aren't that strong. There is no one in this region of space that can challenge the MTA's might. You're not entirely right, young lady. Who is humanity's worst enemy? It didn't take long for Kedis to come up with the answer. Ourselves. Indeed, the MTA isn't worried about the local states. Even if all of the military forces of the Harmony Association, the Life Research Association, the Heavensward Association and so on gather together, the MTA's mech forces can easily wipe them out from a distance. The MTA is actually on guard against another organization, one that not only matches them in scale, but also excels at anything related to ship-based combat. You're talking about the CFA. The talkative man nodded. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance are often lumped into a single category, but they're like brothers fighting over the same inheritance. Just because they are kin to each other doesn't mean that they will turn their weapons against each other. While the probability of this happening is not great, it's best to be on guard, hence why the MTA went through the trouble of relying on a natural countermeasure instead of a technological one. Machines can be disabled, but massive natural satellites like stars are virtually unassailable. The man took one last look at the projection of the star system before wandering off to the shopping and dining section of the passenger ship. Kedis kept staring at the projected stars, each of which were surrounded by many energy-gathering platforms, and kept thinking over the lessons she just learned. She didn't even notice that her force of will, while rather subdued compared to other expert pilots, did not affect the man at all. Even if she did, it didn't really matter. She didn't drop by the Morgana Delta system to go on a sightseeing tour. After the passenger vessel calmly entered the inner system and easily resisted the abundance of heat and energy buffeting her hull, the ship finally docked on a massive artificially constructed moon. This was Orphidor Citadel, the sector headquarters of the MTA in majestic teal. When Kedis realized that she already qualified to be recognized as a journeyman mech designer, she decided to postpone her return to the expeditionary fleet in favor of finishing her mandatory pilgrimage. After all, she had to go to a sector headquarters sooner or later, so why not cross this item off the list straight away? The interior of Orphidor was impressive and imposing. Huge space, massive halls and lots of metal surrounded the visitors from all sides. The bare gunmetal gray decks and walls practically defied the more elegant aesthetic tastes that was common in majestic teal. It was a sign that the local branch of the MTA still closely adhered to the overall culture and customs of the central organization. The first-class multi-purpose mechs that stood on guard or patrolled the surroundings offered the visitors a feast for their eyes. An uncommonly high proportion of passengers happened to be mech designers, so they each looked at the pinnacle mechs of human civilization in different lights. How powerful, she whispered. Even from a distance, she could already tell that a single mech could pretty much wipe out all of the second-class mechs of the Larkinson clan. Not even the prime mechs would be able to last more than a few seconds, unending alloy or not. The power disparity was so great that Kedis simply could not generate any desire to resist against the best at what the MTA had to offer. She spent enough time around Vase to know that this might be part of a deliberate ploy to intimidate the space peasants who visited the sector headquarters for one reason or another. First impressions were unforgettable, and many newly advanced journeymen would definitely curb the arrogance they gained from breaking through to a rank that many apprentices failed to attain. It was too bad that Kedis was not like other journeymen. Her other identity was a swordmaster, and one of the effects she gained from it was boundless confidence and an unyielding will. A challenging glint crossed her eyes. While she was aware that she stood no chance against these powerful MTA mechs, one day that might change. After passing through some security checks, Kedis was surprised that the guards on duty did not bother to restrict or lock up Bloodsinger. Evidently, the mechers were so confident in their security measures that they did not feel threatened by ordinary weapons. They were right to feel this way. After the visitors entered a reception hall, a number of androids personally greeted specific people and led them deeper into Orphidor Citadel. Kedis was waiting for her own assigned android to lead her to her next destination, but to her surprise a flesh and blood human walked up to her instead. Miss Kedis Larkinson, welcome to Orphidor Citadel. Kedis looked straight at the approaching woman in shock. You're Master Willix. The master mech designer, who wore a clean white lab coat underneath an elegant ensemble of smart clothing, simply turned around and gestured for Kedis to follow. Ordinarily, one of my colleagues should be receiving you in his office at the moment, but I took the liberty to take your case off his hands. Why would you do that, ma'am? Kedis asked. Though she was a swordmaster, she could not help but lower her posture a bit when faced with a powerful MTA master. Ever since Master Willix started showing up around Vase, Kedis had already begun to admire her. It was difficult for her to change that in a short amount of time, especially when Sharpie resided inside Bloodsinger at the moment. Master Willix continued to glide forward as if she was an ethereal existence. Your unusual accomplishments as well as your affiliation with an interesting clan has caught my interest. You might not believe it, but you are truly the first human in existence who has become both a swordmaster and a journeyman at the same time. The association has never encountered such an anomaly. In this case, it is more than justifiable for someone of my stature to welcome you instead. Have no fear, we just wish to perform some physical examinations. This won't take long and will not delay you much. Thanks. I need to get back to the main fleet of the Larkinson clan as soon as possible. I don't know if the Larkinsons over there need my help, but I feel bad for staying away for so long. You don't have to be too concerned about your fellow clan members. Willix reassured the younger woman. There is danger in opportunity, and there are few people in the star sector who can exceed the resourcefulness shown by your mentor and his band of misfits. Kedis frowned. Aren't you concerned that Vase might succumb to an accident or something? From what I've heard about Prosperous Hill V, people are still getting killed left and right. Wouldn't it be awful for a mech designer as good as Vase to fall just because he was at the wrong place at the wrong time? Master Willix briefly stopped her advance. She turned around while still levitating above the deck. The galaxy is a cruel place, young lady. Don't be fooled by our civilized facade. Vase Larkinson is a man who thrives on the duality of our race. He has chosen a different path from other mech designers, and must bear the consequences of his decisions. In any case, this day is not about him. You should be considering your own future now. Let us continue this discussion after we have put you through a brief physical examination. As a unique existence, we are quite curious at what is going on in your head. Chapter 2939, Underutilization. Master Willix didn't lie. The examination didn't last more than half an hour. Even though all sorts of hyper-advanced medical equipment scanned her body inside and out, making her feel as if she exposed all of her secrets, the mechers never made her feel too uncomfortable. Obviously, the focus of the scans was definitely on her head, or more specifically her brain cavity. As the center of power for both swordmasters and mech designer, her noggin had definitely developed in an abnormal direction. Still, Kedis was aware that the MTA might not be able to find what they were looking for. She had quietly kept Sharpie locked within Bloodsinger, which she had temporarily stowed in locker. This meant that her mind only contained a fraction of the power of a swordmaster at the moment. Perhaps the results of all of their examinations would make the MTA doctors conclude that Kedis was not really comparable to a true swordmaster. This was fine by Kedis. She did not forget about the remarks made by Heavenswarders of how the MTA did not think well of swordmasters. Though she could rely on her mech designer identity to remain in good standing with the association, she did not wish to push her boundaries too much. She could already see the faces of the doctors and scientists behind the projected consoles looking a bit disappointed by the results they were getting. Maybe Kedis wasn't entirely living up the hype to them. The will she exuded did not even match the strength of a typical newly advanced expert pilot. Once all of the examinations came to a close, Master Willix allowed her to retrieve her weapon before leading her to a large but mostly empty office. Kedis looked at the artful display of projected fishes as she sat down on a floating chair. Miss Kedis, let us begin with the basics. The master soothingly said, please describe your design philosophy to me. It is best to be as forthcoming as possible. The more we know, the more guidance we can offer you. Do not be afraid of sharing your trade secrets with us. We always respect confidentiality. My design philosophy is straightforward. I chose to specialize in designing swordsman mechs, with a special eye towards arming them with the sharpest swords that I can make. Kedis was already prepared for this round of questioning. Vase had once given her a brief description on what she would face if she made her pilgrimage to a sector headquarters. Though he did not tell her much, he made sure to emphasize that she should reveal as little she could get away with. Kedis didn't know why he felt it was important for her to avoid entrusting too much information to the MTA, but he had never led her astray so far, so she made sure to understate her capabilities as much as possible. It helped a lot that Kedis barely knew what she could do these days. Not a lot of time had passed since her breakthrough and she had yet to engage in any mech design activities. Still, she instinctively felt she was capable of accomplishing some feats that she wasn't able to do when she was still an apprentice. She did not mind sharing them since her work in the near future would doubtlessly incorporate her new capabilities. After answering a lot of routine questions, the MTA gathered enough information to draft a shallow profile of her capabilities as a journeyman mech designer. Master Willix also benefited from what she learned about kedis. Prior to the young woman's breakthrough, the Sword Maiden mech designer had never registered on anyone's radar. Even the MTA itself never thought that the Larkinson clan had hid such a treasure. The questioning that took place was very necessary for that reason. As one of the senior dignitaries in the region who possessed a special interest in the Larkinson clan, Master Willix had also generated a considerable degree of personal interest in Katiz's career. Compared to a conventional and classically trained journeyman like Gloriana Woden, Kedis presented a much more interesting puzzle to the MTA. The deep investigations into the Sword Maiden mech designer's background easily picked up a lot of suspicious signs. Her physical examination also revealed a considerable number of abnormalities outside of her abnormal brain development. Still, the MTA did not have any reason to confront Kedis on these notable abnormalities. Master Willix was much more interested in establishing a friendly relationship with the latest notable journeyman from the Larkinson clan. I think quite highly of your decision to pursue a narrow focus in your mech design career. Willix spoke with a hint of appreciation in her tone. Though the mech industry does not look highly upon mech designers who overspecialize, it is less difficult for you to develop powerful new methods that can greatly enhance the strength of a specific type of mechs. Having big and broad dreams is also good, but too many mech designers overestimate their capabilities and pursue ambitions that are far too unattainable. I know what I'm good at and what I'm not good at, ma'am. I'm not interested in designing mechs that don't wield swords, so I don't feel the need to force myself to branch out. There are so many mech designers out there that I don't have to shoulder every burden. Someone else can design rifleman mechs. Nobody wants one that is designed by a mech designer who isn't passionate about ranged mechs. Well said, you have the right idea, Miss Kedis. I do have to warn you that your approach is only viable if you are a purely commercial mech designer or if you are part of an organization that is able to employ multiple mech designers. When the people around you have no choice but depend solely on you for their mechs, your self-imposed limitations will become a major hindrance. Kedis felt pleased at being flattered, but she did not take it too seriously. Master Willix was just putting a positive spin on a very severe restriction. Do you have any advice on how I should progress as a journeyman? I'm kind of new to this and I don't have a clear idea on what it takes to become a senior. Oh, you don't need to worry too much about that. Journeymen are considered mature mech designers by our standards. Compared to apprentices, you are much more capable of taking care of yourselves. However, our association also considers journeymen to be beginners who are just starting to explore their unique research direction. You need to develop a foundation by creating powerful new methods that tie into your design philosophy. The mechs you will design from now on must reflect your unique advantages in order to reflect your identity as a journeyman. The more you are able to translate your design philosophy into more powerful mech designs, the closer you are to becoming a senior. Master Willix didn't give her any advice that was too specific because journeymen were not children anymore. They may be new to higher level mech design, but their level of ability, intelligence and creativity should have exceeded a minimum standard. Incompetent journeymen simply didn't exist. As long as they found a good direction and didn't get distracted by other matters, it was not that difficult to advance to senior. The difficulty of advancing from apprentice to journeyman was far greater than advancing from journeyman to senior. After a bit of chatting, Kedis received a lot of general advice that would doubtlessly make her future advancement smoother. At the end of the session, Master Willix stood up and invited Kedis to go on a small excursion. There is something that you should know. When Vase advanced to journeyman, he earned the right to learn some secrets that our association has withheld from humanity. Now, you are entitled to learn the same secrets. The master brought Kedis on a tour through a large ceremonial hall where numerous impressive masterwork mechs were put on display. Though many of them were outdated by modern standards, Kedis couldn't help but appreciate their craftsmanship. Willix even allowed her to stop in front of a masterwork swordsman mech that looked absolutely gorgeous to someone who specialized in designing this mech type. At the end of the hall, they reached an enormous pit where an orb that consisted of pure antimatter was suspended in the center. It was there that Kedis finally learned about psionics. To be frank, she had already figured out some elements about this phenomenon. It was hard to remain ignorant when Vase relied so much on it. Even if he abided by the rules of the MTA and avoided the P word, his design philosophy was so intricately tied to it that he had to reveal some aspects of it in order to explain his work to the design department. What she learned also tied closely to expert pilots and swordmasters. Both of these professions developed psionics in a different direction, and Kedis found that she was able to understand her own state a lot better now. Though Master Willix refrained from delving too deep into the mechanics of psionic power, Kedis was able to derive plenty of guesses based on the scattered knowledge she held. Master Willix looked knowingly at Kedis. As a mech designer who worked extensively under Vase Larkinson, you should have already experienced how psionics can enhance conventional mech designers. They exist as a layer on top of purely mechanical creation and is one of the principal reasons why mechs are so much more powerful than other weapons of war. There is no other weapon system in human space that can derive as much empowerment from psionics as mechs. What is the purpose of this? Kedis asked a question that many mech designers in her place would ask. Don't get me wrong, I think it is wonderful that mechs have so much potential. What I am wondering about is why we humans devote so much effort to developing mechs when there are more powerful alternatives like warships. Is it really worth it to devote so much energy in developing better mechs when warships still remain our main weapons of war against hostile alien races? Oh, it is very much worth it, Miss Kedis. I cannot divulge the full story to you, but I can share at least one angle to you. First, do you remember the mech designer's creed? Kedis briefly paused. We exist to serve mech pilots, is that right? Correct. Master Willix looked pleased. Usually, this phrase is used to humble our profession and remind every mech designer that we are not the protagonists of this age. However, the other side of this expression is that mech pilots are an important group of people to humanity. Mech pilots, and especially the ones who have transcended their humanity, are of great value to our civilization. The clan you are a part of already boasts a handful of expert pilots, but it is rather regretful that none of them have yet to make use of their prowess. It's difficult to obtain expert mechs from scratch. Master Willix let out a small sigh. Indeed, but that is not an excuse to delay the progression of all of those promising expert pilots. It would be an enormous tragedy for them to succumb in battle too soon due to the Larkinson clan's inability to supply them with adequate expert mechs. I predict that all of them have a great future ahead of them if they continue to fight alongside an interesting mech designer such as Vase, but they are wasting too much time now. If they continue to be deprived of their expert mechs for a couple more years, then I am afraid that they will have exhausted their potential in vain. That would be a grave tragedy. I hope that your mentor will not fail to uphold his responsibilities as a mech designer. This matter deeply concerned Kedis as well. She wanted both Venerable Joshua and Venerable Dice to succeed, but that was a lot harder to do when they only had access to prime mechs. Is this why you offered to help Vase and Gloriana with designing the first batch of expert mechs for the clan? Correct. Master Willix smiled. There are several reasons why I have agreed to lend my aid. Still, as a general principle, I cannot stand by and allow the Larkinson clan to underutilize its exceptional talents and waste its promising expert pilots. Every expert pilot deserves the opportunity to grow stronger. Although it is unlikely for an expert pilot to go further, I hope that one day your clan will welcome an ace pilot among your ranks. Our association celebrates the emergence of every new ace pilot because one more addition comprehensively strengthens the top-level combat power of the human race. Your clan will become renowned as long as it succeeds in pushing their expert pilots to greater heights. Kedis grew eager after hearing this aspiration. I hope to do my own part. My future contributions will definitely help them surpass their limits. This was what she was good at. She was confident that her unique experiences as a swordmaster would definitely provide her with an advantage with helping her fellow expert pilots grow stronger. Chapter 2940. The Grand Conspiracy. From this day onwards, Vase would never look at high-ranking mech pilots in the same light ever again. Vase had seen his fair share of horrifying and diabolical research projects. The infamous researchers of the Five Scrolls Compact knew no limits and broke ethical boundaries on a daily basis. Their fascination for biotechnology and spirituality caused them to perform a lot of awful experiments on innocent human beings. Yet according to various sources like his mother, the Five Scrolls Compact no longer reigned in human space. The Big Two actively suppressed the powerful cult and made sure that its researchers could no longer kidnap a lot of humans and perform reckless experiments on them without their consent. The times had changed. The new values and principles advocated by the MTA and CFA when they came into power explicitly enshrined fundamental human rights. The age of mechs was supposed to be a more restrained, enlightened era where humans treated each other with respect. Even if wars broke out between different human states, their armed forces were supposed to fight against each other while restricting their attacks, methods and decisions to an acceptable range. Honor was paramount. Of every mech pilot who bravely fought on the battlefield, none were more nobler and honorable than the heroes who physically, mentally and spiritually exceeded their human limits. Vase had long been accustomed to the galactic trend of viewing expert pilots as individuals who deserved great respect. Though he did not look up to them as much as he used to, he still held a lot of instinctive regard for demigods. After all, as a mech designer, he was supposed to serve mech pilots, and expert pilots deserved even better treatment. Therefore, it was initially hard for him to wrap his mind around how Supreme Sage treated expert pilots. Of all of the research projects he encountered so far, Project Cain was the most outrageous to him. While he had certainly encountered more destructive experiments that had the potential to wipe out a lot more humans, the nature of this particular project hit especially hard to mech designers like Vase and Dr. Paris. This can't be, the Supreme Sage, he's one of the greatest doctors in the Galactic Rim, how could he do something like this? This is impossible, this experiment must be a fake. The LRA shouldn't be engaged in this kind of experiment at all. The MTA would have long shut this project down if it knew. Vase threw a pitiful glance at the biomech designer that he had decided to bring along. The evidence was clear and the research data was all real. The bodies in the vats truly belonged to expert pilots. He could confirm that by himself. The conclusion was clear. The Supreme Sage unquestionably experimented on expert pilots. Not only that, but this great researcher essentially farmed them as well. By extracting their brains and processing them into a special material, he sought to produce a key ingredient that was supposedly essential in the production of a type of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. The only question was whether this formula was the same as the one utilized by the Big Two. At first glance, such a notion sounded too absurd to be true. The MTA honored and celebrated high-ranking mech pilots. It gave them special privileges and encouraged every human in the galaxy to view them as heroes. These measures all suggested that the MTA highly prized their existence. Up until now, Vase always thought that the association sought to lavish a lot of attention expert pilots and ace pilots in order to raise the amount of god pilots in the galaxy. As the most powerful mech pilots that humanity produced, the power and majesty of god pilots was unquestionable. Whether their reality-defying powers allowed them to defeat CFA battleships or not, each new god pilot granted the MTA and the mech industry another opportunity to explore the absolute limits of what mechs were capable of. The possibilities that these inhumanly powerful mech pilots, enabled through their existence alone, were so great that the MTA was able to derive a lot of new innovations by studying the new phenomena. Yet now, Vase began to see the MTA's obsession with nurturing high-ranking mech pilots from a different angle. A more nefarious angle. Are they treating expert pilots and so on as raw materials? This was a shocking question that would doubtlessly cause everyone who heard it to beat him up. There was no conceivable way that the MTA was secretly farming expert pilots in order to enable more old geezer to live a few centuries longer, but this was exactly the scenario that Vase had to consider in light of Project Cain. Had the MTA and CFA truly banded together and transformed the galaxy into a giant farm of high-ranking mech pilots? Vase already knew that the Big Two were not above using unsavory means in order to fulfill their grand goals. If the serum formula related to Project Cain shared an undeniable relation with the formulas utilized by the Big Two, then the true nature of the current order was much darker than Vase and many other humans suspected. He quickly ran through what he knew about the current state of human civilization. First, the Big Two were rebel offshoots of the Five Scrolls Compact. Even if the Mech Trade Association and Common Fleet Alliance had forsworn the heinous methods of the once dominant cult, the two transgalactic organizations still shared a common root with the people who once nearly led the human race to ruin. Second, the current makeup of human space in the galaxy gave a lot of space for mech pilots to advance in rank. There was no better way for them to break through by getting stimulated in desperate, life-threatening battles. The fractured and divided nature of human space meant that states frequently waged war against each other, thereby giving lots of mech pilots the opportunity to undergo apotheosis. Third, although it looked incredibly macabre for someone to use the brains of high-ranking mech pilots as raw ingredients for a product that extended life, there was at least some logic behind this premise. From his previous studies, Vase already discovered that one of the key factors that enabled life-prolonging serum to do the impossible and allow humans to live longer was because they contained an immense amount of universal life-attributed spiritual energy. In fact, Vase suspected that this component alone was responsible for at least 90% of the desired effect of life-prolonging serum. Without this essential spiritual component, the physical serum barely did anything to rejuvenate the aging bodies of regular humans. Of course, Vase wasn't entirely sure whether this was truly effective and efficient. He already knew that while expert pilots developed a high degree of spirituality when they broke through, the root of their strength was their extraordinary will. According to that bastard James Ilvain, spirituality was just an amplifier and assisting factor to the strength of an expert pilot. The force of will that emerged was much more powerful than spiritual energy and willpower alone. In fact, this component actually becomes less important as expert pilots continue to grow stronger. As these powerful pilots continued to advance, they gradually allowed their wills to overtake their spirits. Supposedly, the end point was for ace pilots to replace their entire spirituality with their powerful wills alone. According to this logic, ace pilots and god pilots shouldn't yield as much value as expert pilots. Yet that was assuming that the quality of spiritual energy in ace pilots did not substantially improve. If quality was the crucial factor in determining the grade and efficacy of life-prolonging serum, then that might explain why the more valuable serums were so rare and difficult to acquire. The supply of raw materials was too low. There weren't enough ace pilots to go around. In fact, maybe even god pilots were not exempt from being regarded as another ingredient source. If the formula for the serum actually made use of the extraordinary will of expert pilots as an essential component, then not even god pilots were exempt from being treated as cattle. Of course, the Big Two couldn't act too blatantly in this regard. The value of high-ranking mech pilots was more than just their potential to enable the production of life-prolonging treatment serum. They were powerful warriors in their own right and were capable of performing many miracles by relying on their wills. Yet in the bigger scheme of things, this excuse sounded a bit hollow. After all, with only 100 or so known god pilots in all of human space, it was far too difficult to rely on them as an essential pillar of human strength. It was much easier for the Common Fleet Alliance to produce tens of thousands of battleships than it was for the Mech Trade Association to nurture a single god pilot. Therefore, a rational group of human rulers should never put too much stock in such a horrendously slow and inefficient way to raise the might of human civilization. The benefits that god pilots provided was not commensurate with the immense trouble that the MTA took in order to maximize their rate of emergence. It only truly made sense if god pilots had value beyond the obvious. Perhaps, god pilots were essential ingredients for the production of the highest grade of life-prolonging treatment serum. In fact, Vase even guessed that their value might be beyond that. Perhaps their true value lay in the potential to contribute to a formula that was even more potent than the ones that the Big Two currently used. For example, processing the brains of god pilots might be an essential step to allow certain individuals to live for 1,000 years. Vase did not underestimate the intense greed and desire for powerful old geezers to live forever. No amount of centuries of lifespan was enough for people who were long used to wielding great power. Nothing else was valuable to them. Ideals meant nothing. Principles were just another tool for them to maintain control over their own subjects. They were willing to doom trillions of humans to their deaths and bring many states to ruin if that was what it took to live another century. Yet, wasn't this theory a little too far-fetched? Vase didn't immediately believe in this horrendous scenario. The MTA and CFA might not be entirely straight, but even if they broke their own rules, they always had a justifiable reason for their behavior. They shouldered the enormous responsibility for defending humanity and maintaining the prosperity of its civilization. It was unavoidable for them to make some sacrifices for the greater good. The ultimate question now was whether the serum formula associated with Project Cain was reflective of the methods of the Big Two. It could be that the Supreme Sage's immoral experiments were just part of an isolated attempt to develop a substitute formula. Perhaps the proper key ingredient was too rare and difficult to acquire through other means. The Big Two would have definitely allowed more old people to grow older if serum was easier to produce. This could even be the main reason why the Big Two was able to hold a monopoly on high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. Only they possessed the means to acquire this proper key ingredient. If this was the reality, then biotech researchers outside of the Big Two were left in a difficult position. Their inferior standing prevented them from gaining access to the proper key ingredient. This left them with little choice but to look for substitute materials that could stand in for this unobtainable substance. Just like how Master Katzenberg specialized in combining cheaper exotics in order to replicate the effects of a rarer and more expensive exotic, the Supreme Sage sought to do the same but only for a very rare spiritual material. This possibility puts the Big Two in a better light. Only the supreme sage went in the wrong. Yet was this theory too optimistic? Was he trying to make excuses for the MTA and CFA? Which theory is right? Vase didn't have enough information to know for sure. He deeply wanted to know which one was true. He turned his eyes to the terminal where drive. Paris discovered the truth. The biomech designer looked broken as she tried and failed to reconcile her previous impression of the Supreme Sage as a model researcher with the image of a heartless scientist who did not hesitate to defile the bodies of noble expert pilots. This can't be the Supreme Sage. Why is he? Are we living in a lie? How can he get out of the way? Vase said as he shoved her suited form aside. The only way for him to get to the bottom behind this situation was to look at the research files himself. Chapter 2941. Tainted Research. Different scientists developed different approaches to notation and documentation. Some logged an abundance of data without organizing them too much. Their documents were filled with tables, spreadsheets, graphs and other forms of raw data. Someone who was well versed in a particular field could easily read and decipher this complex data, but those who lacked the required expertise might as well be looking at pure gibberish. The flood of data could drown anyone trying to make sense of the chaos. Others tried to be as short and curt as possible. Time was money and scientists only had a limited amount of time to devote to a given research project. If they had busy schedules, they couldn't afford to waste much time on recording, processing and analyzing data. Interpreting the research of this kind of academic was very difficult in a different way. The reader not only had to possess the right expertise, but also had to be clever enough to infer and deduct information that the researcher hadn't bothered to spell out in concrete terms. What Vase faced right now was the latter situation. As soon as he shoved drive Paris aside and browsed through several different logs and research reports, he noted that the Supreme Sage did not document his thoughts in a presentable manner. Sure, he was meticulous enough to form complete, grammatically correct sentences. As one of the best classically trained scientists in the galactic rim, it was impossible for such a great figure to be sloppy. The problem that Vase faced was that the Supreme Sage made so much use of jargon, code words and self-invented terminology that a layman in the life sciences understood almost nothing of the contents. Even a biomech designer like Avalon Paris was only able to interpret some general statements. Anything that had a direct relation with the processing of expert pilot brains was far too complicated to understand for a researcher who did not excel in human augmentation or expert pilot physiology. Vase wasn't completely helpless, though. He was an engineer by trade and was accustomed to interpreting academic articles. This foundation allowed him to interpret at least some common aspects of academic discourse. It was still damned hard for him to understand more than 5% of what he was reading. Still, after Dr. Paris had given him some vital clues, he was able to understand some key phrases. 3439 CFRA yield, 0.81%. Reduced efficiency after pre-injection of substance 11232343 Kr, must obtain fresher source material. Time pressure increased. Special project V, stalled due to insufficient supply of 3439 CFRA. Attempts to increase yield of material 3439 CFRA failed. Alternative. Request more source material. Material 3439 CFRX, failed product. Compatibility with special project V, reduced by 93% compared to 3439 CFRX. Current framework of psionic power is more flawed than expected. Through interpreting brief sentences like these, Vase managed to gain a very broad impression on what the Supreme Sage managed to achieve with Project Cain. He also gained some insights on what he felt was lacking in the problems he wished to solve. "It seems my guess is right," he murmured. "The production process of the key ingredient required to synthesize the valuable life-prolonging treatment serum is too inefficient. Much of the potential of the remains of an expert pilot is being wasted in the process. It can't be helped since the extraordinary qualities of demigods are too difficult to contain." His own understanding of spirituality allowed him to view Project Cain from a different angle. He had his own explanation for what the Supreme Sage tried to do. The research documents he skimmed over pretty much confirmed his initial guesses. What the Supreme Sage actually sought to harvest was the remnant spirituality and maybe also the willpower of expert pilots. While it was impossible for conventional technology to actually capture and store this intangible energy without resorting to an obscure material like pea stones, there was actually a substitute. The brain of a human anchored that person's spirituality. An expert pilot was no different. Though most of the will and spirituality dissipated from a corpse after death, at least some of it would always linger depending on several different variables, most notably how much time had passed between death and harvesting. In effect, the brain of a person acted like a natural pea stone to that specific person's spirituality. While it was much less effective in acting as a container than a proper pea stone, the Supreme Sage may not have a choice. Vase pitied the Supreme Sage. For all of his knowledge and accomplishments, his foundation in spirituality was incomparable to that of Vase. Since this great scientist was not a spiritual engineer, he suffered the punishment of trying to study and harness a phenomena that fell outside of his area of expertise. It would be the same story if Vase attempted to design a biomech. Even if designing conventional mechs shared a lot of common ground with designing biomechs, the requirements were ultimately very different. He did not believe he could succeed in designing a functioning biomech with his current level of knowledge. It turns out the Supreme Sage isn't omniscient after all, he muttered. It also doesn't appear he's affiliated with a certain band of insane researchers. He always felt there was a chance that the Supreme Sage was affiliated with the Five Scrolls Compact. The cult was infamous for pushing the boundaries of everything related to biology. It would have been strange not to ascertain a possible relationship between the two. When Dr. Paris initially explained what she had learned about Project Cain, this suspicion shot up in his mind. Yet, unless the documentation was all fake, which Vase didn't think was the case, the Supreme Sage exhibited an obvious lack of understanding towards spirituality. There were only a few scattered references towards psionic power. This key term happened to be the most preferred way the Mech Trade Association liked to talk about this phenomenon. Together with all of the high-end lab machines and lab equipment that the Supreme Sage redeemed from the same organization, it was clear that the great researchers definitely maintained a working relationship with at least one of the big two. The problem was that Vase was not able to infer how they were. This working relationship could simply amount to the Supreme Sage earning lots of merits by submitting valuable research results and using his earnings to procure powerful research equipment. However, the Supreme Sage may have actually gotten in touch with the higher-ups of the MTA. Perhaps he had become a valued and important external collaborator who assisted in the research of very high-level projects. While the MTA doubtlessly employed a lot of top-tier researchers, that didn't mean that outside help was redundant. The Supreme Sage possessed a very different background and perspective on the sciences. If the MTA's internal research teams were stuck on a difficult problem, it made sense to look for a second opinion and collaborate with an outsider in the hopes of achieving a breakthrough. Which possibility is the case here? He muttered as he continued to look for certain key words that might provide the answer he was looking for. Is the Supreme Sage merely a convenient collaborator for the MTA, or is he a core partner to the MTA's internal research teams? He failed to find an answer in the research documents stored in the local database. Regardless of the answer, Vase felt the probability that the Supreme Sage was tied to the Five Scrolls Compact was minimal. Even if the great scientist turned out to be a ruthless, amoral researcher who did not hesitate to use expert pilots as raw materials, lack of ethics was hardly a quality that was exclusive to the cultists. Plenty of other scientists who were related to the compacts engaged in horrendous studies. It's just a coincidence that the Supreme Sage is both a biotech researcher and greedy to find a way to make himself live longer. He dismissively muttered, "There are many other people and organizations in the galaxy who are trying to accomplish the same goal." Now that he thought about it, he felt it was too improbable that the Supreme Sage had any relations with the Compact. Since the old man actively transacted and collaborated with the MTA to an extent, how could the Mechers not do their due diligence? Vase guessed that the Big Two constantly scrutinized every biotech researcher in order to determine they remain uninvolved with the cult. If there was any sign that the researcher in question was in cahoots with the Compact, then he had no doubt that the Big Two would take action to eliminate the violator in question. The Supreme Sage shouldn't be that stupid. He quickly ended his examination. He wasn't able to derive any more useful information and already gained an overall impression of Project Cain's role in the Pinnacle Lab. To the Supreme Sage, Project Cain was merely a means to an end. Its main purpose was to supply a spiritually infused ingredient for Special Project V. Vase saw numerous references to this specific project. Different from regular projects, anything called Special Project was probably one of the core focuses of the Supreme Sage. I also stumbled upon a mention of Special Project U earlier. Is that another major research endeavor? He felt as if he was only seeing the tip of the iceberg when it came to the research being performed in this pinnacle lab. Perhaps he might be able to discover the rest of the details as he headed deeper into the facility. Our goal is clear, he spoke to his team. The data here suggests that this pinnacle lab not only holds high-grade life-prolonging serum, but might actually be used to produce it. While I'm not sure whether the serum produced by the Supreme Sage is an authentic product, even an imitation is of great value to me. Right now, we must find the research lab where Special Project V is based in order to obtain any serum the Supreme Sage might have produced before his death. I hope he hasn't used it all up or something. Before he left, he extended a data cord from his unending regalia and connected it to a slot in the terminal. He transferred all of the files in the local database to one of the secure data chips mounted in his combat armor. What are you doing, sir? Doctor. Paris recovered a bit from her shock. I am securing valuable research data. What? Why? This is tainted research. The Supreme Sage has committed a great evil. If any of this data gets leaked, the consequences will be dire. We can't do this, sir. It is evil for us to take advantage of the defilement of these honorable expert pilots. Vase remained determined. Since the strange access pass he received from his living gem granted him total access to any local systems, there was no way he was going to miss this opportunity. Tainted research or not, anything related to the study life-prolonging treatment serum was priceless in his eyes. He briefly smiled back at her. You're looking at this situation from the wrong angle. While I do not deny that the Supreme Sage has committed a great injustice, we should not let the sacrifices of these expert pilots go to waste. We should make sure that we do right by them, and the best way to do that is to find a good use of the research results that the Supreme Sage has obtained. In our hands, we can do a lot good with this data. It might even be enough to counteract the crimes committed here. Doesn't that sound great? It still feels wrong. Nonsense. Drive, Paris. The greater wrong is to throw away all of these invaluable files. That would only ensure that all of the bodies of the expert pilots that the Supreme Sage has defiled over the years have been violated in vain. If you asked these soldiers when they were alive, I'm sure they would be more than willing to allow us to make use of their sacrifices. We're not the ones who committed the crimes, after all. We are the only people who can make everything right. Though Drive, Paris didn't look fully convinced by his spiel. It was already good enough if she didn't hinder his attempts to take the data for himself. This pinnacle lab contained a lot of good stuff. The serum was hardly the only treasure that Vase sought to obtain from this excursion. I can't waste this trip. Chapter 2942. Special projects. Ever since the exploration team exited the research lab that housed Project Cain, Drive, Avalon Paris had become a lot more subdued. She no longer maintained a curious and wondrous demeanor to all of the experiments taking place around her. She saw everything in a different light now that she had been confronted by one of the skeletons in the Supreme Sage's closet. Vase felt that Dr. Paris was too naive. From what he had encountered after interacting with many different biotech experts, the knowledge they accumulated over the course of their careers always had a darker side to them. There was great potential in what they could do with their acquired expertise, but the most promising of them always demanded a sacrifice in some form or another. The temptation to perform forbidden research grew stronger as the scientists grew older. The prospect of exhausting their mortality was so great that the normal values they held no longer mattered as much. If this could happen to a senior or master of the Life Research Organization, then the Supreme Sage was definitely not immune to these considerations. Vase had already entered the pinnacle lab with the expectation that he would stumble upon some shameful deeds. It was unfortunate that the citizens of the LRA were so inured by state propaganda that they never considered the possibility that their greatest leader possessed a darker side. Stop moping, he told her as they moved to another research lab. The Supreme Sage is not a god, nor a saint. He's a human just like you. Everyone is flawed, and someone who has lived for several centuries like him has accumulated a lot of sins. That doesn't diminish any of his accomplishments. The contributions he made to the LRA and its citizens are all real. Doctor. Paris frowned behind her faceplate. I can't get over it, sir. Project Cain is so opposite of what scientists should be engaging in. The LRA is very firm about that and has always cracked down on those who break the rules. If biotechnology can ever enter the mainstream, then it is vital that those who represented it put their best face forward. If the Supreme Sage's deeds become known, then the LRA's cause will suffer an immense setback. Vase huffed. You don't have to worry about that. The LRA is a massive state with lots of people who don't want to see that happen. Even if someone leaks the news on the galactic net, the story will gain no traction because it is too outrageous to be true. Not even providing hard evidence will change anything because any electric file can be falsified. Besides, even if the LRA and the local biotech industry incur a lot of damage, it's none of our business. Don't forget your new identity. As a member of the Larkinson clan, you should put our interests first. It makes no sense for us to sacrifice ourselves for the good of a foreign state. That reminder caused her to fall silent. Obviously, she still identified herself with her former state. Though it was easy enough to change the citizenship in her record, it was a lot harder for her to erase all of the affection and emotional attachment she acquired during her upbringing. From what Vase had experienced, he found that biomech designers and other biotech experts were especially bad when it came to adjusting to their new loyalties. The LRA clearly invested more attention in instilling loyalty into their heads. Vase didn't waste too much time on Dr. Paris. Once she shut up, he gleefully entered another research lab and began to access the terminal. Let's see what the Supreme Sage was up to in this lab. As long as any research project he encountered during his exploration was relevant to him, he had no qualms of copying all of data in order to make use of it all. While Vase did not possess the expertise to make use of it all, he could simply hand his bounty over to Dr. Rania Woden and his fast-growing collection of biotech experts. Damn, it doesn't look as if I can get something useful here. He spoke after he figured out what the Supreme Sage was studying in this lab. As far as he could determine, the Supreme Sage sought to develop a means to relieve extreme pressure and density for heavy organic machines. This was an important requirement for Special Project U. The subsequent labs he visited were also related to Special Project U, in one form or another. One research project sought to develop an enhanced version of high-density blood. Another research project sought to develop an efficient way to lighten the mass of large organic products. The most peculiar project he encountered in the last half hour was a way to accelerate regeneration by supplying lots of raw and dense nutrients regardless of the quality and composition. When Dr. Paris encountered Project Amit, she finally dropped her apprehension and revulsion towards the Supreme Sage's research activities. Compared to Project Cain, Project Amit was a lot more innocuous. The Supreme Sage saw no need to cross any lines in order to develop a specific means to increase the self-repair function of a specific organic machine. This is fascinating. Dr. Paris practically had stars in her eyes after studying the valuable research data. The progress I have made in the study of high-speed regeneration is practically child's play compared to what the Supreme Sage has accumulated. One of the greatest problems that I'm grappling with is developing a viable means to fuel the regeneration process in the field. According to the results of Project Amit, the Supreme Sage refined a very easy means to enable regeneration without being too picky about the input materials. The nuances and implications of Project Amit were great. Vase and Dr. Paris didn't have the time to delve too deeply in this project. Dr. Paris already began to correlate what she learned with her existing knowledge. She began to see her chosen specialty in research direction from an expanded perspective. She realized that she had overlooked way too many variables that the Supreme Sage meticulously took into account. Even her understanding of existing variables had changed after getting enlightened by the Supreme Sage's knowledge. Her nascent design philosophy experienced major shifts as she became flooded with brand new insights. Though the comprehensiveness and rigor of her newly developed theoretical framework was doubtlessly better than her old framework, Vase wasn't sure that was a good development. Low-ranking mech designers weren't expected to get in touch with all of this high-level knowledge from the beginning. In fact, knowing too much might become a hindrance to their quest to advance to journeyman. Apprentices needed to develop an inquisitive mind and develop a strong willingness to plunge into the unknown and perform original research. No apprentice ever managed to advance to journeyman by relying purely on acquired knowledge. Still, Vase didn't to remind Drive. Paris. Every mech designer was different and it was not impossible for her to find another promising research direction in light of what she learned. After exiting the 7th research lab, the exploration team reached the end of a floor. Vase paused for a moment. The teleportation portal should have brought us to the lowest floor of the Pinnacle Lab. It's pretty much certain that this underground facility has multiple floors. According to standard practice, the less important projects are all situated in the periphery while the most critical ones should be situated in the center of the middle floors. What do you think, Drive? Paris. The woman slowly nodded. That is true, mostly. In order to guard against the risk of tunneling breaches, labs like these always concentrate the most vital activities at the center. This way, no matter in which direction people enter the research facility, they always have to pass through several different barriers before they can access the heart of the site. All signs so far suggested that the Supreme Sage was not someone who broke convention for fun. As long as a rule made sense, the deceased leader had no reason to do anything differently. If this is the case, then the lab that houses Special Project V ought to be in the center as well. They knew their destination now, roughly. While they still hadn't obtained a map, Vase felt a lot more reassured that he wasn't totally dependent on the living gem for directions anymore. Though the Supreme Comprehension Gem constantly urged Vase to travel in specific directions, he always felt a bit afraid where he might end up if he blindly followed its instructions. If a situation arose where Vase might be forced to get rid of the gem, then he wanted to make sure he would be able to navigate the Pinnacle Lab without any external guidance. Let's find a way up. There has to be a stairs or elevator here somewhere. There were still plenty of rooms on this floor that were not devoted to research. Some rooms serviced a lot of maintenance. Beetles. Other rooms were geared towards maintaining a constant environment. Vase even managed to stumble upon a luxurious bedroom of sorts. Though it never showed any signs of use, he found a large virtual library of science-related books and articles. Many of them touched upon high technology and were not accessible on the galactic net. Naturally, Vase helped himself to all of these virtual books. Since he had already anticipated that he would be plundering a lot of data from the Pinnacle Lab, he had made sure to prepare a large number of data chips to hold all of the virtual loot. Though he did not bring enough storage media to steal everything he encountered, he had more than enough to take away the essence of entire research projects. Eventually, the exploration team failed to find a way to move to the next floor. Vase had to rely on the guidance of his mysterious gem once again. It led him to an apparently empty wall. Once the gem bumped against its surface, a secret entrance opened up that led to a short-range teleportation portal. Vase frowned at the sight. This is too extravagant. After a brief examination, Vase was able to ascertain that the range of the teleportation portal should not exceed 50 meters. Though stairs or elevators were much more cost-effective, using teleporters was much more secure. It was easier to isolate a floor or track those who passed through the portals. Before Vase and Dr. Paris passed through the short-range teleporter, Naito ordered an honor guard to scout the other side first. Vase calmly waited for the guard to scope out the other side and return to tell them that everything was fine. Much to his surprise, the honor guard returned in a battle-ready posture. The armored soldier held his heavy assault rifle as if he was ready to pull the trigger. "Sir, I have detected signs of active fighting taking place." "What?" The honor guard didn't stick around for long, so he didn't have much details to share. The only reason why he came to this conclusion was because his suit registered distant sounds of active weapon discharge. As Vase briefly listened to the amplified audio recording, he distinctly recognized the sounds of kinetic impacts and exploding warheads. All of them sounded fairly light. Vase already determined they came from small arms fire. So far, he did not hear any sounds that suggested that there were mechs fighting in the distance. The scale of mech-grade weapons was so greater that the sounds they made were inherently deeper and more guttural compared to their infantry-grade counterparts. It was like the difference between the cry of a house cat and the roar of a lion. Vase relaxed a bit. He did not have much solutions against mechs, but as long as the others in the Pinnacle Lab were wielding infantry weapons, he and his team could handle them if they turned out to be hostile. Still, the presence of other humans in this restricted lab completely changed the nature of his exploration. Who are they? How did they enter this lab? Are their goals the same as mine? If the latter turned out to be the case, then Vase would have a very big problem in his hands. Chapter 2943, Busy Lab. Vase's face turned ugly. The discovery that there were other people on the next floor of the Pinnacle Lab did not make his day any better. Previously, he thought that the Pinnacle Lab had been shut down and restricted from entry now that the Supreme Sage had succumbed. Though he heard that the conservative faction still managed to gain control of some facilities in order to restore the brain-dead Supreme Sage, Vase didn't think this was the right lab. If the conservatives were truly in control here, then they would have occupied all of the floors. They have placed numerous engineers and guards in the power generation room that Vase and his men had initially entered. What is going on here? From the research projects he had surveyed up until now, Vase was able to figure out that this pinnacle lab was devoted to the development of a specific formula of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. The Supreme Sage definitely had a lot of personal and professional reasons to invest his formidable research capabilities on Special Project V. His own life was at stake. Could this pinnacle lab be the same facility where the conservatives are treating his body? If his guess was true, then the importance of this facility was far greater than he realized. This may even be the reason why his Supreme Comprehension gem was so ardent in leading him deeper into the halls. For a moment, Vase didn't know what to do. He did not seriously account for this situation. Even if the pinnacle labs weren't empty of people, the most he expected to encounter were researchers who acted as the Supreme Sage's assistants. No scientist could accomplish everything by himself. Since Vase was able to gain a huge increase in productivity after employing a lot of assistant mech designers, then the Supreme Sage should also be able to accelerate his research progress after hiring a bunch of scientists from his state. Due to the extremely high importance of a pinnacle lab, the Supreme Sage shouldn't have granted access to a lot of other researchers. Their access permissions should also be limited. There was no reason for them to access any labs that didn't have any relations to their assigned projects. They also shouldn't have access to the more controversial projects such as Project Cain. Maybe that is the reason why someone is fighting in this pinnacle lab. Could the conservatives be trying to barge in areas they were not allowed to enter? Could they be locked in a struggle against the base defense of the pinnacle lab? Though this theory sounded nice, Vase didn't think this was the case at the moment. The sound recording he just heard did not sound like turrets opening fire. The more probable answer was that the soldiers on the other floor were fighting against another faction of humans. Perhaps both the conservatives and the radicals gained access to the pinnacle lab. Vase was well aware that the lab had at least one main entrance and possibly several side entrances. If those entrances purely consisted of teleportation portals, then that could explain why he didn't hear any mechs. The portals were too small. Even so, Vase did not feel eager to clash against other soldiers. His exploration team would not only be outnumbered, but would also develop a hostile relationship with the faction behind the troops. Vase still hadn't forgotten that his main goal was to find a way to safely exit from this planet. It would be a lot more difficult for him to do so if he turned one of the powerful local factions into his enemy. Right now, he didn't have enough information to know for sure. The only sure conclusion he could make was that these other people would likely pose a hindrance in his attempt to retrieve the vials of life-prolonging treatment serum from this lab. "How will we proceed?" he asked. No one was able to give him an answer. The situation was too uncertain and open-ended. Nida might be an incredibly diligent bodyguard, but she was not equipped to deal with this kind of scenario. His honor guard were mainly defensive in nature and did not specialize in offensive operations. Dr. Paris was even more useless. While she was able to provide him with some assistance in interpreting the Supreme Sage's research activities, she was a complete civilian. Vase wanted to palm his face. What he wouldn't give to have a dedicated commando or special forces unit. Though it was rare for Vase and the Larkinson to encounter a scenario where they needed to infiltrate a facility, it was definitely worthwhile to invest in a crack unit in order to know what to do when faced with the current circumstances. Still, with none available to him, he had no choice but to rely on himself. Not even his exhausted cat could offer him any assistance at this time. "Let's enter the other floor but remain discreet. We'll try to avoid other people as best as possible, but if we manage to bump into someone, let me do the talking. I don't want to come to blows with the other side. Sir, I don't believe you'll be able to avoid a confrontation." Nida spoke up. "We are intruders to this lab. Everyone else will regard us as an undesirable variable in the struggle to control this facility. Since we aren't backed by the conservatives or any of the other local factions, the other lifers will not have any reasons to treat us seriously. This is especially the case if they suspect that you wish to take away the life-prolonging treatment serum that they might also be aiming for. With our current numbers, we don't have any leverage." "You're right, Nida," Vase sighed. Vase wasn't sure how many soldiers the other factions were able to bring into the pinnacle lab, but it sounded as if there were way more than 10 goons on each side. Even if the other teleportation portals restricted the amount of people that could pass through at any time, their settings were probably more generous than an exit reserved for emergencies. "We should return to the portal we came from and ask for backup," Nida suggested. "We stand a better chance of achieving our objective if we are able to increase our might." The other side will not be so ready to open fire on us if they see we stand a better chance at defeating their forces. Vase shook his head. I don't think we can solve this problem by having the bigger fist. It will be problematic for us to return to the warehouse complex if our team surpasses 10 people. Besides, we may not necessarily have to confront the other parties head-on. Have you forgotten about our expanded access? He tapped his access pass to emphasize his words. This pass and other measures not only granted Vase complete access to restricted research data, but also allowed him to access at least some of the lab systems. He held his living gem in front of his face and shook it a little. Hey, the way ahead may be blocked by other people. Do you have any way for us to circumvent them or anything? Under the living gem's prompting, the team cautiously passed through the teleportal portal and emerged onto the other floor. As the Larkinsons tried their best to stay silent in the room they emerged in, Vase cautiously paid attention to passive sensor readings of his Odini. When he stepped outside the door to the transfer room, he clearly heard the sounds of fighting in the distance. That was odd. So far, from what Vase had seen of the earlier floor, the interior of the Pinnacle Lab was designed to isolate different lab rooms as much as possible. After all, it would be very bad if an experiment in one room contaminated the results of an experiment taking place in an adjacent room. Even the corridors were sound isolated. There were several gates and checkpoints in between that made sure that every disturbance was contained as much as possible. Yet Vase could already see why he was able to hear lots of weapon discharges in the distance. The gate on the other side of the corridor no longer existed. Someone had destroyed the extremely resilient bone metal material that blocked the way forward. Vase studied the damage done to the remains of the gate. The gate hadn't been blasted apart by explosives. Instead, someone patiently used a plasma cutter to forcibly cut through the thick material over time. Considering the density and damage resistance of this bone metal material, a typical hand-portable plasma cutter would have to waste at least an hour to cut away the entire barrier. This was a lot of effort. Vase felt that it had been a long time ago since someone cut this specific opening. This discovery had a lot of implications and further confirmed his suspicion that the conservatives had long gained access to the Pinnacle Lab but did not have permission to go everywhere. The exploration team cautiously advanced forward. They saw signs of other damage. Most notably, Vase observed a lot of torn and damaged holes in the ceiling. Those must be the turrets that used to guard this corridor. Nida spoke. Vase looked a bit uncertain at the sight. The damage here is too light. There are definitely other defenses in this space. I don't see any signs that someone has actively destroyed those other systems. The people responsible for this may have gained partial access to the base defenses. Nida guessed. That doesn't make much sense. There is no need to destroy the turrets by force if they can subvert control over the turrets. Maybe their control systems are too different. Maybe they were able to deactivate the other defenses through other means that aren't evident on the surface. That sounded more plausible, but Vase didn't feel too sure about this explanation. He lacked too much information. Listen to the sounds of fighting. Nida spoke again. It is abating to an extent. Now that Vase paid attention to it, the intensity of combat in the distance had reached a low point all of a sudden. The transition was a bit abrupt. Vase thought that the fighting would have persisted for some time, but the sudden drop-off suggested that one side or both sides retreated. The strange part about this was that it happened too cleanly. This was not normal. At the very least, the winning side should have tried harder to run down the retreating soldiers. He held out his living gem again. Hey, what is going on here, exactly? His gem couldn't talk. While Vase was able to talk to all manner of spiritual entities, Lucky's gems had the annoying quality of isolating everything locked within from outside perception. In the end, Vase just decided to trust the living gem's directions. Lead me to a security center. I'm sure there is something like that on this floor. I won't go anywhere else until I am able to gain a better understanding of the situation, and accessing the security systems is a necessity. The gem didn't seem to protest. Vase and the rest of his team cautiously moved forward before taking a left turn. The Larkinsons all felt relieved that they weren't moving closer towards the direction where all of the sounds of fighting originated. What depressed Vase a bit was that the subsequent corridor sections had all been breached by force. The gates had been cut away with high-powered plasma cutters while the turrets had all been destroyed with overwhelming force. After 5 minutes of advancing, they finally reached a large room which had also been breached. The burned and ruined remains of a lot of organic computer systems greeted the exploration party. Damn, everything had been wrecked. Whoever was responsible for wrecking the security room knew what they were doing. Absolutely nothing was left intact. Vase performed a few scans at the ruined remains. I'm sure now. This destruction happened fairly recently. It should be at least some weeks ago. This likely meant that the outbreak of violence happened a short time after the Supreme Revolution broke out. Chapter 2944. Expert Me Chapter Duelist Chapter 2944. Expert Mech Duelist, how are you doing, sister? Brutus Woden asked as he entered her shared stateroom aboard the Spirit of Bentime. Her expression said it all. The continued absence of her husband did not put Gloriana in a good mood. While she knew what she was getting into after marrying a known daredevil, she never expected that the reality would be so bad. Meow. Clixie cutely rolled on her lap and attempted to distract Gloriana. The young wife sighed and ran her hand across Clixie's belly. It's not easy being in my position. The antics of Vase aside, there are a lot of expectations on me. Our parents, our dynasty and even the Hexadric hegemony think we can make miracles. You did set a pattern for them, sister. The Blessed Squire, the Valkyrie Redeemer and now the latest batch of Hexer mechs you designed with Vase is making the rounds. From what I've heard, the soldiers of our state are finding creative uses for your cherub, devious and bright boy designs. Her brother strode forward and sat by her side. His protective force of will intimately embraced her sister's body, causing her to release some of her stress. He looked around and found that Gloriana had already made the main living room compartment her home. Though she was forced to leave enough room for personalization for Vase, the side claimed by Gloriana already featured a lot of hexagons, projected images of home and other familiar touches. Though she married into the Larkinson clan, she was still a Hexer at heart. Thinking about her recently finished mech designs put a smile on her face. She was ultimately proud of what Vase and her had been able to do when faced with limited design budgets. None of the last 3 Hexer mech designs were as powerful as the Valkyrie Redeemer, yet the utility they provided was undeniable. The Cherub model revolutionized battlefield communications for the Hexers. Jamming hardly took effect and the only known method of interrupting its communication channels was for enemy expert mechs to come close. The Devious model was not as eye-catching or revolutionary as other mechs of its type. Yet its price-performance ratio was quite high. Despite being made with cheaper materials and components, its effective stealth performance resembled that of a mech that was at least 50% more expensive. Its notable ability to circumvent the unexplainable intuition of nearby humans made it very suitable to invade Fredaman forward operating bases in the field. As for the Bright Boy, the new Bright Boys are doing their jobs. Brutus commented. They're stalling the Fredaman advance. That's better than anything our side has been able to manage ever since our enemy started to contract foreign expert pilots. It's not enough. Gloriana regretfully sighed. The Bright Boys' ability to blind and debilitate expert pilots directly through their expert mechs was revolutionary and invaluable. The Hexers tested this effect a multitude of times and learned that it was very effective in many cases. Yet it was not a panacea to the fundamental problem of lacking enough expert mechs. The Bright Boys were able to discomfit expert mechs, but destroying them was out of the question. Only an expert mech could truly defeat another expert mech. It took hundreds of Bright Boys to effectively debilitate an expert mech, but interfering with their perception did not mean they were paralyzed. The expert pilots of the coalition already learned to cope with the new mechs. There is only so much that a mech designer can do to change the strategic outlook of the war. He tried to reassure her as he pulled her into a hug. Technology is but one of many factors that can change the balance. The Friday Coalition may lack our glows, but we can't deny its edge on diplomacy. Their sweet talkers have not only managed to persuade third-rate states to lend their best mech pilots to them, but they have also forged more trade deals with the states beyond the Komodo Star sector. The foreigners across the border don't seem to like the Hexadric hegemony all that much. In the past, that was an inconceivable notion to Gloriana. How could people possibly reject the superiority of women and the righteousness of the Hexer cause? It was only after she started to travel around with the Larkinsons that she was forced to acknowledge that the rest of the galaxy did not welcome the proper order. We've neglected the value of making friends in the region, she regretfully said. The way the Larkinson clan is able to meet new people and convince them to join or befriend them has made me feel that the hegemony back home is too insular. We thought we were strong enough to defeat the Friday Coalition and take over the Komodo Star sector, and we were right. Yet we never fully took into account that our enemies didn't intend on playing fair. Instead of relying on their own strength, They cheated and sought outside help. Now, all of the foreign aid pouring into the Friday Coalition in the form of manpower, resources and funding caused its various partners to enjoy a comprehensive rise in strength. Every hexer who was aware of the reality of the situation felt frustrated by this development. The worst part about it was that the hexers effectively had no solutions. Their diplomats weren't welcomed in foreign courts. Interdicting trade was not feasible due to the enormous amount of territory the hunting fleets needed to cover. Attacking the states that directly or indirectly supported the Friday Coalition was counterproductive. The fact of the matter was that the Hex army no longer possessed the numbers to pursue too many objectives. They had to muster all of their battered Mech armies to hold the line and prevent the Fredamen from breaking into the heartland of the Hexadric hegemony. Thinking about the likely incursion of Fredamen into Hexer space caused Gloriana to feel depressed. To be honest, Fredamen already crossed the border at some places. They just needed to topple a major fortified star system in order to effectively break open the Hexer defensive line. Brutus knew what she was worried about. He placed his hand on top of her own limb. Our dynasty will survive no matter what happens. The scimitar system is situated on the other side of the hegemony. Matriarch Schaffner has already ordered our dynasty to prepare for the worst. We have already evacuated some of our assets and people, and we will continue to prepare more evacuation fleets as time goes on. The only problem we're facing is that it has become incredibly difficult to obtain more ships, but as long as we focus on taking people, we can squeeze a lot of them on a simple converted cargo hauler. Gloriana had already witnessed this kind of evacuation before. The Sand War had led to a lot of deaths. Though the Fredamen wouldn't be as cruel as the Sandmen, there was no doubt that the Hexers under their rule would suffer under the yoke of equality and respect for men. Will the Glory Seekers receive a lot of reinforcements in the near future? She asked. Brutus nodded. Yes, some of our fleets are catching up to us even now. Our mother and our close relatives won't be joining us, though. They have different plans and they don't want to supplant your role in the expeditionary fleet. We don't want to put all of our eggs in a single basket. Where will the rest of our dynasty go if not the Red Ocean? I'm not privy to that information. Our heads are keeping that close to their chests. It might not matter if we are able to beat back the Fredamen offensive. Unless our state is truly falling, our dynasty is still determined to fight for what is right. War was never certain. At the start of the outbreak of hostilities, the Fredamen were on the back foot. It took a lot of effort for them to gain the upper hand. Perhaps the Hexers might be able to replicate this feat. Enough about the war. I didn't invite you over to talk about matters we can't control. Let's continue our planning session for your upcoming expert mech. Gloriana activated a projection that displayed a vague but definable sketch. According to your previous input, I drafted an expert mech that is partially based on the Star Dancer. I made sure to prioritize its mobility and offensive power. The only major shortcoming is that I don't have much leeway to fortify its armor. I can spare a little room for fortifying portions of its torso and cockpit against penetrating damage. It didn't matter to her if the limbs were flimsier and easier to damage than usual. She could easily fix this kind of battle damage. What she couldn't fix was Brutus dying because a powerful expert mech managed to punch through the cockpit. Venerable Brutus carefully studied the sketch. He felt as if her sister poured a lot of love into its design. Its similarities to his former expert mech were quite welcome in his eyes. I want an expert mech that excels in dueling against other expert mechs. He decisively spoke. With the increasing strength of the Larkinson clan and its allies, ordinary mechs don't pose as much of a threat to us anymore. It's the expert mechs that we need to be worried about. The Battle of Reckoning has taught us all a painful lesson on what it takes to stop hostile expert mechs. Gloriana clearly remembered that Brutus almost lost his life during the Battle of Reckoning. If not for getting saved by Venerable Davia Stark at the last moment, she might have lived a life where she would never be able to enjoy her brother's company ever again. After this near disaster, Gloriana became determined to design a better replacement for her brother's Star Dancer. Though the expert mech had served him well, its specs were rather average. As a boy, Brutus did not receive as much investment as a female expert pilot. Gloriana didn't care about that. He was her brother. She wanted to make sure he would be able to win the battles he struggled to overcome in the past. This was why she made sure to splurge lavishly in order to raise the estimated parameters of his new expert mech as much as possible. As she continued to explain her plan, Brutus looked increasingly more impressed. Since you insist on fighting expert mechs over regular mechs, I made sure to equip your expert mech with a rifle and accompanying support systems that excel at high penetration. Every expert mech is very tough, so lighter weapons won't do. I'm rather thankful that the Hex Army granted me permission to borrow their expert mech grade components. I've already picked out a suitable model for your rifle, though we will doubtlessly tweak its design to suit your personal tastes. Brutus studied the rifle model. I don't understand everything on its spec sheet, but I can already see that its firing rate is low and its demand for ammunition and energy is quite severe. It's worth it. The punch it can pack is enormous. While it is not efficient to waste its firepower on weaker mechs, it can immediately inflict considerable damage on expert mechs like the Charlemagne. As long as you can land a hit, then all but the most heavily armored expert mechs will suffer. That sounded great for Brutus. While the advanced rifle paired with his upcoming expert mech was not comparable to an artillery cannon, its damage potential was still very high despite its manageable size and mass. What about the mobility of my mech? I don't want to get weighed down too much. It will be at least as good as the old star dancer, but I'm not aiming for that, she said with a determined expression on her face. I want to improve the mobility of your expert mech by at least 20% compared to your old one. Since you want to excel at dogfighting, I made sure to focus on improving the evasive capabilities of your new machine. It will become a lot harder for enemies to land a hit. All of that sounded good to Brutus, but he did not miss the fact that he would have to pay for these improvements. The lack of protection along with the limited capacity for ammunition and energy meant that Brutus would not fare well in a drawn-out battle against lots of weaker mechs. Fortunately, this was a price worth paying for him. He enjoyed dueling other expert mechs and felt this was the best contribution he could make as part of the expeditionary fleet. He suddenly recalled something else. What about the special nature of my new expert mech? Ah, you're referring to the proto-gods. Gloriana grinned. Well, have no fear. While Vase isn't here right now, I've worked alongside him enough times to know what to expect from him. Right now, I plan to incorporate at least 2 different proto-gods into your expert mech. It goes without saying that the Superior Mother will bless your expert mech. However, I've been thinking about adding another one to the mix. Chapter 2945. Contributing gem. While Gloriana happily discussed with Venerable Brutus about his upcoming expert mechs, Vase faced a very different problem. After discovering that invaders had wrecked the security room of the floor he was on, he had the illusion that the situation was spinning out of control. He was still far from reaching the core lab section that housed Special Project V, but the way forward was essentially barred by at least one group of armored soldiers. Due to the unusual layout of the Pinnacle Lab, there was no way to circle around them. In fact, Vase not only had to worry about bumping into the soldiers who were previously engaged in fighting, he also had to guard against encountering other people stationed elsewhere in the lab. Vase briefly gathered his team in order to discuss their current situation. He projected a simple cube and pointed at the bottom. The layout of this facility looks like this, I think. When we initially entered the teleportation portal, we emerged at the bottom. After walking across the lab, we managed to reach another portal that took us to the next floor. He tapped the projection, causing it to divide into several different horizontal layers. I'm not really sure how many floors we are dealing with here, but from my own guesses, we're probably dealing with at least 5 floors. Now that we have entered the 4th floor, we have discovered the presence of other people. These unknowns have likely entered the Pinnacle Lab from the main entrance that is very likely situated at the top. He pointed at the top floor, which featured at least 2 different gates. While we haven't confirmed the identities of the unknowns at the moment, my guess is that we are dealing with the soldiers dispatched from the opposing sides of the civil war that has engulfed the LRA. Much of the fighting taking place across Prosperous Hill V can be explained if the factions were fighting over this Pinnacle Lab. The leaders of the conservative faction and the opposition faction are all fighting over the high-grade life-prolonging serum that the Supreme Sage must have managed to produce. In other words, their goal is the same as yours. Nida remarked with a grim tone. Vase sighed. That's the most likely possibility here. From the research documents I managed to skim over, Special Project V has reached a fairly advanced stage. I can infer that the Supreme Sage has already succeeded in producing a form of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. The only problem is that the yield is too low. He set up Project Cain in order to find a way to increase the conversion rate of the key ingredient required to make the serum. This was quite an impressive accomplishment, especially when the Supreme Sage probably wasn't a spiritual engineer. He was able to overcome many difficulties and solve problems that would have stumped any other biotech researcher. Vase had gained a much greater appreciation of the Supreme Sage's incredibly deep knowledge and problem-solving capabilities. He no longer wondered why many citizens of the Life Research Association worshipped this great researcher. In any case, the value of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum was so great that Vase saw no possibility of cooperation with any of the parties that had managed to enter the Pinnacle Lab. He didn't foresee encountering anyone who would be willing to cooperate with his team. He had to assume that everyone else was a competitor. Fortunately, the other people in the facility had yet to discover the presence of his exploration team. This was his greatest advantage and one that he did not intend to let go. After all, he didn't set out to take over the lab or monopolize all of the research. He just wanted to get in, get his stuff, and get out as soon as possible. The fact that his modest objective happened to be the most valuable treasure in the entire lab was very troublesome though. Even if Vase managed to circumvent the other parties taking part in the treasure hunt and retrieve his prize, as long as he leaked his identity, it didn't matter whether he would be able to return to his air fleet. It was easy enough for the established factions to track Vase down after he left the Pinnacle Lab. Vase could already envision the arrival of thousands of mechs. Against the overwhelming might of the established factions on the planet, there was no way for him to cling onto the serum he obtained after taking lots of risks. He might as well not take the risk of advancing any further if that was the most likely outcome of trying to compete over the life-prolonging serum. After discussing their options, the team did not manage to find a good way to proceed without revealing their identities or avoiding a violent confrontation against the people who invaded the lab weeks before. The original invaders enjoyed too much of a head start for Vase to match their efforts. "Why don't we simply turn back?" Dr. Paris suggested. "We are no match against the ruling powers of the LRA. The serum that you are eyeing is tainted with the blood of expert pilots. I don't think it is right for us to make use of it. Besides, you're still young, Patriarch. You'll have to wait centuries before you can actually make use of the serum. Why not wait for another opportunity? There are more uses to the serum than extending our lives." Vase replied. "Also, just because the Supreme Sage made use of expert pilot brains to make his serum doesn't mean we should avoid it. Think of what the other Lifer researchers will do if they gain access to all of this tainted research. If the conservatives or opposition gain access to everything associated with Project Cain and Special Project V, do you think that they will do what is right or do what is best for themselves?" Avalon Paris couldn't help but lower her head when faced with this question. "They may choose to make use of the existing serum, but I don't believe they will go as far as defiling the remains of expert pilots." "Are you sure about that?" Vase snorted and crossed his arms. "Previously, you thought that the Supreme Sage would never descend to this level. You were wrong. If even the greatest biotech researcher has given into temptation, how will his lessers fare any better? I bet that one of the greatest reasons why Master Lehigh Brixton is so enthusiastic about starting the Supreme Revolution is because he found out about this Pinnacle Lab and became pissed when the conservatives refused to give him a share. He had never been fully convinced that this civil war was all about changing the direction of the Life Research Association. While there were plenty of rebels who believed in the cause, the leaders of the opposition factions shouldn't have been swayed by high-sounding ideals alone. When Master Brixton initially revealed the true state of the Supreme Sage after the conclusion of the design duel, he deliberately referenced ongoing attempts by the conservatives to revive the Supreme Sage. Was this what the conservatives attempted to do in this lab? Was his body being stored somewhere in this lab? Vase eyed the living gem in his possession. If the Supreme Sage's body was stored in another part of the lab, then that explained why his newest gem was so eager about leading him on. Perhaps the spiritual remnant of the Supreme Sage sought to reunite with its origin. He temporarily ignored everyone else and pulled out his gem. "I think it's time you came clean with us. Are you trying to get back to life?" The gem froze for a few seconds before trying to bop up and down. This was its equivalent of a nod. "Thank you for being honest. I thought as much. Unfortunately, I can't oblige your wish. We are under no obligation to restore you to life. It's none of our business, you see." The gem obviously didn't like to hear that. It violently shook his grasp. It was too bad that its strength was way too weak to escape his fingers. Vase huffed at the response. "For a remnant of a highly accomplished scientist, you sure are stupid. Do you really think we can proceed forward in this kind of situation? The risks are too great and I don't want to give those blasted factions any reasons to hunt us all down. They are still in control over the planet and star system. There is no way I can escape their pursuit if they find out about us. I would rather follow the suggestion made by Dr. Paris and turn back. I'm already happy with the research data that we have managed to collect up until now. There is no reason to let our greed lead us to our doom. He was not lying. The research data of Project Cain was a pleasant surprise to him. It was incredibly valuable for him to learn of a crucial aspect in the production of high-grade life-prolonging serum. While he would not be able to synthesize the serum in its entirety without obtaining the corresponding research files related to Special Project V, he already obtained a lot of clues. It was not impossible for Dr. Rania and the Larkinson Biotech Institute to find other useful applications by combining the theory and results of Project Cain with his own theories on spirituality. Yet even as he started to turn around, he kept paying close attention to the actions of his gem. Once he started to take a few steps towards the exit, the Supreme Comprehension gem began to shake as if it had something urgent to say. Vase inwardly smiled. His negotiation ploy succeeded. He hadn't actually given up on Special Project V and the serum. He was just tired of forging on ahead alone while his stupid gem sat back like a boss who just delegated all of the hard work to his minions. After a bit of shaking, the gem tried to lead him out of the ruined security room. Vase cautiously followed its directions, making sure that he didn't get too close to the site where the unknown soldiers recently fought. They eventually entered a lab room that was larger than the ones he entered before. What is this? Vase, Drive, Paris and his honor guard all looked vigilantly at the multitude of large cylindrical tanks spread across the compartment. They counted 50 of these large and prominent objects. Compared to the vats that Vase encountered before, the tanks in this new space were larger and more massive. They also weren't transparent, so none of the Larkinsons could see what was inside. What kind of exo-beasts are stored in these tanks? Paris wondered. Well, whatever they are, the creatures inside are probably as big as an elephant. Despite the large quantity of ominous-looking preservation tanks, they didn't spot any immediate threats. This was just one of many abandoned research labs. Let's see what this place is all about. Vase and Dr. Paris immediately approached a terminal and used their access pass to log into the local database. They soon discovered why this lab might be useful to them. They looked shocked as they figured out how they could make use of the experimental subjects to accomplish a breakthrough. Vase turned to his gem. Can you really revive them and unleash them onto the opposition? What if they turn against us first? The gem shook and pointed at his access pass. Evidently, the passes provided to the Larkinsons would help prevent this possibility. Though Vase had plenty of doubts, he felt this was a good way to allow him to forge ahead. Let's do this, then. With the combined efforts of Vase, his gem and Dr. Paris, they began to manipulate some of the controls. They activated and tweaked all kinds of settings before pressing a prominent red button. A brief alarm rang across the hall as the tanks started to shake and the liquids inside started to boil. Soon enough, the tanks started to slide open. The floor started to shake as 50 large humanoid organic machines emerged from the containers. Their solitary eyes glowed red as they automatically sought each other out and gathered into a mob. Then, they roared in unison, causing the entire room to get blasted by their monstrously thunderous cries. If the Larkinsons weren't wearing helmets that could automatically dampen excessive noise, they might have lost their hearing. So this is Project Cyclops. Vase spoke. As soon as these biological monstrosities rallied together, they completely ignored the presence of the Larkinsons and simultaneously surged towards the exit. They were storming right in the direction where the soldiers had previously fought. Chapter 2946. Restrained soldiers. Sergeant Gabriel Hipper checked and cleaned his rifle as he sat on the deck of the lab room claimed by his unit. No one was in a good mood right now. They had lost numerous good brothers and sisters after they fought against their foes. He stared into a wall and imagined that his gaze could pierce right through every obstacle until he was able to observe his opponents. Just like him, his enemies must be taking a breather as well. The two sides had sparred against each other across multiple floors. Somehow, the balance never tilted, but the bodies kept piling up. If not for the strange conditions of the Pinnacle Lab, the struggle between the two sides should have produced a decisive outcome by now. Yet because everyone inside was forced to follow the rules left behind by the Supreme Sage, their battle continued to be strung out across several weeks. When will this hell ever end? Corporal Peter Cardin despairingly asked. Sergeant Hipper snorted. It's only over until we kill the entire rebel force and take control of their teleportation portal. Our mission won't end until that happens, so don't waste your time moping around. To be honest, Hipper also felt worn down by the frequent intervals of fighting. He would much rather fight a single all-out battle than prolong his torture by abiding by the restrictions set by the Pinnacle Lab. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Back before the Supreme Revolution broke out, Sergeant Hipper and Corporal Cardin were just guards assigned by the dominant conservative faction to patrol the Pinnacle Lab. Ever since the Supreme Sage died, the remaining researchers largely lost access to all of the lab rooms. Fortunately, they weren't locked out entirely. As long as they retained at least some permissions, it was always possible to expand their rights and gain access to the core research that the Supreme Sage always withheld from everyone else. In the past 1.5 years, the researchers along with numerous specialists from the conservative faction sought to take over the systems of the Pinnacle Lab step by step. Their biohackers had made steady progress in circumventing the security systems that prevented the conservatives from retrieving the valuable research data from the isolated local databases. Yet just as they started to work on trying to access the core research rooms where the Supreme Sage stashed his most prized projects, the opposition got wind of what was happening. Sergeant Hipper blamed one of the biohackers for the leak. Because the Pinnacle Lab boasted the best security systems in the LRA, it took exceptional skill to undermine their functioning. After many failed attempts, the conservatives learned that many of their own personnel were completely outmatched. They had no choice but to hire the services of the best biohackers of the LRA. Even though the conservative faction did its best to ensure the biohackers they employed did not leak any information, how was it possible for anyone to stop biohackers from doing what they did best? It didn't matter if there was any proof. Hipper simply knew for certain that one of those nerds informed the opposition faction of the goodies the conservatives were salvaging from this facility. From the moment the Supreme Revolution broke out, another teleportation portal quickly came online. The opposition faction managed to gain access to another entrance. When hundreds of heavily armed infantry soldiers poured into the top floor of the Pinnacle Lab, the two sides immediately competed to gain more spoils from the Pinnacle Lab. They destroyed a lot of good research labs over the course of their uninhibited destruction. The latecomers were far too behind when it came to hacking their way deeper into the Pinnacle Lab. If they attempted to follow the same route as the conservatives, then they would be more than a year behind their opponents. This was why the rebels who intruded into the lab chose to bull their way through. They boldly breached every gate and destroyed every active security system by force. In fact, the rebels had a much easier time in forcing their way deeper because the biohackers in the service of the conservatives had already deactivated a lot of security systems months ago. Due to the methods they used to deactivate the security systems, it was very hard to bring them back online. This gave the opposition faction a great opportunity to rely on unrelenting destruction to exceed the progress of the conservatives. Naturally, the powers that be who monopolized the lab for a long time weren't happy with what the rebels were doing. The conservatives intensified their attempts to push back the rebel forces. The fighting rapidly escalated until the combatants somehow triggered an emergency contingency command. Hipper remembered the day the lab had enough. Alarms rang throughout the facility and the gravity around them rose by 3 times. No one expected the gravity to grow so heavy all of a sudden, so the fighting immediately stalled. Ever since then, a new set of rules came into force. First, the teleportation portals forcibly limited the amount of people that could enter at any time. The portals controlled by both the conservative faction and the opposition factions only allowed 10 soldiers to enter the lab at a time. Second, weapons that were heavy enough to threaten the integrity of a lab room were no longer permitted to be used. The soldiers had to discard a lot of cannons and powerful explosives. Third, the soldiers were only allowed to fight 20 minutes per 12 hours. This sounded quite generous at first, but the two sides later found out that this was a difficult restriction. It was hard to defeat a large and entrenched force of enemy soldiers when neither side could make use of heavy weapons. Small arms wasn't enough to wipe out a large force of well-armored soldiers within the given time limit. In fact, the losses during every round of fighting mostly hovered between 5 to 20 soldiers at a time. While this meant that both sides were slowly losing soldiers even accounting for the reinforcements pouring in every day, both sides still had hundreds of soldiers left. It would take a long time before one side gained the upper hand. Still, strictly speaking, the conservatives and the rebels didn't have to abide by these rules. It was just that the consequences were far too dire. The soldiers might not care a lot, but their superiors were different. This was because the Pinnacle Lab issued a very stern warning. If the two sides didn't abide by the rules and limited the amount of destruction they inflicted on the facility, then the core research rooms would all self-destruct, preventing anyone from salvaging any data or valuable products from the most important research projects. Neither side wanted to trigger this final contingency. Hence, this was the reason why Sergeant Hipper and the rest of his comrades were resting instead of continuing the fight. Just as Corporal Cardin was about to open his mouth, an alarm suddenly rang throughout the occupied research room. 2 arms. Unknown enemies are incoming. They're very big and they're approaching very rapidly in our direction. Suit up and man the defenses. The soldiers knew better than to question this sudden command. They all stood up and wore their suits of combat armor. They picked up their weapons just in time for the approaching enemies to appear into view. What the hell are those? It's a Cyclops. Damn, it's barging straight through our defenses. The lone Cyclops roared as it smacked its enormous, gorilla-like arms across the defensive lines. Infantry soldiers on guard screamed as they were punched away. The force of the impacts were so strong that their combat armor practically caved in from the force. Shoot this Cyclops. A lot of soldiers opened fire against this monster. Much to their dismay, the damage they inflicted on the tall and heavy brute was largely shallow. Even the big eye enjoyed a lot of protection. There's more. A dozen more Cyclops followed after the initial one. Once they barged into the research room, they completely went mad and tore into the tiny soldiers that were attempting to shoot them down. We need backup. Why the hell is the lab allowing these monsters to fight? This isn't fair. Screw the rules. Get the rocket launchers. I don't want to lose my life against these big bastards. As Sergeant Hipper ran to the nearby armory and attempted to pull out an explosive mine, a battle-scarred Cyclops had reached his position and grasped his armored body with its meaty hand. Let go. The soldier's feeble attempt to escape barely registered to the humanoid monster. After giving its victim a toothy grin, the Cyclops mercilessly brought the captive forward and bit into its torso. The Cyclops' hard teeth crunched straight through the bone armor and bit Sergeant Hipper's body in half. The monsters turned out to be man-eaters. Elsewhere, Vase and Dr. Paris both reflected on what they just unleashed. Project Cyclops was an attempt by the Supreme Sage to create a monstrous army that would take over some security duties from his human personnel. Perhaps the great researcher increasingly lost more trust in his subordinates. Maybe he already predicted that some of the lifers would pursue selfish objectives and make a mess out of his pinnacle lab once he wasn't around to restrain his successors. The Cyclops he came up with was a derivative of Special Project U. Smaller and more compact than a typical biomech, these humanoid monstrosities were the equivalent of mechanical battle bots. They were anything but disposable, though. Though their smaller size limited their combat power, much of their design principles were identical to that of high-quality biomechs. This meant that they were incredibly powerful in indoor situations where conventional biomechs couldn't fit or possessed too much destructive potential. After all, mechs and biomechs were infamous for inflicting a lot of collateral damage. While that might not matter that much if they rampaged in a typical city district, it was another story entirely if they inadvertently breached a lab room and ruined a critical experimental procedure. That didn't mean that the Cyclops were perfect, though. One of the persistent problems of battle bots and similar products was the risk that they might get hacked by the enemy. There was no better way to screw someone over by taking over their battle assets and turning them against their original owner. Though this was a lot more difficult to accomplish with organic battle bots, a biotech expert who specialized in manipulating beasts could still take over control in the right circumstances. This was one of the reasons why Project Cyclops remained unfinished. If the 51-eyed monsters cultivated by the Supreme Sage were mature enough to serve as his new lab guards, then they wouldn't have been left in their cultivation tanks. From what Vase was able to figure out from the research notes, the Supreme Sage had already solved the various problems related to their physical properties. Only a handful of very stubborn issues remained unsolved, including the control aspect. To be honest, the Supreme Sage had already readied a possible solution. That was why it took some time to unleash the monstrosities. It turned out that the great researcher borrowed the results of one of his other projects and combined it with Project Cyclops. What a novel attempt to solve the control problem. Is it really useful to inject a small quantity of substance derived from expert pilot brains into a Cyclops? He hadn't noticed any significant spiritual activity from the monsters when he released them from their tanks, but he felt a bit strange when they started to roar in unison. That single collective action not only buffeted his unending regalia with loud noise, but also caused his mind to shake a little bit. Was it an illusion? Vase wasn't sure, actually. It could be that he was just awed by their primal roar. When 50 elephant-sized humanoids cried out at the same time, it was hard not to take notice. Shortly after the army of rampaging humanoid monsters left the lab, Vase soon heard sounds of distant fighting. This time, he heard a lot of roars as well, the sounds of lots of physical smacking on top of the sounds of weapon discharges. "Let's take a look," he suggested. The Larkinsons left the lab and approached the location where the Cyclops had encountered a lot of opposition. Strangely enough, the soldiers in the distance still put up a lot of resistance against the unleashed monsters. This vindicated his decision to avoid confronting the other parties. "Stop," he spoke over their communication channel. "If we go any closer, we risk getting detected." He could hear plenty of screams and sounds of desperate fighting up ahead. He doubted that the soldiers had any attention to spare on intruders, but Vase wasn't in a hurry to advance. "Let's wait until the Cyclops do their jobs." Chapter 2947, Inhuman Brutality. What the hell did the Supreme Sage make? When Vase hesitantly decided to send out a tiny stealth drone in order to scope out what was happening up ahead, he and his team became shocked at the carnage taking place up ahead. The 50 humongous humanoid monsters had seamlessly split into two separate mobs before they barged into the fortified research labs occupied by the two different groups of soldiers. Then, the monsters started to murder the recuperating soldiers with absolute dominance. Vase had already figured out that the humans who had entered the lab long before he came along had developed a pattern of sorts. From their fortifications and the way they retreated instantly after a certain amount of time suggested that they were operating under some sort of unknown rules. Regardless of what was going on, neither side expected to be assailed by a band of marauding one-eyed giants. The timing is especially bad for them, Vase observed with a grim expression. "We happened to unleash the Cyclops just as they were removing their suits of combat armor and taking a well-deserved break. Under normal circumstances, soldiers would have never let down their guard that quickly." This was why Vase could tell that they had developed a pattern of sorts over time. Just like how he had trained the Ultralifers to obey the instructions of the living statues of Lufa without question, the Pinnacle Lab somehow trained the soldiers to fight each other on a regular basis without venturing any deeper into the facility. How brilliant! Though Vase still lacked a lot of information, that didn't stop him from using his own perspective to judge the overall situation. The Supreme Sage was not an absent-minded thinker. That was for sure. He had to have foreseen at least some parts of the scenario taking place today. If he truly performed an experiment that could theoretically allow him to escape his looming mortality, then he should have taken failure into account. As long as the situation was salvageable, it became paramount to preserve as much of the lab as possible from the hungry locusts who sought to devour everything that was necessary to bring the Supreme Sage back to life. Yet something had gone obviously wrong. The soldiers had been stalled but not stopped. Vase had seen no signs that anyone or anything was actively working to restore the Supreme Sage to life. In the end, the living gem that managed to capture a remnant of the Supreme Sage's spirit had to rely on a foreigner of all people to get the ball rolling. "What the hell is going on?" he asked for the umpteenth time. Loud roars rang through two different spaces as the human-like monstrosities shrugged off every form of small arms fire while they mauled their puny human opponents with their prodigious raw strength. Vase, Lucky, Drive, Paris and his honor guards watched on with horror as they observed the ongoing massacre via projection. They never realized that the one-eyed monsters they had ignorantly released from their cultivation tanks were this powerful. Having briefly studied the research files on Project Cyclops, Vase already had an expectation on how well they would perform in combat, but the invincibility and brutality these biological products displayed at the moment surpassed anything he imagined. Their thick, muscular bodies resisted both kinetic and energy attacks with the resilience of actual biomechs. Even if someone managed to penetrate the thick and leathery skin layer, the flesh underneath was extremely dense and could take a lot of pounding before they started to break. Their large size and stature gave them a decisive scale advantage over the human soldiers. Perhaps these Cyclops might not fare well against actual biomechs, but as long as they were confined in spaces that were just large enough for them to maneuver comfortably, they were in their element. One Cyclops furiously kicked a soldier armed with a hefty machine gun. The victim launched into the distance and collided against the far wall. The kick had already caused the front of the combat armor to get crushed, so the poor sod had already died by the time his body soared away. Another Cyclops cruelly picked up a pair of soldiers that had failed to suit up in time. Their unarmored bodies got squashed as the giants squeezed their soft flesh into mush. A hungry expression appeared on the humanoid monster's face. The creature stopped and ignored all of the fire pouring in its direction in order to bite and chew the bodies as if he was enjoying a well-deserved break. Copious amounts of human blood splattered from the monster's mouth. Red dyed the humanoid beast's chin and chest. Another group of soldiers managed to retrieve a bunch of plasma grenades and rocket launchers from an armory. Under the direction of an officer, they all unleashed their arsenal at the nearest Cyclops. Hooah! The enormous lab room shook as the giant beast in question was the first to suffer a severe injury. The rocket launchers hadn't hurt the beast that much. The creature's dense but cushy flesh was so resilient that it was easily able to withstand explosive damage. The plasma grenades accomplished more. The superhot matter that splashed over the arm of the Cyclops burned so hot that the arm began to grow limp. The soldiers finally saw hope of winning this battle. These beasts can be beaten. Unfortunately for the human soldiers, it took over a dozen plasma grenades to disable a single limb. Before the troopers could throw a second batch of plasma grenades, the injured Cyclops went mad. Though one of the monster's arms turned into a burned and blackened mess, that didn't stop the Cyclops from charging forward and bowling in the loose formation of soldiers. A lot of armored and unarmored figures were flung away. Some even had the misfortune of getting crushed under the monster's feet. The Cyclops grabbed one soldier by the feet before subsequently using it as a floppy club to batter against any human within reach. The one-sided butchery unfolding in front of everyone's eyes was so terrifying that the soldiers simply couldn't take it any longer. Many of them had stopped firing their weapons as their fears took over their senses. Some ran away screaming, only to get caught by the giants who were blocking the only way out. Others collapsed to their knees, becoming completely unresponsive until a giant hand lifted them up in order to serve as snacks for the voracious monsters. The smarter ones pressed their weapons against their heads, deactivated the safety settings and pulled the trigger. These people were at least spared from spending their final moments in agony. So much blood poured out of the brutality taking place in the two research rooms that they began to resemble a charnel house. Despite the fact that both groups of human soldiers had quantity on their side, the power disparity was simply too great. They needed at least 4 times as many soldiers as well as favorable terrain in order to resist the Cyclops invasion. The two battles ended quickly and without any chance for the defenders to mount a comeback. Project Amit. What? Vase briefly turned to Dr. Paris. Project Cyclops is a derivative of Special Project U. It is a lesser product that nonetheless incorporates many powerful innovations, if to a lesser degree. Project Amit is supposed to enable high-speed regeneration and energy absorption through consumption of high-density bionutrients. Vase remembered reading something like that. Still, the sight of artificial monsters snacking on human bodies as if they were snacking on barbecue meat generated a lot of revulsion in his heart. Humans weren't food. This was one of the most fundamental principles of human civilization. Neither humans, aliens or artificial species should ever have human flesh in their diets. I don't think these Cyclops can derive any useful nutrients from human bodies. He frowned. Unless they are heavily augmented, those soldiers can't contribute much to those monsters aside from providing simple elements and a marginal amount of energy. There was little to no rational reason for these Cyclops to engage in man-eating. The controversy this act generated would generate so much backlash if done in public that not even a figure as great as the Supreme Sage could remain unaffected. Dr. Paris looked more and more sickened at the sight. I don't think the Supreme Sage deliberately programmed them to devour human flesh. Project Cyclops has never been finished and the bioprogramming of these humanoid giants still needs more refinement. As Vase glanced at the projection of a Cyclops roaring like a maddened lion in front of a cowering group of soldiers who had lost all of their fighting will, he felt that there was something profoundly wrong about Project Cyclops from the beginning. Battle bots simply didn't act like primal beasts and eat the opponents they were instructed to kill. What was happening was completely beyond the pale and should never have been allowed under normal circumstances. Vase didn't know what to make of the creator of these dangerous creatures. On one hand, the Supreme Sage exhibited excellent research capabilities and was capable of making thorough plans. On the other hand, he willfully engaged in reckless experimentation and showed a complete disregard for the intrinsic rights of human beings. To the Supreme Sage, nothing was inviolable. Even the remains of honored expert pilots were nothing but another source of experimental material in his eyes. Was this the end state of every researcher who delved into the field of biotechnology? Vase no longer had to wonder why the Life Research Association was such a depraved state. Though it was ostensibly well run on the surface, the renowned biotech experts that the people willingly accepted as their rulers were all immoral bastards at heart. While it was true that politicians and administrators also had their flaws, the temptations they faced were relatively mundane. Ordinary corruption was far less severe than experimenting on expert pilots and creating humanoid organic products that ate human bodies for fun. What do we do now? Doctor Paris asked. I don't know. I'm not sure it would be a good idea for us to go forward. Let's just sit here and see what these one-eyed giants will do next. Many of the Cyclops started to move around in order to eat the bodies on the ground. They did not miss any opportunity to consume flesh. In fact, some of the Cyclops started to compete against each other for the opportunity to take a bite out of a body. The creatures seemed to have forgotten their bioprogramming and roared against each other before they came to blows. The punches and other violent moves they unleashed caused the lab room to become more disordered. The fighting humanoid beasts exerted a lot more strength against each other than they did against the humans. To them, their own kind was much stronger and more difficult for them to overcome. Fortunately, not every Cyclops had lost its sense. A handful of them had stepped out and began to scour the remaining corridors and lab rooms for any other humans. A small number of soldiers and scientists were stationed elsewhere and had managed to escape the initial massacre for that reason. However, that didn't stop the Cyclops from hunting them down and killing them anyway. Ah, get away, don't eat me, I don't taste good. Out of safety considerations, Vase and the rest of his team withdrew all the way back to the lab room where Project Cyclops was housed. Vase and Dr. Paris accessed the terminal yet again and began to study the research documents with much more care. What is the purpose of these creatures? Vase wondered. Are they simply meant to serve as lab guards, or is there more to them that I'm missing at the moment? Yet no matter what document they skimmed through, they never found anything that explained the full purpose of these hungry human beasts. The Supreme Sage simply treated their creation as a side project. Chapter 2948, Following Instructions, What is the point of biomechs? Pardon, sir. Avalon Paris looked confused. Seriously speaking, why would people want to field biomechs when there is always a chance they can turn into beasts? The woman frowned as she turned to Vase. Though she still felt disturbed by the massacre she had just witnessed, she did not lose her pride as a biomech designer. Sir, biomechs have almost never gone rogue. While I cannot rule out the possibility that a handful of isolated organic machines have gotten out of control, it is always the fault of their creators. They overestimated their capabilities and engaged in experiments they did not fully comprehend. Vase gestured at the empty cultivation tanks. Like the Supreme Sage, don't lump the Supreme Sage with those incompetents. This is completely different. Project Cyclops is still incomplete and the unfinished specimens need a lot of debugging before they are ready for use. I think the performance they have shown so far is quite decent considering their current state. Besides, out-of-control machines are not a problem that is exclusive to biomechs and other bioproducts. Mechanical battle bots are also prone to behaving outside of their parameters if their programming is tampered with. There is no difference in this regard. Vase didn't agree with this assertion, but this was not the time to hold a debate over this issue, so he declined to argue any further. To be honest, the more he stayed in this state, the sooner he wanted to leave it all behind. Wild drive. Paris was right that machines could be subverted, at least the deviations still fell within an expected range. It was a lot harder to predict what would happen when it came to organic products coming to life. Once they grew a mind of their own, their complex biology and brain structure affected them in many different ways. Biomech designers and beast designers liberally spliced both human and alien genes together in order to develop a new species that was capable of performing different jobs. The problem with this was that it was difficult to determine the exact roles of every single gene. Perhaps one gene allowed an organism to develop a thicker skin, but it could also cause the creature to develop a hunger for human skin. Genes also interacted with each other in many different ways, some of which couldn't be modeled. This was also one of the underlying reasons why so many powerful leaders went mad during the Age of Conquest. The geneticists who cooked up radically new gene templates never bothered to test their innovations over long periods of time. The market for genetic modification was so competitive back then that the regulations at the time were wholly inadequate to ensure that the industry leaders performed their due diligence. This example illustrated the many dangers of messing with the building blocks of life. Unlike mechanical creations, living organisms possessed a lot more depth. The Cyclops are doing something. Dr. Paris noted as she looked at the footage transmitted from the spy drones their team had deployed. The monstrous humanoids had already cleaned up all of the bodies by stuffing them into their apparently functioning stomachs. It did not matter if they swallowed entire pieces of hard bone metal armor. None of the tall beasts appeared to be suffering from any stomach aches. Apart from hunting down the stragglers that were spread elsewhere on this floor, the Cyclops hadn't done anything else for a time. Only after they eliminated the final straggler did they begin to follow a new set of instructions. The 50 Cyclops all gathered together again and moved to a specific corridor. Once they arrived in front of an entrance, they stopped and turned as silent as statues. The transition from rampaging and man-eating beasts to completely silent and frozen bioproducts was uncanny. Vase wasn't sure which of these two facades reflected the unfinished creations better. "I think we need to move forward," he said. "The way ahead is clear now. The opposition has been taken care of, so we don't have to worry about tipping off our presence in this lab." The Cyclops had been quite thorough in that they not only removed every human in the lab aside from his own men, the giant humanoids also wrecked all of the organic machines and equipment that didn't belong to the Pinnacle lab. The team of Larkinsons cautiously advanced forward and got closer to the blood-stained decks and the stinking detritus that were too small to eat for the big monsters. Both Vase and Dr. Paris decided that they weren't in a hurry to advance all the way towards the entrance to the next floor. They instead opted to enter every lab room in order to check up on the research projects they hosted. Different from the lab rooms of the previous floors, the ones they just entered all showed signs of human activity. The scientists that had intruded into the room had forcibly taken or disassembled some special lab machines. Some of the storage tanks containing valuable specimens had been torn apart. Even the local databases showed signs of tampering and intrusion. Fortunately, the research data was still intact. The ones that came before showed at least some restraint. The various experiments on this floor were mostly related to Special Project U. Vase and Dr. Paris encountered various studies where the Supreme Sage sought to improve various capabilities related to large organic products. They clearly found references that also tied back into Project Cyclops. None of the research projects he stumbled upon impressed him in any way. They weren't relevant to his core interests and he didn't see how he could use any of it in his own work. Though Drive, Paris was much more fascinated at the high-level projects that the Supreme Sage engaged in. Much of it was too complicated for her to work with. The sheer amount of high technology involved in the advanced studies was so excessive that she didn't have any hopes of completing any of the projects without access to the right specialty machines. Vase didn't want to get too distracted at this time. The current floor may have been cleared of human threats, but who knew if those Cyclops would snap and treat Vase and his men as their next meals. "Don't forget about our main goal. We may have gotten closer to the core of the Pinnacle lab, but it's clear that this floor doesn't contain what we want. If the Pinnacle lab had 5 floors in total, then they were merely on the 4th. The one above them ought to be the most central and heavily guarded location. There was a significant chance that Vase would be able to access Special Project V, and be able to retrieve the serum produced by the Supreme Sage if he moved again. Yet before he moved past the waiting Cyclops and entered one of the teleportation portals that connected to a different floor, he took some time to study the possessions of the soldiers who previously occupied this floor. It was not easy to retrieve any useful information out of the broken parts. The giant one-eyed monsters had eaten a lot of bioequipment and crushed everything else that they didn't want to consume. Vase carefully poked a pile of scattered flesh with a spare rod until he managed to fish out an amputated forearm. A set of enormous teeth had sheared the limb off its original owner. Vase guessed that the individual in question ended up in the stomach of a Cyclops while this loose arm coincidentally fell to the ground. Yes, I knew it. This guy still wore a biochem at the time of his death. He clearly spotted a slender bone-like bracelet wrapped around the wrist. Once Drive, Paris pulled out the biochem with a disgusted expression. She carefully attempted to access the device. Though both Lucky and Vase possessed advanced hacking tools, none of it was very effective against biological devices. Aside from being able to hack simple bioproducts whose bioprogramming closely mirrored that of regular machines, many other devices were simply too different. This was why Vase had little choice but to wait for Avalon Paris to issue her judgment. She turned the biochem around a couple of times while she attempted to access its contents with the help of her cranial implant. She shook her head. I don't specialize in biohacking, so it is considerably challenging for me to access the data stored in this device. I can already tell you that this is a military-grade biochem, and not a regular one either. It has already wiped all of its data once it realized that its carrier has likely died. Vase and Dr. Paris continued to search around. They found more biochems and other small devices, but their security measures were so thorough that it was impossible to retrieve any useful data from those devices. Paris finally managed to achieve a breakthrough when she found a broken biochem. Though the device had been snapped in half and couldn't be booted up anymore, Paris was still able to access some surface-level data from an organic component that acted as a temporary cache. While the data stored on the chance should have been wiped out as well, this routine somehow failed to activate when the biochem got snapped. Look at this, sir. I think we can determine the identity and allegiance of these soldiers. From what little data that Paris managed to pull out, the owner of the biochem was a soldier who quit the military and joined a private military corporation that answered directly to the conservative faction. Every soldier who died in this lab room used to be tasked with guarding the scientists who were digging around on this floor. It was only later that they encountered invaders who entered the Pinnacle lab from another entrance. Poor fellows. Vase shook his head. These soldiers fought and died for a cause that isn't related to them in any way. No matter who manages to retrieve all of the research data and abscond with the serum produced by the Supreme Sage, none of it will benefit the average lifers. Despite being responsible for unleashing the monsters that cruelly killed them all, Vase sympathized with the plight of the soldiers. They were just following orders and acting like any pawn should act. Years ago, Vase used to be in the same position as these slain soldiers. He suffered so much during the Eon Corona mission that he developed a strong desire to never serve as a pawn to anyone else ever again. Fortunately, he succeeded. By breaking away from the Bright Republic and founding a nomadic clan, it was no longer mandatory for Vase to rely on any state and its rulers. Of course, the Larkinson clan was still far from becoming a completely independent entity. It still relied way too much on states for manpower, resources and revenue. The expeditionary fleet in its current state was not fit enough to become completely self-sufficient. Vase still needed to obtain several critical capital ships and expand some of the neglected aspects of his organization in order to achieve an acceptable degree of self-sufficiency. Until then, Vase would still remain vulnerable to the whims of others. The situation he was currently in was a direct consequence of that, but he wasn't complaining too much right now because he still had hope of leaving this planet with the most valuable prize on the planet in his possession. We've learned enough. Let's go. According to the scattered data we've managed to retrieve, the core labs are located on the next floor. They moved to the entrance of one of the teleportation portals that led up. This unfortunately brought them closer to the unmoving Cyclops, who remained unmoving while they stood on two sides of a corridor. It was quite eerie to walk between the giant figures. Their mouths and chests were still stained with dried, coagulated human blood. When they finally reached a teleportation portal, it didn't activate as normal. Instead, it expanded in size. Even though the active energies in middle looked increasingly unstable, the portal diameter had grown so big that Vase already had an idea what would happen next. Move out of the way. The Larkinsons stepped to the side just in time for the Cyclops to come close and pass through the expanded gateway one by one. As these bloody giants entered the next floor, Vase knew he didn't have to worry about bumping into any hostile humans when he followed suit. The only downside was that he wouldn't be able to distance himself from the man-eating monsters. What are these giant beasts doing? What is their mission? Chapter 2949. Impregnable Citadel. The next floor already turned into a war zone by the time that Vase and his team passed through the portal. Different from the last floor, the conservatives and radicals stationed a lot more soldiers here. Whereas the fourth floor was more of a sideshow to them, they correctly recognized that the third floor was the most critical one. All of the special projects in this Pinnacle lab should be situated in the center of this floor. Vase predicted after reading through the scattered intelligence that Dr. Paris managed to retrieve from a number of broken devices. Dr. Paris already started to step forward, but Vase quickly held her armored body back. Wait, don't go forward yet, the fighting hasn't abated yet. My long-range sensors still detect signs of fighting in the distance. The third floor was apparently a lot bigger than the other floors. While not every research project housed here was critical, they all required a lot of space. This was where the Supreme Sage largely worked on wonders that were even bigger in scale than Project Cyclops. Speaking of those huge monsters, his sensors could clearly pick out the sounds of human soldiers fighting back against the inhuman giants. From the intensity of combat his sensors managed to pick up, Vase quickly figured out that the Cyclops had a much harder time getting through the human lines this time. He even managed to pick up a lot more painful roars that couldn't have originated from anything else but the giant humanoid monsters. Damn, are the Cyclops losing? Vase never thought he would be cheering on the side of biological monstrosities trying to kill every human in their way, but right now he really wanted the latter to die. As long as at least one human managed to go back and tell their bosses about the presence of the Larkinsons in the Forbidden Lab, then he and his entire clan would become doomed. After he continued to listen for another minute, he couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. He ordered his honor guard to release some spy drones in order to check the situation up ahead. The tiny drones quietly flew forward and crossed a lot of distance before they managed to reach a fortified lab room occupied by a much larger infantry troop. Unlike the soldiers from before, these ones were able to put up a much greater resistance. Those are elites. Unlike the regular soldiers on the 4th floor, the infantry soldiers assigned to the 3rd floor were clearly the best of what the factions had to offer. They were not only considerably better armed and armored, but the elite troopers also exhibited more grit and discipline in the face of the giant monsters. It also helps that they were able to detect the advance of the Cyclops at least a minute in advance. The position occupied by the soldiers was close to a large straight corridor which the powerful humanoids had to pass through. This not only gave the humans plenty of time to man their defenses, but also allowed them to fire all of their weapons at the advancing bioproducts. In fact, numerous bodies already littered the deck as the elite soldiers coordinated their fire and specifically concentrated on disabling the legs of the advancing monsters. Plenty still made it to the other side. Once the Cyclops reached the defensive lines, they charged into the bone metal fortifications, only to crash into a large energy shield. Though the large monsters quickly overloaded the shield by pounding on it with their fists, the defenders brought out the heavy weapons that they had long put into storage. Grenades, rockets and more exotic weapons began to deal heavy damage to the rampaging giants. Some weapons even drenched the Cyclops with corroding acids that happened to work particularly well on the creatures. Yet despite all of this resistance, the might of these big humanoids was still very formidable. No barrier stopped them for long. The physical might of the giants was too great. They broke every energy shield and climbed over every solid barrier in order to reach the defending humans. Elites or not, every soldier that failed to fall back quickly turned into Cyclops food. The same spectacle was taking place in another location. The soldiers of the opposition faction were not as well equipped as their conservative counterparts, but they had the edge in numbers. It was a pity that they still fell short against their current threat. Most small arms fire did nothing against the giant humanoids, so much of the firepower went to waste. Trying to fight the Cyclops was no different from fighting a mech. It simply wasn't feasible due to the enormous scale disparity. No matter how many clever tactics the resisting soldiers pulled off, the simpler and less coordinated Cyclops simply relied on their raw might in order to overcome all resistance. Soon, more and more bodies entered the stomachs of the giant humanoids. Though most of the elite soldiers bravely managed to fight to the end, their valor did not avail them anything as they simply died without giving their opponents any significant trouble. The Cyclops were slowly regenerating the damage they incurred from their assaults. Vase and Dr. Paris was quite impressed at the speed at which they healed their wounds, though hardly any of it had anything to do with consuming human flesh. The biomass they are ingesting can hardly supply the nutrients required to restore this much damage. They need to access a better source in order to sustain their restoration process. Strangely enough, that was exactly what the Cyclops were doing. While some of the big monsters split off from the main group in order to hunt down the stragglers, others were moving to a specific storage room that contained a lot of feeder stock and other nutrients. The giants quickly feasted on the high-quality supplies. Their ability to digest all manner of materials came very handy at the moment. Soon, cut and blackened flesh regenerated into pink and sensitive tissue. The healed portions obviously weren't up to par yet, but that would change in time. Once the Cyclops finished all of these chores, they moved out and picked up their dead comrades. Once two of the creatures grabbed onto a single dead companion, they slowly brought the dead Cyclops to the entrance of the core section of the Pinnacle Lab. There, they waited. Both the surviving and fallen Cyclops were parked before the enormous gates that were large enough to fit in several mechs with room to spare. Once Vase confirmed that advancing forward was safe, Vase cautiously led his men forward. They looked at the remains of the hard-fought enemy soldiers and imagined how it would have been if they were the ones who had to resist the Cyclops. Sorry fellows, but you're in the way. Vase didn't bother to stop to examine the remains of the dead this time. Though Drive, Paris tried to salvage some data from a broken biochem as she walked, the information she learned was not very comprehensive. You're right, sir. This is indeed the main floor that the two opposing sides have been focusing upon. She said, the conservatives and the opposition have been fighting against each other for several weeks while trying to force their way into the core area. Did they succeed? No. The defenses of the core area are on a whole other level. The labs we have visited so far are mostly side projects. While I can't say that they are irrelevant, the Supreme Sage won't feel very upset if something happens to them. The special projects housed behind these massive gates are different. The defenses surrounding this core area are practically like a citadel. The degree of firepower the invaders have to leverage in order to breach the main gates is so much that there is a substantial risk the entire floor will break. This is why the two sides gave up on trying to breach the core area by force. As Vase and his team arrived at the front of the gates, they clearly perceived its formidable nature. It was taller than several biomechs and just as thick as one. So much hard bone metal material had been piled onto the gate structure that Vase wasn't even sure his own mechs could breach this obstacle. How do we get past? The Cyclops apparently didn't possess the right key. They were standing close to the gates, obviously wanting to go deeper, but lacked the access to go any further. Vase pulled out his Supreme Comprehension gem and shook it a few times. Hey, can you unlock these gates? They're kind of in the way. The gem shook a bit but did not tug him in any direction. It acted as if it had no clue what to do in this situation. You can't bring us in. Why not? I thought this was supposed to be your lab. The living gem grew angry all of the sudden and shook with rage. After a minute of attempting to communicate, Vase realized why the gem acted in this fashion. The spiritual remnant locked inside the gem may have come from the Supreme Sage, but it lacked a lot of pieces of the great researcher. One of them was the method of opening the enormous gates. Vase pressed the gem against the surface of the barrier, but it didn't work this time. Damn, how will we get through this time? The gates stumped the factions for a long time. Vase didn't think he'd be able to decipher the right method by himself. Vase suddenly turned to look at his shoulder. Throughout all of this time, Lucky had been lounging on the shoulder of his combat armor like it was his personal chariot. Lucky lazily yawned as he completely disregarded the difficulties that Vase was facing at the moment. Lucky, Miuo, your sick days have expired. It's time to get to work. Miuo, suffice to say, it took quite a bit, convincing, in order to gain Lucky's cooperation. The cat reacted very grumpily at Vase, but he had already recovered enough by now to phase his body for a brief moment of time. Vase handed the living gem over to Lucky. Bring it to the other side and work together to find some kind of override. I bet it's a lot less troublesome to open the gates from within this citadel. Lucky held the gem between his teeth with a resentful expression before he turned intangible and phased through the giant gates. More than 10 minutes passed before the gates suddenly shook. Back off, I think it's opening. Vase and his team hastily moved back as the gates slowly slid open. The entire hall seemed to shake a bit as a lot of force was being channeled to make an opening. The Cyclops that had been waiting around finally moved again. They picked up their fallen comrades and silently passed through the entrance to the core area. Vase and his men had to stand aside in order to avoid getting stepped on by the giant humanoids. Once the Cyclops moved past, Vase moved forward as well. The interior of the core area had a very different atmosphere. The lighting was dimmer but the scale of the entire area was larger. The ceiling almost wasn't visible to naked eye anymore because it reached an incredible height. The corridor he had just entered was so wide that it could easily fit a multitude of mechs standing side by side. What a big area. Doctor, Paris gasped. Vase tried to seek out his pet. Ah, there you are, Lucky. The gem cat had practically emptied his entire reserves of the day from the way he collapsed on the deck. Vase carefully picked his body up and placed his pet back on his previous perch. You've done your job. You deserve a very welcome rest. Mayoo. The living gem on the other hand became more energetic than ever. It eagerly bopped up and down as it led Vase deeper into the core area. Eventually, he reached the end of the corridor. Two enormous entrances were situated on the left and right sides. The Cyclops were patiently standing in front of the left entrance. Clearly they were waiting for someone to open the way so they could get inside. Vase carefully looked in this direction before shaking his head. He turned around and approached the enormous entrance situated on the right side of the corridor. This should be the lab section where Special Project V is housed. What makes you think that, sir? Dr. Paris asked. Those Cyclops over there are associated with Special Project U. They have no relations with life-prolonging treatment serum. Besides, I can already tell that what I'm looking for is behind these gates. How? I can sense it. He grinned. Chapter 2950. Impasse. After reaching the end of the gigantic corridor that into the depths of the Pinnacle Lab, Vase finally saw hope of fulfilling his goal. Pulling all of the valuable research data from the local databases was never his original goal. Sure, Vase became pleasantly surprised when he found out that the Supreme Sage worked on a method to produce a specific formula of high-grade life-prolonging serum. As a mech designer and owner of a powerful factory ship, he knew the power of being the producer of a good that was in high demand. The prices of his mechs were more expensive than other products that shared a similar production cost. This was because the overall value they provided to his customers was greater. While it sounded nice for a customer to own an LMC mech, the downside to that was that the person in question had to fork over considerably more money to fulfill this need. The same dynamic applied to high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum, but at least 1,000,000 times worse. Demand was incredibly high. How could it not? Even if the potential customer base was limited to those who already enjoyed 2 rounds of life-prolonging treatment, that still amounted to billions of humans across the galaxy. Human space was unimaginably big and encompassed a lot of star systems. Though the amount of elites who were wealthy and capable enough to secure life-prolonging treatment was only a fraction of the whole, added together they formed a huge customer base. The Big Two, who ostensibly possessed a stranglehold on the market for high-grade serum, could never meet the huge demand for its key product. In fact, if Vase was in their shoes, he wouldn't try his best to ramp up production either. Increasing supply only led to falling prices, which meant that the Big Two would have to work a lot harder while earning less money per vial. No self-serving organization would do such a thankless job unless they had a greater benefit in mind. This was why anyone who wanted to live longer in this day and age had to stay in the good graces of the MTA and CFA. The two dominant human organizations might not be the current rulers of human civilization, but no one doubted their crown. The vast support they received was undeniable. By offering a way to extend people's lives as well as other incentives such as granting plenty of autonomy, the Big Two forged an unbreakable network of states and powerful players that unquestionably supported the current order. If not for the irresistible attraction of life-prolonging treatment serum, many rulers who presided over powerful states would never tolerate the hegemony of the Big Two so much. With such a good arrangement, the Big Two shouldn't be in a hurry to expand the production of life-prolonging treatment serum. There was no great incentive to find an alternative production method that possibly made use of more abundant ingredients. This was why Vase persistently questioned whether Special Project V was the exception rather than the rule. Could the formula used to produce the batch of serum on the other side of massive gates be closely related to the standard one that was currently in use by the Big Two? Vase didn't know, and that bothered him. The reason why he doubted this possibility was because there were many other possible reasons why the MTA wanted the Supreme Sage to succeed. Perhaps the Big Two's traditional production method began to run its course due to exhausting its original supply of raw ingredients. Perhaps the MTA and CFA changed their strategy and wanted to make life-prolonging treatments more accessible. Perhaps the upper hierarchy of the powerful organizations wanted to shower more benefits to their descendants. Whatever the reason, there was always a good use for additional batches of serum. If the Big Two wasn't afraid of losing their monopoly, then Vase could easily imagine that they were willing to offer casual support to the Supreme Sage. After all, as a researcher who was not officially a part of the MTA, if any of his misdeeds such as the defilement of expert pilots came to light, he would bear all of the blame. In the meantime, the Mechers and Fleeters would just whistle innocently as they joined the crowd of people who condemned the heinous experiments. Vase shook his head. I'm obsessing way too much over this issue. The fact that the truth continued to elude him frustrated him beyond belief. He was so close to discovering a profound secret, yet the lack of solid information prevented him from solving his doubts on this massive conspiracy. He slowly placed his palm on the surface of the massive bone metal gates. Taller, heavier and thicker than anything he had seen on this planet, he estimated that not even an expert mech could breach through it without risking total destruction. How can I pass through this barrier? He briefly glanced at Lucky. The cat had practically dozed off by now. His brief phasing attempt had already drained his spirituality for the day. Vase would have to wait at least a couple of days before his gem cat regained enough energy to phase through another thick barrier. That took way too much time. He did not forget that the conservative faction and the opposition factions had both intruded on this pinnacle lab for quite some time. The Cyclops may have slaughtered all of the soldiers on this floor, but Vase was sure that more troops would be pouring in sooner or later. We can't afford to linger too long in this place. That reminded him of the massive open gates behind him. The way into the core section of the Pinnacle Lab was open to everyone now that his living gem had opened the way inside. Vase was tempted to ask his living gem to close the entrance, but he held back from doing so. He was afraid he might lock himself inside the core area if he did so. With the firepower at his disposal, he didn't fear getting assailed by a squad of reinforcing soldiers. Even if more troops arrived, the man-eating giants would not stand by and allow unauthorized intruders to barge into areas where they didn't belong. We need to solve this problem quickly. As long as we can get in and out quickly, it won't matter if the entrance behind us is still open. He shook his Supreme Comprehension gem again. Hey, tell me how to get past this gate. I only need you to open one more barrier. His gem shook side by side, which meant it answered with a rejection. What do you mean by that? Vase growled. He was so close to his goal now. His spiritual senses could literally perceive a strong and concentrated source of life energy on the other side of the gate in front of him. There had to be a way to get inside. Yet as Vase continued to quiz the living gem, it continually rejected his request. Is it because you forgot how to get inside? The gem nodded, but Vase wasn't too sure about that answer. He narrowed his eyes. Are you withholding something? The gem shook for a moment before trying to lead him to another place. The gem encouraged him to move to the opposite side of the corridor. Vase and his team carefully walked past the rows of bloodstained Cyclops and stopped before another gate. Vase didn't feel any strong concentrations of life energy behind this massive barrier. What I want isn't behind this gate. His gem moved a few times. Vase interpreted its meaning as best he could. I see. Your goal isn't the same as mine. This was a problem. Vase wanted to harvest the fruits of Special Project V, while this intelligent gem sought to come back to life. Vase made a guess. Is your body behind this gate? The gem flew up and down so vigorously that it was clear that Vase hit the nail on the head. The Supreme Sage never wanted to die. It was already a miracle that Lucky managed to capture a remnant of his spirituality into a gem, but this was no pleasant way to live for anyone. A figure as powerful as the leader of the LRA probably regarded his current form to be a shame. If Vase was in the ancient man's shoes, he would have wanted to get back his human body as well. Perhaps this was why the Cyclops cleared the way to this core section. They were programmed to assist the Supreme Sage's restoration to the best of their abilities. It was a pity that their might wasn't good enough to get past the final gate. They could punch the surface all they wanted, but the barrier was so thick that it would only get dented after hours of pummeling. The enormous humanoids would likely run out of energy long before they could get all the way through. Sir, Doctor, Paris hesitantly asked as she eyed the moving gem. Is it really possible for you to? He recalled he never gave her an explanation about this matter. This isn't a regular gem. There are a lot of secrets involved with this, so please refrain from masking any further. Just be aware that anything can happen. I see. The woman had received so many shocking revelations today that one more impossibility hardly fazed her anymore. She turned numb as she got lost in her own thoughts. Vase turned his attention back to his gem. I think we have a problem here. If you get past this gate and manage to get what you want, what will I get in return? Will you help me open the other gate and allow me to take away the life-prolonging treatment serum that you have produced? The gem eagerly nodded, but Vase wasn't fooled. Don't you see the problem here? If I give you what you want, what guarantee do I have that I get what I want? They were at an impasse. Whomever went first had no obligation to return the favor. Vase did not believe that he could force the Supreme Sage to help him obtain the high-grade serum. At the same time, if Vase obtained his loot first, why should he bother bringing someone powerful back to life who happened to know some very important secrets? Their interests no longer aligned at this time. Damn it, Lucky, why are you so slow in recovering your strength? Meow www, the cat blissfully dozed. Then again, there was no guarantee that Lucky would be able to retrieve the serum if he was at full strength. The security measures had to be extremely high, and life-prolonging treatment serum was so spiritually powerful and energetic that he wasn't sure whether his cat could even phase it through the vault door. Vase began to develop a headache. There was no easy solution to this difficult impasse. The lack of trust on both sides prevented them from putting much faith in each other's promises. The living gem had spent enough time around Vase to know what kind of person he was like. At the same time, Vase had explored enough about the Pinnacle Lab to know that the Supreme Sage was anything but a simple researcher. As Vase continued to mull over the situation, the living gem in his grasp vibrated in a peculiar way. Soon enough, the deck underneath his armored boots shook as numerous tall and heavy forms began to move. A Cyclops in front of him turned around and stepped close. Another Cyclops walked up from behind and blocked the way back. Numerous other blood-stained giant humanoids flanked Vase and his team from different directions. Their dangerous posture signaled that they were no longer overlooking the presence of the Larkinsons anymore. "Sir, the Cyclops, they're turning against us for some reason." "Doctor," Paris exclaimed as her legs started to shake. Vase glowered as he noted the changes. It was incredibly frightening to be at the center of attention of these murderous monsters. His honor guard had already lifted up their rifles, but everyone knew that their weapons wouldn't be able to put any dent in these powerful humanoids. Even so, Vase did not believe he lost all of leverage. He materialized a Mastandira for the first time in a very long time and pressed its muzzle straight onto the gem in his grasp. "Do you think you can do what you want? Once I break this crystallized shell of yours, there is no way you'll be able to make it back to your body. Only I can ensure that you will be able to transfer." The two had entered into yet another standoff. This time, neither side was under the illusion that they were on the same side anymore. Chapter 2951. Raw Power. Vase and the living gem implicitly cooperated with each other because they were heading in the same direction. The soldiers in their way impeded both their progress, so Vase did not mind the fact that the gem unleashed the Cyclops on them in order to clear his way. Yet now that their paths diverged at the final stretch, those giant beasts were no longer on his side. He had no doubt that if he attempted to screw the living gem over, the humanoid monsters would crush him and his Larkinsons the same way they crushed all of those poor infantrymen. Vase had no way of fighting back against the might of these terrible experimental monstrosities. He was cut off from his air fleet and didn't have any of his powerful mechs and mech pilots by his side. Though he thought highly of the combat prowess of his honor guard, they were never meant to fight against mechs or giants who approached the size and combat power of an actual mech. Fortunately, all was not lost. Gems weren't indestructible and Vase was still confident enough he could shatter the cage that kept the remnant of the Supreme Sage alive before a Cyclops could do anything. "Sir, Doctor." Paris shuddered as she stared into the cruel and hungry gazes of the Cyclops looming over her tiny figure. "The Supreme Sage is a great man. His reputation has always been good. He won't renege on his promises." Vase ignored her statement. Everything she knew about the Supreme Sage came from her upbringing as a lifer. The horrors he witnessed from this lab presented a very different image. A minute passed by as the air continued to grow more tense. Vase wasn't sure how long a Cyclops was able to restrain itself. Vase could sense the violence in their bodies. Their programming may have restrained their bestial instincts, but the annoying part about life was that no organism was completely predictable. They were all unique and could deviate from their programming at any time for any reason. As Vase continued to rack his mind on trying to come up with a solution that was acceptable to both sides, drive. Paris spoke again. "Patriarch Vase, if both of you don't trust each other, then why not take baby steps?" Vase briefly turned to her, but did not slack off in keeping the living gem under his control. The only leverage he had right now was his ability to destroy the container that kept the remaining spirit of the Supreme Sage safe. It was vitally important that he retained his leverage. Avalon Paris gestured at the gate that the living gem wanted to pass through before waving her arm at the gate that led to the core lab that held the secrets of Special Project V. "Why not just open both entrances first before doing anything else? Once they are both open, you can both get what you want at the same time." That sounded like a decent compromise to Vase, but the gem didn't agree. It shook from side to side. "Why won't it work?" It took more than a minute for Vase to figure out the meaning behind its gestures. "You need my help to activate the process to revive you. How come? Can't you rely on your current form or your huge helpers to proceed?" It turned out that it couldn't. The Cyclops might be obedient for the moment, but they were brutes designed to inflict as much violence as their bodies allowed. They were not smart and delicate enough to operate complicated computer systems. As for the gem, it was the subject of the procedure this time. A patient could hardly operate on himself, and this case was similar to that. Another factor was that the Supreme Sage never anticipated he would end up in this form. Due to security considerations, only a human could operate the vital control panel that could activate the procedure. Vase thought about the situation. It sounds like you can't do it without me. If that is the case, how about this? You help me retrieve the serum first, but you can keep your Cyclops close to prevent me from running away. Only when I help you activate the restoration process will my team and I be able to leave. Is that okay? They spent some time hammering out the details. Neither of them wanted to get screwed by each other, so it was difficult to form a plan that would make them both satisfied. Fortunately, while their interests didn't align with each other, they didn't conflict either. Both of them could get what they want without stepping on each other's toes. In this situation, they didn't have to be enemies towards each other. They were able to forge a tentative compromise that pleased them both. All right, first open this gate. Do you know how to do that? The living gem did not have the ability to open the gate itself, but it was not without a solution. Under its vigorous instructions, Vase activated his comm and prepared to transmit a powerful electronic signal. Surprisingly, the signal that the gem wanted to transmit was not some elaborate code or passphrase. It was just a simple unencrypted message. Open. Surprisingly, the gate doors began to slide open. The Cyclops and the exploration team hurriedly stepped back in order to allow for the massive slabs of bone metal to slide outwards. The entire floor seemed to shake as the heavy gate doors moved apart. Darkness welled inside. Vase wasn't able to peer what was inside because there was a distinct lack of light sources in the enormous lab space. Only a few systems seemed to be active. Their projections lit up a couple of enormous organic machines. Yet his attention wasn't on the powerful organic lab equipment up ahead. Instead, he looked at the life form that was likely responsible for opening the gate from the other side. A strange fleshy octopus-like creature hovered just inside the open gate. The artificial creature possessed big eyes that showed at least some form of intelligence. Vase felt there were other unusual aspects about this organism. Was this the Supreme Sage's pet or something? Before we proceed inside, help me get what I want first. He spoke. Under the cooperation of the living gem, Vase transmitted a few simple commands to the floating octopus beast. The creature floated out into the corridor and crossed over to the other side. Once it reached a control panel, it began to press one of its tentacles into a port before exchanging some signals. The second slowly slid open. According to the agreement, Vase and his team were allowed to venture inside, but only under the company of a Cyclops. Vase felt deeply uncomfortable stepping inside while a giant humanoid was following his steps. He constantly felt as if a huge eye was looking at him as if he was a snack. Wow, different from the first core lab, the one that the Larkinsons had entered was more modern and familiar. Not only was the lighting a little brighter, they also spotted an abundance of high-end conventional lab equipment that the Supreme Sage redeemed from the MTA. Obviously, the production process of the vital serum was so complicated and demanding that the Supreme Sage couldn't rely on his own organic machines to do the job. Vase studied the extensive pharmaceutical production line. While he was not familiar with most of the machines, he was already able to hone in on his prize. He didn't need any directions to reach the end of the production line. He stopped before a large, shuttle-sized vault. Dr. Paris had already approached the central terminal. The serum was not as important as the complete research files on Special Project V. Even though she knew that she was dealing with tainted research, her curiosity as a biotech expert finally won over this time. There was no way she could resist the temptation of discovering the secrets of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. Open this vault. The octopus creature only had to interface with the vault for a handful of seconds to unlock and open the vault. As it opened up, Vase carefully stepped inside and approached a pedestal which held an illuminated cage. The sheer amount of life energy that he was feeling right now was making his mind, body and spirit incredibly excited. He was so close to obtaining his prize. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 vials. Damn, how many expert pilot brains did it take to make so many vials? Though he did not know the exact potency and efficacy of the serum, they shouldn't be too worse off than the vial he originally obtained from the flagrant vandals. With so many samples of serum, Vase could truly supercharge his spiritual engineering projects and create all kinds of powerful spiritual products. Yet it was not time yet for Vase to grab these precious treasures. The octopus creature opened the illuminated cage and took out each vial with an individual tentacle. Hey, be careful with those. Don't drop any of them. They're worth more than entire planets. Of course, Vase was just being fussy at the moment. The containers of the serum were incredibly hard and impervious. There was no way the Supreme Sage would store such an expensive substance in fragile bottles. He waited for Dr. Paris to load several duplicates of the research data on Special Project V onto multiple data chips. The living gem didn't seem to mind that Vase wanted to steal his valuable research on this core project. Coming back to life was much more important. Nothing else mattered. I'm done, she spoke. She looked excited as she returned to hand Vase and Nida a data chip. I still can't fathom all of the steps required to make the serum that everyone in the galaxy wants to obtain. The amount of expertise I need to make it is too much. It would have been better if I specialized in this field. Did you know that the V stands for Vita? That sounds nice, but we need to uphold our end of the deal now. Let's head back to the other lab. They exited the well-lit lab that was filled with reassuring mechanical lab equipment and instead crossed over into another core lab. This time, Vase felt a lot less at home. Visibility was down not only due to the lack of illumination, but also the excess moisture in the air. His suit registered elevated temperatures and lots of strange interference. What was even weirder was that the deck no longer consisted of bare-bone metal. Instead, the entire surface was covered by a strange carpet of fleshy biomass. Every step they took caused the flesh carpet to squelch a bit. He looked at the massive bulbous growths around him. It looked as if he was surrounded by a myriad of strange, giant organic lab equipment. Their purpose and workings completely eluded Vase, and not even Paris was able to decipher their role. I can only tell you that a lot of power is running through these enormous organic machines. She tentatively said, they are consuming significantly more power than biomechs. The octopus that was leading the way forward eventually stopped at a single terminal. Unlike the organic machines that surrounded them all, the central workstation was entirely mechanical. Vase could see why the living gem needed the help of a human. Unlike the other control interfaces operated by the octopus, the one before him was made by the MTA and did not make any accommodations for other species. So what do I do now? He didn't need to do anything too complicated to operate the control panel. While some of the instructions were rather complicated, his engineering background along with his familiarity with computer systems quickly allowed him to log in and activate some pre-prepared commands. The entire lab shook a bit. Just ahead, an enormous invisible energy shield went off life. Some of the mist parted a bit, allowing Vase to see an enormous pillar in the distance. I need to go forward. Though Vase felt increasingly more uncomfortable, he became more curious as well. He and his team moved forward. They soon reached some sort of fleshy ramp that caused them to move higher. Eventually, reached the base of an enormous fleshy pillar that extended so high up that Vase couldn't even see the end. It was as thicker than a biomech and emanated so much power that he almost became dizzy. Your body is inside, the gem nodded. Then, how do I get you inside? The gem didn't know the answer. That was strange. It was as if it lost the knowledge on what to do next. The octopus pet didn't know how to proceed either. Vase frowned as he tried to find the entrance to this organic structure. He curiously approached the enormous pillar until he was able to touch it. He idly pressed the living gem against the meaty surface, not expecting much out of this random action. A strong suction force took the gem from his armored finger. What the? That wasn't supposed to happen. The resilient layer of flesh should have never been able to absorb the living gems so easily. The entire lab structure began to shake. It was as if Vase had somehow triggered an earthquake. The only instance where Lucky's gems got absorbed in this fashion was, his eyes widened in realization. Oh, what is the matter, sir? We need to step back and get out of here. He didn't wait for Dr. Paris to acknowledge his command. He turned around and punched the octopus with his armored fist. WRMMM. The creature let out a painful roar and spasmed as his floating body flew a bit back. Vase quickly approached and pried the vials from its tentacles one by one. Once he collected all 5 of them, he put them into storage containers built into his unending regalia and hastily ran down the ramp. While the rest of his team didn't know what was going on, they nonetheless trusted Vase and followed behind his heels. They soon exited the ramp and continued to head for the exit as if their lives were on the line. Soon, the lab shook so much that Vase and the rest had to activate the anti-grav systems of their suit to remain stable. When Vase briefly turned around to take a look, he noticed that the ramp he had just descended had risen from the surrounding flesh layer. As that, a lot of hot mist had cleared at this time. Vase could clearly identify the shape of human toes. The problem was that the scale was too immense. These were by far the largest human toes he had ever seen. Not even the feet of regular biomechs were this big. It was at this time that he learned that the ramp he just walked over was actually a giant foot. That meant that the huge fleshy pillar was not some sort of enormous lab machine. It was actually a humongous leg. When Vase tried to extrapolate the size of the body that this limb was a part of, he finally figured out the truth behind the Supreme Sage's body. The Newman he encountered at Prescott Museum was practically child's play in comparison to this enormous creation. What are we looking at, sir? This does not seem like a regular biomech. That's because it's not. Vase watched on with fear as he noticed that the enormous biological construct was waking to life. It's a biological juggernaut that is as large as a starship. The Supreme Sage was so crazy that he plotted to replace his fragile human body with that of a biological supergiant.